everyone, and welcome to the Call of Duty Challengers Cup number 5, presented by PlayStation 4. I am so excited to be bringing you a full day of matches across 3 regions. We have the best of the amateur Call of Duty scene. My name is Jess Brohard, and I will be hosting the broadcast for you today, but I cannot do it alone. Luckily, I have 2 of the hardest carries with me. I have iHold, Shift, and I have Lando. Shift, let's start off with you. What are you so excited to see today?
Look, all 3 regions have something to prove. This is the final cup of the year. Yeah, sure, there's still a couple of home series left to play in, but there's a lot of money on the line. And going into this week, this has been one of the more calm weeks when it comes to roster moves across all of our regions, with maybe a couple of sections in Europe, but our top 8 teams for the most part in Europe and North America have stayed the same from at least last week. So if there were a time to prove what you're made of, this absolutely needs to be it.
Yeah, and Lando, what about you? What do you think of this kind of lack of roster mania that we're seeing right now?
I mean, it's definitely interesting, and I'll be honest, it's kind of somewhat unexpected. Normally when it comes down to the amateur scene, it is very common, right, to see roster changes constantly, and that may just be somewhat of an indicator for what we have to expect for the rest of the season, that teams are starting to kind of find their groove, teams are kind of starting to realize where they are and where they need to improve on, and based on a lot of the top teams, they're definitely not going anywhere. So I'm excited to see the action today, and much as Shift kind of alluded to, kind of surprising to not see team changes, but hey, I'm excited for it. I'm excited to see some consistency.
Yeah, I'm excited to see a lot of things kind of start to settle into place, because if you look at sort of the past month of Challengers action, we see a lot of the same teams either winning the events or coming close, and there's just not a lot of moving parts like it seems like there were at first. But anyway, let's take a look at the schedule for today and see exactly what you're going to expect to see and when you can expect to see it. We're going to kick off the day with the APAC, that is the Asia Pacific Finals. First up at noon Eastern, moving right along into the EU Finals at 1 p.m., and then finishing off with the North America Final at 4 p.m. Let's take a look at the format, though, next, and kind of see what these teams have been through. So what we didn't broadcast, what you didn't see, was the single elimination play until we got to the final 8 for the championship bracket. And then that's what we're looking at here today, which is a more traditional double elimination format. That does not mean that there is any less pressure on these teams, though. And of course, each of the 3 regions are still playing remotely because we are still in the midst of a pandemic. But what are these teams playing for? Well, of course, they're playing for those highly coveted challengers points. But you know what else they're playing for? A hunk of that cheddar. Here in the North American region, the top 4 teams are going to go home with some cash money to the tune of $10,000 for first place, then $7,500, $5,000, and $2,500. Looking at the European prizing breakdown, same thing. The top 4 teams here in Europe are getting some of that fromage. The first place winner will get $8,000, then $6,000, $4,000, and $2,000, which brings us to APAC. Here in the Asia Pacific region, the top 3 teams will get prize money, $2,500, $1,500, and then $1,000. So that's all well and good. They're getting some points, they're getting some money. You guys know kind of what's going on today, but let's take a look at what happened previously. So last week, the Paris Legion home series did take place, and now these matches were not broadcast. So just to give a bit of an update for those of you who might be curious, the winners from that Paris home series were Atlanta FaZe Academy for North America, Team War for Europe, and Renegades for Asia Pacific. So first off, we were just talking about those roster changes. We were just talking about that consistency that we love to see. So is there anything about last week Paris Legion home series winners that surprises either of you?
I mean, for Paris last week, I think the only real surprise was the fact that we had a couple of back-to-backs, right? I mean, we're starting to finally see that the cream is rising to the top when it not only comes to Europe, with Team War now winning 3 events in a row, but you've also got teams like the Atlanta FaZe Academy squad that were able to win last week. They finished runners-up when it came to Cup 4, but before that, it was also another back-to-back winning performance. So interesting, I think, to see mostly out of NA and EU, if those teams will continue to be consistent as we move forward.
Yeah, well, like you said, there is a lot of back-to-back, a lot of head-to-head, and let's actually take a look at a little bit of a recap from what happened 2 weeks ago at the last Challengers Cup number 4 that was broadcast. So this was, first of all, we had something really, really interesting to happen that I believe has never actually happened during a Challengers Cup before, which was Singularity came through the losers bracket and they actually reset the grand finals, because remember, it is a double elimination. However, in the second grand final, the second best of 5, Team War did stand their ground. They held their turf and they took it a 3-0 to come out on top as a winner. Once again, we've seen a lot of Team War, but you know, I really liked this fight that we saw out of Singularity. Lando, what do you think this says about Singularity, that they were able to reset the bracket like that?
I mean, from a audience perspective, maybe from a community perspective, it shows that, hey, you know, they are a top caliber team. Obviously, we got to see them kind of enter into North America, kind of toward more of the start of the Modern Warfare season, obviously now back in Europe. And while it is kind of a good thing to see out of Singularity, it's definitely not the result that those players want. Obviously, resetting the grand finals versus War is impressive, but then you kind of lead yourself into facing off against them for the second time. And when that obviously ends up taking place, we do see War win that in a hot 3-0. Still impressive from Singularity, but again, the kind of titan, if you will, that still sits at the top of the mountain is Team War, a very difficult team and a roster that I'm excited to see today, actually.
Yeah, and I'm sure Singularity must have been disappointed, but hey, I really think that they should be proud of themselves for, like you said, coming up against a titan like Team War and resetting that bracket. So, you know, maybe they just ran out of steam, who knows? But regardless, let's actually move on to talk about NA a little bit, because here's what's so awesome is nearly the exact same thing happened with the NA Grand Finals during the last Call of Duty Challengers Cup. We saw another bracket reset. So this time, Vengeance lost to Atlanta FaZe Academy in the winners finals. However, Vengeance stayed alive through the losers finals to face FaZe Academy once again in the grand finals. But this time, you guys, Team Vengeance beat FaZe Academy twice, 3-1 and then 3-0. That is absolutely nuts. Shift, what happened?
I mean, I think you have to look at Jintroid as the new guy on the block. He comes in, he joins this roster, and they immediately win. Okay, got my eyes on you there, Big J Man, because he's been looking good throughout the entirety of the year. It's been going back and forth between a couple of top teams, but this roster of 5 for Team Vengeance, I think, is by far the best combination they could come up with. The roles, the players that are on this roster are really solid at playing with one another. This feels like a very familiar position for these guys going into this week. Of course, now a couple of weeks having played with Jintroid, they're looking extremely strong. You've also got D'Lo playing at extremely high level. This is definitely a major threat when it comes down to maybe a possible contender again for that Atlanta FaZe Academy squad.
Yeah, and speaking of those young hotshots like D'Lo and Jintroid, you know, kind of one other thing we do want to sort of call attention to is that another kind of point of the Challengers Cup and the Challengers Series is to provide a pathway for players to eventually go pro, you know, because it is feasible absolutely to come through the Challengers Cup and then make it into a Call of Duty League spot. Definitely a topic that we're going to be exploring a little bit more throughout the day and, you know, bringing attention to some specific players that we think might have a really good shot at actually getting a league spot. But before we get into all of that, let's take a look at the North American bracket, see what's been going on and how these teams have been doing, how we got to where we are here today. So what's going on right now is going to be the winners semifinals. We're going to see 6 Gear versus Vengeance, or we're not going to see this, rather, I should say. This is what's happening right now, but we will not be broadcasting these matches. 6 Gear versus Team Vengeance and Rebel versus Atlanta FaZe Academy. Let's move on and look at the European bracket, see what is going on across the pond. So currently what is happening is Train Hard is fighting versus the Kettles to find out who will be facing off against Team War in the grand finals. Shift, what do you predict? Who's going to make it through those losers finals?
I mean, this Train Hard squad you have to keep an eye out on because they have made a little bit of a roster swap and they've been going through a lot of changes over the last couple of weeks, kind of seeing what exactly is the best formula. But honestly, they get a little bit blessed. Both PD and Defrag were open for the taking this time through. They're able to scoop up both of those players, and with that, they're obviously looking like a major threat coming forward. I mean, for PD and Defrag, these are 2 top-tier players. Yes, Keza and Genesis, they played well with this. These guys, I feel like, are on a tier just above. So this might be the best Train Hard team we've had a chance to watch over the last couple of weeks.
All right, well, let's finish off by taking a look at the bracket for the first region of gameplay that we're going to be seeing, which is Asia Pacific. So here's kind of how things shook out so far up until this point. What we're about to see is the Renegades go up against Chiefs Esports Club. Lando, this is a tale as old as time, to quote from Beauty and the Beast. And what do you think? Who's the beauty and who's the beast here in this matchup?
I mean, it's fair to say the Beast has been the Renegades. It has been the Renegades. It very well could still remain to be the Renegades. I mean, these guys have been absolutely lights out throughout the entirety of the season. And unfortunately for Chiefs Esports Club, this is a roster that oftentimes has come second to this team. So this is a roster that has learned a lot from facing off against the Renegades. But again, this team has been so good. They've won the last 4 Challenger Cups. They are undefeated when it comes down to Challenger Cups heading into what will be the final one today. I'm interested to see if they can get 5 for 5, and obviously the chips are with them right now. Excited to see if they can keep up what has been a very dominant run through the Challengers division.
Yeah, the Renegades, if you look at the past, like you said, the past cups as well as the home series, it is just a wall of Renegades. That Mind Freak, and then they became Chiefs Esports Club, have just been banging their head against time and time again. So I really have to wonder, and I'll leave this question with you, Ship. Do you think Chiefs can finally, break through that wall like they've been so desperate to do?
Look, the thing about this Chiefs squad is they're getting closer and closer to doing it every single time they play these guys. This setup in the winners finals went to 4. It's been the search and destroy here, Lando, which Chiefs have done the best against this Renegade squad. So in my book, you've got to find a way to take at least one of these respawns, try to get this series going all the way to game 5, and hopefully you can win it there with both search and destroys in your favor.
And that's what we talk about so often, right? Is the ability for teams to kind of try whenever you are facing off against such a solid roster in the first place, is you got to come through and you got to make an instant impact. You got to try and change the tide of a series instantly, if you will. And that's clearly been a major problem for the Chiefs. However, ready to go here for map 1 of the APAC Finals here for the 5th Challengers Cup. Chiefs versus Renegades, as Jess mentioned their shift, a very common series. And oftentimes when we talk about kind of, different teams rematching, the old storyline is, hey, you know what? The roster that keeps losing is the roster that keeps learning.
Yeah, true. And I think, this is actually, just to take it one step further, this is the same first 3 maps, I believe, from when they played the winners finals. Renegades were able to take this map 250 around 198 or something of the nature. So, I mean, again, as you take a look at the setup currently where Renegades are in possession of that so coveted P2 tire shop, it's going to be on to Chiefs Esports Club to find a way in. This is a good kill feed here, though, Landa. Zeppa's already up top. If he can find this pick, he'll at least be able to contest some time up top. They're not going to get a full flip as of yet. But again, every second that you're able to deny going Renegade's favor, you take as a major victory for the Chiefs Esports Club.
Oh, absolutely, right? Tire shop, we've talked about it consistently the entirety of the year. Such a difficult one as Swifty comes through with the Switchblade. A nice attempt in the end, but unfortunately it will be Renegades chalking up and rather grabbing a lot of this time. However, just as I say that, Chiefs decide to bridge the gap, get on through, and take hold of a very valuable remaining 30 seconds.
Look, the 2 players you want to watch out for if you're unfamiliar with this APAC region are Limax and Zeppa. Zeppa this year has been absolutely electric, is mostly an SMG player, but he's not unkeen to picking up an AR if he needs to. But Limax, he just turned 18 in May, had only played a couple of Australian local lands on Black Ops 4, and he has taken this Australian region over in an electric fashion. So definitely keep your eye onto that tandem duo between Limax and Zeppa to see if they can do some more work. And again, with the full flip coming through at P2, how about this situation for Chiefs? You're already up about 40 points as we go to the smokestack.
You also see number 6 restalling, trying to play a little bit of spoilers toward the end, kind of keeping in mind the future Hills as he'll be shut down, but kind of getting back to that old conversation there, Shift, about kind of grabbing young guns. It's so interesting to see, because that has been a major talking point for majority of the East scene and even the APAC scene as well, as, hey, look out for our young guns, look out for our young players. One of those guys happened to be Luca back in Black Ops 4. I mean, he was playing with guys like Den since he was 12 years old on land, and so it's great to kind of see a few of these teams kind of go with the younger players, and clearly it's worked out for majority of them, as Renegades have done the exact same thing with guys like Crimza and Pred.
Yeah, Crimsa especially. That AR matchup between him and Damage is going to be one to keep an eye on as we go further forward into this series. The smokestack, not a bad hill, though, for Renegades as they soak up a pretty good amount of time, and now they've actually won the initial transition gunfights to get into this bottom green office area. But you see that what Chiefs want to do in the minimap, they're trying to kind of force the issue from the backside of that old P3. Work your way around, get yourself these P5 spawns, and Swifty's just kind of playing his life, trying to make sure that he can at least block those spawns out, or so he hopes, while the rest of his teammates are able to slay out on hill, and so far they've done a pretty good job of doing both of those things.
Yeah, it looks like Chiefs do currently have that back office spawn, still trying to look to engage, but still Fina trying to set up some shot, tosses out the trophy, and has a few more players left to try and engage with. No success when it comes down to that, and a big kill going down toward the bottom side of the map that I believe was Restalling, who took down Pred, who was looking to try to get some late green control. However, no go for them, 15 seconds left, and Chiefs with preferred spawns.
This is a big moment here for the Renegades, though. Like you mentioned, preferred setup here for the Chiefs Esports Club, but for Renegades, how do you find a way to turn this exit strategy into some early success here on this Docks warehouse building? Well, the first problem is you have to get through Restalling as he takes down 2. Limax picks up where he left off, and then Nimble, again, a very veteran player in the APAC region, cleans up the final. So the initial about 20 seconds, you figure, should go the way of the Chiefs Esports Club while the Renegades try to recollect themselves.
And Limax is doing a great job here. Masked in the smoke. Another one just in front, as that is 5 in a row. An 8-team streak for a short moment as Zeppa finally gets taken down. But some good work done here by the Chiefs as we're taking a look at Renegades here, Shift. And they're already across the map. They're trying to get any work done that they can. But they are consistently and constantly being shut down. And it looks as if Pred is having to reference back all the way to Tire Shop, as it looks like Zeppa has something else in mind. And he does not win it. Big victory there for Renegades, as that is such an annoying fight to have to take, roaming all the way back to your spawn.
Now, watching the winners finals last night when it was happening, this Chief squad struggled the most going from P5 back over to P2. They talked about it a lot in their comms. That was something they knew needed to be better if they want to try to beat Renegades on this map. And again, not going to come up successful here this time in the grand final. So an opportunity for Renegades, obviously, to hold on to the next big money hill of that second hard point. But you have to be careful, because if you give too much time away here to Chiefs Esports Club, they're not going to mind too much that you got the full 60 off of P2. They're doing enough work right now to essentially not just negate that potential 60 seconds, but they can increase their lead to a point where they will still maintain the lead even if they do give up a full 60 on the next hill.
Yeah, a great situation right now for Chiefs. As Seth is actually trying to make a nice play here on the flank. Does get cut down. So if you're Chiefs, you're still minuting a lot of this initial damage pretty well. As Fida tries to break through, he's shut down. Player number 9 as well, which was Limax, trying to make a quick little spawn flip there toward the end. Reigns unsuccessful, but like you said, Chiefs in a great position right now, cutting down players inside of middle. And like you said, even if we do see a full 60 out of Renegades, Chiefs, they're still in a great spot.
I mean, an 80-point lead going into a P2? Yeah, absolutely. Especially considering the fact that the last time we were here, Lando, keep in mind that not only did the Chiefs Esports Club find a way to contest the early time, but in the last 25, they flipped the spawns out. So as Zeppa picks up another big 2 kills right in front of the blue gate, he may have just opened up a door for Chiefs to make their way in and maybe contest a little bit of this mid-hill time. But again, it's always easier said than done at the end of the day when it comes to this hill. And while a team nade from Timble's not going to help the effort much at all, and he's not able to find a double or a triple beyond that. So it looks like the last 30 mostly should go the way of the Renegades, but now it's down to the Chiefs Esports Club. Can you find a way to zone off these exits and make sure you find a little bit of good time here at the beginning of our third hard point at the smokestack?
That's going to be the biggest factor, right? Is just trying to remain consistent to the next few of these hills, right? Try to keep on with that advantage. Of course, Tire Shop, by no means an easy hill to break, is considered as one of the most difficult, I think I've heard Merc say, in Call of Duty history, which goes to show how much time, right, that you can really generate from it. So Chiefs, not in a situation of which they didn't expect to be in. Obviously, they would like to contest it for as much as they can, but still, they're happy to go ahead and get on the rotation now towards Smokestack. And like I said, it's going to remain consistency. Can they keep up somewhat of a level playing field throughout a majority of these hills? Do not let these kind of SMGs from Renegade start to get sneaky. And by the way, 30 and 19 from Pred. He's just having a nice little game to start off with here, Shift.
And that was a solo mission as he exited through the warehouse to make sure he could clean up any Chiefs players that were kind of lingering. Unfortunately, he wasn't quite able to get the job fully done. So with the kill still coming through in kind of a pinch fashion here for Chiefs, they will actually, again, soak up a considerable amount of time on this very scrappy P3 hardpoint. But now as we have our last 15 seconds, you've got Chiefs spawning over by the docks warehouse. You've got Renegade spawning top right of your minimap by Useless. This is going to be likely a bit of a 50-50 going into this fourth hardpoint, depending on how the kills turn up. And as you can see, it's Chiefs again soaking up every last second of scrap. They know that when they put themselves on this 224 mark, that all it takes is a couple of seconds here, a couple of seconds there. As long as we hold ourselves onto this docks warehouse spawn, we can just secure the game at P5 if we have to.
Yeah, that's kind of the set in stone rule for Chiefs. The big story is what can Renegades do to try and break in? Fida attempting to do anything he can toward the wall, has to try to support his teammate, of which he'll be the first one to drop. Sets manages to make his way in, but quickly drops as well. Some solid attempts coming through from RNG, but still, it's not enough. Chiefs are continually taking them down one after another. A Zeppa nearly a 4 streak. A nice opportunity for a turn on, but can't make it land.
And for me now, 23 seconds left. Chiefs, you cannot win it here. But at the same point, I always get a little bit cautious when I see this Chiefs squad kind of take the back seat here and just allow Renegades to soak up the free time and then go for a contest on this next spawn. Because again, you don't want to give them the opportunity to full surround you. And I'm a little bit worried about Chiefs setup because they only have one player kind of scrapping around near the fourth hard point. They do clean up a couple of kills from Limax's POV before he drops. So it looks like a lot of those concerns that I had have mostly been alleviated. And now the pressure's all on Renegades. You've got to find a way to get some clean kills and break your way forward, as it's going to be Chiefs already at 235 and counting.
Oh, and Nimble, I was going to say in that situation, he had the ability to kind of stay put. He ends up making himself somewhat known when it comes down to that road area. And look at this, a quick little flip. The spawns get granted and Renegades are now free to hop inside of the hill. 35 seconds left. They can actually take the advantage. They can take the lead on this hill. And now this kind of gets a little bit worrying for Chiefs. Obviously, we're not going to see Renegades walk away with the victory here if they were to hold the majority of the time remaining. But still yet, in the back of the mind of Chiefs, you let that one go.
Oh boy.
Shift, this is getting a little bit scary.
Yeah, I mean, again, we're going to see a third rotation of hills, and it never usually gets over to that second hard point for a third time. So likely you figure the game will come to a close on what happens in this warehouse. And again, Chiefs have taken their foot off the gas. They are bunkered up in this garage area of the warehouse. You've got to get clean kills. Damage, who's had a pretty lackluster game, finds a massive one on the top, plus one more. It's just 10 more seconds left. Chiefs, we said you needed to steal a respawn. They lost this map in the winners finals, and the kills are looking good. Fida has to pop off. Last one left. To the knife goes Limax, but he gets good help from Zeppa, and it will be the Chiefs Esports Club taking away the first map, 250 to 237.
Oh, wow. What happened there? I honestly personally did think Renegades were going to make that comeback. Kind of a tricky situation they got themselves into. And the first thing that I want to call out is I want to call out some of these score lines that we saw, some of the kill, the KD that we saw from, first of all, from Limax on the side of the Chiefs. I think I saw, didn't he have, oh, darn, I think I wrote it down wrong. No, Pred had like 39-21 at the end there. Something insane. Yeah. That's what it was. I mixed them up. I wrote that down by Limax. That's what I meant. Pred on the side of the Renegades had like 39-21 at the end there. He was just putting all of his teammates in a little backpack and trying his hardest to carry. Lando, let's kick this one over to you first. Was there anything else Pred could have done past what he was already trying to do to bring that back around for the side of Renegades?
I mean, it's kind of hard to point out an exact thing, but I mean, you can kind of point out the idea of maybe influential kills, right? I mean, obviously, getting those around the map are important, but obviously, when it comes down to influential slays, you put up 39 for the loss. It hurts, but obviously, he was a major reason why the boys of Renegades managed to get in as far as they did. So, not really a major critique that you could point out. You could look at maybe influential slays. Could he have gotten a little bit more? But hey, a 40 bomb for the guy nearly. You got to give him some props for that.
All right, well then, Shift, let's look at it from the other way. What do you think Chiefs particularly did well to stand their ground through what looked like almost a comeback?
Limax and Zeppa. Limax and Zeppa. That's going to be my story throughout this entire Chiefs roster, not just today, but as they go forward in these home series. If you want to beat the Renegades, you have to meet them up close and personal. One of the biggest downsides of most of the APAC region is that teams back off when they start to get a little bit of momentum versus this Renegade squad. You cannot give them an inch because they will take a mile. And again, you kind of saw that iterate from the same point that it was the bottom green office. Again, you're at 225 points. You could contest some time and put the game out of reach, but you kind of, again, pump the brakes. You say, we'll just win it at the 5th hard point. Oh, wait, we just got broke. We'll just win it off the next 1st hard point. Oh, wait, they're not going away. You've got to put these guys to bed when you've got them all tucked in. You cannot allow them to wake back up in the late stages of these respawns.
So then if we look at the series as a whole, do you think that this first map is at all significant? Is it representative? As we head in, we've got Chiefs up 1-0 versus Renegades. They've got to be thinking that they're just so thrilled right now. Shift, do you think that they can take this momentum and carry it through the rest of the series?
This is a great map mode combo for Chiefs Esports Club. They beat Renegades here, not just in the recent Winners Finals, but they beat them on this map often, very, very often. So if you're looking at this from the Chiefs Esports Club here, Lando, again, it's one of those things. This feels like a must-win map for you, and I hate to say that already being up 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the major story that we had when we loaded into the first hard point, right? It was a matter of Chiefs, you need to get the job done early, make your lives easier when it comes down to the search and destroy, and they've done that. Obviously, still a lot to live up to when it comes down to the search and destroy, but still, this is a mode that they have seen success on previously, and a mode that they can, I don't want to say relax on, but it's definitely a mode that they feel comfortable with having that 1-0 advantage. Obviously, you feel no comfort whatsoever at any point facing off against a roster like Renegades, but at the very least, we'll see what they can do now, and an opportunity that they were given as Sets finding one quickly on the flank. As like I said, this first round already getting underway pretty interestingly. Renegade still with the bomb in hand, as it looks as if that one is now getting down by Swifty.
Yeah, Sets is one of those players that can really have an explosive moment as he runs mostly kind of that flex role for the squad. But again, the post plant setup here, Nimble in a really weird spot as he has to try to find a way to pick with Sniper up top. He's got damage with him, but Swifty reads him through the apartment, wants to red dot chase a little bit, and well, he gets rewarded for it. Sometimes greediness does pay off and damage. Too many angles to watch. Renegades able to find a way to get the cleanup and take the first round.
Yeah, impressive stuff done by the Renegades. We'll kind of see the ending stages here. Pretty much last player locked up in office, and Sats is going to find it. And you know, whenever I got a chance to actually talk to a few of the Renegades players, and this was back, maybe a few months ago, they actually told me that they hold a lot of pride when it comes down to their search and destroy. It's a mode that Australia has been known as having for a very, very long time, even stretching all the way back to Call of Duty Ghosts, which was kind of one of the first iterations of a top Australian team, the Trident T1 Daughters, which I believe Damage was actually a part of, funny enough, for the Chiefs. But that was a team that was known off of having a solid search and destroy type of mindset. And so I think both of these teams, this is a mode that they always feel comfortable on, and obviously one that needs to be taken for the Chiefs if they expect to get this series locked up.
Well, the other side of it too, just briefly, it's one of those things that I feel like the APAC region is more willing to scrim on this mode than almost any of the other amateur regions are. So maybe that has something to do with it. But regardless, getting into the second round, it is the Chiefs again on the attack, moving their way towards B, and they've got numbers to play with. Limax has already made his way into the B courtyard, but big hindrance could be Crimza as he's sneaking around, trying to get back to the side of the flower shop to where he might be able to stop a plant or pick up a couple of kills on transition. And you can see Chiefs maybe a little bit lost as far as how they want to clear. It's a little bit of a tri-pack coming through the hazmat building, and it's actually allowed Pred to sneak right in the realm of possibility to stop this bomb plant from coming through. Sees a couple of legs. The bomb does not come down, and Pred nearly finds a second, but at least Crims is able to find another response pick with the Semtex, leaving him in a 1v2.
And you see the instant discomfort that Chiefs feel. They want to try to rotate that bomb, and for good reason. They leave one at the site as the objective man decides to go ahead and make the rotation. But like I said, it got a little bit scary there, kind of in that corridor. What was, I believe, a 4v2, 5v2 situation. Got a little bit close there toward the end, as they will manage to break through in the site eventually and level this one out. But still, good work coming through from the Chiefs as all things come to a close. And I will say it gets a little bit worrying, right? In that 1v1, the player that's on the rotation, you never really know how things would have played out. I think it's the best call from Chiefs, but still, it's by no means the most convincing round that you'd like to see given the advantage that they possessed early on.
And again, Max on your screen here, a big player to watch as he gets a little bit aggressive this time around. The trophy system will block any extra information from Renegades, maybe dissuading them from actually hitting this A site, as you already see Swifty and Pred have cut through the tunnel to Hazmat building. So Limax is just here as kind of the front vanguard for this defense, but it's Nimble who's actually able to find a couple of kills over the middle, as now all of a sudden those players from Renegades who snuck through make their presence known. They take down Restalling and Nimble, and now all of a sudden the B site is completely open for the taking.
I love that play, right? Just go on the flank. In the midst of doing that, they also clear out the site, so it'll turn into a flank. Actually allowed for the objective to go down, despite what has been a very successful round based off of strategy from Renegades. Unfortunately, does get foiled in a short moment from Zeppa. Does manage to find the first pick. And we'll see if he continue to do some more work. 25 seconds left, 2 versus 2, and there goes Pred taking down another.
How about this, though? Look at the bomb. It's actually going to maybe rotate over through the tram station, over towards A. Does he have the time to get there? Swifty, he's trying to get the dead silence charge at the same time to maybe make a play, but again, this has been read. Limax is already here. He's got to stick this plant, and at really around the 3-second mark, that's when you check. Limax does that exactly, and Chiefs Esports will find a way to catch Renegades on the desperate rotation and take a narrow lead here 2-1.
But I'll be honest, Chip, I like the play that we saw from RNG. I thought that they made the right plays. They had the double flank off the start, which was pretty uncharacteristic. The objective then gets the ability to go for the bomb plant, but it's just kind of due to clever plays coming in from Chiefs kind of through that mid doors that ends up shutting down a push where I thought probably was going to go the way of RNG, kind of given the circumstances that were in play. Regardless, a very impressive defensive hold from the Chiefs there.
Yeah, it seems like a little bit of an offensive oversight there to not have anybody watching that mid-tunnel as you're coming around that long flank, right? I mean, you've already cleared the river. There's only really 2 places you can get recontested from, and it seems like just a maybe bit of an oversight there for Renegades trying to get that objective down and not really covering over the top, as now we'll get more of a dire push into the A site. Limax damage able to come on top of what was initially a 2-for-1 trade, but as we get a little bit more pinstripe in the kill feed, underneath 60 seconds to go, we've got a 3-on-2 situation, and Restalling seems to think it's clear enough to get this bomb planted. And hey, look at that. We're 4 rounds in, and finally the bomb gets planted successfully. Nice
to see eventually, Ryan. It's few and far between, but I'll take it whenever I can get it. Crimza, awkward spot to be in 1 versus 3, tossing out some nades, some utility, trying to get any picks possible. That's pretty much what he's going to have to rely on if he expects to make this clutch. Wow. Does take down Zeppa for the first and does have some time to work with. Granted, not a crazy amount, but still the ability. Nice composure, nice really patience being shown from the Chiefs players. As if you're restalling, many other amateurs would love to kind of get on the aggressive with that, decides to back up, and that will be Chiefs up 3 rounds to 1, looking solid. And like I said, I like the way they play. Was later a 2 versus 1 situation in which Restalling kind of backs up, allows for the play to begin, and allows for the kill really to come to him instead.
I'm a bit surprised that Crims, after finding that first kill, doesn't immediately pop the dead silence while he's trying to clear the top side of apartments. You know that you've got a sniper rifle sitting in the back of that little bit of a shipping warehouse by those boxes on the outside of the white van. You're just searching for one, right? And it just seems a little bit strange that that's not the moment that he immediately hits the triggers to go for a dead silence play. But regardless, you'll have it for this round. So maybe you get aggressive and nimble. He's able to take down Fighter what looked to be through the smoke. Maybe he caught a leg as he was climbing up, but the timing absolutely picture perfect, as now finally we get some sniper rifle gameplay here, turning up in favor of a Chiefs first blood, plus Restalling for a second, but the Renegades not totally disheveled from hitting this A site yet.
Yeah, Nimble, catches a calf, takes the first down, and that's going to be a pretty awkward position for RNG, especially, granted, because of the fact they are on offense. Pred having the opportunity to try and trade off this kill, unfortunately deemed unsuccessful. And like I said, we're 45 seconds into this round. We've got the bomb currently sitting in restaurant. Not a whole lot of progress made, and a lot of that's due to the early sniper play. As now it's up to Renegades, the push that they want to try and make. They still got a lot of collection going down in middle, and it looks as if it will, in fact, be the B site. And based off of the visuals from Nil, you'd like to imagine he's somewhat aware of this push, as there's another kill coming in from Limax.
Yeah, when you get that first pick and you get the numbers pushed forward in A, you can just hold passive angles to make sure no crosses are fully going from A to B here for Renegades. And again, Chiefs, they have the right line of sights lined up. They're looking really, really good here defensively. 4-1 the current tally. And again, just to hit it one more time in case you're joining late, this Renegades team I don't even know if Chiefs have been able to reset the bracket a single time versus this Renegades team. It's been super, super convincing. But imagine a world where Chiefs go up 2-0 early on this Renegade squad. We could very well be seeing our first major upset in the APAC region up top.
Yeah, this is pretty impressive. I will say, for me, this is the big round, right? This is what's labeled as the swing round. What could be a 5-1 advantage for Chiefs versus pretty much an open door opportunity for Renegades to get back in. It all relies on this offensive round for Chiefs, something that's been so difficult for them to do all throughout these Challenger Cups, as aggression already being shown off the start. Fida hanging out by the statue as he'll be made quick work of. Crimza actually able to find the double, which will now set the bomb into Damage's hands. And it looks as if Zeppa makes his way all the way to the back of the site. You've got 2 players left versus 4, and which those 2 players are not even near each other. Shift, I think if they were to even yell, I don't think the echo would even get there.
Well, it's one of those things that I'm wondering here if Renegades have realized the bomb was maybe dropped on that engagement over towards the lion statue. And Fida, to his credit, did exactly what he needs to do. He gets the information on through 2 to 3 players, keeps his life for long enough to get help from Crimza, who, like you mentioned, from the top window finds the double. So now it's on Chiefs. Although, with Zeppa all the way in the back with dead silence, if he can clear this back corner, maybe there's a chance, but Swifty's able to get the read on him, no problem. And from there, Renegades just too many numbers and just not enough time, really, for the 1v4 to come through. So 4-2 we go, and like you mentioned, a swing round, what feels like a must-win for sure. You don't want to be down 5-1, but even still, you're not out of the woods yet here if you're Renegades. Going down even 5-2 is still not great. So it almost feels like this 7th round also kind of a must-win here for our squad in red.
Oh, yeah, absolutely is. And considering the way that we've seen Chiefs play up to this point, what was the major storyline at the end of the Hardpoint, right? Don't allow for Renegades to get back into this. Don't allow for this game to get close. And we'll see what happens at what is currently a 4-2 scoreline. Very interesting stuff going down here for our 5th Challenger Cup here in APAC. Snipes off the start. Of course, all too common is Seth not able to do a whole lot of damage, but Pred, in the meantime, smoke is out and the damage, no pun intended, is done. As it looks as if that will be the B site somewhat open. However, the objective still remains the back of the map. And if you're RNG, you have some ability to kind of do some clever workings here. You have what could be a future pinch set up as the Chiefs are getting cut down left and right.
Yeah, in that whole play, it looked like Renegades, again, fortunate to get not just 1, but 2 players through the map over to B. And then you're just setting up a little bit of a pinch. Make sure nobody escapes from the A site for the Chiefs Esports Club down the middle of the map, which is exactly what Fight is doing. He doesn't get the kill, but he gets a lot of information on damage moving across. And again, for the Chiefs Esports Club, this is the time that you have to use this dead silence. You need to get here quickly, but the problem is you use it on rotation. You don't have it for the retake. So now all of a sudden, you're just trusting the fact that you're going to get some good COD timing, of which Damage does not. And Nimble, his position's been figured out. So again, what felt like 2 must-win rounds in a row for Renegades, they win both of them, and all of a sudden it's a brand new search.
Oh man, it absolutely is. And you got to give some props, right? I mean, for what Renegades have been doing, which is kind of just maximizing a majority of the map, having no problem sending what is nearly half of their roster through the opposite side of the map, and that's given them so many benefits. It's allowed for them to try to hit flanks, which has worked out. It's allowed for them to open the opportunity for multiple sites, and for the objective, they've kind of been hanging out. It's been kind of based off of those 2 to find the picks, and they've been able to do it successfully, as we'll see what Chiefs can do to hopefully try and mitigate a lot of the damage that's been done. Snipe is out. Can it land? Actually, hit marker on the other end for Nimble. Has to be a little bit frustrated with that one, but in the meantime, aggression being shown as that's damage. That's Limax finding the first 2. Make it the first 3 there, Shift.
This kid is so good, man. He's just got so much raw skill. It's a brilliant double peek going to the drop shot. Opens up all the space in the apartment complex. Now it just comes down to scoping out where Crimza and Fighter are positioned, of which they're, like you mentioned earlier, on completely opposite sides of the map, although Crimza, hold the phone. Another young gun on APAC says, not so fast, boys. When I'm still alive, anything can happen. Fighter gets information on a couple of players who are pushed through the main A archway, but Restalling able to chase out for the kill. And now what needs to be a full-on ace for Crimza will also not come to fruition. Chiefs Esports Club, 1 round away from going up 2 maps to 0.
This is huge for them. I mean, literally, we can't set the stage enough. Renegades have won everything APAC has to offer. I mean, literally, they have not lost anything. And so the fact for the team that has been constantly the second, right, that has constantly been the next best, the silver medalist, if you will, for them to have the ability to go up 2-0 would be so big for this roster, so big for their confidence. And now this is the round where they can do it. An offensive hit for the boys of Renegades. Nimble still sitting out with that sniper. Nothing found as of yet, but the aggression is about to be figured out. Limax quickly traded for the first, and Damage realizes time to back up. And picks nearly found. Good work done early on from Renegades despite the offensive push, and Pred, he'll make it another.
That's such a Pred play too. Hit the dead silence, just push forward. We've got numbers, boys. Just make sure you get my trade at least. But there is no such thing as picking up my trade. When Pred finds 3 in the round, but it's Damage. Able to snap, finds 2 below from the window, and then is able to read Pred up top. It's a 1v1. What was technically a 1v4. Bomb has been planted, and Crimza has the luxury to play off the post plant, and beyond that, Damage, he's ran out of his dead silence.
Oh no! Oh my gosh, they're at the end. I thought Damage had the ability. Honestly, to be honest with you, Ship, I thought that whenever he was rounding the corner from, I could have swore that he spotted Crimza. It may have just been a gut reaction, but my goodness, a huge opportunity for the 1 versus 3, which would have given Chiefs the map. Solid work done from the veteran in Damage. Unfortunately, it's going to have to wait a little bit longer as this thrilling search and destroy only continues. As now we're heading in to what could be a round for Chiefs. What could be the moment for them. Snipers out. Unfortunately, not going to hit again for Sets. The instant hit marker found, though, on the other side.
Yeah, he's really not been a big fan of that angle when it comes to getting the connections. And how about this up close and personal? Pred again finds another win. He's now 8-7. But everything has come to a small pause. You've got Limax pushed forward into this connector and the archway to watch anybody potentially trying to reinforce, but he gets absolutely smoked by Fida. I don't think in a million years Fida would have expected Limax to be laying prone there, but still responds to it in the blink of an eye. And now all of a sudden the numbers have turned on top of their head as Renegades find themselves in not just a 4v3, but now a 4v2. It's looking like we should have a round 11 pending Renegades play their numbers correctly, considering that Nimble is stuck with the sniper rifle. Damage is going to have to find a way to pop off again, although Nimble with the pistol, able to now turn that into an upgrade to an MP5, and we've got ourselves a 2v3.
Time still ticking. Fida doing some work up close, has the nice work from his teammates, as that will become a collection of kills toward the end, as now we are looking at a round 11. And I'll be honest with you, Shift, this mimics the Hardpoint almost perfectly, and depending on the results,
right?
It was an early and a fantastic start from Chiefs, and then a late comeback from the Renegades. Obviously, we're talking about the Hardpoint. It was Chiefs who narrowly managed to lock that one up, but it was not easy toward the later stages. And now we have ourselves a round 11, keeping in mind a few hot players to look out for. Crimza, 15-5.
Nutty.
His team on the defense, we'll see what they can do here and possibly leveling this one up.
God, it's one of those things, you can almost feel it just precariously that the Chiefs Esports Club's mental state has just completely been boomed here. Again, you're up almost what could have been a 5-1. You don't see it go your way. It gets to a 4-3, and now you're in round 11, of which Zeppa's got some good information, but only gets a couple of hit markers. Meanwhile, on another part of the map, Damage is able to find first blood. Is that going to be the go call to take? Oh no, it's all gone wrong. Nimble, unfortunately, gets a Semtex kill onto Restong, who was trying to challenge Pred up close in this apartment door. And now, again, everything comes to an immediate halt as we're at the 4-on-4, 40 seconds to play.
Limax close, takes down Fida. Another one just toward his right. He knows exactly where the call out is, and Crimza is trying to get out of dodge. Manages to do so, but instantly tries to get over back toward that chest high cover. Another challenge there. Zeppa 16-5, trying to stay alive, trying to keep the hope of Renegades up and afloat as Pred taking down a few from the flank. Bomb is going down, and Pred is trying to get here, staying alive behind the boxes, but Crimza is there for the challenge. A 1 versus 2, the young gun to possibly put the Chiefs up 2-0. And the defuse is coming through. Limax, he's not challenging. They're throwing explosives. They're trying to do everything they can, and the defuse is through. Limax doesn't challenge.
Wow.
And that will be Renegades coming away with an unbelievable victory here in round 11. what was a 4-1 and 5-3 score advantage. Despite those things, Renegades, they lock it up in OT.
You love to see it. Sorry, Shift, I'll let you go ahead.
No, I'm just head in hands right now, Jeff. We talked about it. Steal a respawn, win both search and destroys. That's the win condition for this Chiefs Esports Club squad. And how many times did we hit on it? Not only in the Hackney, but after. You cannot allow Renegades to find a way to build momentum on the way back. You almost put yourself up 5-1. A couple of gunfights don't go your way, and Renegades start to build their momentum. And again, you kind of saw at the end there, Chiefs just look a little bit too scattered. As soon as they get to that 4v4, they hit the brakes. There's not a lot of time left. And it looked like 3 of those 4 individuals were looking to make individual plays, whereas Renegades, they were set up beautifully to read a hit, not just towards an aggressive push, maybe to get a late play at B, but they had completely surrounded this site. And unfortunately, Limax doesn't make the read that Pred stuck for the defuse.
Well, I think you said as we headed into this map, you called it, I think you said it was a very good map and a very good mode for Chiefs. And I think you also, Shift, called it a must win for Chiefs. So what exactly went wrong? They came out so strong. Did they just run out of steam?
I mean, it's one of those things that it's weird, you know, especially watching North American teams play Petro Search and Destroy. Usually it's snipers early and then they get put away. That was not the case at all for this APAC squad, the little duo that we've got going on here. Both snipers actually kind of pulled them out more in the middle of the map and kept them for a lot longer than we normally see. And it's strange to see that because, again, Lando, you're mentioning it perfectly. When Setsis tried to hit that angle from inside the A site, he wasn't finding success with it. But the problem was simply for the side of the Chiefs Esports Club, they didn't really use their information to turn it into good opportunities, whether it is for an A take or a rotation over to B. You saw that kind of idolized in round 10, round 11, when they're sitting there on the offense for both of those rounds, searching for information. They get that information, but then one thing goes wrong. There's a team nade that comes through, or someone loses a 1v1 that you shouldn't. Then things kind of fall apart. For Chiefs Esports Club, their numbers manipulation, when they start to get in these 3v3s or odd man situations when the numbers are much more abbreviated, they don't seem to know what to do when the clock is running against them on those offenses as far as, okay, we're getting together here, we're hitting this, and this is how we're going to do it.
Yeah, so they gather a lot of information and then they kind of don't really do much with that information. And I think to me, what surprises me there is that as we've established, Chiefs Esports Club is kind of basically the same roster as like what Mindfreak was. And so we have some really veteran players here. So then I'll ask this question to you, Lando. Why are we seeing Chiefs just fall apart, gather all this information, not go anywhere with it when, by all accounts, it feels like they almost should know better?
I mean, I'd love to answer the question. To be honest with you, it's a question that has to be directed toward the Chiefs, because in that moment, as we're referencing kind of specifically, that round 11, it was kind of typical. I feel like off the start, I mean, it was kind of almost known by Renegades as for what was going to happen, right? It was a slow play. It was a slow play toward the same site. It was a slow play in which it enabled for a team nade to come through despite finding the first blood. I mean, really, it was just kind of an all-out collapse from Chiefs there kind of toward the end. And the big story that I kind of have been bringing up a little bit kind of progressively throughout the map was, hey, look at these guys from Renegades. They are spreading out the map on offense so incredibly well. They were kind of getting involved constantly on the flank, allowing for picks to be made. And the way that a majority of these rounds kind of went toward the later stages was due to a pick coming in from the flank. Even in that round 11, the person who plants the bomb, I want to say it was Fida. He gets the pick on the flank that sets them up for a 2 versus 1. And by the way, massive props for the way that Renegades played that 2 versus 1, especially
Absolutely.
when that player holds that top office position. I mean, they were just constantly throwing utility. They were trying to distract, and that is by no means an expected play coming in that from that 2 versus 1. You expect them to play that differently. Major props from RNG kind of in that very close quarter situation as they do what was kind of labeled at a certain moment as the impossible.
Well, personally, I love to see a round 11 victory to tie up the series for Renegades versus Chiefs 1-1. We are headed to a quick break, but when we return, we'll find out which way the pendulum will swing in this series, the APAC Grand Finals. Don't go anywhere. Hello and welcome back to the Call of Duty Challengers Cup number 5, presented by PlayStation 4. We have ourselves a series on our hands. Right now, we are smack dab in the middle of the APAC region Grand Finals, where we see Chiefs versus Renegades, 1 versus 1. So Chiefs started off the match hot with a taking that hard point off the hands of Renegades, and honestly, it looked like they were going to go up 2-0 during that search and destroy. However, the Renegades did stand their ground, kind of come back from a comeback. So there's a lot going on, but let's talk about some of the individual players. I know we've been calling out some of these storylines and talk about some of these players, but one thing I want to highlight is going back to earlier when we discussed that the Challengers series is it's a pathway to pro. You know, it is absolutely feasible that some of these young guns, especially some of the, if there's any really young hotshot stars that just come out right off the gate and are really, really impressive, those are the ones that might be likely to get picked up for a league spot. So, Lando, let's start with you. Who do you think that we're going to see, or who do you think we potentially could see off of either Chiefs or Renegades get picked up for a league spot?
I mean, I think there's a few different options, honestly, that you can kind of look at for a majority of these teams. I mean, you look at the young guns for both of these rosters as well, have absolutely been putting up one heck of a show, right? We talked about a few of the guys when it comes down to Chiefs. I mean, kind of at the start of the show, we had guys like Limax, Zeppa, all kind of starting to perform. I know that the Shift has kind of talked very highly of Limax, and he has definitely been putting on a performance. So I would say there's a lot of different guys who kind of, have the ability to get a few of these opportunities and deserve to be looked at the very least. But Limax has really impressed me so far throughout my short ability to watch him, and I'm interested to see what he can do here when it comes down to the Dom.
I'm definitely agreeing with you there, but we are loading into this third map. It is not match point by any means. It is map 3, Domination, here for Chiefs versus Renegades. We're going to see which way the scales will tip. Shift, what is your prediction for this third map?
I've got Renegades taking this one, and the simple answer is they've beaten this Chiefs esports club on this team time and time again. Most recently, they did it in the winners finals. So as Renegades will be starting on the favorite side here, Orlando, they're looking obviously to keep this AB hold for as long as possible. But one thing to always keep in mind for this Renegade squad is as soon as they get a good kill feed, you'll start to see them starting to make a streak over towards that C flag for a possible neutral or a potential triple cap if the kills go the right way.
And we've seen teams kind of recently shift, start to kind of mimic the spawn so much better, kind of even start to get players spawning back at what was kind of a major strategy at the start of the game, which was that back office spawn trap. Even inside of B, from time to time, a few rosters have been able to do that so well. But hey, when you're holding that AB side, you've seen a few rosters, even like the Mutineers, when it comes down to the pro side, they start to mimic the spawns correctly, and they can easily start to kind of take a major advantage when it comes down to the map. They've almost been able to allow for not to be the main focal point. It's almost your own spawn then becomes the main focal point. So like I said, with the Renegades off the start, we're already seeing them start to make some progress up toward yellow. Guys like Sets, even guys like Crimza up close are trying to limit the pressure here off the initial, and they've been doing so incredibly well.
I'm not really, again, confident of what I just saw from the Chiefs Esports Club. Double challenge, double mantling through that window when you had no pressure coming from the top side of L. Trying to get a little bit too sneaky, I would say. They don't get the information, and that's how Crimson's feeling on the 6-0 start. Fred's at 5-1 as well, and again, this has been a flawless hold so far for Renegades. There hasn't been much concern on the OE, of which Fred is currently holding things down as he's able to help a couple of teammates get a double up of their own. So now it's just out of the situation with 3 minutes to play for the Chiefs Esports Club. This is where things get out of hand. Are we sitting here saying, all right, let's set up a play for the warehouse, or are we setting up a play for the OE, or is it just spawn, die? Right now, it kind of feels like the latter more than the former.
It definitely does, right? 4 down instantly as we actually see a Renegades player decide to push up. He just wanted to get even more in the face of the opposition as Pred, great work to kind of catch off that player toward Office, who may be able to do some damage. But I mean, hey, this is just Renegades continually hitting the same spots, and they are winning their gunfights. You look at the score lines, 9-1 from Crimza, 8-3 from Pred, 8-3 from Sets as well. They are having one heck of a start to this map. And, on the advantageous side, you're expected to have an advantage, but Chiefs have not really made it past the 50-yard line at what seems like forever, as again, Swifty coming through with the clutch and nice plays with the blade. Man, Chiefs, they're having a hard time just living for longer than 3 seconds, it seems like, Ship.
1-8 for Restalling, 3-10 for Limax, 4-10 for Nimble. I mean, If you're under a certain age out there in the audience, I would tell you to avert your eyes because it's just absolute murder. And as we get into the final 2 minutes, you did see Vita finally try to make a play for a neutral. He will be stopped, but again, this is an individual play for Limax over the middle of the map. Where's the help? They finally get a player top L, and once you get that pivot control, then you can play for inside warehouse or for the outside portion of the middle of the map. And again, it just hasn't really all that coordinated here for the Chiefs Esports Club. The best they can really tote here is the fact that they did stop the neutral at C, and they've gotten a neutral of their own at the B flag. So I guess if you look at it in a positive light from the macro, hey, if you're Chiefs Esports Club, you've stopped the B flag from being held the entire time. So I guess when you flip sides, as long as you hold A and B the entire time, you technically win the map, but you just don't really feel that's going to be all that likely.
I will say this is actually a big situation right now. Player 9, Limax, big opportunity to try and get some damage done here over at A. And it will be Nimble who actually does manage to stay alive and hold it down. Fight up close. Good work, because that's one, that's two, and that will be Renegades. Despite the spawn flip in certain cases, they actually still have a player of Swifty who's on A. And this is what I talked about. It gets a little bit scary because you can start to spawn players in B or outside of office depending on where you're at. And this is where things can start to get more and more out of hand. Chiefs with preferred spawns, but to be honest with you, it's going so back and forth. I don't even think they know where they're spawning right now. What has been a very dominant first half from Renegades only continues to show itself off more and more.
Yeah, the insecurities that are being highlighted from Chiefs Esports Club. Even for a moment there, Nimble was just kind of sitting at the top of L. He wasn't sure where he needed to go, where his teammates were spawning, and that slows things down to a point where Chiefs Esports Club, there's no chance at really kind of reconciling this first half when you don't have the information. The game awareness is being strewn all about, and well, at least they get the A flag, but again, it's not going to come with the B flag in your capture, so it's still the same 1-2 status that we had in the beginning of this round, and a 50-point game going into the second half. Again, it's not impossible, but with the way that Renegades have been heavily outslaying the Chiefs Esports Club, if you can't tell by my candor right now here, Landon, I'm not all that hopeful that the second half's going to go much better.
Yeah, and that's the scary part for Chiefs as well, because we talk about losing the domination and you kind of head into another respawn. Granted, in this series, they've looked good when it came down to the first hardpoint over on Hackney, but I don't know, man. That was just all around domination, really from the get-go, from Renegades. And we'll see what Chiefs kind of has up their sleeve, but as you talked about it, I mean, literally looking at a 50-point disadvantage coming into this half. I mean, granted, obviously you have the preferred side of the two, but we saw what it took from Renegades to get the job done. I'm not so sure that RNG are going to be that pliable to allow for that to happen to them. As if you're Chiefs, and I'm going to ask you this, Shift, how important do you think this second half is, not just for this map, because we can kind of argue that this map is just going to be, we're going to need to see a miracle, to be honest with you, for them to pull this off. How important do you think this second half is for what will be the game 4 hardpoint?
I mean, again, they almost throw away the Hackney Yard hardpoint. They do throw away the Petro Search and Destroy. So again, the mental boom that could potentially be there for Chiefs Esports Club if they do get blown out here in this third map, rather, it might just over beyond this. But that said, things have not been all that negative here for the early parts of Chiefs Esports Club. They will lose the B flag here in a moment, and they are being threatened on the A flag, as you see a couple members are spawning either out towards yellow or more specifically over towards the office OE. But again, they're reading this correctly. They're grouping up, and this is already a different look for Chiefs Esports Club. They're hitting something together. The problem is they're just not winning gunfights. So regardless of how well you're playing as a squad moving around the map, you got to get some kills, and with no flag currently in the possession of Chiefs Esports Club, this is when this map gets extremely scary. What is the decision? Do you play just to essentially concede the half and play for C for now? Do you try to make one more desperate hit towards A? It looks like it'll be the former here, as C will be collected by Chiefs, and now they're trying to make their way to the B warehouse to get a CB hold.
And they actually had a decent scatter when it comes down to spawns recently, but one player drops in office, and now the instant focus is not, will we go to A? It is, okay, we have to push into B, we have to siphon into B, and that's exactly what Renegades are going to be ready for. An unfortunate team name comes through, the same one that Max decides to throw, and he's solo challenging to what will be a few M4s, a few MP5s staring him right in the face, as that will be Renegades back in the driver's seat. Blade up close from Swifty. He's trying to get pretty clever when it comes down to the masking, if you will, but unfortunately not going to be able to do a whole lot of work there, but really just solid mitigation coming through from Renegades. Like we said, we look at the score lines. Crimza 24-8. Crimza, I apologize. I was trying to highlight you for a moment in the earlier break when I was talking about how I've been impressed by Limax. You're also very impressive, my good sir, as you are, what, triple positive right now and having a heyday when it comes down to Hackney.
You want to give them all the gas in the world, Lando? Here's the statement you say. Crimza is the best AR in APAC, without question. No one even comes close. I mean, he does this time and time again on maps like Hackney Yard, where, again, you don't normally assimilate that with an AR-heavy presence. But Crimza gets involved, and he wins a lot of gunfights. And now we're getting close to the 2-minute mark. You're looking at a lead of about 7 points here. And, again, if you don't know the math, even with the full domination, you get 32 points per minute. So, again, do the math in your head. It's not looking good, and we've, I believe, passed the point where it's mathematically impossible here for Chiefs Esports Club to make a run.
And this is the moment where you're Chiefs, and it's just like, all right, guys, you got to focus up, right? We got to realize the fact that I want to point this out, Shift. This very well could be, coming into this Dom, a 2-0 in which Chiefs win the first hardpoint, I don't know, what, 250 to 190, 180, and along with the search and destroy, maybe 6-2, 6-3. I mean, this could have been a very handily series coming through from Chiefs to where they're looking at that next hardpoint after this Dom is concluded and say, hey, we still got a chance, right? We still have that search and destroy to rely on. Now you do not have that, right? Now you do not have the ability to rely on that Game 5 search and destroy versus this team just yet, as Renegades are putting on a clinic when it comes down to this respawn. And like I said, if you're in the comms right now, if you are one of the veterans for Chiefs, I feel like it's got to be, let's just focus on the next one. Let's make sure we don't give it away, because this map is not one that you want to try and relive.
And again, each and every one of these kills in the last 60 seconds is just extra confidence boost for the Renegades. As you see, most of the players of the Chiefs Esports Club are either mildly playing the game or they've mostly put their controllers down at this point. So it's one of those things that, you know, yeah, we're talking about map 4. It's going to be a Petro, I believe, coming up next for them. And again, this was a map that they actually played in map 4 of the winners finals, where I believe it was about a 250 to 215 in favor of the Renegades. So again, not the greatest map mode combo for the side of Chiefs Esports Club as you get into map number 4, and then I believe map number 5 will actually be an Arklov Peak. So I can't really speak much to as far as the recent history between these two squads, but you got to find a way, obviously, to get this map 4 back into your favor, as most recently in that winners finals it didn't go their way.
I don't want to be called the APAC curse by any means, but I highlighted Limax ahead of this map, and he is currently 13-34.
Yeah.
Make that 13-34, which he's not playing, but still, like, I was hoping to, like, really kind of, I don't know, support my claims there for a moment, but that is the definition of dominance there from Renegade. That's a 2-1, and oh boy, a scary situation now for Chiefs. A situation they have been in it many times, Jess.
Yeah, boy, oh boy is right, like you said. And Shift, I lost it when you said most players on Chiefs, they're only mildly playing the game right now. Because I gotta say, Renegades, they were playing very spicily. That was some spicy COD, and you love to see it. And I wrote down in my little notes here that at one point during the first half of that series, or I'm sorry, the first half of that domination map, on the side of the Chiefs, everybody was negative except for damage, and on the side of Renegades, everybody was positive except for Pred. And then as we headed into the second half, everybody on Renegades was positive and everybody on Chiefs was negative. And you're right, we highlighted Limax. Lando in particular, you were like singing his praises, I feel like. So that really hurt, I thought, to see him just crumble like that. Can you talk a little bit about what that says about kind of his strengths as a player on the different game modes and the different maps?
I mean, I would say in general, if you are the Chiefs Esports Club, your main goal for a guy like Limax is, as he is a younger guy, tell him to brush it off, right? You got to say, hey, listen, that last map cannot reflect you when it comes down to the next one. Obviously, he was a key factor for them in the Game 1 Hardpoint, which allowed for them to take an advantage, one of which we said it'd be great for Chiefs to win. We probably didn't expect them to, and they managed to come away with it. So I think for Limax, you know, in terms of consistency, at times you can see this from young players, but the biggest thing whenever it comes down to situations like this is that veterans have to step in. They have to kind of give some confidence, give some words of wisdom to the young gun, tell helm to kind of clear his mind, right? Focus on the next game mode ahead. And obviously on St. Petro with SMGs, he's going to have his fair share of opportunities to do that. But I think if you're Chiefs, you got to get your young guys focused. You got to have them ready and prepared for what could be the final map of this series.
It could be, yeah. I think, Shift, you mentioned something about like Arkeloff Peak being the fifth map, and I was kind of thinking, I mean, if we make it that far, you know, because I would like to see a 3-2. I think that would be very fascinating to see. But you also, Shift, mentioned something about the confidence on the side of the Renegades, saying, you know, they just took 2 maps in a row, and they've got to be feeling pretty good. But I guess my question I want to ask you then is, how much more confidence do they need? They're already like nailing this thing every single Challengers Cup. So I guess I'll leave that question is, how much more confidence do they really need?
It's one of those things that at the beginning of this year, the move that Renegades made was the correct one. When it comes down to, again, Mind Freak of Black Ops 4 last year was dominant. Of course, they lose a couple players to the CDL, but you still maintain Fida, Setsi, and Swifty, who played incredibly well last year. And I would say, as that trio, probably the best trio in APAC. They find Crimza, they pick up Fred. They've got the 5 best players in my mind when it comes to true and storied history in APAC. So, I mean, they've made the right play. On the other side, you've got 3 members out of the Chiefs Esports Club that played under the banner of Vertex Gaming last year in Nimble, Ristal, and Gazeppa. And again, you're getting the bitch back in the mix, and you're taking a chance here on the Limax. So it's really a veteranship and experience going up against more of an untested squad here of Chiefs Esports Club, with the only exception being the times that these 2 teams have matched up here, Lando. And now we go into this Petro for our 4th hard point. And again, the history, not great as of recent, as this was, I believe, a 250 to 215 Renegades in the winners finals.
Yeah, we talked about how much of that domination will kind of sway in the minds of the boys on Chiefs, a situation in which it looked like they had the ability to go up 2-0. They obviously come into the domination, lose that one in a very unfortunate way, but keeping those things in mind, Chiefs off to a hot start despite the unfortunate team kill. It will be them having some great control off the start of Shipping Warehouse.
Look, you want to do this exactly. Get some early contest time, even better if you could soak up some good time on P1, but have they let too much through here on the back? Because your other objective, as we'll go to a second hard point, which is on the right side of your minimap in front of this cafe patio, you need to hold those spawns. And Chiefs, I don't think, put enough numbers there to really kind of fully envelop the backside of that hit. So Renegades, they will find a way to break the spawns, and now they push through Billiards and make their way to try to contest some of this initial hard point time. But again, they get pushed away, and at least for the Chiefs Esports Club, you can walk away with 40+ seconds on this first hard point.
And we'll say for future rotations, there was a moment for Chiefs when they actually had a few players spawning up in toward mid. One of them decided to rush into pool hall, and what has that done, right? I mean, nothing really has managed to kind of equal out to as much of a team push as you would like. Obviously, you're up 52-0, but we saw shift. The focus from Renegades was not what is currently going on, it is what will be going on later, and that's what allows for them to have control when it comes down to P2. I felt like Chiefs had a really good opportunity to kind of focus on the future, if you will, and kind of come in on their own flank despite holding time, and they decided to try and team rush together, a team rush of which has equaled out to nothing. So rather unfortunate for the Chiefs to kind of what has been kind of an unfortunate collaborative effort in back-to-back kills. But like I said, Renegades, they're doing some great jobs right now. Obviously, a few streaks inbound is what everybody is currently in some sort of a swing of kills. As Fida will find what is going to be his second, now third in a row. A quick little turn on for the folks at home. But like we said, back and forth control, but it is Renegades who are going to equal out this scoreline.
At least Chiefs get that trade, because if Fida gets through, all havoc breaks loose on the backside of that flower shop over to where our 3rd hard point spawns will be located. A good couple of extra transition kills here for Chiefs to once again kind of reiterate, this is our hard point to start off initially. We'll control spawns, we'll control the early time, force Renegades to make a play, but as soon as we ask the question, can they make that play? The answer seems to be yes, as they've made a little bit of a streak here through the Riverwalk side. And how about this? 2 players are actually going to wrap back around over to the courtyard and see if they can find a way to pitch this hill up. Swifty with 1. He's going to find a second in the bathroom, but Damage gets a very fortunate Semtex as he finds 2. And for now, the Chiefs Esports Club will hold on as we have 30 seconds to fight for.
And the only thing that could be problematic for Chiefs is that they need the ability to fight out of this perspective, right? We've seen so often teams, when it comes down to Hazmat, be able to not necessarily hold spawns, but be able to hold the team with the spawns in the back of the map, while also making what will be that rotation toward Pool Hall. Here comes a little bit of the kind of fade back, if you will, from RNG. Swifty doing great work up close. That's a nice frag to take. Obviously, it's not going to equal out to much outside of what could be a spawn, but take a look. Player number 5, Nimble. This could be huge, and I like how he's playing this one a little bit passive. Does not want to give away his overall position, and it looks as if Swifty up close, taking down a few. That's going to be the first, but restalling the opportunities here, and it looks like they do have the spawns to actually support this.
Yeah, Nimble's done enough. He doesn't find a pick, but he stays alive long enough to where the kills in front of him in the middle of the map actually turn up in favor of Chiefs Esports Club, and with that, they do get a hotel spawn. But the problem still is, how do you break into this billiard room when you've got all these Renegades members watching each individual door? The answer so far is apparently you just don't, as there will be one more maybe good hit here for Chiefs from the back side of this, but again, you can see Restalling is already kind of giving up the hit in favor of clearing the middle of the map, and that's just too much time given away there for the Chiefs Esports Club, considering that they had those hotel spawns and a chance to be touched for a little bit longer. We're going to be looking at near a 130-82 lead here for the Renegades as we move over towards the restaurant, of which, if Pred finds an opening kill, they might just turn scrap into initial, but it looks like the Chiefs Esports Club, considering they conceded the last part of this hard point, they will do well to get some initial time here in the 5th hard point.
Yeah, that's what they really need at this point, right? Based off the way that we've seen Renegades kind of play the later stages of this first half, has been, you know what, we didn't have shipping, but let's go ahead and flip spawns. Ever since then, they have played this map pretty much the best way that you can, given the spawns that they've been given as well. But over the top, actually coming in from line axis, he'll be able to drop one. Pred up close as well, starting to do some work as Renegades, the explosives, the trophies, everything in between, starting to cause some chaos as RNG do have current control, but Nimble, the boys from Chiefs, are trying to break on in. It looks as if they will be successful for now. This is what you can kind of come to expect when it comes down to restaurant. Constant give and take, constant control, and overall constant engagement.
And beyond that, you also have to kind of have the negotiation of when do we give up the scrap in favor of trying to get to the next initial, as Setsi is able to work way in the back, nearly gets a chance to double up. That could have potentially won Renegades the transition, but now we go back to another 50-50 fight where Zeppa will find one, but he's got more contested in front of him. And well, this might not be the price is right, but it looks like he is bidding the closest towards the actual, as that's going to be 5 kills in a row. Chiefs Esports Club with the full wipe, able to convincingly set themselves up on this first hard point.
And this is kind of what we saw in the first set of rotations, right? It was Chiefs kind of getting an early great break when it came down to shipping. However, they kind of had the reverse spawn situation, if you will. For me, I'm curious to see what Chiefs can do when it comes down to P2. Are they willing to start to make a little bit of a late hit? That's the big question to ask, is it will be Nimble, who unfortunately does get taken down. 25 seconds remaining, and 25 very valuable seconds as well for Chiefs, as they're going to try to make their way through back street. And Zeppa doing some great work up close, unfortunately does get taken down. Obviously, when it comes down to the Renegades, they do have what will be spawn control, and Chiefs, they're still pretty much making some more staggered pushes.
How many team kills has Nimble had in this series? I feel like every time we make a major rotation, he turns up in the kill feed having killed one of his teammates. It just feels like, again, maybe some coordination might not be there. Again, there are situations where if you're trying to get team shots in, maybe your homie's down to 1 HP, but I feel like he gets team nades or team kills way too often. Regardless, though, it will be about a 20-point lead for the Chiefs Esports Club. But again, remember back last time, Renegades had a near picture-perfect setup to hold on to this cafe. And so far, it looks like they're doing much of the same here, as they're forcing the Chiefs Esports Club to essentially be boxed into this blue courtyard. But as a couple of kills finally come through over towards Billiards, this will be a good opportunity for Chiefs to maybe find a little bit of a multifaceted hit and find a way to break open this last 20 seconds.
I kind of like what we're seeing Chiefs do, right? They're gonna go ahead and send a few of their last few players in for the push and be ready for what will be that next rotation over toward Hazmat, as they do got a few players spawning in toward water side. And so, like I said, given the situation, given the circumstance, I like the way that we see Chiefs play this. Obviously, they don't have spawns for Cafe. They send a few players in. They're trying to make the push. They realize, hey, this one's most likely done. Let's go ahead and make sure that we don't lose what could be our future. However, speaking of future, the Young Gun Set's doing some great work, because that's going to be 4 in a row, trying to do all the damage he can, as being pretty much the front line of offense from the Renegades, as he will clear a path. As for now, Renegades, they have the option to actually hop inside this hill and get some more time.
Beautiful kills here, though, for the Chiefs Esports Club. And as you see, Restalling trying to make his way across to the hazmat windows. He's going to be able to find not just a couple of transitionals, but how about this? The trigger discipline. Restalling says, go ahead, go fight for that scrap time if you want, Renegades. I'll sneak right on by, but I believe Pred, like the predator that he is, I have no idea how he figures that Restalling has gotten through. Maybe he hears a footstep or two, but regardless, Pred is on the heels of Restalling. A big 1v1 inside the kitchen. Restalling wins it, but there is another competitor. It's Swifty who's nearby, but again, the longer it takes to get this kill on Restalling, the more help that's going to be here for the Chiefs Esports Club. And as Restalling, he puts himself on 4-0. Limax at the old time, he found now 7 straight, and now Chiefs Esports Club with a full break for P4 can potentially put it away.
This is huge for Chiefs right now. We talked about that late rotation, that wonderful play kind of toward the back end from Restalling, and that has given them a perfect position to lock up this game and to send us to a game 5. Renegades desperately need to do something. They need to hop in. Can they possibly do anything? And no, they will not. Pool Hall will be the closeout as Chiefs lock this one up 250 to 197. Chips, the highlight has got to be on Restalling, right? The ability to not shoot, the trigger discipline to hang around in the back. It gave his team squad spawns and it gave his teammates future spawns. Pool, that was massive. Despite maybe not putting up the most insane numbers, that was the one that mattered.
Well, I love to see a 3-2, like I was saying. Honestly, I am a little surprised. Personally, I did think that the Renegades were just going to continue with that momentum and absolutely steamroll Chiefs Esports Club. But, you know, now we look at what a series we have on our hands, realistically, because now we see Chiefs have taken both hardpoints in the series. So I guess, Shift, I first want to ask you, what's going on with Renegades hardpoint?
I don't know if it's what's going wrong for Renegades or what's going right for Chiefs. I actually can't answer that question because this is very uncharacteristic. Usually when we see these two teams play, it turns up 3-1, and the one map that Chiefs take is the search and destroy. That doesn't happen this time around. They take both hard points. And again, maybe a touch fortunate that they were able to find a little bit of a extensional lead when it came down to the Hacky Yard hard point initially, because they needed that big gap and differential to stay alive and eventually steal that Hacky Yard. But again, it's been a couple of just very smart individual plays. A lot of that map was, all right, you take 40 plus here, we'll take 40 plus there. We'll go back and forth until, like Landon was mentioning, it's Restalling on the back to make sure he's able to, again, pull those squad spawns closer to him to get a position to win that 4th hard point. It also helps that Limax cleaned up a lot of the scrap time, gets a number of transition kills as well, goes on that 7 spree. Those are the moments that you need to see more of from this Chiefs Esports Club if they want to continue, not just obviously not here, but if there's a second best of 5 and in the future playing up against this Renegade squad. Those are the types of plays that you need to see from a squad that, again, has been on the back foot of this Renegades team all year long.
Well, this is a crazy series that it is shaping up to be 2-2 as we head into map 5. Now, Lando, I wanted to ask you kind of what you're expecting for this map, because this series could not be any closer. When we solved the last Search and Destroy, it went to around 11. Are we going to see the same thing here for this second S&D?
I mean, it's very possible. The one major focus that I'm going to be looking out for when it comes down to this map 5 is going to be on the side of the Renegades, and I guess maybe even on the defense of the Chiefs Esports Club. It's going to be a matter of how do the Chiefs kind of continually mix up rounds, because we've seen Renegades, when it came down to that St. Petro S&D for game 2, their ability to mix things up, their ability to constantly make the opposition think they're doing one thing when in reality they're doing the other. Obviously, Renegades are a great team when it comes down to spreading the map. We've seen teams on our club kind of start to recently, at least on the pro side, start to kind of spread the map out a little bit. We've seen teams like Optic Gaming LA do a fantastic job at kind of doing a wonderful job at hitting on the offsite on offense. So I'm curious to see how exactly we see Renegades in their offenses here, and whether or not Chiefs can have the ability to shut down what has been their main enemy throughout a majority of the season, throughout a majority of this year. Can they finally take down the Titans and force what would be the second? It's going to be interesting, and I'm excited to watch this one shift.
Look, Lando, I'm not going to try to be biased cast you here, but if you were to tell me that this was going to go game 5 and that Chiefs lost the first Search and Destroy, I would say, oh, Chiefs are going to force the second best of 5. There's no way they lose both Search and Destroys versus Renegades. but we'll see how things kind of occur as Arklov Peak. It's been a while since I've had a chance to watch these guys play on this map against one another, as First Blood will tilt in favor of Crimza. Again, this main AR player for Renegades really showcasing what he's made of here, as this B hit not convincing yet for Chiefs on the take, and Crimza's able to find another pick, and that's the bomb dropped right inside the B house.
That's exactly what you want as well, as Nimble on the outside at the very least, holding on to an angle with the sniper. Fred up close. Quick reaction. That's going to be another pick found. 2 versus 4 for the Chief Esports Club, as damage unfortunately does get dropped in the meantime. Restalling, finding the pick on sets, and now they have the opportunity to try to hop into this site, continuing and keeping in mind the fact that there is 18 seconds left. The entirety of Renegades are watching every single point, every single reference point as well. When it comes down to this site, it is not going to be easy for Chiefs to escape. And Neville decides to hit him, what, with a pistol shot. There comes the sniper bullet quickly after. Pistol up close. Nimble again. Not enough time for a possible plant, as Pred, as long as he stays alive, he will win the round. And he does so. Scary situation toward the end, as we saw some highlight moments there from Nimble.
That's great news for Nimble. Obviously not the best news when it comes to Chiefs Esports Club, because you don't have time to plant. Nimble, you hit a quick scope, you get the pistol fired up. Let's see if they can find a way to keep feeding the hot hand with the long-range gameplay out of Nimble's AX50, as we'll swap over to the defense now. Do you take it over to B? Most likely you figure he'll probably take it somewhere over to A. Seems to be the case off the rip. And for Renegades, are you going to try to match this sniper presence? That's the big question on hand here. As you remember, Sets back on St. Petro tried to, but didn't have the best of luck. Of course, Arklov Peak, much more wide open where snipers can come into play, but there's also a similar circumstance to where you can just hard stack SMGs and immediately get into the B site. And that seems to be the case here for this first offensive attempt for Renegades.
Yeah, what we're seeing from RNG as well, right? Continually trying to do something different. If you're Chiefs, you'd totally expect the push onto A. However, expect the unexpected when it comes down to Renegades' offenses, as I'm sure it's only going to continue. Swifty, an open opportunity, decides to go for the plant. And in the meantime, restalling, is he going to try and push through? When he does, Swifty just out the door.
Wow.
Not going to be able to find him in time, as he does get taken down from the flank. Situation for Chiefs, 30 seconds left to retake.
And again, you've got number 7 of Crimza sitting at the top of Big Blue House here. Swifty's got the ability to try to flip the script here, turn the tables, if you will. Checks the bomb, nobody there. Just down to Restalling, who's waiting for his regen in a 1v3. Gets stunned up, no chance to even take the gunfight at a 50-50 chance. And now Renegades find a way to start things off very nicely. Convincing hold of their defense at the B site. Even more convincing, you may say, for their offensive attack as well to the B site.
That's the thing that I was interested in. Like I said, when it comes down to offenses, when it comes down to just overall map presence, is Chief Esports going to be able to kind of hold on to the offensive opportunities that you have when it comes down to a map like Arklov? Like I said, you have the ability to kind of slow hit B. You have the ability to kind of make the standard push over at A. Chiefs, they're going to constantly have to be making sure that those callouts are ready to go, because if not, Renegades will continue to foil them. As it looks as if for the first time in 3 rounds, the push over toward A seems to be imminent. Nimble helping lead the way, the objective on his back, and Pred holding on to that rock side. Dave's utility being tossed toward his side. The first blood is in. Can the second one be found? No. The trade, however, from the backside will be there, coming in from Set, as Renegades pretty much holding on to what has been an early success for them. And look at this spot from Swifty, over and broken.
High risk, high reward position, to be sure. He's going to be on an island, essentially playing his own life for what is going to feel like forever for him. He's got dead silence. Maybe if he finds an opening pick, but again, he's trying to be the monkey wrench in this whole hit from the side of Chiefs Esports Club. But on similar footing here, watch Zeppa. He's number 5 on your minimap. He's making a long rotation, but Fida is not convinced that he's out here by himself, as he'll also be in the B site. Limax able to find one, and now again, Swifty in a position to where, man, you're just hoping you catch some very good COD timing and you can kind of pinch up this hit. He could essentially stop any plant from coming through. Limax has picked up the bomb again, and number 8 Sets. He's still in the backside of the hostel, as Zeppa has finally rejoined his squad from the long flank, but Limax drops that Swifty's position. Gonna be discovered. Is the trade gonna be there? Not convincingly, as Swifty plays a little bit of whack-a-mole there and is able to find the double up, then go up 3-0.
I know Damage got the information. He heard him as he started to make the wraparound. I thought that one had to go in his favor. Unfortunately, it does not, as Renegades hold very valiantly when it comes down to A, as that is now going to be 3 rounds up, 3 rounds down. And if you're Chiefs, right, you're looking at this round almost as a must. Considering the way that Arkelov can play, you start to kind of streak a few rounds together. Now the situation starts to get scary. Like we said last time around, Renegades, we've seen them continually make hits onto B. Will they do the same thing? Who knows, to be honest with you. And Chiefs as well, having that same question in their mind. The answer, though, can be nimble. The sniper off the start has been electric for him. Speaking of first bloods, the first one's been found from restalling. The question remains, can Nimble add in the second?
Saw some information top blue as, again, Renegades are posturing for a similar hit. The only difference here is Fida has used his smoke and the Renegades were not fully able to get through it. So a little bit stuck at the moment. And you're kind of looking at Pred number 9. He's playing by himself over at A. If he finds a pick, that might be enough influence for Renegades to say, let's give up this B side and make a play back over to A. As Fida will be the one to try to make that IGL call. And it looks like he is going to make that play, even without a pick coming through. They're just going to try to hard commit. And the fact that they even get into this broken A house is a miracle in its own right.
I mean, you look at those arrows. All the Chiefs, right, they're still looking at what could be a push coming in from field. They have no idea that mid was the rotation in from Renegades, and that is on one player. That is on the team for not giving those calls, for not having the right perspective to look at. As now that gives that RNG pretty much new life to do as they please.
Yeah.
Swifty up close. The engagement not going to come through as Limax will win that. That is big for Chiefs in terms of early engagements. But take a look at this. Fida on the flank. He needs to be influential, but can he find the right timing? One teammate left, and that is going to be pretty much it. The nade tossed out. The utility is there, trying to delay on the bomb site. Crumbs are doing a wonderful job. Can they get the defuse in time? This is going to come down to the wire. I think they might have got it, Shift, but it's going to be close.
Yeah, that was flirting with disaster.
Wow.
Maybe a little bit too much, but whoo, really close. For a moment there, when you're in the middle of that call, it's like, someone has to hop this bomb. Unfortunately, Restalling just gets the split second he needs to peel off the head, but if Crimson peaks that a fraction of a second later, that is a round secured for Renegades. So yeah, flirting a little bit too much to be sure, but still, it is the first round for Chiefs Esports Club. Still looking at a 3-1 deficit, and they're going to have to find a way to get things going here on offense if they want to get back into this series.
Man, so many close situations, and really around that, if we're looking at kind of the middle portion of it, you thought was going to be the 4-0 for Renegades, right? Chiefs, they allow the kind of presence when it comes down to middle. And that's the thing that I talked about at the start of the round. You cannot allow for Renegades to be flexible, especially when it comes down to offense. You can't allow for them to be crafty, because that's the reason why they walked away with the first search and destroy. And we'll see if that can continue to be the same case. Like I said, offense now here for Chiefs. You wait for the pick. They're waiting for the moment. Keep in mind, Pred on the flank. In the meantime, Predator, an opportunity. The doors are open, gives that call out, and is at the very least gaining some great information. The pick as well will be great, as Renegades are aware of the push, and we'll see what Chiefs can do despite having their positions known.
Oh, but the big follow-up play there, though. Damage able to pick Limax, somehow able to get away with his life through the front yard. And now he's found himself in the mid-connector where Swifty's position on the statue is going to be known. And if, honestly, I'm a bit surprised Limax isn't turning around trying to get this isolated pick. He's trusted that Damage can get the job done. Damage, who has full utility, by the way, as Limax finds an individual pick, the 1v1 in the middle of the street, will turn up. And now all of a sudden, Limax can wreak havoc inside this B house. It's just down to Crimza, 1v2. He's seen Limax is just trying to bait out the clock. He's found a kill. Is there going to be enough time? Damage, he hasn't picked up the bomb. He's not planning. Crimza just has to check, and oh no, another round where you feel like Chiefs could have pulled it out, but things just going awry in the end, and Renegades find a way to take another round away. And again, a little bit of a steal fashion here.
Look at that little slight peek there at the end, and Crimza just at the end manages to tuck his tail between his legs and just get out of dodge. Impressive stuff coming through from Crimza, as in that situation he goes for the right challenge, narrowly manages to escape. And you called it well there, Shift. A huge moment for Renegades now, as that will be 4 rounds to 1, which Crimza has really had his thumbprint on a majority of this series. And in that particular round does the exact same thing. We've been talking about it consistently. Nimble with Sniper. Can it be influential? At least so far throughout the early stages of rounds, it has not. Limax, Zeppa coming through with some influential first bloods. And it looks as if Nimble will respond with one as well. 3 players already dropping. Fina, though, getting some damage done onto the site. Has to clear out the second story, though. And realizes that damage is actually being done. Footsteps are down in the later stages. Renegades doing some great work late, despite not having the bomb planted. Fida, he's a one-man wrecking crew.
Look, Chiefs, look at the setup. They have a complete triangle hold. One on the back, one from Snow, one over the middle. And I was about to say, there's no way you can allow Renegades to reinforce this bomb site, let alone to get away, even if they get planted. And nice shots here from Limax up top, finds a relatively easy free second kill. But still, man, I feel my heart just lifting into my throat every single time you see Fida make little plays like that. Like, okay, Chiefs, let's just calm down just a little bit here. It's a 4-on-2. Do not throw this round away. And they're able to kind of reconcile themselves just a touch to make sure they secure their second round.
Swing round ahead for Chiefs. Let's see if they can make it back-to-back, as that's going to be necessary. Like we said, a 5-2 scoreline versus a team like Renegades, who has been lethal on both offense and defense, is never going to be easy. For the betterment of Chiefs' ability to stay alive, it would be in their best interest to try and walk away with this one, as it is a full-on spread from Chiefs, looking for the peaks. It looks as if Damage has some information about Fida, knowing that he is just going to be back toward that mountain edge. And I like to play from Renegades, right? That's a roster that a lot of the times can be very aggressive. I think Fida's kind of aware of his position. Not able to get out of dodge, though. And that will give some information. So right now for Renegades, they are aware. One player on one side of the map, one player on the other. Which side is it going to be? A, currently wide open, and Chiefs are making the right call. It's just a matter of, can the Renegades make the rotation in time?
They've got a lot of mid-round utility that can come out. Limax actually has both his tactical and his lethal. He uses those. Now he pushes through the smoke. Going to give him a little bit of cover from the left. Beautiful timing on this hit from Chiefs Esports Club. Swifty forced to make a special play. And maybe that's in the works, as he's already found one nice little quick scope. Goes to the pistol. Can't win it. And I love that call from Chiefs Esports. They get the read, like you mentioned, on Fida, outside by Snow. Beyond that, Damage puts a lot of great shots to get the kill. And then again, you're holding on to your utility for a late take. They swing the bomb back over to A. They use everything, and it gives enough room for them to manipulate around the A site to get the kills and win the round. Now 4-3, and well, again, we had the same call when it came down to the Petro Search and Destroy. It was Chiefs who were up big early. Could the shoe very well be on the other foot here in map number 5?
It very well could be. Influential plays coming in at the later stages from who? The young gun, Limax, putting in work. 12-5. No one even close to that scoreline currently, as we'll see if he can add toward that total here.
Oh boy.
In a big round, actually making his way toward the bottom of Broken Building. Instantly does get foiled by Fida, who up to this point has not had a great map by any means, but those two will definitely help out the scoreline at the very least. Some presence over here at the A site, bomb going down, and there's really nothing that Chiefs can do about it.
Unless Zepa gets the kill on a Pred who was planted the bomb. So now Fida has to leave his position in the A Broken House to go pick that back up. And you still have dead silence and a smoke. Nimble with a beautiful set nade right on top of the site. And I was right there with you, Landon. I was like, this is for sure going to go down. Renegades are already in a great spot as you've got Crimson watching from top red. And you feel like this is going to be a 5th round. But all of a sudden, now it's on to Setsi to make a play, of which he finds the first and has cleared out the entire trench. Crimson's going to have to work his way forward, and I love this rotation wrap from Zepa. He makes his way right into the back. He'll see Setsi on the point. He'll find the pick, and now a 2v1, which again, just play the time, play your numbers, and let that happen. Let Nimble just use his scope. That comes through. We're tied up here, landed 4 apiece.
Oh boy, I'll be honest, this series has really been an emotional roller coaster. I mean, it's been like,
right?
Oh, what could have been from Chiefs? Okay, Renegades, they're looking great. Okay, now Chiefs are back. I mean, literally, and same thing can be said for this search and destroy. Excellent work from Chiefs for denying that plant opportunity. Like I said, 2 different situations, the nade along with the angle, which I don't know exactly where that angle came from, but you got to give props nonetheless for doing it. As Chiefs have now brought this one back. What was the swing round now equals itself to a 4-4 scoreline. Jess asked at the very start of this one, could we expect another round 11? And it looks as if it very well could be possible, Shift. Who knows?
I think we're all rooting for it at this point in time. A lot of narratives could change here very quickly as far as what the APAC region looks like. Pred stunned, stays alive top side of the trench mound. as he's going to have a lot of pressure coming through this back side, as you see not only Nimble, but there was one more there. It's Restalling, who's been tagged up too heavily to help kind of get a trade. Pinstripe kill feed, but at the end of it, the trades favor Renegades up to a 3v2, 45 seconds to play.
It's really about the pick. The offense, they are not convinced they have enough control. I actually like the call to make the rotation. Granted, the time is going to be a factor, but if they can make themselves aware of what would be a successful rotation, if they can make themselves aware that no one is on the flank, they can actually get to this site pretty quickly. It looks as if, no, they're going to reference back to A. They're not confident with their rotation, maybe not aware of the mid-map, which could easily cut them down, which if they do any better, the same information that we do, A is actually very, or rather B is incredibly clear. Sets, rushing through the smoke, has the opportunity to go for the pick, but he can't get it. He cannot get it in time. The bomb is planted. The pick comes through from Crimza. Damage left up in a 1 versus 2. So many players have been in this perspective, tossing out the trophy, trying to set up shop. He has visuals on the bomb. No one there for the defuse as of yet, but here comes both players. They push progressively, and they will manage to win the 2 versus 1, as that will be Renegades somehow, some way, holding on here on defense, getting the successful retake, and now getting to their 5th round here, Shift.
How does Fida win that gunfight? I mean, he had the first 3 shots into his body and still finds a way to get the kill. Unbelievable gunfight win there from Fida. But again, the trade you figure should have been there quickly, as it was a double-pronged hit. Both players using their dead silence to get there quickly. A tough position to be sure. But man, this one down to the nitty-gritty. Limex at 12-7. And beyond that, since we last talked about Crimza popping off, he's been slowed down considerably. Still holding on to a favorable kill-death ratio at 8-6, but trying to force the round 11 as Chiefs, and they've made a heavy gamble into setting up for B, and wouldn't you know it, they've guessed correctly. Just comes down to, can you win the gunfight? Fida picks up where he left off last round, gets first blood. Swifty looking to be the entry man, but he gets stunned up for a moment. Nimble can't hit the shot, forced to go to the pistol, and actually beyond that, bail out of the site itself. And it just comes down to Renegades. Can you get this bomb planted and get away with your lives? Nimble finds a pick. Good numbers here for Chiefs. Just have to find a way to retake.
Oh, if you're Swifty, there's no reason to challenge that. Crimza, however, still coming in from the field side, getting some solid opportunities for picks. Restalling, keeping in mind the current situation is he'll be dropped as well, and now it's up to damage. A 1 versus 3. The bomb is down, and so could their chances of walking away with this Challenger Cup. Finds the first, but can't find the second. Renegades all too strong. No hardpoint victories this time. It is all about the search and destroy, as Renegades 5 Challenger Cups in a row. Impressive stuff from the boys on RNG, and they showed their layers here, that it's not just this team is strictly built off of respawns. It is about S&D as well. They are a well-collective team, and they continue to be the main force of APAC.
Well, they did it in 10 rounds instead of 11 that time, but the outcome is the same. We do still see a victory, and that closes out the whole series, the whole grand final. So congratulations to Renegades on that. Now, speaking of that, though, with the potential of a bracket reset, that is kind of the first thing that I wanted to ask you both about is, what do you think Renegades' mentality was, and how does that affect their gameplay, knowing that, you know, if especially on this map 5, that if they lose this, they have to play a whole nother series. How does something like that come into play? Shift, let's start with you.
I mean, if you're looking at a best of 5 from Renegades' perspective, whether it's the first or second, let's say that you were to walk up to the Renegades team and say, hey, you've got 10 maps versus the Chiefs Esports Club. How are you feeling? Fine. Give us 15 maps. Doesn't seem to make a difference. These guys are better than the Chiefs Esports Club. They know that. It's been established. It's in the history books. You can look it up at COD Gamepedia. Just go to the Renegades page. It's just first, all the way down the line. So when it comes to, it doesn't matter how many maps they play, how many maps they have to play, they'll find a way to be confident in their matchup versus the Chiefs Esports Club. But on the opposite side, I think you take away a lot from this Chiefs esports team in this particular matchup. Again, most of the time when they've matched up before, it's only gone 4 maps, with really the only exception being the Search and Destroy, where Renegades have essentially dominated the competition. All 5 of these maps were tremendously close, with really the only exception being that Domination, where things were a bit lopsided. You learn a lot this week, I think, if you're Chiefs Esports Club. You're feeling great about what Limax is bringing to this team now with a couple of weeks under his belt. And I think even though you do have an unfavorable result here, you're feeling positive about how the final parts of this season will turn up for you in the APAC region.
Yeah, Shift, I think that's a really good point you make. I think this does show, I think, a marked improvement on Chiefs and just taking it out to all 5 games and getting so close to that bracket reset. So then, Lando, where does this leave Chiefs Esports Club? Kind of what is next for them? How are they feeling about all this?
I think they have to feel great. I mean, like I said, given the result, just the way of how quality competitors work, they're never content with anything but first place. And I think the same thing can be said here for a team like Chiefs. But given the result, given the way that they played, and obviously laid out by Shift very well, this is a team that typically loses to this roster and typically loses to them often. And so the fact that you were able to beat this team on 2 game modes, of which they are usually way more dominant than you on, I think definitely showcases that this team has improved, and that Renegades, while they are still without question the #1 team when it comes down to APAC, you know what, that line is starting to become a little bit shorter. So I think at the very least, if you're Chiefs, you can kind of look back at this one, kind of go back to the drawing board, if you will, for the most part, but also be very content that you sent this team to 5 maps, and you sent them to a 5th map on what was very untreacherous territory. So I think maybe given a different day, given a different result, this very well could have gone the way of Chiefs. Like we said, we talked about the first game 1 Hardpoint, the game 2 Search and Destroy. They nearly threw away the Search and Destroy. This very well could have been a 2-0 coming into the Hardpoint of game 3, or rather of game 4, and the game 5 Search and Destroy here. A few situations go differently. We could have been saying Chiefs, they reset the bracket.
Yeah.
Well, and to add on to that, the name of the game in the APAC region is just the fact that there are fewer teams there to contend with. So there isn't a whole lot of competition. So I am glad to see kind of this healthy competition and seeing Renegades forcing Chiefs to bring themselves up to Renegades level, and a little competition I think makes us all better. But let's take a look at the bracket for this APAC region, see how exactly everything shook down. As we all know, Renegades, Chiefs, 3-2. Guys, what is your biggest takeaway from how this bracket went?
For me, it's the expected grand finals. It's the expected 1 and 2. The more unexpected thing is, as you look down to the losers bracket, Rift Nation has been a squad that routinely finishes in at least the top 4, if not top 3. This time around, they don't take a map versus Renegades, and they get beat up a little bit by Pride GG in that losers round 3-1. But I will say this, and people who know me know that I am the biggest Libelant Vertex fan in North America. I love my Japanese. God, where's my Japanese boys? I need to see Libelant Vertex back in this bracket.
Well, let's move on to look at the prizing. What did Renegades win? So in first place, of course, Renegades taking home that $2,500. Chiefs, for their efforts, still going home with $1,500, and then Throne taking $1,000. Of course, like we said, only the top 3 here in the APAC region taking home that prize money, but there are also challengers points all around to be had, and really that's kind of what we're playing for, because I'm not going to tell you anything right now. I'm not allowed to tell you anything right now, but we do have an announcement for you a little later on. If you can be patient for just a little bit longer, we have an announcement about what is going on during the postseason for the Challenger Series and kind of exactly what we can expect to see. So coming up soon, we do have the EU Region Grand Finals. We are going to see Team War versus Team Train Hard, or versus Train Hard Esports, who came through the losers bracket. EU Grand Finals, postseason plans for challengers, all that and more coming up right after this here on the Call of Duty Challengers Cup number 5, presented by PS4. welcome back to the Call of Duty Challengers Cup number 5, presented by PS4. I'm Jess Brohard, and I'm so excited to be here with you, bringing you all the action of the APAC, EU, and NA regions here in the amateur Call of Duty scene. So if you're just tuning in, what you missed was the APAC Grand Finals, where we saw Renegades take a 3-2 off of Chiefs Esports Club. However, Chiefs did fight hard, and they did manage one of the better performances we've seen from them with regards to facing Renegades. So definitely an exciting start to the day. And next up, we are going to head into the Grand Finals for the European region. But joining me down there, as you can see, we have Lando and Shift. Hello, welcome back from break. What did you both think of the first series of the day?
And to be honest with you, I was pretty excited about the way the APAC went. I was, I will say in some cases, I thought that it had the ability to maybe even see a little bit of an upset. I was, pretty impressed by what we saw at a Chiefs Esports Club. But, just kind of in terms of referencing, in terms of what we've kind of been looking at through the majority of the season, it has been all about Renegades. And I feel like it still is all about them. But at the very least, there is a clear indicator for who that number 2 team is and how much of a stride that I think this tournament kind of gave them for the future.
Well, I guess looking ahead then, Shift, I'll bounce this next question at you as we head into the EU Grand Finals. Train Hard versus Team War. Train Hard came through the losers bracket, but overall, where's your head at for this series?
This is a first look at this Train Hard roster. They've had a bit of a checkered past in the last couple of weeks, making a lot of different individual roster moves here and there. This week, it's Keza and Genesis that were left out, PD and Defrag that were brought in. These are 2 incredible pickups for Train Hard. It's obviously merited them a lot of success so far, as they not only have made their way into the winners finals, where unfortunately they did lose 3-0 to Team War, but in the losers finals, they were able to take a 3-0 of their own. So Lando, as we jump to the Azir Cave coming up next for our first map, could not be more excited to see what this new Train Hard roster has to offer versus this very storied and well-rehearsed Team War squad.
Oh yeah, it's going to be interesting, right? It's going to be fun to kind of watch these 2 teams start to duel it out. And as you mentioned, right, they kind of bring on 2 kind of newer players to this lineup, and obviously guys that are very well historic when it comes down to the EU scene. Defrag, PD, excited to see what they can kind of do and maybe how they can start to be implemented to take down what has been such a dastardly Team War roster. We talked about more recently, for those who have watched the APAC side, it has been all about the Renegades. And toward the later stages of what has been a very interesting European season here for Challengers, it has kind of been all about Team War. I mean, really outside of a few moments Shift, which, there have been a few teams that have kind of taken them down and obviously called themselves champions. A majority of the season has been Team War sitting in gold.
Yeah, without a doubt. And again, Team War is no stranger to making changes of their own. Afro's the new guy on the block, and talking to Denza a little bit about what Afro brings to the table, he was simply saying that we had too many selfless players that were just going and trying to find kills. Afro was very much so aware of where his teammates are at any given point in time, and with him in the mix, not only is their slaying power a little bit heavier, but their search and destroy has also become a lot more calmer and a lot more cleaner.
What do you think, too, about a team like Team War, right? A roster that has kind of been on top, a roster that has seen a lot of success. And obviously, since then, the pickup of Afro has absolutely worked out for them. But to kind of hear that from a team that has been so good, to hear one of the players say, you know what, we had too many guys who weren't really all about the team. What does that say about this roster and what their aims are for the rest of the season?
Maybe it's a step of overconfidence, again, because you're doing so well that we're sitting here thinking that we're the best. And that's not necessarily the case. If you're not taking every single moment to improve and you're on top, you're not going to be on top for very long. As we get into this one, again, it's Team War who had the early setup for our second hardpoint, but they have not found a significant amount of time there on our Eastern Cave hardpoint. So Train Hard, again, as kind of the, I would say, the underdogs, if you wanted to put quotations around that here. And obviously coming out of the losers bracket, I guess there's a little bit more merit to that statement being thrown about. But they do a nice job here. They go essentially 50-50 on the first hardpoint. They essentially keep Team War from taking a major lead off the second. And how about this? The first 25 seconds or so on this third hardpoint has also gone their way.
Yeah, you'll love to see that from what is going to be a very uphill battle for Train Hard. Again, like we talked about, it's going to have to be a collective effort coming in from the loser side. What's going to be mini maps if they want to try and drop Team War, but rotation in towards soccer field and not a whole lot of time left, if you will, as Afro trying to do some damage up close. A decent 9-7 start, even rocking the Mutineers. Nice nice little stickers on the weapon, maybe giving some inspiration for what could be his future career. Maybe looking at guys like Awakening and others who have kind of started to pave the way for amateurs into the regular pro side of things. But regardless, Team War off the rotation from soccer, now into the next. Afro trying to make a little bit of a flank around, does get dropped. Train Hard with a decent amount of time already beginning at P4.
It's a heck of a pushback, as well as Team War looked like they would have had the numbers to win this initial gunfight for this Western Cave. Trainhard is just not losing gunfights. Prezi, he was a player that, again, he's on the sub-roster for the CDL Paris Legion squad, and I was a bit surprised he wasn't given the focal point for that team. He has a nice moment there, but in the end, it's going to come up a little bit moot in the point as Team War do find a way to break for this scrap time, but it comes at a cost. Yeah, you're going to find maybe the better part of this last 20, but because you go for that late hit, it's actually Trainhard who do possess the rotational side through this cave system to maybe get the early pressure at P5, but the new man on the block, Afro for 3, immediately counters that point, and it's actually Team War who find themselves in a favorable rotation to get to this 5th hard point.
Definitely an interesting situation. Not normally do we see, 9 seconds left in P4 with literally P5 having nobody around it, or at least nobody in initial time for it. Obviously, some interesting fights taking place between both of these teams as Afro up close doing work with the M4. There's 1, there's 2, about to be a 3rd. Looks as if we do actually have a little bit of a disconnect. I'm not sure exactly when that took place, but have to keep that in mind for War for now. And it looks as if that will be the reason why the host ends the game. So unfortunately, we have to see a little bit of a restart here. We'll get some word on what happens for the future, but regardless, I mean, hey, we can kind of take a quick little gander at what has been a very interesting Azir Cave Hardpoint and kind of dive into what has been a very close match off the start, and one I think Train Hard can be somewhat proud of.
So with these matches, when they're so close like this, what do you think it really comes down to? Lando, I'll start with you. What's the kind of defining factor?
I would say for when it comes down to Train Hard specifically, the defining factor for them, I think, has to just be consistency across all modes, right? This Team War roster, I think, probably argued by many, is definitely one of the most talented challenger teams across the entirety, of the challenger side, whether we're including APAC, North America, Europe, whatever it may be. They are without question one of the best. And so if you are on the other side in Train Hard, you have to realize that, and you have to realize the reason why they are at that point. A team kind of composed of a number of different players who have been around for a while, guys like Dave and Vortex who have been around the scene and have actually seen some very top placement at events like Champ back in Black Ops 3. These guys are around the block, they know how to win, and they know how to win consistently, and a majority of that time that comes across all modes. So I think if we're looking at kind of keys to victory, if you will, Train Hard, it is consistency across the modes, because that is the only way that you're going to see continued success versus one of the best teams in challengers.
And then Shift, if we kind of take this out as sort of a smaller piece of the bigger puzzle, if we look at that bigger puzzle for a second, if we look at the standings from the last few EU Grand Finals, it feels like it's a lot of Team War coming in first place, but then the second place seems to just switch up a whole lot. So it feels like it's always a different opponent that we're seeing versus Team War, but I guess what I'm asking is, what is it about Team War that none of these teams are able to stop?
I think the easy answer is to say that the consistency has been key, but I think the real true telling point is that this Team War squad is never done criticizing themselves. That's why you see moves being made, PD out, Afro in. They realize that even if we're finding ourselves in the last 5 grand final, whether it's Challengers, Cups, or Home Series events, which it has been, 4 of which have been wins, they still don't feel like they're good enough to be the best team in the world. And that's the biggest thing as you look at Challengers as a whole. It's kind of hard to kind of have a wide gaze because everything has been very regional since everything was moved online. But Team War are looking at themselves in a way that I don't think a lot of other squads are right now, saying that, yeah, we're cool, we're chilling in the top 2 routinely here in EU, but we don't feel like we're the best we could possibly be. They're not afraid to make moves, and that to me just kind of goes to show that their only goal at the end of the year is to be the decisive best squad in Challengers in the world, period.
It's almost like if they look at themselves and they say, we're completely happy with how we're playing, then that's when all progress stops. And I guess that's when they'll stop improving. So as we head into, let's look at some of the individual players, especially as we head into the second map. We'll start with you, Lando. What are you hoping to see? Are there any players that you think are really capable of stepping up that we just haven't seen do so yet?
In terms of specific players, I'm actually really interested to watch Afro from Team War. Obviously, he's been a player that since has been added to this Team War roster, they have looked absolutely electric since then. Obviously, he's a young gun, kind of a new player on the block. And when it comes down to young players, that was kind of a major story when it came down to the APAC Grand Final, right? A lot of young players, a lot of young talent that are constantly kind of allowing for certain teams to succeed. And the same can be said for North America, right? Guys like Mac Melt's Awakening, guys like that have really been able to elevate a lot of these challenger teams. And I think the same can be said for Europe. Obviously, as Shift mentioned, Team War, they were not happy even just seeing success. They wanted to see even more success. They wanted to be defined as the clear #1 team. And I think by adding a guy like Afro, it says a lot about him. And that's definitely one player that I'm interested to watch through the majority of the rest of their season in Team War.
Yeah, Shifted also called out Afro specifically as a player to watch, as I think he named him as most improved player. But anyway, let's take a look at the bracket, since we didn't get to that before, and see how these teams got to where they are. Like we said, Train Hard did come through the losers bracket. But if you look at what's been going on, Team War 3-0'd them to place them firmly in the losers bracket. But in the losers finals, Train Hard absolutely demolished the Kettles, which brings us here to the grand finals. So as we look at Train Hard's victory through, I mean, realistically, they haven't had much of a path through the losers bracket. They only recently got placed into the losers bracket. But, you know, I do always love seeing another matchup where Train Hard is once again going to have to, you know, they are facing War. And what do you think it does really to their mentality, knowing that it's kind of an uphill battle?
It kind of feels like, if we're Train Hard, you've got nothing to lose, right? That's kind of the big thing here, as you're coming off of what is essentially, again, that checkered past. It was a top 16 finish for these guys last week, and then a couple of members who were actually top 16 the week before, as again, they've been kind of going back and forth, mixing up a roster. So there's a lot of feeling out, a lot of figuring out, and the fact that this is a brand new roster, essentially, and you're in the grand finals, you're going to be feeling pretty overall net positive about this roster as a whole, considering the lack of practice that you've had in the recent. It looks like after the disconnect came through, we will be getting a fresh restart. So again, like we saw in the first part of this map the first time around here, Orlando, Train Hard did a great job on the first town center hardpoint, and they kept Team War from getting a lot of time on the second hardpoint. So far, the first step in that two-step process is looking to be exactly the same.
And the second one as well could also be shaping up quite nicely. What Hydra, one of the first players, kind of make it through what was the early cave setup. No one is actually going to know of his position here as of yet, which could be ended by Dave. And it looks as if they're not going to have any awareness of this. So smart plays coming in from Hydra. I like that, right? Obviously, you're going to have a decent amount of presence when it comes down to P1. And now he sets firmly in the back, does get taken down. But just as that does occur, keep in mind, it's going to be Brezzy and Whalers as well here toward that back cliff path. They've also now got spawns, and that is a perfect situation for Train Hard, one of which was not expected by War. They now have awful spawns when it comes down to it, and they're going to have to continually try to rush into the phenomenal setup that Train Hard currently have right now.
And Whalers, I'm a bit surprised that he wasn't a more consideration for the Pro League this year. He was a staple main AR in Black Ops 4. I thought he was a catalyst of why that overtime denial team was so good. And well, he's just going to be holding things down in the back for right now. He's on 3 in a row, 6 and 2. Brezzy up close and personal. He'll find himself not just 2, but a third. Maybe not done yet. There's number 4. Brezzy, he finds 5 in total, 6 straight on the life. And Train Hard, we thought that they had a good start in the first lobby. We're going to one-up us here as they find a considerable amount of time on the Eastern Cave.
That is unbelievable stuff from Brezzy up close with the M4. Continues to pretty much drive through War. Unreal stuff, as that's going to hurt if you are War at the moment, right? You lose those P2 spawns in the midst of all that going on. It's Brezzy who is just absolutely taking over. Unreal stuff, and like I said, a wonderful play coming through from this guy is Future Hill, obviously in play for War. They're just happy to stand still right now because of what just took place. And War kind of licking their wounds right now, hoping that they can just kind of hop in a hill, grab some time, and just reflect on what was a very unfortunate situation. I'm interested to see if Brezzy can keep it up. Fours have been hot. This time, it might be Dave from the War side who's picking things up.
That's one of those reflections that you're sitting in a hot bath with a pint of ice cream, really in your own worries and wallows right there, as Denza finds a little bit of a snap on. So just as soon as you thought Team Train Hard was going to start to run away with this, it's actually Team War on the backhand of Dave, who's 15-6, really carrying the weight as somehow, some way, Team War, they are able to hold on to the soccer field and find themselves a 20+ point lead. And this is, again, Steve Vortex is 1-8. Not having a great map at all, and again, fortunate that Team War are in a comfortable lead at the moment.
Yeah, I think Dave's looking over like, really, Vortex? Like, can I get some help, please? That'd be awesome, because it probably put us in a much better position. Regardless, though, P4 is up, defrag, doing some work through the middle cave section, as that's going to be the first, cannot take down the other. But really, the big conversation, I think, whenever we're in Cave West is really all about who makes that first rotation. Can the team that has the spawns be willing enough to kind of make the routes? And we talk about Route Man, the guy who's already been making a decent amount of plays. Brezzy, player number 4, toward the bottom side, definitely could have a few opportunities to get a few picks. Not going to be able to do so. That is a major find coming in from Denza. However, that's not going to be the last player that he has to worry about either.
That's just going to be defrag, the next player up in line here, and he's going to get some help from Hydra in about 20 seconds or so as he's also making his way past P3. But again, this is a brilliant hold here for Team War. There's 10 seconds of scrap time. You've taken over the entire cave system. So as you're making this rotation, Denza should be able to read, all right, I'll hold the outer cliff path. Someone else pick up my white truck cut, and we should be good to get some early time. But the kills are not as convincing as you might figure based on the setup for Team War, as you're going to see no one really soaking time. But again, Denza up top, he's able to find himself now 3 in a row, and with those kills and the pressure being alleviated, Trainhard will be on the outside looking in, while Team War will start to generate some time.
And I'll be honest, when it comes down to Azir Cave, a lot of people give love to how solid P2 is. You could argue that Cliff Path is maybe just as, if not even more influential at different portions throughout the game, and Team War are showing exactly why that is the case. They've got setups everywhere. Trainhard are trying to really do anything they can, but that kill feed is filling up and filling up fast, as they're going to have a solid lead coming into the second side of rotations. Afro currently on a 4 spree, 19-9. Davis 21-10. Unfortunately, Vortex 4-13, but hey, he's happy to hop in the backpack because the young guy Afro is absolutely lining it up, nearly finds the 6th. But I'll tell you what, Chip, whenever you have rotations like that and you have your young Slayers, or really just Slayers in general, starting to go off, it makes your life that much easier, and that's the reason why we see Team War up nearly 100 points right now.
Well, out of the 59 total points that Trainhard had in the first rotation, did they find more than 5 outside of the first 2 hard points? Because it really didn't feel like it. As again, this is a 100-point lead, and Team War, again, are doing a much better job this time of contesting this town center hard point while also making sure that the back stays secure. You can see Dexa and Dave in the back are just sitting here saying, all right, let's just make sure nobody slipped through this time. We'll give up maybe the better part of this last 20, get ourselves set up for what is normally a money hill here of this eastern cave. But again, now it's defrag putting the pressure on for Trainhard. He's the head of the spear as he's trying to make his way in, will not find a kill, and now he's got to essentially play his life and wait for reinforcements as Denza and Vortex, they take 4 away from the old hard point.
Still good work from defrag, given the circumstances. Had the opportunity to make some work happen, but as the next hill spawns up, Team War will be happy to grab it. And I like what we saw from them kind of throughout the middle portion, as you were talking about on town center. Team War were doing a great job at continually contesting that. They also did a great job of making sure that no one managed to sneak through, right? We saw that be a huge factor for Trainhard last time around. They're able to flip spawns ahead of P2. That now gets mitigated by War fantastically, and now they put themselves in an even better spot now with what is going to be back-to-back money hills. They get P5, now they have P2 yet again. Vortex up close has the ability to sacrifice his life. Why? Because they're spawning so incredibly close, nearly at the 200-point mark. Team War are putting on a click. Trainhard are doing anything they can to just try and contest as many seconds as they possibly can, but they are on back foot. Pinches coming in left and right. Team War continue to destroy as Trainhard are now left on the rotation for Soccer Field, and it is going to need to be some solid rotation leadership given the scoreline.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's not a bad hill for Trainhard. They keep a lot of the time contested or neutral, which is good news, but what does that mean? And looking at this 201 to 87 score, you have to have a flawless setup here for P4, from 3 to 4, as you go from this Soccer Field over to the Western Cave, and Whalers, again, just trusted to be the turret up top in the broken building. Number 9, though, in Vortex, again, a slow game for him. He's trying to make an individual play by hitting a flank. He's been figured out, though, as Hydra 21-19, a French phenom in his own right, is able to assist Trainhard, get over the 100-point hurdle, and now it's just down to making sure that these last 27 seconds stay safe. But again, you have to win this rotation to the Western Cave.
And I like what Trainhard are trying to do. They're looking for a pinch. No one's going to be there, right? They're going to kind of collect themselves when it comes down to Cave West, and they're not really going to have anybody to foil for the most part. It really is going to have to be a new setup, and it looks as if they're doing a great job here off the rip. Like we talked about, the rotations need to be solid. They do a great job on P2, as you mentioned, Shift. They hold well when it comes down to soccer field, and now they do have control when it comes down to P4. The big question remains, though, is War's rotation for Clip Path, right? They're going to continue to have that, and the big thing for them is to not get too over-aggressive, right? You don't want to get yourself in a position of which you're allowing for the opponents to start to hop into this game. As Denza comes around the rotation, he gets taken down. Spawns are still well controlled by War, and that's the perfect play that you want to have for them, kind of tippy-toeing your way in the front side of the hill, while also making sure that no flanks are coming in on the back end.
Yeah, the pinch was really well set up for Team War. Maybe took a little bit longer than you'd like to get it set up, but the result is still exactly what you wanted. And Dave is on an absolute spree this map. 34 in 18. A lot of people regard him to be the best main AR in Europe, and he's showcasing exactly why on an AR-centric map. Although Trainhard are able to find a way to pitch through again, look at the rotation. They're essentially snaking their way through this cave system, desperately trying to pull spawns closer towards this cliff path hardpoint. Even though they get blessed with a couple spawns outside the yellow building, they're not able to work their way in to touch this hill. And again, Team War feeling comfortable here, getting a couple of kills, and just 7 seconds away from putting this one to bed. Trainhard, one more maybe good attempt, but that attempt is a little bit misguided, a little bit mismatched, as it'll be 250 to 143. Team War showing no signs of letting this series go versus the Trainhard boys.
A lot of players stepping up. Afro definitely making the plays. Brezzy trying to make plays at first, did not quite work out in his favor. Shift, the first thing I do want to ask about is you had a beautiful call out at the beginning of that map. You said something about someone sitting in their bathtub with a bowl of ice cream, and I don't even remember who or what situation you were referring to. Can you explain that call out?
It's just one of those things that it's the demoralization. Okay, Jess, I'll put myself out there. I'm no stranger to having a bad, depressed week and then just sitting with a pint of ice cream. Maybe not in a bubble bath, but I definitely have had those moments. And don't even go out there, chat. I know you guys have all been there too. But it's just one of those things that when you are in a position where you get 59 points in your first full rotation of hills, and what, 55 of them happen on the first 2 hills, you're not feeling good about how the map is going. And maybe it is time to just back away, get that spoon, and just go to town on some Ben & Jerry's. But it's one of those things that for Trainhard, this is what you should be expecting. This Team War squad does not know the meaning of being down. Even if they find themselves in a couple of bad rotations, they're so quick to pick themselves back up. They're always trying to put their plays into your face. They're never the ones responding. They're always the ones that are proactive. And we saw that come to fruition really from that third hard point at soccer field in the first rotation all the way through the rest of that map.
Thank you for that explanation. Honestly, part of the reason it was confusing for me is because that sounded wonderful. I thought, you know what? That's honestly how I take my me time, is I draw myself a bubble bath and I eat some ice cream, maybe some pizza, maybe Chinese food. It doesn't matter what food it is. I think eating in the bathtub is a great thing. That's how I celebrate. So that's why I was a little confused and thrown off. Let's talk about Afro, though. He had some great plays. He had a great KD. Lando, did Afro step up and meet or even exceed your expectations?
I would say he and Dave definitely did, right? I mean, they put up some fantastic scorelines when it came down to this hard point, and there were different moments as Team War goes, I think, 3 for 4 in Money Hills. The majority of the reason why those Money Hills were kind of so easy, not that they aren't already, but a major reason why they were so uncontested in terms of the last 3 were because of plays like Afro up close, even Dave as well, kind of at range for different moments. I would say, yes, he definitely kind of exceeded my expectations for what I expected to see on Azir. Again, when you have a player, unfortunately, like Vortex not putting up the greatest of performances, you need somebody to step it up, and that's exactly what we saw kind of out of these two. Like 34 and 38 kind of from those two together. That's exactly what you want to see from your M4s on a map like Azir Cave. Definitely an impressive start for someone like him. I'm curious to see if Afro can keep it up when it comes down to game 2.
Definitely. And you mentioned Dave as well. And he's another player that I really wanted to touch on because I know there's a handful of players, you know, kind of across this matchup that do have league experience. And Dave is one of them. And he in particular is a player that I zeroed in on early on as he was going off. And I think he had a pretty high impact contribution to the team. Shift, what do you think it does to the rest of the members of the team, you know, playing with someone like Dave, and what does it do to their mentality? Are they influenced by him?
Yeah, I mean, Dave finished top 12 at Champs last year. I mean, he's no slouch. He's an incredible player. He's been around the CWL when it was, you know, World War II, Black Ops 4 for a lot of what was that competitive season. You've also got Vortex, who's got a lot of that same experience. And then beyond that, Lucifer, or I guess more familiarly known as Harry, he was also at Champs, had a top 24 finish. So these are three players that you're looking at with a lot of experience. You could trust in them, especially when you're somebody like Afro, who this is his first year in Respawn in a whole. Again, the year didn't start off great for him. I believe he had a top 64 finish at the Minnesota home series during the launch weekend, and he gets a chance to play alongside four very incredible EU players. You're loving everything that you're getting out of that experience, that young kind of raw talent. Everything is just kind of turning up gravy for this side of this Team War squad so far.
Let's also examine Train Hard Esports a little bit. And one thing that I just think is interesting is, you know, they fell to Team War 3-0. That's what placed them into the losers bracket after they were, I mean, really, if you look at it, they were having a pretty successful run of things. Like I mentioned, they're not having a losers bracket run. They were only in the losers bracket for one round, really. So to me, I would think they would be coming out guns a-blazing. Like, I expected a little more fire out of them, maybe, because I think I would expect them to want to take their revenge. And Lando, did you see that fire at all?
I would say in general, it's kind of hard to have the fire versus a team like War, right? I mean, in terms of kind of the way that things are going recently, it has been all about War. You know, Train Hard, this is kind of a newer team, adding in some newer pieces kind of progressively. So did they come out with the fire? I think that they kind of put out what was their best effort that they could, given the reset that also took place. But like I said, we have to realize the fact that if you want to make a really big dent in a roster, we have to see the same way that the APAC boys did. We have to see the same way that the boys on Chiefs managed to do it versus the Renegades. You have to come out, you have to take the first hard point that instantly changes things up. Obviously here for Train Hard, they're not able to do that. So did they come out with the fire? I guess you could argue that they didn't based on the result, and also because if they don't find that first P2 a kind of late spawn flip, it probably would have been an even worse scoreline. But like I said, it's hard, right? This Team War roster is so talented, especially across multiple modes, that it's going to be difficult. Like I said, there's not really a whole lot that I can say negatively against Train Hard other than focus on the game 2 search and destroy, because if you want to walk away with the series, the fire needs to come in the game 2.
Sure. Well, it's almost like what you're saying is, you know, Train Hard Esports doesn't necessarily have a problem. Their only problem is that they aren't Team War. Well, I think we are going to take a look at the bracket once more, because I know I've referenced that several times, and then just that way you guys watching at home can see what I'm talking about if you missed it. So like I said here, Train Hard, realistically, if you look at some of these Train Hard, 3-0, 3-1, 3-0, and then, so 3-0, 3-1, and then they get 3-0'd rather. And so, you know, I just feel like that's got to be kind of a tough blow. But on the other hand, with so much, not necessarily, it's not a lack of consistency, but with so many kind of change-ups possible here in the EU region, I gotta wonder about Train Hard and like how they are feeling. Shift, do you think that they are proud to have gotten this far? Do you think that they would be happy with a second place finish, or are they just going for first or bust?
Oh, absolutely. They're off the moon to get to this grand finals. Again, it's not just the fact that PD and Defrag are essentially quote unquote new to the roster this week, but you've got a team that's both speaking French and English. That communication is something that here in North America we kind of take for granted a little bit, like, oh, they should be fine. They're just playing with a different set of 5. No, these are 2 different types of languages that are being spoken. And beyond that, talking to Defrag a little bit, is that he was saying that even when they were the team before, they had a hard time communicating what they wanted to do in Hardpoint when they were winning hardpoint maps, they had to outslay their opponents by 20 or 30 total kills just to be close to winning. Now that they're starting to get back together, they've got they get these two really solid players out of the EU region into the mix. They're kind of slowing down. They're getting back to the fundamentals. They want to make sure that the setups are good. They're hitting good rotations on their timings, and you're going to hopefully see more and more progress in the hard point if we get to that map 4. But beyond that, also, you got to keep in mind that their search and destroy is not going to be expected to be incredible. Communication issues are massive when it comes to being able to play in a mode like search and destroy, especially with the fact that this is a new roster. Those two things combined, your expectations are probably not to even get past a team like Singularity in 3-1 victory. So the fact that you're in this grand finals, you're feeling really, really solid about, regardless of what the end up map total ends up being.
That's definitely a really great point, because I feel as though I hear a lot of, it's you win or you lose. Like, those are kind of the two options. So it is like, thanks for that insight, because it is really refreshing to hear that because they should be proud of themselves, really, and sure. I don't mean to minimize the accomplishments of any team, and realistically, like, second place is still fantastic, and they're still getting some of that prize money. They are still getting those coveted challengers points that they need, which, by the way, like I said, if you guys stick around, we will be dropping an announcement about the postseason, about what's going on after this Challengers Cup and after the next 3 home series. I don't think I'm allowed to tell you guys just what's happening yet, but wanted to pique your interest and tease you a little bit. Let's also take a second and talk about Brezzy on the side of Trainhard, because he is another player here that does have that league experience, and we saw him come out really, really strong, get some nice plays, and then just obviously as a team, everything kind of fell short. But could be going back to that communication issues that you talked about, because we all know that communication and team chemistry are just so important. So I guess if we look ahead to the next map, what do you think Brezzy and the others are feeling, which it looks like I didn't even realize we are ready to head into the second map. I'm personally really excited to see. So once again, we had Team War taking a solid lead in the first map. As we head into the second map, I guess I'm gonna ask Shift, what are you expecting specifically from Trainhard and from Brezzy?
Well, I mean, Brezzy is a guy that, again, he is on the substitute roster for the Paris Legion, and if I'm being candid here, Lando, maybe you agree with me, maybe you disagree with me. I think the Paris Legion could really use him. He's been special this year with this Trainhard squad as a mainstay of really what has been a core 3 for this team. But for Brezzy, again, you expect him likely to be more of that kind of point man player here for Trainhard. I'm expecting him to kind of be that guy to make sure he could essentially play on a solo mission. If he wants to hit down the middle of the map, maybe he's that guy to open up space. Otherwise, maybe he's that guy defensively to lock things down individually, as it looks like he will be positioned at A initially here, but is going to have some help. It's a pretty heavy stack defensively for Trainhard towards the A side off the first round.
Yeah, it is. And I think, just to kind of hit on the point about Brezzy, I mean, he's an excellent player, right? We obviously got to see that kind of toward the later stages with Enigma 6, even at Champs, the high placement that he has there. And I, too, when it comes down to, like, his, speaking ability, can he speak English properly in terms of, like, can it, kind of affect the team negatively? I heard a lot of people say that he made some major strides when it comes down to his English. So I think for me, he has to be a player that the Paris Legion look at for the future, just in terms of what their current position is as of right now. They've got some very solid players on the bench, and Brezzy happens to be one of those, as he showcased that in the first game. We'll see if he can do that when it comes down to the search and destroy as well. Unfortunately taken down despite having 2 first frags off the start. 2v2. Looks as if it's going to be Dave and Co. trying to make their way into the construction site. Players making a pinch, 5 seconds left, and despite the case, it's really just about Petey trying to escape, get out of dodge. Can Dave find him in time? And he does! Finds him just in the nick of time. Talk about a play from Dave. My word. As that is just picture perfect. I mean, there literally couldn't have been any time left after that kill comes through. Dave gives a good old high five to a good old EU buddy of his and says, thank you for the first round there.
Dave is just such a heads-up player, man. And even watching him play in Black Ops 4 last year, he knows where to be at every given second, which seems like such an easy thing to say, but watching it happen in real time is just immaculate. The fact that he gets the instant awareness reaction that, all right, this guy bailed out this side door, he could be in one of 2 places. Either he got all the way into bottom money, or he's still sitting behind the boxes, and He guesses correctly as Defrag and Brezzy this time around will start their first offense with some good numbers as they get the first 2 kills, but one will be traded back. And against Evo, otherwise known as Vortex, in the middle of the map, he could potentially be that guy to jump on in, cut the map in half, and get here to try to envelop this entire push for Trainhard at the A site.
An unfortunate loss there from Brezzy as Evo, aka Vortex, first one here. Managed to find the first pick, at least in terms of the engagement. And just as I say that, Denza as well on the other end now leaves PD in a 1 versus 3. Granted, does have some time to work with, but his position has got to be known. Finds the first and actually does manage to hop out of dodge, vacating the situation, and actually sees a similar location to the last round. Lots out that bomb, realizes it's clear, and really only has to work with about 7-8 more seconds. Someone on the defuse. PD realizes he has to get there. He has to get there in time. Is he going to have enough seconds? Coming down the wire, gets the first player, but the bomb has already been defused. That was a Ninja Warrior looking course there at the end that he had to get through, but unfortunately the defuse comes in a little bit too soon. If you're PD, really, there's a whole lot more that you can do other than just trying to challenge multiple corridors, but he tried to be crafty, and unfortunately just not enough time there, Shift.
Yeah, 3 options, right? Either one, you double chow the same angle that you just got information on. The second is you go back to the front door, or the third is you become, again, Europe's Ninja Warrior here and make that play up the ladder. It's just unfortunate that, again, it just came down to the good read from Team to stick the defuse immediately after that first bit of gunfire exchange, as now we got an instant 1-for-1 trade happening off the rip here for round number 3. As it looks to be the bomb once again leading towards A initially, but again, remember that Trainhard had a lot of numbers and here defensively last time around, so Team War paying some respect to the potential setup. Now they're going to get a kill onto Brezzy, who's getting aggressive, and again, maybe little do they know, the A site relatively open for them to hit if they so chose.
It looks like they're just continuing to find picks. I mean, their big majority is like, hey, should we try to force the issue over at A? Hey, we kind of got numbers. It doesn't really matter up to this point. However, Whaler's getting a little bit aggressive, getting some information as well. Does manage to drop Vortex in the meantime. However, the rotation is inbound, and nobody from Trainhard is going to be here. You'd like War's chances given the bomb site angles that they're going to hold. Wheeler's trying to make his way in on the flank. A great opportunity to find one. The second one actually lines up as well. Denza just narrowly gets out of dodge. A great opportunity there from Whalers, as you actually do have Defrag now coming in for Plat. A solid opportunity here. Like I said, that third player, that triangle instantly gets foiled, and now we'll see what the retake is looking like as here comes Defrag.
It's going to be a double chow against Frag. Running the AR is not going to have as much of an opportunity, you would think, to get good use of this in tight corridors. But now he's actually got to read on both players from Team War. It just comes down to, can he find the picks? No, he cannot. Another great narrow edge tilting in favor of the gunfight to Team War. A brilliant double peek here from Afro. Checks his left, jumps the corner on the right. Just, again, a huge heads-up play from a kid who, again, this is his first real go in CDL circuit. Impressive stuff, looking like a veteran right there.
Yeah, making some veteran-like plays, and especially kind of in that situation, it's not necessarily about reaction or gun skill, it's about decision-making, and that's exactly what he does in that moment, knowing exactly when the challenges are about to come through and kind of having the awareness of what's about to take place. Great work done early from Team War's newest addition, and Afro, like the gamer tag, and I like to play all that more. Brezzy, aggression on his side being showcased as well. So we talked about Brezzy kind of toward the start of game 2. Could he be influential? He's done a great job, and now's the opportunity to be the entry. As you see, a lot of War players kind of scattered over toward the opposite site. Trainhard have made their presence felt, and now they're in a great position here in this 5 versus 3.
And again, the one thing that I really enjoyed about this setup for Trainhard was that instantly went for a bomb plant. Team War was heavily stacked over towards A. You kind of felt like the whole idea was stay alive as long as possible on the B site, let a full flank kind of be able to get there to wrap behind and essentially, again, surround this B site. But time is now an issue, and of course, with the kills coming out convincingly for Trainhard, they're able to set up beautifully in the post plant, never allowing that flank to really come to fruition. That's a big first offensive round board there for Trainhard.
And I feel like teams, when they're almost facing off against what is kind of the regional giant, if you will, we kind of saw this in the APAC side. We're obviously kind of seeing it at times here on the European side. It's almost as if they kind of realize the talent that exists, and they want to try to go for picks. They want to try to go for peaks, and you can't really do that, right? You have to really kind of put your kind of pedal to the metal and start to force the issue. And that's the reason why we see Trainhard walk away with that round. They make a decisive decision and they manage to make it work. We need to see more of that from Trainhard and even just teams across regions if they want to try to take down what are currently Titan-like rosters. Great stuff here off the rip from Harry, as unfortunately he'll be caught in the crossfire. Bomb down from Team War and Afro. Nice side challenge. Managed to take down Defrag, another one there, but at the least his presence will allow for the retake, the re-challenge. And now a 1 versus 2. Denza aware of the young Frenchman. Hydra position is felt. It's pretty much just a retake here for Denza. What can he do? Trying to be aware of all the circumstances, all the situations where players could be.
Beautiful.
First challenge on the Hydra. Great work there. One left.
This is a good follow-up kill. Again, you figure there's only one of 2 angles that he could hit. Either he wraps over and hits the bomb site itself, or he goes right back into the gun shop, and Brezzy, he immediately responds. You see him checking his left. Maybe gets a favorable call from his teammate off the kill cam and then makes the challenge occur. Bottom side of the tool shop. Brilliant play there, but again, Denza played that the only way he really could have, right? I mean, a 1v2, 40 seconds to play, a lot can happen. I don't know if they had the information the bomb had been dropped or not off of the kill earlier in the round, but gives himself the best chance. But again, for Trainhard, sticking in this one, and again, it's not just because PD's popping off. More of his teammates starting to get involved as PD still stands at a very tall 7-3.
Very solid score line, and one that we're needing to see continually implemented on if they want to walk away with this. Brezzy stunned, Brezzy taken out. However, the nade does come through and will equal out for somewhat of a trade. And I like this aggression. We're still seeing it come through from Trainhard. It's the reason why they walked away with the first offense and are now in a great position to walk away with the second. Now all left up to the young gun and Afro, staring at a 1 versus 4. An M4 in a dream, trying to actually get the audio cue there with the door. A solid opportunity, but that is 3 rounds up, 3 rounds down. Trainhard now right back in the search and destroy here shit.
Big regain button has been hit, and again, it's just the pressure that the SMGs are putting on so quickly. And it's one of those things, like, if you ever watch this map really closely, the CDL, for all of you avid viewers out there, you'll notice that a lot of the time when the B site is hit this aggressively at attack, the bomb does not always immediately get planted behind the hit. They're still searching for that one extra player that's lingering in cafe or is still holding their life in the backside of gun shop. Trainhard is risking it for the biscuit here. As soon as they get those opening kills, they try to get the bomb down. How about this? Not only do we have Dave try to pull out a sniper rifle, but Brezzy pulls one out in the exact same round. Again, a little bit of a curveball thrown by both teams, but it's Brezzy who knocks it out of the park for first blood.
Great early frag found from Trainhard as the positives only continue. And this kind of slows up Team War a little bit, right? On their offense, sticky situation. Now they're going to rely on a pick, rely on some sort of visual, that of which they will not find in that particular situation. Denza manages to pick the sniper off the ground and see if he can do anything with it. Brady has hardly moved an inch. The heat map for this round number 7 is not all that crazy. And still, Afro can't do it. Hydra hiding in the bottom corridor finally does get shut down, but it's all for naught as Trainhard are continually walking away with these. What is that, 4 rounds in a row?
Yeah.
And it really kind of comes off of what was the initial offensive round of which they play aggressive.
Yep.
That gives them the confidence, and look at that.
And beyond that, the first bloods have also started to swing into the favor of Trainhard, especially in the last 4 rounds. But the help has also been much more appreciated. A lot of very, very well-timed trades coming through. A little bit uncharacteristic from what we saw in the first 3 maps, first 3 rounds. Is it was mostly a couple of individuals, again, getting a little bit risky and not being able to be traded after they fall. So again, good numbers play here for Trainhard as they'll once again posture over towards an A hit. There are 2 members defensively here for Team More, one of which is going to be Afro. He's got that silence to play with. A very aggressive slide through peek. He finds one, gets the information on the second plus a couple of hit markers, but Hydra holds down the trigger to at least salvage the situation. But I say salvage very generously as we're still looking at a 2v4 in favor of Team More.
And if you're Hydra, you're a little bit disappointed in the fact of where that bomb currently exists. Sure. An awkward spot to be in is what? The French veteran next to the French young gun trying to give a few call outs in terms of what should be next. Weathers is just trying to earn somewhat of a visual. I don't think he realizes that someone is going to be just toward his left or how close that angle could be. As the stroke of luck, I'm going to say luck, but the stroke of good fortune, rather, that Trainhard have had in terms of the last 4 rounds could be coming to end. Nice first coming through from Hydra. That'll be his second in the round. It's going to need to be an ace to secure this one, but it's all for naught, it seems. Oh, the knife. Okay. I was going to say for a short moment, I was like, okay, we'll see what he can do here, but at least he goes out in style shift. I'll take that. I'll take that as somewhat of a highlight at the very least. You lose the round, but did you go out looking nice? You did. Good job, Hydra.
He nearly got away with his life, too. I mean, Denza should be feeling very fortunate that he got that last bullet through the door before he's able to escape. Again, time would have been, I think, the biggest obstacle more than anything else there for the 18-year-old in Hydra. But still, he's again showcasing that he is a promise. I mean, I'm thinking back immediately to when the team that was listed as overtime made their way through the PLQ. And I remember, I believe, PAC Study and Nameless trying to rack their minds saying, who are the good players in France these days? Because they came out of essentially nowhere. And Hydra is one of those guys that he turns 18. He's got a lot of experience playing in a couple of locals and things like that. But he's done very well this year and showcasing almost a special moment there is now for this 9th round, a 4-4 tie. It's Hydra again looking to make a trade on the Dave, but Dave again is no stranger to these drop shot challenges, able to double up, and now all of a sudden it is a 2v2. Looking for Team More to try to find a way to get this bomb back in hand, and Denza making the long con wrap all the way through the middle of the map, trying to pinch up this B site.
What an angle this would be if he could stay alive, not able to do so, and that's going to give Dave the information that now's the time to challenge. Not a whole lot of time left as that other player in Brezzy now on the rotation. Dave's best interest is to try to formulate these challenges into 1v1s. 27 seconds left. Angle found. Another player entering into the line sight of Dave. He's going to have time for the plant. It's just a matter of can Brezzy get here in time. And no, Brezzy's going to hold the angle. Decides to rush forward. He's not going to catch off Dave. A big moment here for Dave if he can stay alive. It would be the 5th round. Here comes the challenge, and Brezzy uses the bomb site perfectly. Had information, knew he surely had to be just in front. We talked about Brezzy's impact, what he could do for this team. And there is a perfect situation of it right there, as that will be Train Hard getting their 5th round off of what was a very scary 1v1.
Oh, extremely scary. He's the one running the trophy too, so he wouldn't have an opportunity to even pop that silence and change up his angle. He was committed to that bomb site the entire way through. And fortunately, again, he gets the timing on the peak. Thought for a second, though, that Dave was going to get that jump peek over and find the first couple of bullets, but I don't believe Brezzy missed a single shot in that engagement. So now all of a sudden, Train Hard up 5-4. Again, after losing the first 3 rounds, they go on a massive spree for 4 in a row, and now a potential to close things up as the frag will use a fragmentation grenade to find first blood. That's actually right in front of the A doors down low. And if he knows exactly where that nade landed, they should be pretty aware that they're going to have numbers for this hit, especially considering that Afro has also fallen over towards the A site.
And Team War typically, at least on their defenses, have not really initiated more than 2 players over here at construction. So if you're Train Hard, it is all about pedal to the metal, get this bomb down as soon as possible, and put yourself in a prime position to lock up this game number 2. Brezzy toward the top side. Denza tries to enter in. No success on that. And it looks as if it will be Train Hard who does hold valiantly. They get the bomb plant down, and they lock it up successfully. A great job from them kind of toward the later stages. We talked about how it was aggression off the start. If they can keep that up, it would be their success. And that seems to be the case.
Sorry, Lando, did not mean to step on you. I just got so excited because that is what you love to see. And I think for Train Hard, they're saying we do not want to get 3-0'd again. So now we've got a series on our hands, tied up 1-1. So first, Lando, since I cut you off, I'll go ahead and pitch this one to you first. What did you really like about Brezzy's gameplay during this map?
I just thought Brezzy kind of came through in the clutch moments where you needed him to, right? With the M4 on a map like this, you have the ability to kind of be somewhat of a nuisance in a majority of the time. We saw it with the M4. We also saw it with the sniper during different moments, right? He was willing to pull that one out to find a few first bloods. I thought that Brezzy, when called upon, was kind of very consistent. And I think that allowed for Train Hard to walk away with the majority of these rounds. We talked about the big 1v1 that he has versus Dave. the influential snipes off the start. I mean, just to name a few of the situations, he was kind of one of the catalysts and one of the consistent pieces that this roster could rely on throughout a lot of these later stage rounds where they felt a lot more comfortable to be more aggressive.
It was pretty interesting, I thought, to see what was it? Team War started off taking 3 rounds in a row. Train Hard answered back with 4 in a row. And then we saw a little bit more back and forth there. But Shift, is there anything surprising to you about this this map victory for Train Hard?
I think the biggest thing that we noticed, again, considering that the frag was telling me that they were very concerned about how good their communication would be, specifically in search, they were finding a lot of instant trades. So whether that's being communicated verbally or if the game awareness has just been heightened where it comes to, okay, I should have played a little bit closer to you. If you want to get aggressive in middle, I should be in a spot to make sure that if you do fall, I'm able to make sure that our numbers stay either level or, again, still in our favor. That was a lot of the reason why those 4 rounds in a row came through. And of course, like Landon mentioned, Brezzy has a number of very individual special plays that are able to help them get those rounds again in their favor because of the sheer numbers advantage that they had. But you talk about the ability to come back being down 3-0 when you're still learning the mode as a 5-man squad. We'd love to see it for Train Hard.
All right, well, Team War, Train Hard Esports, neck and neck, tied 1 versus 1. When we get back from this quick break, oh, just kidding, we are not going to a quick break. I was going to build a little bit of suspense and say that we're headed to a break and then we're gonna find out who's gonna take map 3, but actually, we don't even need to do that. Let's get right into map 3 and find out which way the pendulum is going to swing. It is not match point, but it's still so exciting to see the momentum of a series of Call of Duty. So, Lando, Shift, what are your predictions as we head into map 3?
Shift, I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you, man.
I'll say this much. Thank goodness Train Hard's not playing up against Team War on Hackney Yard, because there have been so many incredible moments for Team War on this year on that map mode combination. You think back to even the Paris Challengers series. Its own right wasn't the home series. It was the individual just Challengers event. A 1-point victory in comeback fashion versus Singularity, one of the more epic dominations on the year. So as we get St. Petro coming through, again, you're looking at the ARs for Train Hard as they start on the favored side for C. Can Whalers hold things down and make sure that Train Hard gets an opportunity to get their SMGs up close personal on the bottom side of the restaurant?
That's going to be the big question to ask. Like I said, when it comes down to what is going to be a very quick load-in for map 3, it's interesting to see if that momentum will kind of carry in from the boys on Train Hard. We talked about in their offenses on Search and Destroy, their ability to play fast very, very much helped them. And so I'm curious to see if that will continue to be effective, as it looks as if CB, nearly an A, hold for a short moment. Comes through from Train Hard. It looks as if War finally are going to be able to secure that one back here momentarily, but in the meantime, 80 on the flank, an opportunity to make something happen, trying to catch the boys from War off in the back cafe. Unfortunately, the attempts will be somewhat shut down, but you like the aggression being shown from Train Hard, at least off the rip. Doing a great job at pretty much limiting War from moving any farther past their spawn.
Oh, careful here. You've got Whalers trying to play through billiards, and again, there is nobody on the left side of the map, so Train Hard are going to continue to spawn in what is that first hard point of that little shipping area of the boxes, as Harry's able to find 2 kills. He maybe looks to maybe open some space in this hazmat building and start to make some pressure happen over at C, but a phenomenal start for Train Hard. You've got Hydra 6 and 2, the Frag at 5 and 2. That is a beautiful start, but again, it feels maybe a touch too greedy. Have they done enough once they got pushed back to lock things down from the C flag? Still yet to be determined, as Harry's continuing to find kills as this solo pesty player. Top side of Hazmat, he found 6 in a row, and beyond that, he's opened up an opportunity for Denza and Steve Vortex to make their way to potentially influence the C flag. They fall, though, and now it's just on to Afro to be the solo guy up.
See what Afro can do. Unfortunately, does get taken down, but just great work from Harry, really up close. That's going to make for the boys of Team War to not really feel all that confident to want to continue to push forward. In the meantime, though, we talked about Young Guns, Hydra as well, doing some work off the start, 11 and 3 on the 4 spree. Does watch Brezzy managed to find the nice explosive onto Arrow, and now here comes the collective effort. Here comes the push from Train Hard, the early success generating even more. Players coming in from tracks. Looks like they'll be taken, but take a look at player number 5. Pesky Afro toward the back lines. He might have the ability to make a play, and it looks as if based off of Train Hard's current positioning, they're not worried whatsoever about what could be a flank. They think that it's only about to come through and defrag actually gets the worst timing possible, loses that one as well. Actually, a trade comes through. Afro is still primed and ready to sit back here, but in the meantime here, Shift, Trainer are looking great when it comes down to the early control.
The problem here is Afro does not fully realize that Trainhard is spawning in P1. He's blocking the spawn, sure, keeps getting calls from his teammates that, hey, we're still spawning hotels, so he doesn't feel confident enough to make the solo play over to the C flag itself. But now that he's got some good help, a full push from Team through the Riverwalk, this should be a full flip of the map, pending that Dave makes his way forward. Again, he's still holding out by A, trying to hold this flag for as long as possible, trusting and hoping that his teammates are convincingly going to win the gunfights over by C. But again, I think he's overstayed his welcome just a touch too long, as he actually forces Denza to spawn with them, and now he realizes, okay, we're still not spawning behind C. We have to come help in the middle of the map.
And helping they will do. Looks as if Trainhard over toward Pool Hall. Current spawns right now. It looks as player number 7 actually making sort of an impact in terms of PD. He has to reference back a current triple cap coming through from War, and this is when things start to get scary. You look at the collection, you look at the spread across the map. We need to see a solid team push come through from Trainhard. They managed to do so, but it got a little bit scary there for a moment, Shift. I think it was player number 7 and PD who spawns up toward Waterside. He's not really in a position to challenge. He tries to go for B. What could have been even worse turn of events turns into what is kind of not as bad as it seemed, but if you're Trainhard, you're looking at that massive advantage that you kind of possessed off the start. Now is all to waste. Last 15 seconds, it's going to be a neck and neck game, and you got to give props to Team War for pretty much holding on to what was a solid start from the opposition.
Yeah, it was a very proactive start. Trainhard just kind of hit gas, put it straight into sit gear, and just ran forward, able to get that early neutral. But as soon as they got responded to and they started to lose those members right past the 50-yard line, over beyond Restaurant, over towards the A flag, they never fully re-locked themselves down that C flag. They continue to spawn P1 over and over and over again. After that initial push, I don't believe there was a single time Trainhard still spawned behind the C flag. At a certain point, that is your indicator saying, good, we have control of C when we spawn behind Flower like this. Now we can set that up and try to again. Team More, just as soon as they were able to respond to that early aggression from Trainhard, they were able to manipulate the map at such a higher level, again, working their way through the Riverwalk, forcing Trainhard to continue to spawn P1, which is where you want them to be if you're going to get a spawn trap and a triple cap with flags.
See what Team War can do now on the more preferred side. You see the early SMGs trying to get some work done, trying to push back Trainhard almost into that back restaurant position, and now they're ready for the re-challenge. When they do so, the smoke happening to mask the enemy is what a lovely shot coming through from Hydra up close. Denza's there for a few of the re-peaks, so it will be Trainhard who does manage to regain control, and a lot of that is based off of the aggression being shown from Hydra. Again, it's the young guns, it's the SMGs that are continually pushing up these lanes, and Hydra seems to be one of the many highlight players that we've seen so far throughout the day.
And now you found Afro in the back. This is the moment where Trainhard with a favorable kill feed. You should not still be in restaurant. You have to be pushing forward with everybody if you want to flip these spawns. And Hydra again is doing it all. He's 21-7, 4 kills straight, and he still doesn't have any help here in Hazmat. If you're Trainhard, get forward. Try to flip these spawns up. These are more continual team kills coming up for our squad in blue, but it's Whalers who's backing up for the A flag. Just a bit concerned about it. Fortunately, Pete finally moves forward to C, but again, Trainhard have not convincingly flipped the spawns yet.
It's by no means convincing as of yet. Looks as if Denza still hanging out. A 1 versus 2 situation in terms of positioning. He will drop. And so it looks as if we're actually going to see that spawn toward the bottom side of the map for Trainhard. No. They're going to have the focus over towards C, and this could be what War is looking for. This could be their chance. And if they can keep spawning them over toward P1, as you mentioned, which could be the spawn trap, this will not look good. One player and player number spawns Cafe, an opportunity to maybe do something. But if you're Team War, you continually hold them for as long as possible. This is going to be a great spot. Getting as many ticks as possible is the goal. Unfortunately, they do get taken down, but if you're War, you're happy to sit in the situation in which you have the preferred side. You just had a trip cap, and Trainhard are just trying to refocus for what will be the remaining 2 minutes and 45 seconds of this game.
Look, Domination is not a forgiving game mode. I know there are mixed opinions on the map 3 selection for the mode, but that was the idealistic example of Trainhard not taking an opportunity and immediately being punished for it. You had it. Again, once you get past that B flag, you neutralize it or you capitalize by actually getting the full capture and you're finding more kills, forget about the A flag. You don't want it. Get to C. And they just kind of hold their ground a bit too statuesque, and Team War punish. And now we're down to about the 2-minute mark. A 13-point lead for Team War as they continue to hold on to a CB setup, which is looking a bit more impenetrable. As again, you see Afro up top by rails. You've got Evo watching the mid rails. And man, I'm telling you, this is just not looking good for Tradeart. They're going to have to find a way to get another convincing kill feed here. Not just once, but likely twice in a row off the respawns if they want to have a chance to not just get the B flag, potentially make their way over to the C flag again.
Yeah, I love what we saw there from War, right? It's the awareness of the current scoreline, the given circumstances, and to send a few players out to almost be the scouts, if you will. It's going to make Trainhard's lives that much more difficult. Minute and 38 seconds on the clock. Trainhard doing everything they can to continue to force the issue. Hydra being one of those players, as we've talked about consistently. Can Trainhard do this? Can they start to make the effort felt over at B? They do find a nice collection of kills through the middle. That's going to be Team War spawning toward back and Hazmat. It's going to need to be now, and it's probably going to need to also be a triple cap for a short time. Let's see if Trainhard can continue to push War out again and again. As PD, one of the main focuses right now for that push on the flank, gets taken down by the first, and if you're Team War, it is park the bus. Don't allow for the opposition to get in your base, and as long as you hold one flag and at least test at some points for B, you're in a good spot.
Yeah, and even if you get a random spawn here for Team War, you can turn that into a pesky play where you're essentially trying to neutralize A or something of the nature. Again, yeah, the clock is absolutely in your favor here. And Trainhard, again, just a bit too statuesque, because once again, they get control of the middle of the map, they get a couple more kills, and everyone just kind of sits and waits for the next challenge. It's one of those things that, again, you know, I may come off as a bit overcritical. This is, again, a brand new roster for all intents and purposes. Yes, Defrag played with Whalers, Hydra, and Brezzy earlier in the year, but is now rejoining for the first time in about 3-4 weeks, and this is your first real go with PD. Those are moments right there that you get one good look at the film, you look at one good look at the bot, clear up some communication things. Those are things that you're looking for Trainhard to immediately improve upon. But again, just a touch unrehearsed with this roster versus the very, very good complete squad of Team War, as they will fall here in the domination, but a very competitive map again from Trainhard.
A solid map to say the least, but one that will go the way of War, as respawns have been their bread and butter so far throughout this one, as they'll win this one 175 to 147. A good opportunity from Trainhard, but like we talked about, Team War, you give them any opportunities and they will run with it, which is exactly what we see here, Jess.
Yeah, Lando, for a little bit in there, I did think we were going to see Trainhard use that momentum from map 2 and come out on top. And, you know, because they did finish slightly ahead scoreline-wise during the first half of that map. So I just thought that'd be so interesting to see a bracket reset happen. Looks like it will be slightly less likely, but Shift, we'll start with you. What's your main takeaway from that map?
I mean, I already hit it up on Trainhard as far as missing a couple of big opportunities, but I'll take the other side of the coin here and talk about how good Team War is at turning a bad situation into a great one. Again, they're in a position where off the rip of this entire map, their A flag is neutralized. That's a lot of pressure you have to be dealing with, but the way that they're able to manipulate, making sure that they still had a couple of members who are putting their attention in the middle of the map, all you have to do is essentially trade out lives, give your team some time to recapture A, and then make their way back forward into the middle of the map to where you can start to influence that B flag. Was exquisite. And then again, the same situation where Trainhard take a little bit too long to make a play for C, and because of a couple of split spawns that happened for Team War, they're able to turn it into a 3-cap, and they're able to hold it for a considerable amount of time. You're seeing just at the macro level a very good awareness from all 5 players, a very good understanding of where are we going to start to spawn our opponents out at, and how can we trap them to take as much of the map away as possible. Really good clinical stuff there in Team War showcased throughout that map.
Now, if we look at some of the kill counts, there were some standout players on the side of Team War. Lucifer was playing quite well over on the side of Trainhard. Hydra was also standing out. And Lando, I think you even highlighted Hydra as a really strong young gun. And so I wanted to ask you about, you know, could we see a future in the Call of Duty League for Hydra?
I think it's very possible. To be honest with you, I know a majority of the CDL so far, when you look at kind of players that have been picked up, are kind of more North American based. We've seen a few APAC players get picked up well, but hey, the hype around Hydra has been real. I know after talking to a few different team managers and kind of how they look at things, Hydra has been a player that they have kind of circled, if you will, when it comes down to different rosters, saying, hey, we're looking out for this guy. We're aware of the presence that he can have. And, despite the loss there, 28-17, he had some great work up close with the S&G. I think, his future absolutely is bright. He's only 18 years old. And people have kind of called him the young French monster, which is not a title that gets awarded to too many people. So I'm excited to see what Hydra can do. And I think there is a very real possibility that, who knows, professional, when it comes down to his future, it very well could be an opportunity, especially as the league starts to progress. I think teams will continue to look at someone like Hydra, especially as he has been putting on a fantastic performance so far throughout the majority of the time that we've got a chance to see him.
For sure. Well, now is time for that small bit of suspense that I wanted to build earlier. So Team War are up 2-1 versus Trainhard Esports, but it has not been necessarily the easiest defense for them. Will Team War prevent that bracket reset? Let's find out after this quick break. Welcome back to the Call of Duty Challengers Cup number 5, presented by PS4. I'm your host, Jess Brohard, and if you're just tuning in, we are here at match point in the EU Grand Finals. We've got Team War versus Trainhard Esports. Now, Team War are up 2-1, and it has not necessarily been the easiest defense as we've seen them do in maybe previous Challengers Cups, but they are still on a good path to potentially make this a 3-1. Now, just as a reminder, Trainhard Esports did come down through the losers bracket. So if Trainhard does manage to take this series, we will see a bracket reset. But again, with the scoreline as it stands, Team War up 2-1. That seems like we are seeing maybe a diminishing chance of that happening. But of course, we've got our two casters, I Hold Shift and Lando, with me. So I'd like to pose you guys both this question. Is there any part of you that is expecting a bracket reset? Shift, we'll start with you.
I don't think so. Not yet. Not yet. Again, I think you would have been surprised for Trainhard to finish even top 4, let alone find a way to go through a very good team, which again was listed as the Kettles this weekend with BB Connor and Disarray and those guys. They were able to upset Singularity in the losers semis, obviously not able to get the better of Trainhard, but again, you found a 3-0 versus these guys in the losers final, and now you found a way to come back into this matchup versus Team War, in which in the winners finals you were 3-0 to at least take away one map. You're feeling pretty solid about these most recent changes for Trainhard specifically, as again, they're trying to find a way to not just be a top 4 team consistently. They're trying to find a way to be the best team, at least in Europe. And I think that these changes might merit some success towards that goal.
Yeah, and a storyline that we had touched on earlier is kind of how would Trainhard feel about a top 2 finish rather than a, winning the whole thing. And Lando, I'll ask you this because again, I think you guys both kind of agreed that like they'd be pretty happy about it. It wouldn't just be, it's not first or bust for them. Like they should be pretty proud of their progress and everything. And Lando, what do you think of the progress that they've made and what can we attribute that to?
I would just say in general, based off of Trainhard, obviously, are they going to be happy with the second place finish? In terms of like this series specifically, I think that they're going to say, why not first? But at the very least, I think that they are going to be content with this placement. I think that they were going to be happy considering the fact that they have made a recent roster move and it's worked out to the point that they are currently, currently are where they are. So just in general, I think that you can kind of attribute a lot of the success due to the roster change, right? I think that this team does look very well collected in a few different modes. And hey, like I said, the ability to be where they are right now, taking down a lot of the teams that they did to get here is incredibly impressive, especially the Singularity victory. So I think in general, you can kind of attribute the success to the core majority of this team, but also due to the recent changes that this team has made. Also consider the fact, as Shift has mentioned, this is a new team, right? This is a new roster that is happy to be where they are right now. Like I've said, are they going to be happy with the second place finish? You can kind of look at that from a Call of Duty player perspective and say, oh, we're never really happy. In the back of their mind, they're saying, hey, you know what? We actually did probably a lot better than we thought we did. So I think you can kind of look at that in retrospect and say, you know what? Given the result, whatever it may be, even if they were to lose this map right here, they have a lot to look forward to with this team, and I attribute a lot of that due to the roster moves that they've made recently, and the core majority of this team that's together. A lot of great kind of mixtures when it comes down to this team.
You're right there, and I certainly don't mean to call things ahead of time. I'm not trying to write off Trainhard. I'm just kind of looking at the facts as they stand, and they would have quite the uphill battle ahead of them if they were to try to reset the bracket, because not only would they have to take the remaining 2 maps in the series, then they would have to take an entire new best of 5 versus Team War, and it's just it feels like that would be such an uphill battle that even this bit of momentum that they are starting to gather, I don't know if they really have it in them. But looks like we are ready to load into this map and stop speculating, and instead have all of our questions answered. Will Trainhard be able to extend this series? This is the critical map for them. If they take this, they have a fighting chance, as uphill of a battle as it would be. But on the other hand, Team War, the current powerhouse, it is just too soon to call. Shift, what is your prediction?
It's hard to put any kind of a prediction on Hack the Yard. This is a wild card map where anything can happen. And as you take a look, it's going to be Trainhard spawning on the unfortunate side. But Lando, take a look. It's going to be a 4-man commitment to the OE. We haven't seen this since the early weeks because it is a high risk and potentially only mild reward as Denza and Steve Vortex deal with it completely. tough seats.
It is, and I'll tell you what, man, I like the move from Train Hard. The problem is that it made it so apparent that they were going to be doing that exact thing. They were a little bit slow out of the gate, and maybe that kind of comes down to that lack of communication that we've talked about that this team could be presented with, right? You have new voices, you have new players kind of on this team. When it came down to the trades, when it came down to them kind of jumping out of cover, it was strictly just a one-to-one situation. It was constantly fights that they aren't going to have an easy chance of getting. And I think if you're going to send 4 through office, you kind of have to brute force your way through it. You can't stop. You have to kind of make that push be felt, because as soon as War realizes, hey, it's a little bit too quiet, they're going to realize what the push is, granted because of how solid that P2 can be. So kind of given the circumstances, I like what we saw from Train Hard, the ability to do what they tried to do. But we talk about Prezi, okay, 5 in a row type of kills, and now Timor are spawning on the other side. An unfortunate misstep at the beginning has led to the ultimate grace at the end. Shift, what a spawn that was from Train Hard, my goodness.
I mean, this is a tale of like a Batman and Robin with Hydra and Prezi. Hydra, again, he's on 5 straight, but was the catalyst for making sure that the P1 hardpoint was not a convincing hold for Team War. 4 of those 5 kills happened in middle of that garage to clear off the hill, and then the Robin play is Prezi following up. He sneaks through the OE, a couple of team kills over the middle, and oh boy, this is a wild card map here when it comes down to Lando. And Train Hard have been able to salvage what was a very risky opening play into some great time, and they will be enjoying right around an 83 to 23 point lead.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they're going to absolutely take that every single day if they can get it. Whalers having a few highlight moments there in the feed. Keep in mind, Prezi, PD, they're on 8 combined right now, trying to pave their way to what would be P3. It looks as if they're going to have that control for it. I was kind of surprised by how far and how much of a dent that they made. You got to give them some props for doing what they have. Train Hard has awoken when it comes down to map 4. Our talks about them in terms of, can they kind of live up to it? Can they be a team that has the ability to force the game 5, considering the way that both the respawns have looked? My opinion was a little bit down, but they've changed it off the start. They're about to reach the century mark when Team War is only a quarter of it. Impressive stuff coming through from the Young Guns. Impressive stuff coming through from the SMGs up close, as Train Hard are all looking to continue to put on the pressure.
It's very rare that you see an exit from the second hardpoint turn into not just initial time at Smokestack, but a lot of time at Smokestack. That is a brilliant first 3 holds. We'll say 2.5 hills here for the time of Train Hard. But now as we get the rotation from the Smokestack over to the office, again, this is not an unwinnable situation. Team War is not fully set up yet, and Hydra continues to be a nuisance in the back. The only one who can put him down apparently is his own team, as Defrag gets the final kill on Hydra. But this is going to be another opening setup here for Train Hard, and Prezi's going to be able to double up and make sure that all of the pressure up close and personal is dealt with, and not just as the first 15 seconds going to tilt in favor of Train Hard. They're in a good position to find maybe the first 30.
Look at Hydra. Look at Hydra. The opportunity that he has. This is wonderful timing that he has right now, and he wins the fight versus Dave. A big situation that he has coming up, a 1v1 that could turn to tides, and he wins it versus Vortex. Hop in the hill, my good man. You've awarded yourself the time. Player sitting in yellow shut down as well. Hydra is absolutely unbelievable. 5 kills in a row. He is setting up for what would be a P5 hill, one that Train Hard does not look like they have any right in getting, and based off of that play from Hydra, they now have spawns as well for dock building. So impressive from Hydra. What a sequence there, and it's only going to continue, it looks like, as there's a 6th.
I am absolutely flabbergasted as Hydra finds number 7, and if he finds a way to turn on the Afro, I put my microphone away and I just let the gameplay speak for itself, because oh my god, Hydra, absolutely insane SMG presence from him for Train Hard. He now PD is getting a little bit of inspiration from the young Frenchman as he works his way forward. 30 seconds still left to play, and once again you can see Train Hard are a little bit split focused here. They're going to get the spawns by Old, but you have number 7 of Prezi once again looking to make a play. If he can find a way to win another gunfight, this is going to be Train Hard turning P5 scrap time into an initial setup and spawn hold for what will eventually be the tire shop.
Gosh.
This has been near flawless gameplay from Train Hard on this Hack the Yard hardpoint.
This is unbelievable. Keep in mind, Train Hard, they're aware of P2. They're trying to stay up. Whalers does get cut down. Last man alive is going to be Defrag, which he'll be shut down in the end. Nonetheless, you'll take that if you're Train Hard, right? Obviously, you lose the rotation for Tire Shot, at least for now. But who cares? I mean, the way that we just saw Hydra start to go off, and looks like he might continue that up, is nothing short of impressive. War had every right to really be brought, or rather to bring themselves back in the game, and that is not happening. Hydra and Co. are putting up the S&G work, and I love the aggression that we're seeing from them as well. Granted, you could argue, you know, certain challenges, 1v1 challenges, that it doesn't matter. These guys are feeling confident, and they have every right to feel that way given the way that they've been playing as of late. But again, you have to be aware, P2 is coming up. Team War are going to have that. We'll see if they can hold on to what has been a very crazy start to this Hackney.
I mean, for Team War, you have to have a perfect 60 and you have to win the rotation to get out of the hill and get over to the smokestack. It's nearly 200 points already for Train Hard to just the 89 of Team War. Again, that can turn around quickly and immediately become a 150 to 190 if they find the full 60 seconds here. But still, there is so much luxury for Train Hard into their decision making. They can play this passively, just take a couple of seconds here, a couple of seconds there, set themselves up for good solid holds for the smokestack if they want to. Again, pending that, of course, things don't go their way while they try to make their way over towards this tire shop, which, again, as a couple of kills come through, they're going to have an opportunity to set their sights on this hill specifically, but just as soon as they make their way past that blue gate, it's Team War off the respawn, able to recollect themselves, and it looks like they're going to be well on their way to trying to hit that 150 mark.
And this is kind of a big tail at the moment. I'm actually curious, War spawns. Okay, they're going to go ahead and keep spawning toward the back tire shop. I thought for a moment they may get a little bit of a possible nod at Office, granted, kind of guaranteeing the positioning of what was Train Hard. However, they kind of get there just in the nick of time, and that ends up being changed up. So, like we said, solid 50, solid 60 hold coming in from Train Hard, or rather from Team War. That's kind of what we expected, but now it's about the future. It's now about the next rotation. We'll see exactly what Train Hard can do if they can keep up having these different layers spread out across the map. As Team War are fueled, they are focused, and they are trying to make the push here into Smokestack. We saw how good Train Hard was last time around. They got 4, if not 5 players looking at them now. We'll see if the same can exist.
Numbers looking good for Team War out of the warehouse, but the spawns for Train Hard are right inside of that P5 building, so they're going to have a chance to contest this quickly. And again, the 30 seconds are massive. Whatever happens with these, if Team War finds the full 30, obviously great. You don't expect that to be the case, especially when Whalers finds himself a quad feed, and then Defrag cleans up the last player on the hill. But again, you cannot allow these last 15 seconds to go in favor of Train Hard and your Team War. This is going to be essentially a battle on multiple fronts. You have to make sure you're contesting time, but you also have to make sure that you're working your way into what will be this office hardpoint coming up next. As you can see, all 5 members in blue stacked and ready to go as soon as the hardpoint opens.
Impressive work coming through from Whalers. Granted, double headshots, but nonetheless, consider me impressed. Great work coming through from multiple players on Train Hard as they just continue to apply the pressure. Less than 30 seconds needed as Brezzy hanging out in the doorway, hanging out rather in the window. As it's Team War scatterbraining, trying to do anything they can to keep this game afloat, to keep it alive. They have future rotations, but at the very least, are we even going to get there? They need 10 of the next 26 to lock this one up. Team War, this is their last push. This is their last opportunity to break in. Can they manage to do it? It's not looking all that favorable. Hill starting to go back and forth. The majority of fights going the way of Train Hard, and they will lock up the time in Office as they stay alive. 250 to 173 here in the Hackney for what was an unbelievable beginning from Train Hard and from Sky Hydra. Absolute insanity.
Yeah, I actually wrote down in my notes at one point that Hydra was 21-7. He obviously, you know, got, so I wrote down I wanted to make a little joke about how he's living up to his name, you know? They kill him once and he immediately answers back with 3 kills on the enemy team. So certainly a high impact player and definitely one to watch. Shift, at one point, I love the way you said, you go, I am absolutely flabbergasted. So that was like kind of toward the beginning of that map, I think. How are you feeling now that everything's over?
Look, this Trainhard team has not had a lot of broadcast airtime when it comes to not just these Challengers Cups, but even when they're on the home series side of things, when some of our friends at Beyond the Call have ran broadcast independently before, they have not had a lot of playtime. I have not had a chance to watch Hydra play all that often, and I spend a lot of time watching the Challenger scene. This kid is absolutely mental. He's insane. I mean, it's not just the fact that he's finding these sprees, but it's the role that he's playing while he's finding these massive sprees. Again, he was the solo player trying to lock down that 4 to 5 rotation to win spawns, and he goes on almost 8 straight. He's also the guy that, again, at the very beginning, he's able to work his way in and make sure that, again, a high-risk play of trying to go for the OE is not completely punished. He takes down 4 in that first hard point, making sure that Team War does not get a lot of time generated on that first hill. There were just so many moments. That was a walking highlight reel performance from Hydra. And even in the mix of him fighting 33, he had 2 other teammates that went 30+ kills. So as a full collective unit, you can say that there might be communication issues, but clearly the changes have netted a major positive in the right direction for these guys. Inspiring stuff, no matter, again, what happens either in map 5 or in our second best of 5. These guys are looking like a major threat.
Yeah, maybe there were communication issues, but after a showing like that, I kind of got to think, you know, something changed, something got better. Like we've touched on before, communication is key in Call of Duty, and clearly they've nailed it. Either that or there is something just absolutely wrong with Team War, which I did want to look a little bit about Vortex, rather. He was struggling a little bit. At one point, I noted down he was at a 10-24. Lando, what do you think was going on with him?
You know, I didn't see necessarily anything that Vortex was doing wrong. I think it was just really kind of down to the way that Team War were kind of getting handled towards certain stages. You know, I think we got to watch Vortex at certain points in the first hardpoint on Azir struggle as well. I think it could be just based on the role, but when you have a guy like Hydra who is playing that way with the SMGs, who's currently, you know, playing the way that he is, and the dominance that we saw during a certain spree, as Shift kind of mentioned, from that 4 to 5 in the first rotation, I mean, it's going to be hard to kind of pick up slays. So I think, you know, you could look at someone in particular and say, oh, you know, that's the guy that, you know, maybe didn't perform up to standards. But in general, I think a lot of it relies on a team effort. If one player is dramatically struggling, oftentimes it usually is the team that kind of led to that result happening rather than just someone not picking up the pace enough. So I think it's kind of more of a collaborative effort from Team War. Obviously, you want to see Vortex kind of pick it up, especially when it comes down to a respawn versus a team like Trainhard, which is kind of relatively new. So I don't know, man. It's going to be interesting. I know kind of early thoughts coming into this Game 5. My mind is totally scatterbrained because off of what was the very early start to what was happening when we saw that early kind of play be brought in from Trainhard when they tried to go on the initial take for Tire Shop with that 4-man push. It instantly got foiled, and my thought was like, all right, War's gonna win this. War kind of are in a great position already off the start. That doesn't happen, and you got to give props to Trainhard for pulling out what was an insane victory.
Absolutely. And, you know, I don't mean to pile on to Vortex, and I don't mean to blame him, and you can never blame one player for a loss or, you know, because there can be just so many things going on. There's so many moving pieces every single map. It's just, I think for me with Vortex, knowing that he does have league experience, maybe I expect a little bit more of him. You know, Vortex, I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed. But as we look ahead to this map 5 that Trainhard has forced upon Team War, so, you know, it's been kind of a long day, and even though, again, they didn't spend a long time in the losers bracket, it was just kind of dipped into one round, and then here we're in the grand finals. Still, when you look ahead, you know, it's not just the one more map that Trainhard have to take. It's one more map, and then it's one more series. So, Shift, what do you think is going on as far as stamina levels, and do you think that Trainhard is going to force this bracket reset?
I think that stamina should not be a problem, I don't think, for either of these two teams for a couple of different reasons. Number one, I think the biggest thing outside of both teams being used to playing these longer days is that this Trainhard team is going to be feeling extremely energized after that map number 4. On the opposite side, Team War is no stranger to going the distance versus a multitude of different squads just in this calendar competitive year. There have been so many moments where Team War has either come out of the losers bracket and forced the best of 5, or they've been forced to defend titles. We've seen that especially over the last couple of weeks. I don't think stamina is going to be much of a problem. I think it just comes down to, again, Team War, you're going to be feeling extremely confident. I mean, it's one of those things that this is still a put together squad. You've been in situations that have looked a lot rougher for you, and now you're going to go to a map 5 Piccadilly in which their search and destroy has gone from good to extremely good, just picking up Afro alone. So we'll see how they're able to manipulate things here on our pivotal map number 5.
Yep, here we are. Time to answer some of these questions. It is match point either way. Will we see a second grand finals between Team War and Trainhard, or will Team War stand their ground? We're about to find out right now. Lando, what do you think?
I would say in terms of my predictions for this one, I'm looking at Team War. I think, like I said, kind of granted based off of the way that this team is looked, granted kind of based off the way that the team has kind of done things previously and kind of the veterans that are on this team, I expect them to walk away with this. A lot of people kind of forget the Black Ops 3 run at Champs that both, what was it, Dave and Vortex had together. It was top 4 under Fab back in the day. So these guys are very well seasoned when it comes down to clutch situations. And so I kind of have my nod toward them. Also granted to the fact that Trainhard is a new team. They are still figuring things out, which is totally understandable. Yeah. A map like Piccadilly, it's kind of hard, right? This is a map that you see teams obviously scrimmage all that often, let alone this map specifically. So I think just in general, it's going to be hard for Trainhard to kind of pull off what would be an upset on a map like this. Based off the first round, I believe that is 5 up and 5 down. No real frags or influential ones coming in from Trainhard their shift.
And I think what you saw from Trainhard is that they tried to force the issue considerably when it came down to, let's just run at him, see if we can keep the momentum and the pressure on. And again, Team War, they're no strangers to how they face in these map 5s. Really good set nades to, again, slow things down, keep this Trainhard a bit disjointed, not fully connected between all 5 members. You saw there for a second Harry, again, also known as Lucifer in game, was just holding a back angle behind that bus barricade and was able to find a couple of free kills while just kind of waiting his time. Now as Team War going their offense, again, I'm just so excited to see how they can combine their utility together to get space and moments moving forward. As you want to see good moments from Devo, how about this? He'll be the Vanguard here. He reached the frag up close, good shots to find the first blood, and it's opened up space behind him to allow the bomb to potentially make its end to be.
A lot of collective effort going down. Hydra instantly looked upon as the last man alive, and he will be cut down as well. Yeah. Great job in the initial phases from Team War. I mean, that was just calculated and well-timed from pretty much every single player on this roster. And you see Hydra had the envisionment, right? You see the glare of the scope. He had the idea, but it was never going to be an easy task, as that is War looking phenomenal in the first 2 rounds. And when you kind of look at the slays, when you look at the overall kill totals when it comes into Trainhard, these have not been all that competitive of rounds, and we'll see if they can start to turn things around when it comes down to this offense. Piccadilly has kind of turned into, for certain teams, more fast-paced in certain perspectives in the way that you can utilize your utility, which is what we see the smokes being utilized for right now, as it is going to be, it looks as if PD finding the initial trade off the rip. However, it's not going to be easy to continue to push over toward this side as you've got a few players taking a look at you. One of those happens to be Afro.
Again, Dave is here to support this entire AR presence you're seeing at a Team War, just in case the scope needs to make presence known. And again, you're trusting Stevo to essentially hold things down at A, and with him finding a kill on the Whalers, it's just not to frag. And again, these have been nearly flawless rounds back to back to back here for Team War. Their understanding on this map is obviously at a higher level, as again you would expect. Every given point, I know it's going to sound like we're being critical of Trainhard, but you, again, the big caveat is the fact that this is a brand new team, a bilingual team at that might not have best practice on search and destroy, and not just the best practice on search and destroy as a mode, but you also got to consider there are 5 different maps that you can be playing on search, so they probably haven't even found which maps they're best at yet, as they're still kind of learning each other and feeling each other out here in the span of not just today, but also yesterday when they're making their run.
And it's kind of hard too, because you look at a roster like Trainhard and you almost want to give them props, but whenever you kind of set them next to and almost compare them to Team War, it's hard, right? Because you want to try to draw comparisons and kind of, you know, generate the idea that they should be playing better, but in reality, it's just how solid this War roster is looking like. How solid, by the way, this guy Afro is looking. 5-0 beginning for him, about to be 6 if he can get the right perspective into library. Has somewhat of the intuition babysitting that bomb carrier of Denza right now. A few players still remaining flawless. Afro hoping to be one of those guys. Like the collection we're seeing in Train Hard, they're not going down as of yet. They're actually remaining pretty solid when it comes down to their setups. They have hardly yet to move, and Afro, it's going to be difficult for them to try to get this bomb down here, Ship.
And I think Team War might be paying maybe a touch too much respect to Train Hard. You can see two players are actually watching the flank. You've got number 10 and Lucifer or Harry watching the backside of A, while you had number 9 and Dave just kind of watching from the top side of Scaffold and the broken shop window. And they're expecting there to be a kind of a enveloping flank to come through. And Train Hard is just kind of hitting this with all of their gall right through the middle of this library. And it was essentially a 2v4 here for both Afro and Denza versus the majority of Train Hard, as Whalers finds one, now a 3v3, and Lucifer, also known as Harry, will make his way through the back. As Denza does his job, he finds one kill, but it leaves Lucifer in a 1v2. Good angle on the bomb, 10 seconds left, and there just probably won't be enough time here for Brezzy to even get to the bomb, let alone to defuse it. Lucifer going to go ahead and check it. Again, no time here allotting for the defusal, so we'll see a 4-0 play here from Team War, who again just looks so calm and in control throughout our first 4 rounds.
And I will say that, as you kind of mentioned, it was almost like an odd type of patience that they had, trying to be aware of what could be a later push out from Train Hard. There was a moment as well when it came down to the bomb site at kind of one of the later stages that I believe it was Hydra and Whalers both had to kind of actually go for a 2 versus 1. It looked as if it wasn't super well communicated, as one player jumps out, the other one kind of stays put, and that also kind of does not allow for the later stages of that round to go in Train Hard's favor. But it looks like PD says, you know what, screw it, let's play aggressive, let's try to get this one back in our grasps, because it has not been going all that great as of recent. As he falls, so does Defrag, so does Hydra. Things are starting to shape up in Team War's hands. And before I can even hand it off to you, Shift, to explain the way that that round went off, it is Team War that instantly takes control.
I mean, Lando, pick your poison. You can watch any one of these individual POVs and share something really special about how Team War are playing this defense. I mean, these guys are just so well prepared. I mean, the entirety of it, it was perfect. It was a perfect setup, responding to what you saw, which again was PD trying to make aggressive play. Double smokes blocked the fountain, but again, you saw the players out of library rotate right into buses. They've got an opportunity there. They know that, again, if the aggression's happening towards A, it's not happening over the middle. And this is what I was about to say. The only real way that I feel like Train Hard can work their way in is if somebody picks up a scope and finds something off the rip. Give yourself some early numbers to try to manipulate this map into your favor. And as Brezzy's not only able to just to find one, but he also is able to find number 2 into Denza, who was the bomb carrier. This is looking like a much better round for Train Hard, as they can kind of use a little bit of wiggle room to set themselves up.
Shots come through. Hunter feels the need to challenge. Fortunately does get taken down. I'd maybe incentivize holding off a little bit, just because it's still a 5 versus 3 that instantly kind of changes the tide of things. Team War still yet to get their hands on that bomb, on that objective. Afro, who's played so well throughout this entire series, and obviously so far throughout this search and destroy, looking for the opportunity to grab it. It's levitating. Hey, put it on your back and get moving forward. Another kill found from Dave just before that one. Does have the ability to go for the snipe, misses, it just goes past the ear of PD. And Dave realizes now it's time to put on the big boy pants. Now's the time to go on the flank. There's another one found onto PD. One more player left up, as there goes another onto Brezzy. Defrag, 1 versus 2. There's the first, and now the bomb. 35 seconds left. Dave versus Defrag for the tournament.
Dave is such a smart player, man. It's hard to not be a fan of how Dave plays, as he's going to take a page right out of the book from the CDL earlier this year. Just a couple weeks ago, he's got the angle, and Defrag, are you going to expect this? Well, actually, wait a second. Dave sees him on the corner, but doesn't like the angle, comes out from behind cover, and does find the kill just before the defuse comes through. A clean, and I mean that literally, clean 6-0 from Team War to finish this one off and go back to back to back to back.
Wow.
Right, corner up. Yep, corner up.
Blink and you miss it, right? That was pretty insane. I like that there was, throughout the whole series, you know, there was kind of the story of the underdogs versus the Titans almost. So there was a lot of back and forth, and then it all culminates in a map 5 that goes like that. I mean, Shift, do you think that right now Train Hard are gonna go home and be eating some ice cream in their bathtubs?
No, I don't think so. I think at the end of the day, again, you might not walk away and staple them as happy with the results, but you're very content of how the weekend went, considering that you did just make 2 changes. You're still learning Search and Destroy. You're still learning how to cooperate and communicate with one another. And I will say, first and foremost, this is my first time really getting a chance to really watch a lot of Hydra, and I'm just going to go ahead and give the little French curl of the mustache. I have become a fan of this Train Hard team. I hope that they stick together, keep working on all these little issues, because this has the makings of being a major contender, not just in Europe, but potentially the world.
Train Hard definitely showed some great potential there. Very, very impressive stuff. Definitely a team to keep our eyes on. But then let's go ahead and talk about Team War, because, you know, it's not like Train Hard just gave it to them. War earned it. They took that victory in the series and in that last map. So, Lando, what did you really like from Team War during that last S&D?
I mean, there's a lot to like when it came down to that final Search and Destroy. Obviously, a 6-0. There's going to be a lot of highlight moments that you can kind of point out, but I want to kind of specifically hone in on what was clutch in the last round, the round number 6. I thought surely this is going to be the opportunity as Brezzy finds the early snipe off start for Train Hard. My thought was, okay, we're at least going to see what would be a round number 7, but Dave makes the play. He decides to go ahead and realize the angles that are currently taking place, knows that PD enters in toward Library, gets that side challenge, and then from there allows for the bomb to be planted down. Very well collective effort, and just a great veteran call from someone like Dave, who has been around the block multiple times. And like we talked about it, Team War, they are confident, they know their strengths, and they know that just as much as we've been talking about it, they know as well, Train Hard, they're not going to be so well seasoned when it comes down to Search and Destroy, especially on a map like Piccadilly. So you got to give props, you got to tip the hat toward Team War as what is going to be their 4th Challenger Cup in a row and their 4th victory in a row, I believe, with Afro in the lineup. Very impressive, and it goes to show that that choice was definitely the right one.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you, especially on that last play from Dave. That was just beautiful. You and Shift both hit that nicely on the head. But for now, let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket for the EU region so you can once again see how everything went. Once again, to recap, Train Hard they came out of the losers bracket, but they did not spend very much time there. It was a quick in and out while they knocked out the Kettles. Came back in the finals, unfortunately did fall to War 3-2, but it was a hard fought. They were trying to get that bracket reset just like we saw in the last Challengers Cup, but it was not meant to be. Let's check out the standings and see exactly how much money all these teams are going home with. So once again, top 4 teams here in the EU region are going home with prize money. Team War taking home 8,000 smackaroos, Train Hard getting 6,000, the Kettles taking home $4,000, and Singularity will go home with $2,000. But once again, that is all just kind of a step on the road. That is, they're also collecting the challengers' points, and this is all a part of the bigger piece of the puzzle that is leading up to some postseason stuff that I am not allowed to tell you about yet. But I will be able to tell you so soon, literally within just a couple minutes here. So before we move on, do either of you have any final thoughts on that series?
For me, EU region, my big question mark, where you at, Nasty? It's Connect 5. Top 32 a couple weeks ago, top 16 this week. That is a lot of ex-London Royal Ravens players either on the sub-roster or were in the sub-roster, and now they're not even making top 8. I'm a little bit concerned for my Reds.
Lando, anything to add to that?
Outside of the hype and shift, I'll take more of a positive route. I'm not gonna, kind of hit that team specifically. They've obviously, gotten enough negatives when it comes down to it, and obviously Shift pointed out correctly. On more of a positive note, I'm excited to see the future of Train Hard. Right, I'm excited to see what these guys can do kind of for the future. Obviously, not the greatest series result, especially kind of towards the end, but a lot of kind of high praise to this team for the way that they played, for the way that they grinded out, and the way that Hydra played, by the way, in that game 4 is something that I'm not going to forget for a while. I've been told, watch out for Hydra, watch out for this young guy, and he played absolutely fantastic. I think the future is bright, not only for him, but for this new Train Hard roster.
Well, reigning champs Team War have stood their ground. They were able to take the European Grand Finals 3-2 versus Train Hard, but don't go anywhere. Up next, we will head back across the pond to the North American bracket here at the Call of Duty Challengers Cup number 5, presented by PlayStation 4. Welcome back to the Call of Duty Challengers Cup number 5, presented by PS4. I'm your host, Jess Brohard. I'm so excited to be here bringing you all the action all day long. If you are just tuning in, so far we've played out the APAC and the EU Grand Finals. The APAC Grand Finals saw Renegades take a 3-2 over the Chiefs, and then the EU Grand Finals saw Team War stand their ground with a 3-2 versus Train Hard. So it's been an exciting day of matches so far. But before we get into some NA matches, we have some news for you. We have a little bit of an announcement. We're going to talk to you about the postseason schedule. So what you can look forward to after this Challengers Cup and after the next 3 home series. There are a lot of action. There's a lot of action that will be happening. There's a lot going on. And we want to definitely also give you guys a little bit of an announcement about what is going on after these 3. So first off, as you can see, we're here in the Challengers Cup number 5. Next week, we are taking a little bit of a break for the US Independence Day, giving you guys a little bit of freedom from watching Call of Duty. And then afterwards, July 10th, we'll head into the New York home series. Following that, July 17th, the London home series. July 24th is the Toronto home series. And then this is what I really wanted to bring to you guys' attention. August 1st and 2nd. Do you see that? Last chance qualifiers before we head into the Challengers Finals, whose dates are TBD. We do not know yet when the Challengers Finals will occur, but let's talk a little bit about the format for this kind of postseason and what's going on. So, like I said, this is new, that it will include a last chance qualifier and a finals event. Now, all 3 regions will once again be represented, and all competitions will be taking place online, and the combined prize pool for these 3 regions will be $500,000. So tons of money on the line. But let's take another look at kind of what's going on with these last chance qualifiers. So of course it is one last chance to qualify for the finals, but here's how it's going to work. So the LCQ will take place August 1st and August 2nd. For the North American qualifiers, the top 24 teams by Challengers points will go straight to the finals events, and then, or finals event rather, and then 8 teams will qualify via the last chance qualifier. Same thing with EU and with the APAC region. The top 12 by Challengers points do go straight to the finals event, and then 4 teams will qualify during the last chance qualifiers, August 1st and 2nd. One other thing to note about these last chance qualifiers is, first of all, the finals event dates will be announced soon. We do not quite know for you guys, or we're not allowed to tell you guys rather, when that will be, but we do want to highlight this important note about the rosters. So if you are a team that qualifies outright based on Challengers points, rather than going through the last chance qualifier, you are locked into the same roster that you had for the Toronto home series tournament. So just make sure about that, because I know, once again, it is Challengers, anything can happen. There's been a lot of roster shuffling, as we've mentioned. There's a lot of moving pieces, a lot that can really happen. So first of all, Shift, Lando, do either of you have any kind of predictions of teams that you just know for sure will be making it into the finals without having to go through the qualifiers?
I will say first and foremost, for North America, Europe, top 24 total squads based on Challengers points. You're going to be feeling pretty comfortable if you've been finishing in the top 16 over the last handful of weeks. The big thing about it, though, is no matter if you're currently sitting in a good position with your pro points, or if you're still on one of those guys that continues to find themselves on new rosters every single week, whatever you seem to be in right now, find your other 4 dudes and stick with them for the rest of the year. Top 24 is very forgiving when it comes to EU and North America. There are going to be times where if you even finish top 32 with your group of 5 guys, you're not out of the possibility of just instantly qualifying. And then let's say that maybe things don't work out so well for you. You still have another chance to swap up your roster, give it one more go at the last chance qualifier. But the biggest thing that we'll say, the one thing that I want to see, get your roster figured out. Come together now, especially if you're somebody who continues to dance back and forth between top 32 finishes with a different group of 5. Find the 4 other homies, get them locked in, make your run start now.
And Lando, so knowing, if you're an amateur team and you're coming through these Challengers series, what does it do to your mentality as a team, knowing that, okay, well, even if we're not playing the greatest, like, hey, we've got that last chance qualifier?
I mean, like Shiv mentioned, this is an awesome opportunity for these guys. This is an awesome opportunity, like you mentioned, to have the last chance qualifier available. So it's like, you know what? If for example, we don't play up to our highest standard, we don't play up to our best of our ability, you know what? We still have a second opportunity to play in the later stages, which is awesome. I think it is forgiving, but at the same time, it's so awesome to see the presence. It's so awesome to see the support coming in from the CDL when it comes down to the challenger side of things. I think it's fantastic. And I think it enables the amateur scene to continue to develop in ways that it's never really seen before. Like I said, we've seen so many times over the last few seasons, even this season specifically, amateur players revolutionizing top pro rosters. It is not just, oh, you know, they're getting opportunities. It is, no, they are getting opportunities and they are seizing them so much so that they are changing results across the entire CDL, which is so awesome. It's great to see. And that last chance qualifier helps those teams out just a little bit more in case their season hasn't gone the greatest up to that point.
Yeah, you're so right there. And I really love especially what you said about how CDL is kind of officially providing support for these amateur teams. Because after all, you know, Challengers is not just about being, you know, not in the league. It's not about just being an amateur, because we see former pros that do have league experience. And we also see the other side of the coin, which is young guns coming in, starting their career in Challengers and then making it into the league. We currently have Mac playing for the New York Subliners. And I don't think he's the only example of someone coming through the Challengers series. So, but anyway, bringing it back to the North American region, which we are about to see next, let's take a look at that bracket so we can see kind of what matches we're hopping into and what you guys can expect to see. I believe we are going to get right into this Triumph versus Get Busy over here in round one. We're hopping into map 3, which, as you can see, the scoreline is all tied up at 1-1, and we also will be occasionally checking in with Sixth Gear versus Team Vengeance up there in the winners semifinals, also tied up at 1-1. So we'll be bouncing around just a little bit. But first of all, Lando, what stands out to you about the way the North American bracket has shaken out so far?
It's definitely pretty interesting. You know, majority of the top rosters that we are kind of expecting to be in the stages or kind of in the later stages are there. We talk about teams like Team Vengeance and a few other rosters like Get Busy, Sixth Gear. They're all kind of hanging around there, along with the Atlanta FaZe Academy. A few others to mention as well. But bracket kind of shaping up somewhat. I'll say a majority of it shaping up the way that we kind of expected it, outside of a few results here and there. But say what I'm excited to see some North American action. We got to watch APAC, got to watch Europe, and now we get to watch and kind of see the later stages develop here for the NA side.
Well, here we are jumping into Triumph versus Get Busy. Map 3, all tied up 1-1 shift. Who do you think will come out on top of this map?
Oh, how could you possibly pick? Triumph is a squad that finished second last time around, but is coming off a handful of very scary weeks. And on the other side, Spart has been a great addition, obviously, since leaving the LAG squad to now playing with this Get Busy team. They had a great week last week as well. A bit surprising to see both of these two teams squaring up in losers round 1, but I say it every single week I have a chance to watch over North America. It is a gauntlet. There are 16 teams that could be in the top 8 any given week, and so often you see a couple of surprises early, and this is absolutely one of them, Lando.
Yeah, it is kind of shocking. You said, I mean, to see these two teams in the stage of where they are right now. We talked about a number of different players kind of on this team that have really made, you know, major strides. Obviously, you talk about Spart being added to Get Busy alongside some other very, very talented amateur talent. And then on the side of Triumph, right? The big three, if you want to call it that, I kind of mentioned at the start of the season in terms of Royalty, Nagafin, and Fellow, guys who have been in that pro scene for such a long time. It is kind of shocking to see them at this current stage, granted, given how solid the Triumph roster has looked all year long and the recent success of Get Busy. So I'm excited to see who unfortunately will fall in losers round 1, but who also, like you said, survives the gauntlet.
And the thing about it is, like, either of these two teams getting through this round, they could very well still find a way to get back to the finals. Like, it's not out of their own possibility just because they're in losers round so early that they're not going to have a chance to make a run the entire tournament. So there's a lot to kind of keep an eye on. But so far, things looking pretty solid for Triumph overall. Even with, again, Royalty at 0-4, Nagafin at 1-4. It's Dave and Standy, the newest additions when it comes to the young gun mentality here for Triumph. Since they kind of got together for this whole online challenger season, they're the ones leading things up. And, well, they're going to need some help here soon because as Get Busy is right on their move to try to work towards this B site.
And one thing quickly on Triumph, this is one of the teams that has, stuck together pretty much since the start. No major roster changes by any means since this team, really since the first Challenger Cup, which is something to admire. And whenever I got a chance to talk to Felony and Royalty actually about a few of the new young guns of Standy and Dave, like you mentioned, they told me, I've never really played with a young gun like this before. This guy is different. This guy is incredibly talented. And whenever I talked to Felony, it was kind of more in reference to Dave at the time, but Standy as well. You cannot deny the talent that exists with this guy. The major strides of this roster have made. A lot of it are key, not just the veterans, but it's also the young guns that have been able to do the damage, if you will, up close. But kind of quickly referencing back into the game, the AC split currently granted for Get Busy as Spark continues to remain supreme over towards C, and a nice long-range gunfight onto Standy is going to continue to put Get Busy in a fantastic position as Royalty's coming through with the blade on B. No success found when it comes down to the overall objective. But Get Busy, they are clearly getting back in this game.
And this is a great setup for Get Busy when it comes to trying to idolize what is a full capture on gun run. You've got a nice hold from bathrooms. You're sending one player to kind of keep their opponents guessing by either playing in the middle of the train yard or back towards the outside just to watch over the C flag. And you're just trusting that someone's in the back anchoring up your spawns to continue to be on the A side. And well, all of those things have happened, leading now to Get Busy with a minute 30 to play, up 6 points and looking to extend that to a little bit further beyond. Dave, with an SMG in hand, tries to make a move to finesse Cyril, but isn't able to get the kill. Then again, it'll be an A-B setup with 60 seconds plus to play. Get Busy looking solid to hold off these last two.
It looks as if Triumph, unfortunately, getting cut down through middle. That's a great moment, really, for them, where they had the opportunity to maybe make the rush into B. That one gets rendered unsuccessful. And in the meantime, while we see Dave on London making some progress, as he'll unfortunately fall, that progress is being lost on the other end, as Triumph are struggling to really make a whole lot of moves outside of their own flag here at C. Thankfully, it's finally secured back up, but the presence from Get Busy has definitely been felt. And that's one of the major benefits from holding this AP side, right? It's the flexibility, the opportunity, and the kind of closeness that you have on C. There are so many different angles, so many different ways that you can kind of hold that one in, and obviously Get Busy, you're receiving the positives from it. 28 seconds left, and this is kind of a last hurrah, if you will, from Triumph to try to get anything done they can, and they are foiled for what is going to be probably the second, if not third time in a row of trying to break in to this B flag.
Yeah, and again, it's one of those things that you look at Nagafen just at 5 and 12. Fortunately, the rest of the teammates were able to kind of pick things up, where, again, we talked about David Stickney really doing a lot of the legwork for Triumph. But as Royalty, he needed one more bullet, and he finds an impressive 1-clip-3 kill, but isn't able to quite get it. But even with a little bit of PogChamp at the end, it's still a 20-point lead here for the side of Get Busy, who were able to bounce back very nicely in the early stages of this first half to garner that lead.
And we talk about it too. Obviously, this series currently at a 1-1 score line. I don't know if you have the exact results in terms of the way that the Hardpoint and Search and Destroy went. Regardless, the fact that we are in the swing game mode is important to reference. As we discussed, this is round one of losers. This is not the later stages. You could very well be foiled by looking at these two team names and thinking, okay, surely we're far along in the winner's side. No, loser of this series goes home, and this map will have a lot to play into that. As we'll now take a look through the eyes of multiple players, the first one being Standy, it looks like, in terms of this B side. First one found, good early solid finds coming from Triumph, as we'll look and see if they can continue to keep up that progress and hopefully slow down what has been a great early success from Get Busy. And look at this shift. That might be early trip cap.
Yeah, it's looking very good against Standy. So aware, knows exactly what role he needs to find. He's going to trust his teammate behind him to get the capture, try to assist onto the C flag for as long as possible. And again, they don't necessarily get the full capture at the same length that Get Busy was able to do, but the pressure is more than appreciated when it comes to trying to put together a little bit of a comeback. Now, the thing about it is, as you get bounced back against, can you find a way to hold your ground and set yourself up tall, so that way you're making sure that not only are you holding the AB flag considerably, but you can continue to have the middle of your map in your favor. They've done just that, and again, Triumph is posturing for a potential next neutral onto the C flag again.
And the problem that Get Busy is having at the moment is that they continually have to be aware of that cargo side, because by being on Triumph's location of that AB side, you do have the presence of mind that you can kind of make rushes through cargo. You have so many different little corridors that you can hang out in to try and get that constant neutral. So the issue for Get Busy is not, hey, let's try to get over to B. It's, hey, let's make sure that C is clear, and then we can get to B. Two different tasks, of which the first one is being incredibly difficult to try and hold on to. And it looks as if Get Busy may finally get the opportunity to try and break out. But just as when I say that fellow is here to try and spoil the party, there's the first, there's the second, 3 streak in total for this man. Unfortunately does get taken down, but all the damage that he wanted to do was to at least keep the enemy in the back of their base, which is exactly what's taking place as Triumph now takes the lead.
This is a very top-sided affair in this matchup. You've got Standy at 22-12, Dave again behind him at 17-11 on the opposite side. You've got Zyro at 24-12, really needing some help from literally anybody on the Get Busy squad as Triumph is really starting to take over this game again. There is the neutral on C from Standy, and unfortunately, Fellow doesn't win the next 1v1 over towards the B flag, and with a little bit of a split spawn situation, Get Busy will turn this into a B flag flip. And it looks like they mostly want to try to make play for A, but maybe not fully, as you still see Spark lingering toward the C flag, hoping to try to secure this one back into their favor. And it looks like he'll be able to do just that and Get Busy now with numbers as they threaten the A flag again.
Yeah, very scary situation. Spawns flip, and that's going to be the kill found. Great situation and great turnaround from Busy. At one point, there was a huge 1v1 that was taking place on C, and it was Get Busy that also managed to find that one as well. So kind of that quick 3-flag spread, if you will, gets granted toward Get Busy, and now they're put themselves in the driver's seat. They now have the preferred side, and what was a difficult task to try and escape out of for Triumph now turns into their own difficulty to try and break out of it as well. But take a look at this play from Dave, trying to make his way some sort on the flank. Unfortunately, though, it is going to be greeted by a few players who happen to spawn in very back. Like the aggression being shown, as it looks as if it will be Triumph finally making some strides, now on B themselves.
This is the closest thing to watching tug of war happen in Call of Duty I can remember. I mean, this is so back and forth. A lot of, all right, you're going to triple cap us. We'll win a triple cap you. You get the B flag. We'll look to find a way to get the B flag back. It's just so back and forth. 131 to 133. We're down to 1 minute and 20 seconds left. And this one's showing no signs of being a convincing win from one side or the other. As Get Busy coming out of their spawns behind A, they're starting to make a streak, looking for an AC hold, controlling the woods. And it looks like they just win the gunfights enough to start going for a neutral on this C flag with 6 seconds to play.
Big wins from Profeezy. Here comes Infamous for the challenge. Does manage to actually win the fight for a short time. Does later get taken down. That was a big situation in which Get Busy could have quickly managed to take the forces off of B. May try to reference back to C, but that's not going to be the case. Here comes the influx of players, and it looks as if it will Get Busy trying to break on through. There is no presence currently at B, and one player actually does get the neutral at C as well. A great late game heroic coming through from the boys on GB. The matter is, can they keep it up, and can they allow for this last second effort from Triumph to be stopped?
The math favors Get Busy. They've got enough time here to retake the lead and win by a single point, so Triumph has to make a play here, and Profeezy is going to go for a neutral at C after they get the clean kill feed. Get Busy in a prime spot to put this one away. Standy's trying to make a heroic effort over to A, but will not be allowed, and with the final 7 seconds coming through, I don't believe there's enough time, even if they get this B flip, to fully grab it, and there will not be, just barely. Get Busy able to find the late surge and take it. 157 to 155 is Triumph just looked a little bit lost there near the end.
Wow, that match could not have been any closer. 157 to 155 in favor of Get Busy for that map 3. However, in order to bring you non-stop action, we are going to hop right into the winners semifinals next, which is going to be on map 3 of Team Vengeance versus 6th Gear. Lando, what are you interested to see here out of this matchup?
I'm really excited to watch kind of both of these teams, more specifically Vengeance, just kind of granted based off of their recent success. Obviously, a lot of talented players when it comes down to this roster. Jinchord was kind of one of my favorite players to watch in Black Ops 4, just due to how aggressive that he is. I think he made a lot of progress in that title as a player, and I think him combined alongside a lot of other fast SMGs on this team makes them, without question, one of the scariest teams in North America right now. But hey, you got a solid roster in 6th Gear as well. A lot of the kind of players that have recently started to make the rise. And I'm not going to lie, big fan of TCM. T-Clam is my man. We've been friends for a while, and I'm hoping to see TCM continue to make some noise with this 6th gear lineup.
I had a chance to talk a lot with Zinx and Pentagram before they got into today's action, saying, you know, what happened? You guys win the Challengers Cup number 4. You finished top 6. What happened that went wrong, and how are you trying to fix it? And both of them said the same thing. We tried expanding our map pool maybe a touch too much, looking to kind of get together, find themselves a more centric core maps that they can play on, and beyond that, they've been really strong at the search and destroy. But into this matchup, down 2-0 currently in this winner semifinal, looks like there might be more issues than they may have led on to early.
It's definitely something to kind of consider when it comes down to this lineup, just granted based off of that. Like I said, kind of whenever you do expand into different things, it also can allow for other areas of your game to also be exploited. Like I said, 6th gear in a great position, at least as of right now, as it looks like they are currently going to hold on to that A-B control, a situation of which Vengeance looking for the play, looking for the opportunity, as they're going to actually break into Tire Shop. We'll see if they can keep it up, but no. Khan just says, not so fast. The spawn here is going to help me out a decent amount, as they'll cut them down and render that push over toward a decent one, but not a successful one.
Yeah, this is an interesting setup, as at least as far as I remember back, Iman Khan was actually the main AR when it came down to this roster. He's currently locking down an SMG while Fame has picked up the M4 here. So maybe a little bit of a role swap for 6th gear after they had a little bit of, again, a wishy-washy pass as they continue to find a hard time getting back to the grand finals. It looks like so far it's merited them pretty well. Maybe not so much in this instance because they're down by about 20 points, but again, they've got an AB setup and they've dealt mostly with this OE threat. One more player to find is Dilo, and he should be overwhelmed, you would feel like, sooner rather than later, but with Katani trying to play the individual mission to the top side of B, he's gonna have to trust his teammates to find the kill, and Dilo at times can be the hardest kill on the map. Unfortunately, they do find him before he can make too much of a chaotic moment happen over towards the A flag.
2-minute warning when it comes down to the first half. 6th gear in a much better position than they were to start off this half, at least in terms of overall scoring, if you were to look at it from that perspective. But still, Vengeance, they are quick and hot and ready to get on with the rest of this series. They just want to kind of blow past this domination, instantly move in to the rest of this. Act as if the first 2-0 didn't even happen. Pentagram doing some great work up close. That's now 3 in a row for him. Despite the objective not going in his team's favor, he has to be the one to then lead the fray. Unfortunately, a little bit too aggressive in my opinion. There's no real teammates to trade. Genshord finally inside sight, but it would have been nice if 2 of them could have engaged this at the same time, which is now going to put 6th gear in control of B. We got a few players roaming in through middle, but they are getting cut down consistently by 6th gear.
Yeah, this SMG presence out of 6th gear has been 100% dominating over the Vengeance in the recent kind of 2 to 3 minutes here. As you're going to see Dilo again trying to make a play in the middle of the map. Who's your college COD MVP out of Texas A&M, and looking to once again make some special things happen here in the path to pro as he tries to work his way not only for that one of those instant qualified spots for finals, but also maybe to be a top team once again in North America. He's only able to find 1 kill though in the middle of the map in the last 45 seconds. Does not look like there's going to be much of an influence towards the A flag. So for Vengeance, you have success in the warehouse. Can you find a way to not just flip this B flag, but hold it for the last 30?
That's the big question. These ticks are going to be huge when it comes down to the second half. Katani looks trying to gauge a little bit of his team's current map position, as they've got, what, TCM toward the top side of the map. Boss spawns will actually be granted over toward office, as Katani finds first. Also has the ability to take down the second. Cannot do that. Dilo thankfully gets shut down. So if you are 6th gear, you're kind of happy with that, right? You play good defense, and in the meantime, T's team on the other side is playing great offense, as that will be a late 2 cap, possibly the 3rd based off of ticks, but no, that it will be Vengeance recapping things and getting control back over towards C. But in general, you like the way the Sixers kind of looked toward the late stages. It wasn't looking great off the start. They play well collected, and kind of little plays like this from TCM were one of the primary reasons for why we see them bring it back in the second, rather in this first half.
I think everybody's learned a lot from watching the Florida Mutineers play this map last week, when they were able to not just push the envelope, but get away with a lot of things that you normally wouldn't think you could get away with, especially from the A side of the map. And you're seeing maybe a couple teams try to do something similar. So overall, again, for 6th gear, you started on the C side from the first half, you're down by 2 points. You take that every day of the week and twice on Sunday, of which they will, because now they'll spawn on the A side here in the second half. So technically they do get it twice on Sunday
say, and still be able to find a way to, again, get the early B capture, and it'll be a lead flip here in the next 5 seconds.
Yeah, it looks to be that way. Like we said, when it comes down to vengeance, it's really all going to be about mitigation. How do you continue to hold on to what is going to be a pretty rough start to this second half, regardless of the scoreline? And really, this is going to be about kind of late pushes, Office trying to make sure that the enemy doesn't get too close up and personal in your base. And DiamondCon doing some good work up close, does get cut down, and this is where things can start to get a little bit scary for 6th Gear. You have to be conscious, as it looks as if, wait. 6th Gear actually spawn over at C. Hold on. Change the envelope. Change things up a little bit. 6th Gear actually spawned in the back of Office, and you see they have no interest, as I don't believe Vengeance is actually aware of their current spawns. They're now going to figure this out as here comes the smoke, and now it will be the boys of 6th Gear trying to get back to their own base, and they're getting cut down left and right. It is Vengeance who flips. They have A, B, and C triple cap about to be inbound.
I mean, you can't really discredit Vengeance for not realizing where 6th Gear spawned, because I think everybody on the map would have expected them to still be spawning over by A, but you do have to give credit to Vengeance reading through that smoke. Hey, they're coming from Office. We've got to get through and pinch up this hit, and they do it absolutely beautifully. So now Zinx is the best player for Team Vengeance in the B area, but again, while all this happens, D'Lo is going to continue to be kind of a nuisance as he now makes a flip over to the C flag. But while doing so, maybe a touch too long, because he's actually dragged a couple of teammates to spawn with him. It's going to be on number 3 and number 1 of both Pentagram and Jin trying to hold things off to make the A flag stays in their favor. They do that perfectly, and now all 5 members in red can start to turn their focus over to the Beware again.
For a short moment, that was just kind of a great setup for Vengeance that they had prepared and set up, kind of spread throughout the map. They were trying to keep the boys from 6th Gear continuing to back to the base, and it does work for a short time. However, a 2-man push now made over toward Tire Shop as the first one to get cut down in Katani. TCM still remaining around here, and still actually not be taken down. I thought I was about to say the reverse, but in reality, this is a great opportunity for 6th Gear to get a push in right when they need it, right when the game starts to get out of hand. TCM winning a few interesting gunfights along the way, as that will be the neutral along with the cap. That's exactly what 6th Gear needs, but can Noisy stay alive?
I mean, they got rid of Merc foregrip, right, Lando? I'm not missing something. He's holding a stun out and hip firing and barely misses a bullet at what is more than medium range, if we're being generous here. But Jintroid, again, one of the newer men on this Vengeance squad in total, is able to once again win a key gunfight in the back, drags the spawns back to the A flag for Vengeance. Again, a must-win map for them here, down 2-0. And underneath the 2-minute mark, they're enjoying right around a 20-point lead. And again, if they could just find a way to hold on the 2 flags for a touch longer, mathematically, they'll be feeling very safe.
Yeah, right now, a whole lot of time remaining when it comes down to it. But Vengeance, like I said, a little bit of the late game heroics, and they are good to go with this one. Noisy doing some great work up close in the meantime. As 6th Gear, it's time to put it into it. Time to put an end to what has been a very solid ending from Vengeance. They'll look to try and reclaim control back over B. The denial is through. It looks as if the recap might be through as well. Keep in mind, player number 2 toward the top of the map is D'Lo, continually being the thorn in the side, continue making this comeback attempt that much more difficult. He manages to get the decap, and also, can he win the gunfight? He will, and that is bad news if you are the boys on 6th Gear. Despite making a lot of this progress, that 1 flag is at the very least nice. They do flip, which is going to be the one positive here. So in some cases, what seemed to be a great situation for Vengeance may not be as good as they would have thought originally.
Yeah, the cap, the flip of A just took a little bit too long. Mathematically, if they held A and B right around the 50-second mark, they would have been able to find a way to tie the game, I believe. But now it's on to them to capture the B flag, and they have to make a play to neutral the C flag for a time. And again, when you've got players like Jintroid and D'Lo who continue just to kind of put their way into your backline, putting a threat on your home flag, you have to keep someone behind. So the numbers become a big problem here for 6th Gear as we're trying to close this one out. 15 seconds left, and I don't believe even a triple capture would give them the full win. And of course, we consider the fact that they're not even close to the C flag yet. The 2 flags will surely not get it done. So Vengeance still stay alive. It'll be a tight one on the scoreboard, but again, Vengeance's lead throughout that second half was just a touch too insurmountable for 6th Gear.
Well, there we go. Vengeance stays alive in the upper bracket once again. You know, it is a double elimination, so it wouldn't have been completely lights out if they had lost there, but they wanted the advantage to be on their side. So we are going to once again bring you non-stop action. We don't want to bore you, so let's head back to the losers round 1. This is Triumph versus Get Busy. The scoreline still stands at 2 versus 2, all tied up. So we're going to hop right into map 5 and see who goes home and who lives to fight another day. Lando, what are you thinking?
Oh, this is a scary game, really, for both of these teams. Like we said, to be at losers round 1, game 5 for rather both versus each other is not going to be an easy one. It's definitely some nerves and definitely an interesting one to watch, as like we talked about it kind of at the top of this series here, Shift. Both these teams not expected to be in losers round 1, let alone verse each other.
Yeah.
So to see one of them go down the way that the scoreline or the result would indicate would definitely be surprising.
Yeah, it's his top 6 finish last time around for the Paris home series for Get Busy. Again, that second place runner-up title for Triumph. So again, a top 8 exit for either of these teams would be a bit of a disappointment here as we get into this one. Couple of trades here now as we start to make this play late in the round towards B. It looks like Triumph have mostly cleared it all away, but the problem is anyone could read this flank from Infamous, who's coming around the back. Dave will be responsible for it. He loses the gunfight. The bomb has to be stuck for the plant, and Infamous is able to find a second kill on the bomb planter himself. So Spart, all he's got to do is just stay alive as Kev Infamous continues to find kills in late stages of this first round. Get Busy, draw first blood.
We'll kind of see toward the later stages. Infamous Kev, his ability, his work, and okay, all right, a few shots in the chest from Standy. No worries, no problem from this guy. He lives to see another day and lives to see a round go in his team's hands as Get Busy do respond with the first. And when it comes to Ramaza, like I said, this can be a scary search and destroy map from time to time. It can be punishing, and at times it can be a little bit difficult for the offensive team to kind of get more in a rhythm, if you will. As we'll now get to watch Get Busy for the first time here on offense, what their strategy, what their typical play is to make. And it looks as if it's going to be utility tossed.
Oh, wow.
Somewhat of a push being made toward construction, but they're going to run right into the jaws of good old Royalty.
And give a big pat in the back to Nagas. And he was number 4, playing on top of the sandbags, just spamming through the smoke. He tagged up 3 to 4 players, making Royalty's job extremely easy. He finds 3. These shots at long range, though, man, you thought for a second Royalty was going to find his 4th, but it's Spart who comes up on top of the gunfight. Him and Prolute trying to navigate through this now 2v4 situation. 45 seconds to play and no bomb in hand definitely provides more obstacles than they'd like.
This is the issue for Get Busy, where the strong play at the beginning then comes the end to hurt them, as that bomb not in a great position, most likely takes a majority of their time away from trying to grab it in the early stages. Spart finding himself in a great position, does manage to take down Dave for an influential kill, but will it be enough to walk away with the round? The time will tell. 3 versus 2. Triumph now on the retake, and the first man here is going to be Naga. Oh, unfortunate timing there, as he could have instantly took down the first. The second opportunity at it and says goodnight to Spart. Prolute now 1 versus 3. Bomb is down, and the timing is of the essence. If he can find the first pick, that'd be great. Good trigger discipline off the start, as here comes utility. Finds the first. Can he try and slide away? He cannot, as the retake will remain successful for Triumph, as that will be 1-1 scoreline.
It's such a tough position to be in. You do give him credit, though. Again, the trigger discipline was the exact right call. You know that he's going to go for the defuse. Got an extra couple of seconds to clear your right, clear the top side of the big stairs, maybe get an angle and a peek over towards this Z staircase over towards the side. But unfortunately, there's too many numbers to deal with. It helped, though, beyond that from the side of Triumph to make sure that their bomb diffuser stayed relatively safe. So we'll stay tied up 1 apiece. And again, I'm just kind of looking to see what Royalty is going to do next. He's another one of those players, Lando, that I don't know what your reaction was when everyone was kind of forming their rosters, but I was absolutely baffled that Royalty was not picked up onto a CDL roster. I thought he had an incredible end of Black Ops 4, and throughout the year so far here in the amateur scene, he's done just as well. He's picked up right where he left off from Black Ops 4 into Modern Warfare.
He's always an impactful player too,
yeah,
which is kind of what you'd like to see, even out of a bench player at the very least. I kind of shared those same sentiments as you did. The kind of shock to not see someone like him, at least on the bench for a team, or at least in the substitute position for a team, just because he can make such immediate impacts at different moments. But nonetheless, still making a splash in Call of Duty, regardless of the situation that he puts himself in. Obviously, in a wonderful organization like Triumph as well. And we'll see what the call is from Triumph right now. Definitely kind of more of a, I wouldn't say stagger, but definitely more of a patient play, at least off the break. Relying on guys like Royalty to hopefully find these early picks, as he's actually going for somewhat of a pinch onto construction. Infamous trying to do anything he can, trying to be a mediator, if you will, for this push, trying to silence what will be the engagements that are currently taking place toward the bottom side. Is, like you mentioned, bomb down. 15 seconds left.
And again, this is another late execute for Triumph like it was in round number 1. And Prolude is absolutely finessing this second floor. He's got an opportunity, maybe. It's Profeezy who took his spot. So Prolude, who continues to be a little bit of a ghoul and a vanished ghost here as he continues to kind of change up his position. And you were talking about it in the middle of that round. Triumph just kind of biding their time. You know, patience is a virtue, but not when you're holding on for a little bit too long, as that's now 2 offenses that, again, had good opportunity to work into the first time the B site, this time the A site, and the block just did not allow them to get the closing kills to get the bomb planted.
And sometimes that happens, right? When you're an offensive team, you're kind of trying to gauge some information throughout the map, and you can almost kind of walk into this position of, oh my gosh, like we gotta really get this thing forward. We really gotta start pushing things out. And Royalty tried to make the play kind of toward that back construction area, and that definitely didn't help out when it came down to information, which is pretty much the main reason why their push was so slow in the first place. Information on where the opposition was. Spart, great nades off the start. You could think is LAG, previous coach, if you will, for that one. It looks as if the push now still condensed over at construction. No real presence being made over toward B.
Yeah.
It's definitely kind of caught a few of the defensive rosters off guard, but Triumph holding well when it comes down to defense up to this point. Taking down a few players. Bomb still yet to be grabbed. Zyra will eventually reference back to grab it. And a nice pick, by the way, as that'll be 2 in a row for him.
Yeah, he needed to find the second follow-up kill, and he takes the challenge absolutely correctly. And now all of a sudden, as you mentioned, there's not a lot of presence here at B. What was initially from the side of Get Busy, now all of a sudden Triumph and a 2v2 have actually committed felony to rotating over to the A site. And both of these players are going to duo up, and they're going to kind of wolf pack this around the flank. And it comes down to Get Busy. What's the post plant? It's going to be inside the gun shop. This is going to be the exact right correction and decision to be made. It just comes down to, will somebody peek fellow, and can he find the pick? Infamous will get the information, and very wisely just backs away.
Wisely backs away, and Royalty is looking for that window of opportunity. The door slammed right in his face, and here he comes for the challenge. A lovely pick, and Infamous starts to feel the pressure of it. Fellow Royalty working together hand in hand as Royalty will walk through the door and take them both down progressively. Very, very impressive double retake. As what is that? Did I read that scroll line? Is Royalty at 10-2 already?
I believe he's at 10. If he's not at 10, he's at 9.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, he's single-handedly dragging Triumph through the mud here on Ramaza, as those 2 gunfights are super impressive 1v1s. And now we're tied up 2 rounds apiece, and we'll find out very quickly if we both read it correctly. Is it indeed 10-2? I think you're right. I'm pretty sure he's 10-2 through 4 rounds, which is absolutely insane. And yeah, that is the case. 10-2, more kills than all of his teammates combined, almost twice over.
Oh my gosh, that is like we talked about Royalty, impact player, doing it here and looking so good in the meantime. Considering the fact we were only a few rounds in, Royalty busts through the door, instantly takes down the first, and is feeling so good he wants to try to rush for the other. You could argue maybe a little bit more of an aggressive player than Royalty might be Profeezy, who manages to at least hold on for a little bit longer here for defensive wise, and Nagafin will as well be cut down in the end. Get Busy, a much needed round, and thankfully it was kind of, at least in my eyes, a big credit to shutting down Royalty, right? The guy literally popped out of the door as fast as I have ever seen anybody pop out of a door before. They cut him down, and you know what? They win the round. That's the key to success, Shift. The rest of this game, shut down Royalty, you win.
I am 100% fine with that storyline, Lando. We can carry that one through. We'll see exactly how things go here. Again, for Triumph, you know, without the exception of Royalty, their main AR player, Dave, has found very little value. It's not just the fact that he's losing gunfights. He's not able to really having a good gunfight that he's been able to take so far. Everything has been in his face for the most part, and you know, give credit to Get Busy's SMG line for making life hard, but of course I say that, and he finds himself favorably in the kill feed from, I believe, climbing the ladder up top on this restaurant kind of cafe area. Royalty again, 1v1 versus Spart, able to win that one. got ourselves a 5-on-3. Infamous with the bomb is still lingering towards the dark arches over towards the B bomb site, but you can see Zyril is really putting the feelers out to see if maybe they can make a rotation over to A.
Yeah, big spread really for a team that has dropped 2 members already, trying to get some audio cues in and try to generate somewhat of a reaction from Triumph. If they could find a pick, that'd be huge for them, as they're still up in limbo in terms of what the site should be. Based off of Infamous's current location, you'd like to imagine the push toward A is imminent, and what a pick from Zyril. A big moment for Get Busy. In the meantime of a 3 versus 5, Profezy is sprinting over toward his teammates to try and provide a little bit more support. However, Zyril does get caught in stride. We'll see if Get Busy, how long and if they can hold on.
Yeah, Profezy's the guy that has to pop off right now, as now the bomb's gonna have to be stuck down to plan, and unfortunately Infamous didn't make that call a little bit earlier. He would have had maybe enough time to get the bomb planted, but on the other side, you know, for Profezy, he was able to get himself around the back. I kind of was hoping that he would stay in the middle of the map just a touch longer to shut down these kind of backdoor rotations from Triumph as they're making their committal into A. When you're in a 3v5 like that, and you find that opening pick at A, you kind of have to just hope that there's nobody else left. Yeah. You just gotta have to dive in. You didn't have a lot of time to play with, your numbers aren't good, and you're probably not gonna find a lot of follow-up information no matter how much longer you take on that A pitch. So a couple of miscoordinated plays. Obviously, we have the luxury of making that easy analysis because we have a mini-map and X-ray, but it's one of those things that I think if you're looking at this from Get Busy's perspective, you look at back at that in a 3v5 with not a lot of time, you just gotta commit and hope and pray.
Nagafin saying his good graces before trying to enter into the doorway. Is immediately aware of the impact that could be felt, realizes thankfully to the picks of his teammates that he has the free bomb site, and free indeed. Spart, Infamous, nowhere to be found, as pretty much the calls generate. Oh, well, we're down. Rotation now inbound, and we'll see what Get Busy can possibly try and do. Smoke trying to mask what will be the future of this push. Infamous, nice blind fire onto the first, but can't do much more after that. Triumph, they break in, they plant the bomb, and they win the round. Really textbook search and destroy, if you want to call it that there, Shift.
Yeah, I will 100% agree with you on that front. I mean, again, you just get a good plant. You set up a couple different angles on your post plant where people can not only watch their own individual angles, but they're close enough to also find trades. We saw that kind of exemplified in the bottom side of the gun shop there. One player's up top, one player is down low. Make sure we're close enough to get each other's trades. And that's, again, picture perfect numbers, search and destroy in a post plant situation, as Royalty is 14-4. Has not slowed down at all. Definitely carrying the title of Raid Boss at the moment, as he just pushes right through the smoke, throws caution into the wind, and well, dust in the wind currently as Get Busy as they fall to pieces here in this next offensive hit.
I feel like it would be rude of me to wish upon a round 11 for either of these teams, but I just want to know how many kills.
Total kills, yeah.
We can see Royalty possibly get, definitely on a record pace. I'm not sure what the exact record would be for, for these Challenger Cups, but this one definitely has the making for a top finish at the very least. Royalty being that impactful player. As we join in with his perspective, and he make it 16. No, unfortunately not. Profezy, great reaction up close, continually trying to lead his offense over toward construction, and it will allow for a plant.
Dave will get information top third on the Pro Loot, though. It's very valuable when it comes to not just how he plays this, but how the rest of his teammates play it, as you're going to see now maybe a double hit from the front side, as Nagafin will take the risk and climb up the ladder, but it pays off, goes to the, unfortunately, just the pistol, where Pro Loot will say, this is an easy gunfight, thank you for the free win. And now it's just a 2v3 for this final retake, 22 seconds. Fellow trying to get the trade, he gets there. Now a double hit coming through, but again, you see Get Busy have stacked on top of themselves. Information read here from Profezy and Spart as they just back away, force them to play for the objective. And I believe it was Spart who was able to double up there at the end to make sure we stayed tied for a piece.
Search and destroy is getting down to the wire. I tell you what, man, we talked about it. 2 top caliber teams. It would make sense if it goes down to the very end, and it may go down to the very end of this game 5. 4-4 score line. We've talked about it consistently. Royalty's performance, while great, not infectious. No one really stepping up to the plate. Obviously, Dave at 6, Felony at 5, but other than that, the consistency from Royalty has been absolutely electric, and we'll see what he can do along with his roster here on the offense. A A huge round opportunity for them if they can walk away with this to put themselves in defensive position for the game. Standy taken down for the first blood. It's what you want if you are Triumph, given the circumstances, given the situation. And it looks as if they're going to send that royalty, almost scout-ish, if you will, to gauge the terrain, gauge who could be in front of them. Shots are in. Zyral toward the back lines. Royalty trying to utilize every single piece of cover that he possibly can. Royalty, though, does get caught up in the crossfire. And in the meantime, Nagafin has to back out. Dave realizes, I have an opportunity on the stairs to maybe try and pick off one from the flank. But in the meantime of doing so, he's losing so many teammates. Nagafin bomb in hand, which is the only positive for this round because there are still 3 enemies up. An offensive opportunity there from Triumph. But it is Get Busy who remains superior.
And, you know, initially you watch that challenge from Spart up the middle where he gets blooded and you think, why are you challenging that after all those nades came through? But what he gathers is so much information. He reads that there are at least 2 players over the middle of the map near that crane in the middle of that little courtyard between this barber shop and the cafe itself. You saw Provizi trying to make a long rotation through the tunnel, the ruins area on the bottom right side of your minimap. He finds 1 kill and then immediately comes back to the cafe. That really just allowed Get Busy to do a trap and Triumph over towards Rug Shop and below the bridge. It was a really good defensive read. It did come at a cost of Spart's life, but at least Get Busy's able to find a way to use it for their advantage. But now as they're trying to put things away, the first couple of kills not looking good as Infamous is caught crab walking mid-map, and now it's a 5-on-2 in favor of Triumph, looking to set this to a round 11.
To be honest, I thought that maybe for a moment he kind of had like that glitch where it's like you drop your controller and the thumbstick is like on the ground and you're just like moving at an angle a little bit. Yeah. Thought that might have been taking place for him, but regardless, a quick and nice round responded there from Triumph as now we have round 11 between 2 top caliber teams. And this is just the way the challengers go sometimes. You so many top caliber teams that sometimes you just find yourself in losers, and sometimes you find yourself in losers versus a team that very well could also be in the grand finals, to be honest with you, just the way that North America has shaped up this season. So many talented players, so many talented teams, and these 2 are major indicators for that. Royalty coming into this round 11, 16-6. Who stays alive, who goes home? We're about to find out, Shift.
Well, Dave starts things off nicely for Triumph. First blood, it was an aggressive hit over the middle as there were 4 members in orange that were trying to put their presence over the middle. But Royalty, I don't think he's read enough players coming across the bridge. This is going to be essentially a 3-on-2 up top. Dave is going to be forced to win another gunfight. It's Sparta, who I believe got information off the jump peak. Beautifully finessed. Now Nagafin up top needs to be able to find 1 trade, and not only does he get it, but that's actually the bomb carrier. But even with everything said and done, it's Get Busy with the 3v2, and now it's just down to Royalty caught in a corner, and Get Busy take the round 11 and send Triumph, your previous 2nd place finishers, away with only a top 8 next to their name.
GG's Get Busy. What a matchup. I know we were kind of bouncing around. We didn't necessarily get to see first really just starting in map 3, so we did miss kind of exactly what went down the first 2 maps, but in those last 3 maps that we were bouncing around between, I know like Royalty was playing so well, but what are some other things that you really like to see here, Shift?
I think the biggest thing as we look at this Get Busy team making the run to the losers bracket is, has Spart learned enough to become still a major presence in the amateur scene? When he was playing back at the Atlanta home series, him and Sibilance together just kind of took the mantra of the pro team of, let's just run SMGs and just run at people. We're good enough to get the individual kills, we should be fine. And they were fine for a long period of time. But then Spart gets picked up by LAG. He essentially carries the same mindset into the professional scene, and he's not able to get away with that. The other side of that story is Sibilance, after the Atlanta FaZe Academy team has kind of taken a bit of a backswing in the middle portions of this online series, he's changed his play style a lot, and it's helped Atlanta FaZe Academy get to a spot where they're continually finding themselves at the top of the North American brackets. That is something that we need to see from Spart. He cannot just go wild and loose and get away with it anymore. People are learning how to meet that aggression with a nice comprised setup, especially on the respawn. So I'm looking to see if Spart has found a way to kind of pull back on the reins and become a more controlled player in the final portions of this competitive season.
So now Triumph, of course, getting sent home, and it's a little bit of a sad storyline for them, because if we look at what's been going on with them for the last few events, let's see, the Paris Legion home series, they did take second place, and previously in Cup 3, I think the Florida home series and the Dallas home series, they took home the win. So Triumph clearly is a very strong team, but maybe they're a little bit inconsistent. Lando, what do you think is the problem? Why are they sent home so early this time?
I mean, kind of attributed, I guess, to the teams that they face off against. Like we said, when it comes down to North America, you have so many top caliber teams. Like I said, there are probably 9, 10, 11, 12 different teams that you could list off in North America and say, yeah, they're in the grand finals. And I really wouldn't be all that surprised. Well, they run into a very solid, I think it was 6-gear team at the start of the bracket. They later kind of come into the later stages here versus Get Busy in round 1. 2 very top caliber teams. Again, you could argue the idea of inconsistency. At the same time, you have to realize the amount of top caliber teams that are in North America. It doesn't make it easy, but I can see how those conversations are brought up for this roster. Like you said, back-to-back top 16, then now, what, a second place finish in Paris, and then now obviously a top 8 here. By no means the consistency that this team would like. They had a lot of success at the start of the year, and you can kind of only hope that that kind of top caliber play from the beginning can kind of transfer into the later stages. You got a lot of veterans on this team, a lot of guys who know kind of how to grind out an entire season, and typically those guys are kind of some of the best toward the end of the year. So still some high hopes for this Triumph team. Not the placement that you want today, but again, sometimes you just got to realize we ran into some top teams, which they did here in this tournament.
That's a really good point. Sometimes it's not necessarily inconsistency, but just the fact that there is so much competition. You constantly have to be on your toes, and if you're not watching out, some other team is going to come right on in and take your spot. But we are going to interrupt the action for just a moment, head to a quick break. When we return, we will be peeking back into some more matches here in the North American bracket of the Call of Duty Challengers Cup number 5, presented by PS4. Welcome back to the Call of Duty Challengers Cup number 5, presented by PS4. It has been a long day of amazing matches, but we are not through yet. We are just in the thick of things with regards to the North American bracket. Things have been definitely heating up. Now, the next match we are going to jump into is Old Men versus Vengeance. Now, this is losers bracket round 2, and this is scary because, once again, this is an elimination match. And just to refresh your memory, Team Vengeance are the team that won the Challengers Cup number 4 just 2 weeks ago, too. So once again, going back to that conversation we were having just before the break, they're in a scary spot, first of all. And it doesn't necessarily mean that they're a bad team or that they're playing inconsistently, but there is just so much talent here in the North American pool. So, Shift, let's start with you. What do we know about these old men? Can they take down Vengeance?
Well, some of them aren't all that old. You got Fire in the mix, who's pretty darn young. But you've got a big trio in the mix here. You've got Gunjar, you've got Fire, you've got Exotic. All three of them previously were playing with Get Busy. But beyond that, for this squad of 5, they come out of a 4th place finish last week. It's been mostly top 4 finishes for these guys in weeks prior to that. So the expectation will once again be this should be a squad that you should expect to see as a top 4 squad. But expectations are pretty much thrown out the window when you put the North American symbol next to it, because anything can happen any given week. And again, for a team like Vengeance, the same can be said. It's a bit surprising to see them in the losers bracket so early on as they're making their way through and trying to get themselves back to a grand finals.
Yeah, definitely. Well, it looks like we are loading into the match now. Once again, this is losers bracket round 2, Old Men versus Vengeance. We are hopping into map 1, so there is no current scoreline. We are about to find out what exactly is going to go down. Lando, do you think this is where we see Vengeance take a seat and go home?
There's a very real potential for it, and like Shift mentioned, like you said, you put North America attached to it, and there are a lot of possibilities that could be generated when it comes down to early knockouts. It really kind of is dependent on the teams that you face off against. Could Vengeance be done here? Yes. Could they be done in the next series? Yes. Could they have been, you kind of continue the conversation forward, but obviously both teams very solid. Excited to watch this Vengeance lineup again. But like we discussed, the old men, not too many old guys, maybe outside of maybe Gunjar and Parasite. If you would call Exotic old, then I feel extremely old right now.
Dude, same.
But still, what I consider old is what I consider veteranship, right? So you got some good veterans on this team, a lot of guys who know how to play the game right, know how to play the game well. Some Canadian natives when it comes down to this team as well, so excited to see what these guys can do. They've got some synergy. They've played many times before, and that could help them here versus a very talented young squad in Vengeance.
Well, it's helping them so far here, Landon. I mean, 5-1 for Exotic, because he started off with the opening 3 to make sure that the old men don't just hold on to the favorable spawns for what is eventually going to be this second hard point, but he generates a lot of time. 32 total seconds from the favorite side is not a very characteristic start for the side of old men, as they now open up the second hard point of the munitions depot with a pretty solid hold, but a big flood coming from the north side of the minimap as here comes Vengeance with a 3-kill spree. Intro able to find 3 of his own, as that will be a very quick break on this second hard point setup from the old men's perspective.
Yeah, and that's going to be the big question for me kind of throughout this series, and specifically throughout this hard point, is for the old men. How do you kind of shut down, if you want to call it, the young SMGs or the very talented, cracked out SMGs, as a lot of people like to call them, guys kind of like Jin Short, at times D-Lo, depending on who you look at. And obviously for reasons like that, you have to be able to shut these guys down consistently, and you cannot allow for them to go on streaks, which is exactly what is allowed for them to control Munitions Depot. Like we kind of talked about it. It was a matter of coming into this, specific hill. It was a matter of the boys on the old men looking great kind of off the start. They jump in and manage to take control of it, not allow for their Slayers to continue to kind of spread their wings. And look at this, Stamina and Co. They've actually made their way so far in the rotation. They're actually beating the old men to what was supposed to be their rotation. Impressive stuff, and good young legs coming through from the Vengeance boys.
Good corrections, though, from old men. They get the spawns over near the water tower. They get the full flood through Cole without being contested too much, and then they win their follow-up gunfights. It's exactly what you need to do. Unfortunately, Gunjar in a bit of a pickle here in a 1v2. Paul and Parasite trying to get there to help, and it looks like help has arrived just in the nick of time before a full break could come through. So now all of a sudden, as we head away from really the conversation at our third hard point and look over towards our fourth, which will be in the bottom middle near those cargo containers,
Vengeance is actually still spawning on the back side of what will be our 5th hard point, and they have to make a trek to get through the middle of the map, make sure that Old Men are not sitting in these positions outside of Cole, because with Gunjar's AR, he can just do this. Watch on the top of the Cole heady and just make sure nobody crosses for free.
And you have to be aware of that as well. Like I said, the ARs for this team are going to be consistent. They're going to be solid. And it looks as if the rotation a little bit late. I think from Vengeance, they kind of had the opportunity to make the decision of do they want to continue to hit through Cole or, like you said, make the rotation toward Cargo. A little late. They do get here just in the nick of time, but here comes some nades from Fire and Gunjar opening up the hill as Paul will be able to find the 3rd in stride. And you got to be careful when it comes down to this forest side. This is where a majority of the pushes are going to come from. You have to continue to mitigate. You have to continue to control, manage what will be the aggression being shown from the opposite side. And it looks as if right now, Jinchoid playing well up close. Vengeance doing their best to get back in this game and make sure that they remain on, or rather continue to remain in control of those P5 spawns.
And Vengeance, again, a lot of work to be done here. Is not only do you want to try to hold off the last 15 seconds as best as you can, but you also have to be responsible for watching this northern rotation coming through the Cole area. As you see, Gunjar has already made his way forward. He will be dealt with, but again, this is a lot of contested space that Old Men were able to get through essentially free. The hill's going to open up, and you've got a 4-man flood already built up here for you. Good patient and Parasite, maybe a little bit of baiting his teammates going on, but regardless, they're able to get in and contest for a little bit of time, and while doing this, you forced Vengeance to start to get a bit of a 50-50 spawn out towards the woods. So it's going to be a foot race to see who can get here fastest with their reinforcements, and if they can follow up by winning their gunfights. And so far, it looks like Vengeance, they've done a pretty solid job at holding so far.
Exotic, though, the Sneaky Beaver, trying to change things up a little bit as he's going to actually take a little bit of the distraction away from the Old Men. And it looks as if it's not going to be enough. Trying to allow for his teammates to get through. Vengeance far too strong when it comes down to it. Valuable seconds still remaining, 20 of them to be exact, and Exotic somehow finds 2 there in stride. Lovely work coming in from him as we'll go ahead and reset off of what was a very interesting and solid half really for both teams. Vengeance with somewhat of a solid advantage after the first half. Nothing to write home about, but something that you'll take, especially versus a veteran team and a solid team like the Old Men.
And I think you credit a lot of this lead to the fact that they broke the 2nd hard point off their initial push, right? When there's about 60 seconds on the clock, almost exactly. Considering that the Old Men had such a successful first hard point on the center platform, you kind of expected them to run away with that first rotation. But again, Vengeance definitely down early, but without a doubt, not out at all, as they now find themselves in possession currently of what will eventually be the favored side for P2. But again, a lot of attention still having to be garnered towards the middle of the map. Zinx up top. He's been talking a lot about how he's taken inspiration from Caesar Skies, puts the FMJ now on his class for his M4, looking to deal extra damage in all facets. He's had a great start to this game. He's 21-12.
Yeah, very solid start from that man. Without question, one of the main really slayers to look out for when it comes down to this team is looks as if Vengeance up to this point doing a great job at remaining in control of spawns and consistently shutting down Exotic, by the way, who is getting some remaining time on the last hill. He's kind of been more of a roamer, if you will, looking for future hills, trying to find big gunfights on flanks. To Vengeance, we talk about young teams, communication is always a key, and a lot of times those players can start to sneak through. First wave cut down. That's not going to stop Gunjar, though. He'll find the first. Doors wide open as he'll actually switch to the MP5. Not a common weapon for this man, but still at least manages to take one down in before. Kind of acts as the entry as here comes Exotic. And a whole lot of team support has to back up, and the perfect timing for it as here comes a big wipe possibly through from Vengeance as they will start to fall. 20 seconds remaining. Kind of the reverse effect from what we saw last time around.
There was a lot of trust right there from Jinchoid saying, you guys got this. I'll just go ahead and rotate. He's number 6 on your minimap. There was still 30 seconds left on that hill, and he thought because a couple of opening trades turned up in favor of his squad, he was able to just go for an early rotation. It was a little bit too early, though. Like you mentioned, that was a pretty convincing wipe on the back end of what was that follow-up respawn from the Old Men. They get back in. They get the majority of that scrap 20 seconds, and now just down 10 points as, again, they're working their way in from Cole. Jinchoid kind of able to pick up the pieces from the last gunfight, but goodness, Fire able to win a couple of big gunfights. But even with that in the case, it's Vengeance who hold on, and they're looking solid here in this B3 hold so far.
Yeah, Vengeance are getting a nice amount of core players kind of involved. Also, keeping in mind the future, Dilo wins a very influential fight kind of toward what is that middle side of the map. Parasite aware of that push, trying to actually find where he is, and in the meantime says, you know what, this current hill is pretty important. We don't want to let these guys get to the double century mark, and Parasite doing a wonderful job at breaking in just in the nick of time. This is very valuable seconds that the old men at the very least need to hold on to. When we talk about that rotation, they don't really have enough pieces to be sent over there as of now because of the current lead that Vengeance possessed. But like you said, we were looking at kind of a scary spot for a moment. Now Old Men 20 points away from evening this thing up. They've got spawns, but by no means do they have a lot of presence right now in cargo.
Yeah, so far this game, the best way I could kind of storytell and categorize it is that teams are taking what they're given. Maybe a couple of mistakes here or there, and the other side is just essentially taking it away and finding an advantage of their own. But once you start to feel like a team's about to start running away with the game, they make a little bit of a mistake, whether it's timing of rotations or of a couple of mismanaged numbers, and then again, the response comes through from the other side. It's a very give and take game, which sounds like an easy statement to make, but it's really the best way I can use to kind of explain things so far. Is Gunjar, again, the main AR, is forced to get up close and personal as he's trying to contest this scrap, and the pistol will be good for one, and more importantly, he keeps his life for long enough to get some help, and that will be the scrap 10 seconds, likely secured here for the old man. And beyond that, a good job here for Gunjar as he spawns up and he's holding the rotation through to try to get some early time on P5. But again, one of those situations where now it's Vengeance, who have a 4-man stack in boxes looking to break early, and again, they get denied off their initial push. A 2v2 to dictate who's going to control this hill.
And that's a scary situation for Old Men. Thankfully, Paul is trying to do all the work that he can. Exotic still here, but look at those spawns coming through from Old Men. By no means in a power position to keep this hill alive. The blade comes through, but Exotic is swinging at someone who doesn't actually exist anymore. Rather unfortunate, but like we said, it's kind of that stack from Vengeance. You could argue the Old Men don't make enough of a supportive rotation from cargo here for P5. And because of Vengeance following exactly what they did, they are allowed to pretty much push into this at a great time. Thankfully for Old Men, starting to recount, starting to recapture. But here comes the push from Vengeance. A big and influential fight about to take place. 10 valuable seconds remain. And if you're Vengeance, you'd love to stack this on. If you're the Old Men, it'd be great to try and distance this game as much as you can. And it looks as if they will. Back to P1 we go.
This was such a risky call for Vengeance. I think I agree with you. Need to contest that final 18 because otherwise you're looking at a tie game. But because they put so many numbers forward, they nearly lose what would have been a very easy step for an eventual P2. 202, 222 the score. Vengeance again was sick, locking things down at the woods, nearly finds a triple, but it's just got to be enough pressure to make sure that the old don't get a lot of time here. Not enough time, really, you figure, for Vengeance to really justify winning the game on this first hard point. So all you have to do is throw a couple of numbers forward, make sure that Old Men are contested on this scrap, but you absolutely cannot lose the spawns for P2, and Parasite might just be the wrench in the system to break things wide open. He's got one in front, wins the gunfight, gets the reload off, has a second around the corner, but he's gonna need some help, and Vengeance will find a way to they don't get broken on this setup.
And good work overall from the Old Men, but it's just so hard to try and break through, especially from Parasite's perspective. There's actually a moment where they were juggling the hill. They weren't even trying to get inside of the HP. Their main focus was to go for the picks, realizing what the future could possibly hold, especially if they were able to win a few of these fights all up close. That's going to be 3, 4 in a row. They're starting to break on in. Jinch trying to toss as many explosives as he can to the doors to try and hold off this push. But here comes the spawn. Here comes a very interesting fight. Could end here, but it's going to be up to the Old Men to try and hold off for as long as possible. Vengeance not in the hill, starting to spawn out. Look at player 0, Dilo on the flank. Can he stay alive? It looks as if he does find the first pick. They're going to try and collect together and try to make a little bit of a 3-man push. Is it going to be successful? We're about to find out. The Old Men holding well, not dropping, staying consistent, taking down player after player, and this is when Vengeance is starting to get scared. Like you said, can't win here. It's about the rotation.
And again, this is not a great spawn for Vengeance. They're going to have to turn tail and just immediately book it. They're going to get here first, but again, look at the clock. It's going to be 2:48 to 2:34, just 2:47 actually. Fires up close. He's trying to make a solo play, a couple of good spam shots. The smoke is good for him to get in. Fire's found one. Paul able to foul up. Fire doesn't even need a gun. Bring a knife to a gunfight, young man. Get the win on the back end of the double shiv, and the Old Men able to lock things down. 250, 239 in comeback fashion.
Wow, the Old Men sure are standing their ground. They are they're trying as hard as they can to prove their place with their veteran status. Things are looking really scary for Vengeance now, the winners of our previous Challengers Cup number 4. They're in hot water here in this elimination match. But before we find out the fate of the Old Men versus Vengeance, we're going to swap back over. We're going to take a look into the winners finals. We are starting with the very first map of the series. We have 6th Gear versus Atlanta FaZe Academy. So this is the previous event, not the previous cup, but the previous event winner, the Paris Legion home series, Atlanta FaZe Academy versus 6th Gear. Lando, what are your thoughts?
Oh, it's going to be a fun one, Shift, that's for sure. We got some action in the losers bracket. We got another gauntlet when it comes down to the winners finals as well. If there was a series to be excited for, I think this one is definitely one of those. It's going to be a blast to kind of check back in with the Atlanta FaZe Academy, as what here Jess mentioned, obviously off of a nice victory in Paris, and they're looking to kind of continue on what has been a very impressive kind of ending streak for this team. Again, 6th Gear, not a roster to scoff at, not a roster to laugh at by any means. A team that is going to be fun to watch. But like we said, Atlanta FaZe Academy, they've been consistent and they've been a solid top roster for a reason. It's about to be a blast, buddy.
Traded a couple messages with Mr. Tom Gravity himself, kind of asking about this recent success for the Atlanta FaZe Academy, and he was very confident, bold to say, when their teamwork is on point, there is not a single team that can hang with us straight up, professionally or in the amateur scene. Bold statements for Tom Gravity.
I like that.
I mean, the recent result would say, hey, I mean, if you're feeling that confidence, I can't really sit there and argue against it, as they do give up a lot of time here on the first hard point. But again, the whole play the entire time through was to make sure they held on to this eastern cave. They've done that at least so far for the first 20 seconds.
I mean, we'll see if 6th Gear can start to make a few sequence of pushes together. That's the main story of this hill. Continue to push, try to flood and catch the enemy off guard. Good work so far. It looks as if this push may be a successful one, but Venom hanging in the back, just one of the many layers that 6th Gear are going to have to pull back if they want to try to walk away with this hill. And based off of map positioning, based off of current map presence, it looks as if that push is no longer one of their main interests. They have rotated and briskly walked over towards soccer field.
Good setup here, though, for 6th Gear initially. You've got a couple members who are playing a little bit forward, making sure that you're contesting the exits right in front of what was that second hard point. But beyond that, you can take a look. Number 5 is Diamond Con. He's watching alongside of the bridge. You've got Noisy up close and personal on the cliff path itself. And you've got Katani playing around the yellow house. This is a great setup. All you essentially have to do for Fame is just go prone, make sure nobody hits your backside flank, and you should be good for the first 20 to 30 seconds worth of time. Good help there as TCM's able to make sure Katani stays alive, but the spawns have flipped out a little bit. So now can Fame read this and make his presence known throughout this tower and make sure that this AF Academy spawn doesn't turn into a flip. And how about this? All those blue arrows turn around. This has been a absolutely flawless first 30 seconds from 6th Gear.
Yeah, you love this play for them, especially for the later stages of the game. For those that maybe you're kind of new to Azir Cave, you're kind of going to set yourself firmly for that P5, which is kind of what they're doing right now. And based off the way that we see that squad spawn come through from Atlanta FaZe, they're kind of all spawning collectively in the back of their base. By no means do we have a ton of players pushed up. Of course, just as I say that, they walk through player number 2 of Noisy and feel a lot better about themselves. So pretty much total cave control for FaZe, which is not easy on a map that has cave in it, where a majority of the map actually is under a cave. But still, nonetheless, we'll see exactly what 6th Gear can do as of the moment. And look at what we see actually based on the map. They actually get themselves a wonderful spawn for the backside. Kind of a back and forth situation, if you will, there, Shift.
Literally everyone just spawned around Tom, and Gravity's got to be sitting there like, they're everywhere. He's trying to make the rotation through the cave system. He's getting hit from behind, getting hit from the front, and now all of a sudden, a little bit of the tables have turned situation here as Atlanta FaZe Academy are the ones spawning over by the hen house, and it's 6th Gear trying to fight from the front. But better the position of the map, it looks like Atlanta FaZe Academy still convincingly taking this fourth hard point, and now starting to make their move over through the cave system, trying to work around the back to get themselves set up for an easy P5 rotation. But Fame able to lock down the last 2 members. Noisy there to assist for the third. And as things will turn into a lead swap for the Atlanta FaZe Academy team, we'll head over to our cliff path hardpoint in which 6th Gear are set up.
Yeah, 6th Gear are set up, and they've been ready for this one pretty much for the last 2 hills now. Ready for this moment, ready to try and get at least 40, 50, obviously 60 points would be the most ideal, but nonetheless, great position for them, and it's going to be kind of all about how do Atlanta FaZe break this? How does this Academy roster begin to try and again, peel back the layers that we kind of experienced with P2. The stand can be applied here. The smokes are tossed out. The mask is there. And Jimbo is trying to do anything he can off the break, doing a wonderful job in terms of the initial gunfights, as that will be his second one for him. Actually did assist in the one prior to that. But this is not exactly the control that you'd want of 6th Gear, maybe not as dominant as it should be. Atlanta FaZe Academy break in, and that is P5, not a majority of the time going their way, but at the least they're not allowing for 6th Gear to walk away with a lot of these seconds.
Yeah, I mean, take your eyes away from the scoreboard and just consider this to be a dead even game, because it pretty much is. Again, 20 seconds here or there, really not a lot of time that you really think is really all that influential towards what the final score is going to look like. Right now, Atlanta FaZe Academy, again, kind of trying to put on a bit of a spawn trap to 6th Gear, forcing them to spawn behind this P5 area, soak up a lot of free time at the town center, and as the kills turn up mostly red in favor of Atlanta FaZe Academy, it looks like they've pretty much done just that. Noisy does not go down, though. My goodness, he has found himself in a number of situations where you think surely he only gets one and falls, but he stays alive a lot longer than you might figure. And with that, it was an attempt for 6th Gear to contest some time, but still with 30 seconds left to play, it's Atlanta FaZe Academy in a great spot here in the town center.
And I know I kind of highlighted, not necessarily negatively towards 6th Gear for not getting as much time as they wanted on P5, but at the very least, you've kind of consistently held back the Atlanta FaZe Academy to the point where they have not been able to really make a whole lot of strides to flip this spot, and you got to give them credit for that, right? Obviously, Atlanta FaZe Academy, they're going to have a great, really a number of different great opportunities to get some time here at P1, but your focus is for P2. You're investing in the big boy, and we'll see if it can, in fact, work out for them. Atlanta FaZe dropping a few in stride, and that's actually perfect timing for 6th Gear. The most important thing that you want to do at the start of the hill is to try and find pretty much an instant few kills straight, which kind of in some ways scatters the push from Atlanta FaZe, but getting cut down consistently. Katani, there's one, and there's a second. Great work coming through from 6th Gear, as these tunnels have never been more clear.
And now you make the rotation, possibly with 30 seconds left, to kind of push out and zone Atlanta FaZe Academy away. Again, they don't want to give up these last 30 seconds, but when you're putting the pressure on in front of Yellow and over towards the Cave Connector, you essentially make the decision onefold. Atlanta FaZe Academy are not going to be allowed to touch this contested time. So they're going to be forced to play over for exits, and 6th Gear in a position where they've actually worked their way out of the cave system without much cause for concern here. Diamond Khan's on the backside. If he wins this 1-1, he's got control top useless, which is going to be a major power position to make sure he can lock things down as this third hard point will open up. He doesn't have enough reinforcements to fully contest, but again, Atlanta FaZe Academy are also not in a position where they can convincingly win this soccer field out early.
And this is a great situation actually for TCM. He and Venom literally just ran right past each other. Venom not aware of a player on the flank. Can he still walk away with the fight regardless? No, runs out of ammo toward the ending stages, and TCM pulls out the blade for the second. A wonderful play up in the face of the Atlanta FaZe Academy roster. Not aware of his presence, but boy, is it being felt now. That is 6 kills in a row for good old T-Clam, allowing for the rotation of 6th Gear to work out much better than it usually does. How often do we see a team kind of rotate from P2 to P3 and have success on both? At least to this extent, it is not common, and that's the reason why 6th Gear are up the way that they are. A wonderful position and a wonderful play from TCM, as he is not stopping right now, Ship.
It's not common that you see those individual plays from TCM, and it's not common that we're at a 208 to 153 scoreline, and the SMG player, Nazir Cave, is 31 and 19. TCM getting the job done, but again, as we get into this fourth hard point, the Atlanta FaZe Academy squad was incredible here last time. Didn't matter if they were spawning in the cave system or over towards the hen house. They found ways to take a lot of time here on this fourth hill. Fame has a big role to play as he comes through the tunnel, but isn't able to get more than one. Journey, your former Heretics member, finding a way to also build a bit of a streak as he gets a quad feed. 9 in a row for Journey. Atlanta FaZe Academy, they may be down, but they're surely not out, as these last 20 seconds look to likely go in favor of AF Academy, and beyond that, they've made a way to rotate across. The only problem is no one has read that 6th Gear is going to be spawning in the backside of what was our second hard point.
And that was a big play from Noisy. He kind of just hung out there in the back of Cliff Path, gets the squad spawn. Now this puts Atlanta FaZe in a very awkward spot. They've got players spawning on the old hill shift. Players on the old hill. They're going to have to walk across multiple portions of terrain just to even see Cliff Path, to even hear the gunfights that will be taking place over there. This is going to be one heck of a trek that Atlanta FaZe are going to have to make. Granted, they broke in well last time. Can they do it again under more difficult circumstances? We're about to find out. Gravity, in a wonderful gunfight, manages to take one down onto Noisy. And in the midst of that taking place, can the SMGs on the other end do the work that's required? It looks as if that is going to be a no. Wonderful play coming in from 6 Gear. TCM still playing well. Noisy doing everything he can. Atlanta FaZe actually does manage to spawn up close to the hill. Can they delay for long enough? Can they keep this push?
Jimbo gets 3, Lando. That's going to be enough to keep 6 Gear from winning. The problem is, how do you get out of this potential spawn trap? Well, the kills will do well. And with Katani actually contesting old time, I don't agree with that at all. He actually forces his team to now spawn old. So now Atlanta FaZe Academy are in a prime position to do what they did between the first and second rotation. Put 6 Gear in a little bit of a spawn trap blunder. Noise is going to be forced to win a couple of gunfights. Unfortunately, Fame gets the team kill. We've got 230 to 240. And now it's down to 6 Gear to clean up the hill, but easier said than done. His journey continues to find kills from Yellow, leading to numbers for Atlanta FaZe Academy to keep contesting the town center.
3 more seconds needed for 6 Gear. TCM slowly but surely starting to crawl his way up through the grass, trying to walk away with any of these seconds possible. Small in number, but valuable in count, as Noisy up close unfortunately gets kicked in the face as well. Jimbo, a teammate onto Venom. Can Atlanta FaZe stay alive? It's going to have to be a rotation that cannot win off of this hill, and 6 Gear know exactly why that's the case. It's going to have to come through some very sneaky play toward the ending stages. Can anybody get here in time? And it looks as if that's not going to be the case. Atlanta FaZe Academy too far pushed away, and 6 Gear walk away with one heck of an Azir, 250 to 244.
Once again today, we see another map that barely could be any closer. We love to see it. Personally, I do love to see a little bit of competition, and especially taking into account the fact that Atlanta FaZe Academy are such a strong team, and they did win the Paris Legion home series. But, you know, I always love an underdog story, and I always love to see when something maybe a little bit unpredictable happens here. So, Shift, we'll start with you. If you're 6 Gear here, you know, how are you feeling after a map like that?
Oh, you gotta be feeling great. I mean, it's one of those things that I feel like this map should favor 6 Gear a touch more, mostly because their ability to pick up that third AR feels a little bit more natural when you look at this lineup. I'm just kind of speaking off the top of my head. I don't have the full statistics to say that's necessarily the case, but when you've got Fame playing as well as he did with an AR in a couple of moments, that obviously helps a lot. But beyond that, like we've mentioned so many different times before, the SMG presence was really actually what carried a lot of this momentum through hill to hill when it came down to 6 Gear, and that's not something that you would expect. All of the credit, I feel like, has to go to TCM for making a couple of key rotational wins between that 3rd and 4th hardpoint. That spree in itself was just enough to keep this 6 Gear squad ahead of where Atlanta FaZe Academy were. But on the opposite side, I think when you take a look at the 3 ARs that were matched up for both teams, you would have also seen in the kill death total that there was slight advantage from what was happening from 6 Gear compared to what was happening for the Atlanta FaZe Academy squad. So just a bit underneath where they should be when you look at this team for Atlanta FaZe Academy. But again, I'm not super surprised by it based on the map mode combination that they had for the first map.
Yeah, Atlanta FaZe Academy did not make it easy for 6 Gear to take that first map. But let's talk about anything that FaZe Academy maybe did right, because it's not like they completely laid down the job, and it's not like they just completely gave up. They have some veteran talent on the team. So, Lando, what did you like about Atlanta FaZe Academy's performance despite not taking the win on this map?
I mean, like Shift mentioned, I mean, the kind of the clear focus that I noticed, what kind of gave 6 Gear the victory, was a major play that comes through from TCM in the midst of that soccer field, which then allows for them to kind of fade back into P5, and then allows for them to kind of hold on kind of toward the later stages. I think Atlanta FaZe Academy played that very well. It was just kind of due to one play that kind of slowly but surely started to play itself kind of toward the later stages. I think outside of that moment, if they clean it up in that particular circumstance, you may be looking at Atlanta FaZe Academy walking away away with this map. So there's definitely a lot of positives to walk away with this. If you are an Atlanta FaZe Academy fan, again, it's a 6-second game for the most part. They played P5 pretty well in a majority of circumstances. Often they were kind of engaging on a team that had the advantageous spawns. So overall, you can kind of look at this and say, you know what, while they did lose, they actually played the map pretty well outside of a few different situations, of which aren't all that common a majority of the time.
Yeah, well, and like you said, sometimes it can all come down to just one play, not necessarily a mistake or anything. It can come down to just one play, especially when we get into these later stages through the bracket, because after all, this was the winners final. So, you know, that's the other just kind of piece of the puzzle to take into account here, is that nobody's getting eliminated here. You know, both teams here have another chance at coming back and making it to the grand finals, even if they fall here. But before we get to all of that, we are headed to a quick break. When we return, I believe we'll be hopping back into the losers round 2 match, which once again was Old Men versus Team Vengeance. So stay tuned for that. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Call of Duty Challengers Cup number 5, presented by PS4. I'm your host, Jess Brohard, and I am joined by your 2 illustrious casters today. We have I Hold Shift and Lando, and in an effort to never leave you bored for even a single moment, we're hopping right back into the losers bracket round 2 matchup, where we see Old Men taking 2-1 over Team Vengeance. Now, once again, this is an elimination match, so we might see Vengeance fall and go home much earlier than they did at the previous Challengers Cup. Lando, do you think that Vengeance have what it takes to extend this series one more match?
Oh yeah, they definitely have what it takes. I think there's no real doubting in the ability that this team has. I mean, from when you kind of look at this team on paper, or really kind of from the amateur side of things, when you look at the possibility of this team together, I mean, the results can kind of speak for themselves. These guys have been great at different moments kind of throughout the season. Individually, they're all fantastic players. So at least in my eyes, I think this absolutely has the ability to see a Game 5. Again, that would be off the back of how well or not the old men can kind of handle young guns, if you will, which by the way, not really all that old. Again, Exotic, I think literally turned like 22 the other day or something, or like last month. So these guys aren't old. They're still very, very talented players. Obviously, you look at guys like Gunjar and Parasite, you know, et cetera, as like older. But hey, I choose to not believe that because I may or may not be around the same age as them, Shift. So it may just be me just trying to deny the inevitable.
No, I appreciate you kind of white-hitting because I will say you're going to my honor as well. If these guys are old, I'm as old as dirt at this point in time, and that's not something I'm ready to come to terms with. But as we get into this one, first hardpoint has come and gone, and it looks like it's going to be a 23-37 score. Old men currently in possession of the spawns for our Cafe Hill, but it is getting pinched up a touch. Jintrud coming from the backside of water has made his way on, while the rest of his team have made their way through the blue courtyard and the billiards room, which allows for a pretty significant amount of contest time here for Vengeance. They might not get the full flip of the spawns, but with 20 seconds up, they don't necessarily want that. Just try to make this hill as scrappy as possible and hope that you can get set for P3, but of course I call it, and Exotic finds himself spawning right in front of the lion statue. He wins one gunfight, and that'll be enough for the old men to actually get the spawns to set themselves up early for P3.
Yeah, kind of a fortunate situation for the old men. As like I said, they're going to hold on to that hazmat building. They actually have a decent spread. Granted, maybe not as much as they would like to have on water side, but based on where majority of the players are going to come in from at the start, they'll be content with that push. Exotic, like we said, the 22-year-old grandpa apparently doing pretty well off the start, constantly shutting down the boys from Vengeance. But here comes the collaborative effort. Here comes the push. Zink's already at 10-4 right now. Looking to see if he can add more to that scoreline. The AR up close, no big deal. Get some shots in Parasite, but again, it's these spawns that look so good for the old men right now. However, in 10 seconds, are we saying that same thing? That's the question, as the reflection right now has to be shift over toward Pool here soon.
Yeah, and you're already seeing Jintroid spawn up and immediately head over towards that fourth hardpoint. But the good news here is for the old men is that they have convincingly won the follow-up gunfights right in front of the scrap time of this hill. So as they're starting to make their move across the middle of the map, the only one to really deal with this is actually Zinks, who's been stunned, and with that, Exotic is able to find the easy gunfight with. So again, if you're Vengeance, you wanted to zone out in the middle of the map, you wanted to contest all of these exits, but now all of a sudden you're forced to essentially bunker up into the hard point itself while the old men's stage is set up right here in the middle of the blue courtyard.
And I actually like the push, or rather the possible push that the old men were making. They kind of pretty much sent everybody through that mid-track area. Oftentimes you'll see rosters kind of try to go through shipping, and reality doesn't work all that often. So I kind of like the opportunity that they had. It doesn't work out in that situation, but you got to appreciate it. Gunjar with the M4 up close was looking pretty electric, but like you said, spawns and really just overall spawn control sometimes can be incredibly unforgiving, which is what we're witnessing right now as Zink's putting on a little bit of a show. He and Jintroid currently at 9 in a row together, make it 10 in a row together, an 11 team streak overall. Vengeance starting to fly as now we get ready to head in toward restaurant.
Again, the numbers on this rotation are favoring the old men, and you see the spawn of Jintroid, and with that Famino spawning outside by the hotel, Zinks' spree will be cooled off for a moment. Pentagram trying to make a special individual play happen will be shut down by the overwhelming numbers of the old men, who now have taken the better part of the first 10 seconds and are trying to work their way back over to the waterfront, which is exactly where you want to be early. Make sure that the only hit that can happen is from this back door, where you hope Exotic can just pull down a trigger and get a couple of kills, but he loses the first, and now all of a sudden Vengeance have forced their way on, but no trophy system down as Parasite finds a double with the Semtex, and once again the old men with the numbers trying to close out these last 30 seconds in their favor.
And I love where Gunjar was placed. You have the SMGs up close. He's kind of holding on to that lane, which is the main door where Vengeance is trying to get into. Excellent work and excellent setups coming in from the old men. However, despite the wonderful map placements, sometimes the SMGs, sometimes the overall talent from the young guns can be a little bit too much, which is what we witness in the later stages of a restaurant. But a very even game so far throughout a majority of the time. What, kind of maybe a 14, 15-point differential between both of these rosters. They'll both take that for majority of the game. But nonetheless, kind of what we expect when it comes down to a very neck-and-neck game 4, keeping in mind, Old Men, 1 game away from moving on. Vengeance, 1 game away from being knocked out in just losers round 2.
Yeah, the big takeaway, I think, when you look at the scoreboard is you're probably going to notice D'Lo only at 8 kills, but he's only got 13 deaths and nearly 60 seconds at the hard point. That's his role. He wants to play that objective player where he's just getting damage done for his teammates to capitalize on the kills. Zeke's also at 23 and 13, obviously a major impact when it comes to slaying potential of Vengeance, no matter what the map mode is. But again, all that said, it is the Old Men looking to finish up the scrap time here, which will net them right around 150 points, just the 124 of Team Vengeance. But again, you take a look at your mini-map, all 5 red arrows ready and waiting for this first hit as they look to set themselves up around the second hard point of the cafe.
And I'm looking at ball right now toward the top water side.
Yeah.
I want to say it was Stamina who actually does spot him out and is going to be on the hunt to make sure that that one player behind enemy lines does get dealt with. It looks as if that will be the case. So all positive signs right now for Vengeance, at least at the start. We know how nade heavy and crazy Cafe can be from time to time, but that's what Old Men want to do. They want to try to create chaos, try to create a little bit of some interesting fights in play, and that's what they're doing right now. But Pentagram from the top rope decides to take down 2, 4 down in total for the Old Men, and they're spawning all the way back at P1 shift. If we actually see a good rotation come through from Vince from water side, which is what they're envisioning, we could see a great P2 to P3 hold from them.
Gunjar has to be the guy to get a kill here, as you kind of saw Vengeance read exactly where the Old Men were spawning, over towards what was the old P1. Again, 10 seconds of scrap time. You're fine to just allow Pentagram to exist for as long as possible. Even better that he takes 2 with him to make sure that the time is relatively contested. So yeah, you might be looking at this saying it's 170, 159. Good stuff for the Old Men, but then you take a look at the minimap, and it's Vengeance who take the majority of the Cafe hard point in our second hill, and now they're set up in a great position for Hazmat here to retake the lead and potentially grow it to a pretty significant margin as we get into the tail ends of this Petro hard point.
Pentagram starting to heat up 25 and 21. A decent amount, I say decent, a very large amount of engagements. We'll just go and put it that way for the fast SMG player, at least from time to time, as Parasite manages to go ahead and glide on through. This is if they actually do get some good positioning for Hazmat. We talked about that rotation from P2 to P3 was looking solid for Vengeance. It looked to be in their grasps, but just when we start to think it, the Old Men come through and come out clutch. Pentagram for a late engagement, not able to stay alive, and neither can Stamina, and that is not a great map spread for the Old Men. With 10 seconds left on Hazmat, you're thinking about how the next hill is going to be all the way at the bottom right of the map. If you're Vengeance, keep these guys as far back as you can.
Yes.
Don't even try to engage. Just try to stay alive and make things difficult for them.
Exactly. Your spawn should be over by the Cafe, or even better, in that little trash play right behind the hard point. Good kills here for Pentagram and Zinx. And again, for the Old Men, you're spawning so far away from this hill, it's going to take forever and a half to get over towards this billiards hall. Parasite will aid in the effort by finding a triple kill. He's not had the greatest of games, but if he can find a way to open up space here, that's all he needs to do to make sure his team can secure the win. But Pentagram on 31 and 23 stops any pressure, at least initially, leaves it to numbers now for his squad mates to lock down the hill, and it's Stamina for 2. Cannot win it here, but Vengeance can find themselves right around the 230 mark if they can clip the scrap. But on the opposite side, if the Old Men can find a way to take these final 15 seconds, they will be right back in this game looking for a 50-50, and there it is. The kills come through, and the Old Men will essentially tie this game up as we look over to our 5th hard point.
Impressive back-to-back breaks for the Old Men, but when it comes down to Hazmat, when it comes down to Pool, really, I think there was like 15 seconds left on Hazmat, and I said, hey, it's going to be difficult for them to really make a whole lot of a collective effort. They managed to do so. They hold off a majority of the time that probably should have gone the way of Vengeance, and now we find ourselves in Restaurant with a very interesting final kind of effort when it comes down to this map ahead. Looks like Paul hanging out inside of the hill for the moment as Vince players do start to spawn out. This is getting a little bit scary, doing their best to try to hold on to this as well as they can. Vengeance, it looks as if D'Lo, first one to break through. Ziggs from the back line, so he'll be taken out. Fights continuing to ensue.
This is too staggered for Vengeance. You got to set yourself up. This is one by one. Fortunately, Jintroid gets in. Stamino needs to find a double. Isn't able to do it, but it's Sinks who's able to pinch things up from the ball. Now all of a sudden, neither team can win here. So we have to turn our attention to the bottom middle of the minimap. Who's set up? It's the old men on the backside of this first hard point, looking to get these opening kills, take the initial time away, and again, put Vents in a bit of a panic. It's 231, 232. The initial gunfights turn up in favor of the old men as Parasite and Paul, a tandem duo in their own right, fill up the kill feed blue, and now we're just 10 seconds away from the old men upsetting this Vengeance squad and moving further into this bracket. And it's looking good. The only player that could potentially put a wrench in this system is D'Lo, and he's not able to win the gunfight. And I'll say this, we attribute old dogs not learning new tricks. Apparently the same is not the case with old men.
No, but I do have to point out something that I've been sitting on. Is I'm pretty sure that the oldest player on the old men is actually still younger than any of the talent here today. So,
don't say that.
just kidding. But anyway, the old men are going to send Team Vengeance home packing much earlier than the last Challengers Cup number 4 when Vengeance did win. So the old men certainly stepping up as potential contenders for this event. But once again, you guys know the drill. We do not want you to be bored. We want you to be entertained. Are you not entertained? Well, you're about to be, because we're going back over to the winners finals for the North American region here at the Call of Duty Challengers Cup number 5. We are hopping into map 4, where Atlanta FaZe Academy is up 3-1 versus 6 Gear. Shift, what is your prediction for this map?
Well, my only prediction with how well you pulled off that that vocal line of "Are you not entertained?" is just hoping that there's going to be Gladiator reboot with you filling into Russell Crowe's position, because that is a movie that I would 100% pay to watch. As again, you got to favor Atlanta FaZe Academy, I think, just overall based on the history and the simple fact that 6 Gear, I think their best position in total since they've come together as a squad is around top 4, something like that, maybe a top 2 before that. But regardless, it's one of those things that lately things have been great for the Atlanta FaZe Academy squad. Again, the slaying potential on this squad is astronomical.
And kind of much like their pro roster, I mean, you have so many different players that have the ability to go off. We've already kind of been able to witness that a majority throughout the first Azir cave that we joined them with. I think at the time the journey was taking off, there were times where we saw Venom and Jimbo having some good moments. Despite the loss in the map 1 hardpoint, it's impressive to see that the Atlanta FaZe Academy have kind of progressively started to bring this one back. They win the S&D, they win the Dom, and now they put themselves in a prime spot to hopefully make it on to the finals for the 5th Challenger Cup. A great position to be in, and a great position for Journey to be in as well. Up close and personal, winning a few of the fights. Again, one of the many layers that Atlanta FaZe Academy have set up ahead of Munition Depot.
Things looking good at the moment, but Sim has a major role to play here. 6 Gear is really flooding through the bottom side of this train yard, and it's done well to get in and contest. Journey can't win the follow-up gunfight, so now Tom with an AR, he's got to find a way to stay alive for as long as possible. Venom trying to work from the back, and again, this is not a full break yet for 6 Gear, and Sim off of his respawn, he's able to once again find himself 3 in a row, and that will make sure that Atlanta FaZe Academy will leave P2 thinking all we did was bend, not break.
Exactly right, and now the focus has to instantly be in the back of the mind for 6 Gear. All right, we don't really do well when it comes to P2. Let's make sure P3 is our focus. They actually get a decent squad spawn over toward Cargo, which is going to allow for this push to not even really have an opportunity to exist. Now it allows for the FaZe Academy to kind of recap, refresh, heading into P3, and I like what we see Noisy do. Often he'll kind of reference back. He instantly tries to go for that spawn contest. Unfortunately, does fall, but at the very least, it's making some solid aggressive plays, I'd say.
And as we take a look at just the early kill feed right now, TCF had a absolutely mammoth time with the SMG on Azir Cave, not having the greatest of starts here, where you figure SMGs are really going to be the key to success. So that's something we're kind of looking at to see if he can kind of turn things around now at 5 and 11. Still a tight game though. 20 seconds to fight for the scrap for both squads, as they're still investing a lot of resources numbers-wise to get there. Kentucky able to find one, which will help again secure a little bit of extra time. But Atlanta FaZe Academy are going to 3-man stack hit this. And as a team kill comes through, plus another kill for Fame, this is going to leave for a pretty open entry for 6 Gear to get to this 4th hardpoint for free.
Yeah, they're going to have a great opportunity to have, what, a 2 versus 1 situation. Diamond Con, the only one here, instantly gets foiled And now it's a matter of tossing up the utility from Venom, trying to make sure that they are in a good position when it comes down to this hill. They want to try to get as much time as possible while also keeping in mind P5, which currently is in the control of Sixth Gear for now. Players getting caught out left and right. No real progression from Sixth Gear on this hill, and it starts to get a little bit scary because you don't want to push up too much and contest this hill because you don't allow for players to flank, but at the same time, you don't want all of Cargo to go the way of the opposition. It's kind of a matter of deciding one versus the other. It looks as if they're going to try to hop inside, but take a look out to the observers. Venom on the flank does get taken down. A big one for Sixer to find, because if not, that could have been catastrophic.
And look at Journey. He's put himself kind of wriggled into this little nook right in front of what's that A-Dom flag. Now he's working his way around the back. Can he find the second? Oh, nearly gets a chance at Toddy, but he puts him down before things get too hairy. Venom on the opposite side, trying to kind of do the same thing, just play his life for as long as possible, but that is apparently not allowed here, and I love this play from Fame. He reads this absolutely beautifully, saying, we've got a lot of numbers in boxes, they should be over by the woods, and he doubles up and now is forced Atlanta FaZe Academy to spawn over by the Cole, and who's willing and waiting? It was Noisy for two. Jimbo, the last player in. That is a beautiful little pliable play there from Sixth Gear to work out a lot of this early 30 seconds on our fifth hard point.
Oh, great flexibility. And Katani, they're just running right into the blind side, running into the blender, as that's going to be 3 in a row for him. Noisy shuts down the fourth. It looked like, I think that was Sib, who was just kind of headbutting against the wall, maybe a little bit out of frustration for the fact of how this hill decided to go, but very well played toward the ending stages from Sixth Gear. I was kind of worried when we were heading over toward Card, the amount of time that Atlanta FaZe were getting, that I thought that there was eventually going to be a push in which Sixth Gear would kind of maybe not, kind of play a little bit too aggressive. It would kind of allow for back-to-back kills to go their way, but thankfully for Sixth Gear, they rebound. And one thing to keep in mind already, off the start of P1 shift, Player 7, Gravity. Tom Gravity already making the play, keeping in mind the future spawns. I like that play. We're already, I think at 50 seconds, he was instantly trying to be aware of what would be the future spawn, and that's what you love to see out of this team. Not just playing well, but already thinking about the future.
The only thing about this that might be considered a weakness is that this is your main AR player. So not only does he have to respond to likely SMG players in his face, but you're lacking that AR presence to try to lock down some free time on this first hard point. Fortunately, though, again, Journey is an incredible player in his own right. He takes down 3 in a row, and he's immediately turned this into some pretty good time. But Noisy and TCM again find a way to work in, contest the scrap time, and while they've done that, they've only let one player through, and it looks like Fame has mostly read this, but doesn't matter, since Venom is able to find the kill initially, but can't find the second. As our second hard point opens up, it's Sixth Gear trying to reach over towards that 155 that Atlanta FaZe Academy have stalled at, but maybe only a slight stall, because the kill feed turns up nicely in red, and with that Sib, if he can win one more gunfight, maybe it's a full break, but for now, at least for Atlanta FaZe Academy, not only are you contesting some time, but you've stopped Sixth Gear's complete setup from getting any time at all.
But I'll be honest, Sixth Gear, they kind of paid for that themselves. Like, there were multiple occasions, there were 2 different times ahead of the tail where they allowed for players to get in the back of the map. At one point it was Jimbo, before that it was Gravity. Obviously for Gravity, not the greatest of timing, but hey, like I said, Sixth Gear, they pretty much allowed for players to constantly get in the back spawns, which allowed for these kind of collaborative efforts to be that much more easy. If you're Sixth Gear, you got to be more focused, I think, when it comes down to this hill specifically, because of the way that Atlanta FaZe can break. You allow them to get a few opportunities. One player starts to slip through. It's one particular engagement which allows for them to stay alive. Oh man, it gets a little bit scary there for Sixth Gear. Granted, rotation inbound, but if you're Atlanta FaZe Academy, you are very happy. You're smiling a little bit after that last hill that you just got.
Oh, you're smiling wide. You've also taken a couple of cuts over the middle of the map. You've worked your way not only into the boiler room in the middle of the map, but now you're also got a pretty heavy stack through the boxes, which is obviously going to be a pretty easy entry to get it moving onto the hill.
Smoke.
Nice little pinch there from Sid working through that smoke. Journey trying to follow up, but it's Noisy to deny. Katani there for the help. We're still 50-50. The fate is hill not yet determined. Even though Atlanta FaZe are spawning close, the numbers from Sixth Gear are making their way forward, keeping this contested, and maybe the trophy might just be the MVP, as Sixth Gear are going to have a little bit of a tougher time smoking this through in the cross, but the gunfight wins still turn up in their favor, and it looks like for now they've done a good enough job to contest time. But really, again, you wanted to break that when you're looking at an Atlanta FaZe Academy team that's about to eclipse the 200-point mark.
And I like what we see actually from player 5. TCM instantly decides to go ahead and hop up close. I was going to say, I love where he was. He was in a great position, plays a little bit aggressive, at least earns some information that no one is going to be in cargo early, but at the least kind of in terms of a reference, Fame finding himself toward the back lines. I'm not sure if he actually spawned here or if he happened to make the rotation. Regardless, a great position to be in as he'll take down 2, and now this is going to allow for Atlanta FaZe Academy to realize that he's here. Fame, not a problem in the world. That's 3 in a row, nearly makes it 4 in a row. Even if he doesn't get spawns, he at the least allows for cargo to be totally clear and allows for his team to move up throughout the map, which is exactly what you want from a team like 6gear based on the map position that they currently have.
Looking good here from this 4th hard point. They won't be able to tie the game, but they will become darn close to getting right there if they can find a way to win this scrap timeout. Also keeping your eye on number 5 is TCM. He gets a spawn over towards the Cole side, but loses the gunfight. Jimbo, quad feed for Big Jim as he's now on 5 straight. And as he continues to wrap around again, he could play for this scrap time. Maybe it's a bit too frisky as he's starting to realize, maybe I'm overstaying my welcome a touch, but his spree continues as he finds number 6 and number 7 in double kill fashion. And now Atlanta FaZe Academy in a great spot to put this one to bed and make it into the grand finals from the winner's bracket.
And Fame just took down Katani. What was going to be a great kind of team push there at the end from 6gear actually does get limited by numbers based off of what was unfortunately an internal problem. Fame with the knife trying to do any work that he can, but it's starting to get a little bit scary here for 6gear late. Not a preferred push by any means. They're starting to run into the blender. Only 4 more seconds left. Can Fame break in? Can they do anything? And it looks as if that is going to be a firm no. Atlanta FaZe Academy walk away with this hardpoint and walk away with this series as they are in the grand finals.
They sure are, and they've got to be feeling pretty good right now. And I do want to bring up the fact that this is now the 5th time in a row that we've seen Atlanta FaZe Academy heading to the grand finals. They were there at Seattle, they were there at Minnesota, won both of those. Unfortunately, of course, they did fall to vengeance at Challengers Cup number 4, but they were there in the grand finals, and then they were there at Paris, and here they are, 5th time in a row at Challengers Cup number 5. So I guess my first question for you, let's start with you, Lando, is, now that Atlanta FaZe Academy are going to the grand finals, how do you think they will fare there?
I think they're going to fare extremely well, obviously based off the fact that the team who has to face off against them has to beat them in back-to-back series. Of course, if you come from the loser's bracket, if you want to win the finals, if you will, you have to reset the bracket and then beat the team twice. And based off of Hardpoint, I loved what I saw from Atlanta FaZe Academy, to be honest with you. I thought that they played extremely well outside of the Azir Cave game number 1. But when it came down to that last gun runner, what I really liked from them a lot was just their ability to hold on to spawns. I thought that multiple times they were constantly aware of the future. They had great spreads throughout the map. They were winning gunfights on different portions of it. And one kind of major loss, I would say, that 6gear kind of had throughout a majority of this one was the allowance of Atlanta FaZe Academy to start to get a little bit crafty. There were multiple times where players were on the flank. And I think that Atlanta FaZe Academy kind of throughout a number of different team pushes just looked very aware of not only what was currently happening, but what was going to happen later on. They just had a number of different little pushes that I liked. When it came down to P3, there was a smoke that was tossed out intentionally, I think by Tom Gravity from middle, in which case allows for Sip to kind of have an easy wraparound flank. Just little things like that I loved from the Atlanta FaZe Academy, and I really liked their chances here. And what is now their 5th straight grand final. That's consistency, and it's consistency in a region which doesn't really have a whole lot of it, which is impressive to say the least.
Some really, really great points you just brought up, and let's shift gears and take a look at 6gear. Now, of course, they're not going home. They're not really going anywhere except just down to the lower bracket. And I gotta say, I feel like they have performed incredibly well, and I guess, Shift, will ask it to you this way. What do you think are the odds of 6gear making a run through the remainder of the losers bracket and coming back to face Atlanta FaZe Academy again in the grand finals?
I mean, this 6gear squad, I feel like they're being completely overlooked by a lot of people. They were talking for a while about how they only got 1 scrim in the last 2 weeks or something of that nature, something like that. I don't know if that's 100% correct, but I heard whispers that they haven't been getting a lot of scrim time lately. And the fact that they're able to still put up this kind of a performance is absolutely insane. These guys are nasty. They're super, super individually talented. TCM had a couple of great moments in the first map, maybe a couple of questionable ones, but this is a full 5-man roster that, kind of like we talk about with teams like Triumph, they have stuck together throughout everything. A couple of poor performances here has not dissuaded this squad from sticking together. They have been tried and true. Even when they don't make a top 8, they come back the following week and they show how much they've been able to improve. So the fact that they're still going to be waiting in the losers finals, I think their chance of getting back in for a rematch versus AF Academy squad in the grand finals is pretty likely. They're playing very well this weekend.
Well, honestly, I would love to see that. I think that would be, I always love to see a matchup come back in the grand finals. So, you know, anything can happen. Before we head into our next series, though, let's go ahead and take a look at the postseason schedule. So this is what you folks can expect to see after we wrap up all these Challengers Cups and all these Challengers events. So obviously here we are in Challengers Cup number 5. Next week, we're going to grant you guys a little bit of freedom in order to celebrate the U.S. Independence Day. So we're taking the week off, and then we return July 10th with the New York home series, July 17th for the London home series, July 24th for the Toronto home series. And then look at this. What is this that we have here? August 1st and 2nd, last chance qualifiers, TBD, Challengers Finals. That's right, folks. We have a couple of changes, a couple new exciting things for you. So let's look at the format for how these postseason events are going to go down. So of course, we are still going to have competitions taking place across all 3 regions. They will still all be online. And for this final event, there is a combined prize pool of $500,000. So a lot of money on the line for what is a, you know, quote unquote amateur competition here in Challengers. Let's take a closer look at the finals and kind of set up, at the last chance qualifier, and set up a little bit of a picture in you guys' mind, just to give you an example of kind of how this is all going to go down. So first of all, from the NA and EU regions, the top 24 teams by Challengers points will qualify outright for the finals. And from the APAC region, the top 12 by points qualify outright for the finals. And then an additional 8, 8, and 4 teams have a chance at qualifying through the last chance qualifiers. One more chance, and you can sign up online to compete in the last chance qualifier. Now let's move on to the finals and take a look at that format. So we are not going to tell you guys the dates just yet. It will take place sometime after August 1st and 2nd, but that is all I can really tell you for now. And then here is the key thing that I want to highlight for you guys here, is that there is a roster lock. So if you are one of those 24 teams from NA and EU who did, or one of the 12 teams from the APAC region who did qualify outright for the finals event, please be sure to note that you must stick with your same roster that you had at the Toronto home series, which really just makes a lot of sense. Like, if you've qualified for the finals with that roster, clearly that roster's treating you pretty well. So I don't know why you would want to swap anyone in or out, but you're also not allowed to do so. So just be aware of that. But a lot of exciting action going on. I cannot wait. But you know what? Before we get on to all the postseason stuff, we should probably finish the rest of this season. Before we do that, we are going to head to a quick break, but don't go anywhere. We will return with more North American matches here at the Call of Duty Challengers Cup number 5, presented by PS4. Welcome back to the Call of Duty Challengers Cup number 5, presented by PS4, the best of the best that the amateur scene has to offer when it comes to Call of Duty. Here we find ourselves smack dab in the middle of the North American bracket. So we are going to hop into the losers semifinals, where we will see the old men, who actually are not that old, it turns out, but we will see the old men face up against Get Busy. Now, one of these teams is going on to the losers finals to face off against Sixth Gear, who did just fall down from the winners bracket. So, Shift, who is your money on for Get Busy versus the old men?
I've learned very quickly that throwing my money around COD is not necessarily netting me very many positives, so I'm going to hold off on the money portion and just give you the prediction. I think that when you look at just the lineups, you should favor, I think, the old men in this one because of the ARs they bring to the table, but the big X factor in my mind is going to be Spart. Can he find a way to really get involved again, coming straight from playing with LAG, unfortunately taken off the main starting roster, now getting a chance to make a name back for himself and a little bit of a reconciliation in the amateur scene?
It's going to be a big question that we have to kind of continually bring up throughout a majority of this map, is kind of his presence, his impact on this Get Busy lineup, in which Prolute doing well off the start, 5-1 for him, tossing in a few nades in the meantime, but the majority of the big kind of story here is the fact that they are going to be holding on to P2 spawns. Looks like a few players kind of starting to surge in through middle, one kind of toward this back broken building. Exotic found, Exotic shut down, and it looks as if that's going to be 3, 4, 5 cut down in stride. Wonderful plays coming through from Get Busy.
Yeah, Zyril and Spart actually kind of saved that, as you saw a couple members were Get Busy were spawning over towards that broken building by the garage, and they had a little bit of a stretch to get over. But again, the 2 double kills coming in tandem with one another were great for Get Busy to secure this second hard point for the initial essentially 30 seconds. Trophy systems dealing with any incoming projectiles, and once again, it's infamous in Spart able to lock things down quickly. Exotic tries as hard as he possibly can to make something happen, but the individual play will not be enough to influence the hill and Get Busy well on their way to being up 70-33, unless the old men can find a way to get a desperate last hit. But again, with the time, you don't expect to happen at all.
Yeah, definitely don't. And I kind of like that, even the presence that the old men are doing, just trying to make sure that no one comes from cliff path, just to make sure that this last second kind of push effort, if you will, is not going to be a successful one, as a soccer field going to be somewhat open, right? Only player there is going to be Parasite, and I love the spread that we have for the old men. The only problem is that if you continue to fall in stride, the spawns may not favor you exactly, and based off of that, it looks like they will have a far out spawn for Exotic. That was my main concern, was that depending on how these line up, it actually could do more harm than good if you don't win the 1v1s. But I guess you could say kind of a majority of that information will be found in terms of how successful this push is deemed from Get Busy. Infamous up close. Have to do some work with the AR. Entrance with the M4, not a common strat, but one that can work out from time to time. And Parasite is putting on a clinic. Unfortunately, it is goodnight to Goonjar himself. But you know what? Parasite can get on a streak from time to time, and it doesn't matter who's in his way. Their Shift. He's taking out everybody who gets in front of his line sight.
I know Parasite has had a very controversial season, to say it politely, but his range and flexibility this year has been absolutely incredible. As a mainstay AR, that's all he ran was at M4 at the beginning of the year. Right around February, March, he swips over and becomes sub-Haggy, and he runs through teams with the SMG, and now he exists as a true flex player. And I think that's awesome to see from a player who, again, is obviously a former world champion and has had a bit of a clustered recent past, but he's showcasing that he deserves to be near the top of at least this amateur scene, if not a consideration for the pro league level. But as we get to this fourth hard point, there is some work still to be done here for the old men as they find themselves down 30 seconds to play with, and it looks like Get Busy are just going to give this one more good college try with just a couple of members to see if they can win this contest time, of which it's just now down to Profizi. That'll be the last effort, you feel, as everybody else will be turning their attention over to the cliff path.
Parasite, just as you start to mention him, finds 2 crucial kills toward the ending stages as we begin that conversation about cliff path and look at the current positioning from Get Busy. By no means a position that they are confident in, and the reason why is because the 2 main players who were kind of called to make that early push were shut down by good old Parasite. A lovely play coming in from him, arguably 2 of the most influential kills that we have seen so far throughout the early stages of this hard point. And now that's going to set up the old men to be in a wonderful spot throughout the remainder of this hill. The question remains, as Prolud fortunately falls to his death and whatnot, it's going to be a matter of whether or not they can start to force the issue and continue to push this one out. Gunjar trying to make a few cheeky flanks, if you will. Keep in mind, Profizi, he's in a wonderful spot to possibly allow for a pinch.
But has he waited a touch too long? The pitch could have come through maybe a couple seconds sooner. Now it's just to him and Infamous, and the numbers just aren't all that favorable. So essentially, for Profizi, you have to try to make a solo play. He finds one, and Zyro's actually able to find another. So maybe a chance for them to kind of contest this scrap 15 seconds, of which they will do so very nicely. But again, the problem here is because this hit came out so late, the old men have already made their way through the cave system, and they will not be trapped up behind this what is second hard point. And actually beyond that, they've actually flipped the spawns around. This is actually brilliant for the old men, as they've got a good setup around P1 going into our second rotation of hills.
Yeah, they definitely do. It's just a matter of where Get Busy's positioning wants to be, and I kind of like what they do off the start of this P1. They instantly start to rotate the players, not even in just from yellow, but they even start to reference back toward Cliff Path, just being aware of P2 for the future. But look at this from the old men. Like you said, continually starting to push on through. Good plays from Get Busy based off map positioning. Great plays from the old men based off of map positioning as well. Parasite continually being in the fold, rocking Florida Mutineers team skin, which you love to see based off of maybe trying to get some of that good juju, trying to, you know, engage what has been an insane ending season from Skies. But I'll be honest with you, Shift, as often as I try to put on CDL team camos, it doesn't really equate for me all that often.
It doesn't instantly translate to like generated skill just off the rip just by putting on the skins?
No, unfortunately not.
Me neither. I haven't found that success yet either. We'll try to keep working. Maybe one day we'll just kind of inherit the skills like a Space Jam basketball or something. But as Prolud makes his way forward, he's got an opportunity to blow this hard point wide open. He finds three. You saw for a second he made the read on the fourth, just didn't have it in him to find the full kill, but it's fine. It's Kev Infamous who follows up behind. Now potential for numbers to work their way in, but not going to be a full break. Still a decent early 20 seconds of contest here from Get Busy.
And you kind of like what we've seen from Get Busy off the start. It's just a matter of can they keep it up. I mean, at the very least, you're kind of happy with the amount of delay that you had for the old men. This is a great kind of rotation for them. We've seen some influential slays, some influential kills go down. And it's kind of been spotty time for the old men. Despite that, though, they're so close to that 200-point mark that starts to get a little bit scary. This next rotation needs to be clutch for Get Busy. Of course, they are going to have soccer field control, but at the very least, we're going to need to see a kind of a well-collected effort over P3 and P4, which typically are by no means money hills in comparison to Cliff Path and Cave East.
Oh, for sure. But again, with the proper zone, maybe you could soak 40+ seconds here, and you could essentially wiggle as much time as possible out of this hill. And let's be honest, Get Busy, you really do need to milk this hill for all it's worth, because you're down by 70. You still have, again, the potential of winning this hill outright, but you give away 15, 20 seconds, the old men have the luxurious position of deciding, do we just play for a little bit of scrap here, then get ourselves set up for the initial on next? You can win the game in multiple ways, and that's where things become terrifying, because now the final 25 seconds looks like it will go the way of the old men. As Get Busy, you hate to see this time go up, but I think you have to concede this and try to rotate over to P4 and get yourself at least set up the most of the way through. One more hit for Profizi. He's going to give it a good old try, but nothing's going to come of it, and we're going to see the old men at 220 to 125.
It's a sad and an unfortunate scoreline to look at. I mean, just based off the way the play has gone up to this point, but the old men have been incredibly consistent. The AR is rating true on Azir Cave. Like we talked about, Get Busy. It's just a matter of keeping consistency alive, trying to get a majority of this time, and really just trying to juggle what will be a very difficult rotation from Cave West over to Cliff Path. It looks as if the old men are even spawning close, which is not going to be easy for Get Busy to hold on to it. Here, a few knives being utilized, a few weapons of course up close from Profizi. The MP5 is firing today, not having the greatest of score lines, but nonetheless trying to be influential curling inside of the hill.
No.
But 24 seconds left. The old men can start to fade back, can start to realize what is imminent, which is going to be Cliff Path. Positioning from Get Busy, to be honest with you, Shift, player 3-1-5, get out of there, start to rotate.
Yeah, you're going to have to play perfect hard point from 5 on. It's going to probably have to go through P5, through 1, and all the way to a second hill. And you can only give away 2 seconds, 3 seconds worth of time. If you don't take it by my candor here, Landon, I'm not feeling all that optimistic for Get Busy.
and that will be enough for the rotation to be secured, and the old men will take it 250 to 154 and move their way through this losers bracket.
Well, it's kind of a good thing the old men rather, came out on top there. I mean, they're probably, you know, if they're as old as they say, as they seem by their team name, like, they're running out of time. They got to get their wins in while they can. But the first thing I really want to examine is, so this Get Busy scoreline, not great, 154 to 250. You're probably not feeling too good if you are Get Busy, but I want to highlight ProLoot. He did have a positive KD, and he was the only one on Get Busy that had a positive KD. So a little bit of a tough time for many of the members of that team. But Shift, can you talk to me about ProLoot? Like, what are some of his strengths as a player?
He's kind of like the Mr. Do-It-All of the team, it feels like. Whatever role needs to be filled, he'll fill it for you. If you need him to play in the hard point, he'll play in the hard point. You need him to pop dead silence and make a pinch play, he'll do that as well. He does a little bit of everything. And even in a map like Azir Cave that we typically attribute mostly to AR presence, that does provide a couple of opportunities, if you read the map well, to actually foil some of the backline as an SMG player. So the fact that ProLoot was able to kind of exemplify that showcases that his game knowledge is definitely at a high level. It just came down to, at the end of the day, I kind of had this one favoring more towards the old men. Their AR is just a little bit more well kept than I would expect from Get Busy, and that really was kind of the dividend at the very end. But you got to give credit to ProLoot, who again tried to make a lot of plays happen, and for the most part, he was a catalyst for some success there for Get Busy.
Yeah, I think in a lot of ways, if you just look at these rosters and the fact that the old men are really named that way because they are comprised of primarily veteran squads. So in a lot of ways, the odds are kind of stacked in their favor. They have the knowledge, they have the experience, they know how to react in certain situations probably better than Get Busy can. So I guess as we go forward and we look at the rest of this series and the rest of these challengers events in general, for a team like the old men, is this their way of kind of trying to prove themselves and make it back into a league spot? Orlando, what do you think?
I mean, I think just in general, kind of for the rest of the season, you kind of like maybe the chances that the old men have. Like I said, you do have some veterans on this team mixed in with some young talent as well, with guys like Paul X and Fire. Exotic has been a very top tier slayer on a number of different teams. Obviously, he's played for rosters like Evil Geniuses when it came down to the Pro League. We've seen Gunjar. We've obviously seen Parasite be mixed in with the Pro Division as well. Typically when it comes down to the CDL, a lot of franchise teams are more typically looking for, kind of younger players, but at the very least, experience helps. And if you can kind of continue to make your claim, whether you are, a player like Gunjar or a player like Parasite, Exotic, etc., outside of the young guns, of course, you still absolutely have the ability to get your case for starting on a team, but it is going to come through accomplishment. It's going to have to come through results, and you're going to have to, unfortunately, kind of prove what is a current strategy based on by a lot of CDL franchise teams, which is, hey, go with the young talent, foster them up. You know what? We could see possibly one of these players be one of those guys for the future. It's not going to be easy, but hey, it comes from tournaments like this, and it comes possibly the end of the season. A lot of franchise teams are going to be looking at the finals, at the last chance qualifier, etc. They're going to be looking at a lot of different opportunities like that to see who is at the top.
Great points you bring up, and it looks like we are heading into map 2 here with Get Busy versus the old men. Of course, the old men are up 1-0, but this is the search and destroy, which is often anybody's game. It is a swing mode in a lot of ways. So Shift, who's going to take this S&D?
Again, I need to see something big from Spart here. I hate to keep putting him in the highlight, but again, he is the guy most recently in the Pro League. And being one of the first ones to drop back down to the amateur scene in our CDL, you're looking at him to see, can he find a way to improve and showcase that maybe I did merit being on this LAG squad, as they were kind of suffering in the middle of the online stage. But it's going to be up to Get Busy to start things off here on the defense. Number 2 of Exotic is the bomb carrier. He's already made his way pretty far for Parasite. And you've got Paul watching over the top of you right outside the trench, and he'll get some information, but isn't able to lock down the kills. We go 1-for-1. Exotic falls. The bomb going to have to be recollected here for the side of the old men.
And kind of on topic with our current perspective, Paul X is absolutely going to be a guy that I'm looking out for throughout a lot of this arc club. As we talk about, this is one of the main maps where you're going to see snipers be influential. And I can remember back as long as I've been casting Paul, which is probably 2 or 3 seasons now, he has always been great with the sniper. Of course, he can pick up the MP5 from time to time, but I'm looking out for him to be a big difference maker throughout a lot of these later rounds, as that will be Parasite cleaned up, found out, and Get Busy walking away with their first.
And I don't believe anybody defensively for the side of Get Busy were rocking a scope of any kind. So we'll just see if that storyline changes at all here, or will Paul go completely uncontested? Yeah, I'm right there with you, man. The guy can make some special things happen, especially in Search and Destroy, and even more so when it becomes down to like abbreviated numbers, 2v2s, 3v3s. That really does feel like when Paul really shines. But again, you see the AX-50 strapped to his back. Likely will take this back over to the A site, and for Get Busy, bomb picked up, and it looks like they're going to split the map a little bit here. Two members going to try to venture over towards B, one more up the middle, and then the bomb with Zyral will just kind of linger and see if anybody gets too aggressive over through the push through.
It's kind of about just majority of map position, and based off of the amount of noise that they're making at B, this may tell the old men time for a rotation, but in fact it looks as if it's going to be Exotic and Parasite still somewhat reigning true. They find the pick, and this is not the greatest of situations by any means for Get Busy. They've lost two players on different sides. However, the one player that did manage to make through could gain some great visuals. Prolute, being the man of the hour, the man of the second round, has to pretty much hop back inside the site. Does not have second story control, and he's going to pretty much just smack Infamous on the back and say, best of luck playing that one down. Infamous manages to do it, but again, the numbers continue to become more and more sparse.
This is a one-dimensional hold here for Get Busy. They're just trusted that they can win the gunfight, likely from what's going to be through the side position to kind of check through the doors, but he has to use just to open the doors up. But now as Infamous checks, it's Paul waiting. Bomb has not been fully committed to being defused, and Proluke will track down 1-2. He gets the collateral set up for the second and the third. Are you kidding? Oh my goodness.
All right. Okay, that's the way we're playing, Shift. That's the way we're playing, Prolute. Holy cow. What was that? I thought, okay, surely he's going to try to challenge this. He's going to maybe find one on the site, but no. All three of them stack up. And I swear there was one bullet that had to be a little bit of a collat there. That is unbelievable from Prolute. 1 versus 3 in a situation that we thought was absolutely dire. The man lives to see another day and gives Get Busy a very influential second round. And now they're headed toward defense. This very well could set them up for a solid 3 straight. My goodness, that was insane.
I don't know if you really want to call that a 1v3 or just a 1 versus 300 HP, because again, it was just essentially one mammoth collage of players in front of him. But regardless, Get Busy walk away now with a 2-0 lead. And now all of a sudden they've got the numbers advantage here in the third, as the bomb once again has been dropped, but it's right next to Fire's left shoe, so you should be able to pick this up without much cause for concern. But on the backside here, you got Infamous, who's watching over the trench, and really again you're looking at Gunjar. He's got to make this play through the middle of the map, now wrapping around B, trying to open up some space, and unfortunately Fire falls as he was hoping to maybe flip this back over to the B site. And now it's going to be a 3v1. Paul, any collaterals here for you by chance? Doesn't look like he's going to get the opportunity for it. Has to go to the pistol in only 17 seconds. He'll be cut down pretty quick.
Yeah, unfortunate spot there for good old Paul X. Again, Gunjar kind of on the other side of the map, has the ability to make the play. The objective man, though, can't really exit out of the site. Tries to use the employee-only exit, but does get pretty well handled when it comes down to things. But like we said, when it comes down to that 1 versus 3, or however you really want to kind of label it, the highlight moment at the least for Prolute, it sets themselves up right for what was going to be the third round. Them having that on defense kind of allowed for a numerous amount of positions to go their way. And now it's kind of up to the old men to start to respond back on defense now, kind of a 1-1-3 split based on how the map's currently positioned. Smokes out in mid. Profizi typically playing aggressive off the break. Fortunately, no information for him found outside of a nade to his skull. Decides to reference back, and it looks as if player number 8 actually could be in a very interesting situation. Prolute, again, maybe making the highlight play.
Maybe he heard us talking about him in the break here, because he's continuing to showcase that maybe he is the X factor here for Get Busy. 6-2 for him. He's cleared out the entire first floor of this B bomb site. But is this all just a distraction? is it all a disguise? For the entire time, the bomb's making its way back over to A. But the bad thing about this here for Prolut, he's got no idea what's behind him. The timing here, he's able to get away with his life. Flash will give him a little bit of separation, and he can reset the gunfight a touch. But the bomb has got to make its way over to A, and good Infamous may just read this push through. There are 2 members for the old men rotating from the backside of the A broken building, but he doesn't hold the eagle for long enough. He wants to get the bomb planted. We'll get on the opposite side of the bomb site, so it's going to go down successfully, and it's in a position to where both Prolut and Zyral can actually just play passive in the hostile and maybe just clutch up as the time will fade away.
I'm starting to tick away, like you mentioned. Prolut, who managed to find himself on the back end of the B site, now has a few engagements left to most likely find, but no, get busy. So strong, wow. Looking fantastic so far throughout this S&D, and it's not common that you really see a lead like this on a map like Arklov, just based on the way the positions work and how difficult it can be sometimes to force those offenses. And I will say there was a good moment that I thought we had there from Old Men where Parasite was kind of hanging out when it came down to B, and I thought there was a solid moment there where they might have just read what Get Busy we're trying to implement, but nonetheless, information is fine, but the rounds are the ones that matter, and Get Busy. We'll see if they can make this a 5th. Again, now on defense in a great position. Looks as if they've read this site very well. Sending 4 toward this site, and looks to be in a good position. Most likely lock it up. Parasite finding the first blood. Prolut there for the second. The quick trade. There's actually some decent mid-map control right now for Get Busy as well.
And Paul continues to pull out the AX-50. I was about to comment that he hasn't gotten a lot of value with it yet, but of course, he's able to find a pick in this round just before I can make mention of it. So now he's 3 and 4 in a position top red to where he could probably single-handedly clutch this up. And Spart finds 1 pick, doesn't anticipate there being a second, but still goes for the double chow. Paul, though, puts him right down in the dirt, but here comes the flank. And again, Paul has to be worried about someone being on the bomb and defusing right now. Although, how about this? How about this play for Paul? Zyral was trying to pinch, and now all of a sudden, Paul's gamble of, no, surely no one's defusing. This is going to turn out into his favor. I don't know how he gets away with this, but Zyral's trying to chase him, and there's been no defuse yet. The trust for Paul, his timing of his peak might just be perfect. He gets the information, but Zyral, he wins the gunfight in the nick of time. But Paul, that is a bold gamble for Paul of how he played that 1v2.
Oh my gosh, I like totally emotions in different ways there. I mean, like I thought that Paul surely had a great situation to lock that one up, and kind of gets unfortunate timing, doesn't spot Zyral on the bomb as his mind has got to be in so many different places at once, thinking, okay, I'm alive, somehow managed to take down Profizi on the flank. Does the enemy know where I am? But still, solid intuition to make sure that round lasted as long as it did, but it will not prevent what has been such a solid game from Get Busy up to this point. 5-0. Zyral sitting at 7-1. Prolut 7-3. We'll see if they can lock it up in just 6. This is going to be somewhat of a dampening for the old men, right? You come off of a solid first game victory. You come into the search and destroy. You got a lot of S&D veterans on this team.
Oh, you absolutely do.
Especially in someone like Parasite, who I remember back in like AW was like given the title of like best S&D player of the season and stuff like that. Like it's definitely gonna hurt a little bit. I think they were a lot more confident coming into this mode than what's probably leading on.
Well, Parasite in a pretty inconspicuous spot, sitting top red. It's going to be challenged. Can he get away with his life, or more importantly, find one more pick? Goes for a drop shot pick, able to find the kill. Will be traded, but again, he's done his job. 3v2 now. 37 seconds to play for the round. Watch out for Gunjar, who's made his way into the church. Number 4, top middle. Exotic also very far forward, playing from the broken building near A. And now it's just down to Spartan. His position has been figured out. Full pinch wraparound coming out from Gunjar. You've got Fire playing passively, and he's going to get some help here from Exotic. So as Spart tries to plant this down, he might get the plant off, but not a lot of options for an exit from here. He's going to try to push forward, and it's Fire who's waiting for him to come up, and that's going to be the first round for the old men. But again, they're going to need a full sail. Things have not looked really all that great for them, even in some of their offensive rounds when it comes to lending towards potentially doing just that.
Yeah, definitely not going to be easy, again, for this roster to try and bring this one back. But hey, you know what? It starts somewhere. It starts at some point. The Hot 6-0 by no means would be nice to have to worry about or to have to face off against, but they at least do stay alive for now. And we'll see if Paul can continue to be somewhat influential when it comes down to that sniper rifle. Is now objective in the old men's hands. What can they do with it? What is the call? It looks as it will be another hit toward A. Few players still toward middle, which is going to be Parasite and Gunjar for now. I'm curious if Paul still does have the sniper out based off his position. You'd like to imagine so, but
Yeah, it's my guess too.
oh, they actually might wrap this toward middle. They actually do have a decent position to make this happen. That's going to be what? Pretty much half of the players from Get Busy cut off here.
Yeah, 100%. Parasite with first blood has allowed this play to happen. Good smoke over the top will allow Parasite to do a little bit of parkour up to the second floor. Just as he does this, fires down low. Do they clear the bar, though? That's where the only real defender is Profizi. Tries to follow up from behind. Infamous still alive behind the bar, has found 2 kills. He'll eventually be traded, but again, he's built so much time to allow this rotation from the Get Busy defenders to get through. And not only has the plant been stopped, but the bomb has been dropped inside the site. Gunjar with dead silence play. He's got 2 in front, finds the first, but Prolute stays alive. 1v2, but they should really be sitting somewhere on the second floor. He wins the first, and time becoming a bit of an issue here. Paul challenging with the pistol, gets some blessed hit fire, and the old men find a way to win 2 in a row.
I'll tell you what, though, Prolute makes things interesting still. I was hoping for maybe another possible 1 versus 3 just to lock it up, but Paul, great challenge, great awareness, and really just overall great bait coming in from the team there, but that's what it's going to take in order to bring this one back. Like we said, 5-0 down, now 5-2. Still looking at a very uphill battle, but they've done the right things up to this point, and we'll see what they can do now looking at the defense. And like I said, based on what we saw last round, it was very well collected. Make the rotation over toward the other side. It ends up panning out very well for them in the later stages, but it looks as if Get Busy. They've got their focus on B right now, Shift.
This is a different hit as well. It's coming through the cemetery, so you're going to be trusting Infamous up top to really kind of give a lot of information of what's in the site and can you stop a flank or a mid hit from coming through. It's a lot of requirement here for Infamous. A big role for him to play while his teammates try to push around. And how about this? Get Busy, find 2 picks on the backside by Snow. But still, the job is not done yet. It's still going to be a little bit of a stretch to get these players involved on the site itself. And as Fire finds another pick, again, it's a huge investment for what is now just a 3v3. And you can see Profizi's not feeling comfortable yet. He can't get this bomb planted. He's also nearly got his dead silence charged. Maybe you're playing for that to try to clear out some space, but it looks like he'll go to the OBJ first and foremost, and then just sit right on top of the bomb site to try to hold while his teammates, again, are searching for information. Oh, potential here. Profizi can't win the gunfight. Takes the challenge from Paul in a corner. Able to find the pick. And the old men now find themselves in a 3v1 situation as Paul cleans things up and gets the easy defuse. 3 rounds now in a row for the old men.
Paul's pistol whipping. I love what I'm seeing, Shift. I like the convergence there at the end. It definitely got a little bit worrying, though, because, like you said, Profizi kind of waits for a long time on the plan. He has the ability to do that, but he just doesn't have the confidence that if he were to go ahead and plant the objective, that someone wouldn't just rush in that door, which is all so common to see. And right now, if you're Get Busy, it's all right, guys. Listen, we've let, 3 rounds in a row go the other way. We cannot allow for this to get any farther for obvious reasons. I would say a swing round, but really all of these have been a swing round up to this point.
Yeah, for real.
But what could be a big shift in terms of momentum for the old men if they could walk away with this on the offense. Good old Parasite trying to be clever as ever. Smokes, nades, tossed out. Masked, if you will. Trying to come around for the early engagements. Like we said, Smoke currently masking his position. Has the early engagement onto Spark. Can't win it. Also does get a good visual up to Zyral, who's currently sitting inside a window. But in the meantime, Prolute finds one onto Exotic. There goes Parasite as well.
That was all the smoke extinguished as well. No more utility when it comes to trying to conceal that bomb site. Exotic needed to find that first pick and then immediately try to get the bomb down. But now you've got a 3v5 to navigate for the old men. No smoke to play with. You essentially just have to hope that you can find some favorable timing. Maybe a couple of dead silence plays. Smart, top of the mound, no problem. He finds 2. Paul nearly gets a chance to line up a couple, but he still would have had to find more past that.
And Get Busy, do not get full sold here. 6-3 the count as they take one map in response here for the Arclong Peak.
Honestly, kind of did think that Get Busy were going to take a nice 6-0, and I was going to ask, which I still am going to ask the question. Let's start with you, Shift. Is there something going on with S&D for the old men?
It's kind of hard to get a full read off of this map, mostly because, again, the fact that you had Get Busy win their first 2 attacks led to what was essentially an insurmountable total. Going up 4-0 in a map like Arclong Peak, which at this level especially is extremely defensively sided, it just is a tall ask to come through and try to find a way to win multiple offenses in a row. And I think a lot of it is because since we've moved away from minute rounds to minute 30 rounds, you don't really have the luxury to kind of go back and forth between bomb sites, especially on this map, which is something that I know that Parasite likes to kind of set up on their offenses. Search for information, see if we can pull a couple defenders over, and then we'll kind of work our way over to one side or the other, depending on what we read. There's just not enough time for those reads to come through. On the other side, yeah, maybe there was an opportunity for Paul to maybe put away that sniper rifle and kind of change things up a little bit by pulling out an SMG or another AR that on those offensive attacks that looked a little bit one-dimensional, and that also never happened. So a couple of things that I think they could look at to try to adjust, whether they're trying to get more aggressive or they're trying to help Paul get a little bit more value out of his scope.
Lando, did we see, I know we'd called on a few players to step up. Did you see the players stepping up here that you wanted to see?
I think the kind of the big question was Prolute, right? How is he going to play? You could argue Spart as well. They obviously walk away with the victory, but for me, the big player kind of throughout at least the influential beginning portions, which was the 5-0 start from Get Busy, was the 1v3 that we see here from Prolute, right? He kind of is able to line up those players on the site, walks away with a round that he had no intention of walking away with. So if we were to say, you know, was the question on to Prolute, was the question on to Spart, you could argue they walk away with it, and they do extremely well because they go up 5-0. But the big one that I think was kind of more argued was Prolute, and he pulls off one heck of a performance. Makes some very influential moments kind of happen for his team. We saw the flank kind of toward the later stages of the game too, and obviously the 1v3 as well was very, very impressive. So definitely saw some players to step up, but now the question kind of remains when it comes down to the Dom, who do we expect, and what's going to happen exactly? Because this has been such a back and forth series. I'm excited to see exactly how the swing mode of game 3 will play out.
I am excited for that as well, but before we get to answering those questions, we will take a break before we return to the match, the Old Men versus Get Busy, Map 3. See you after this. back to the Call of Duty Challengers Cup number 5 presented by PS4. We are smack dab in the middle of the losers bracket semifinals. We have the old men versus Get Busy. They are getting busy, tying up the scoreline 1-1. As we head into map 3, we will find out which way the scales will tip. And in an effort to once again never leave you bored, we are all ready to go in this map. Lando, who is going to step up this game?
In terms of specific players, it's going to be interesting. I'm really kind of looking out for on the side of old men, someone like maybe Exotic or Fire specifically, just to kind of be influential around the map, especially with the SMGs. It's not going to be easy to face off against a roster like Get Busy in terms of how solid their SMG play is. And much like how we see the Observer, they need to be playing really fast, right? They need to be kind of up in the face of the enemy at all times and continually trying their best to be a major factor. But like I said, it's going to be fun. I'm excited to kind of hop into this domination on Gunrunner and see exactly where we sit when it comes down to the series. The swing mode, and this one will be swing mode to see who does go up 2-1.
It's one of those things too, again, when we first jumped over to catch North American coverage, the Get Busy squad was able to survive versus Triumph on this map, 157-155. And I say the word survive intentionally, selectively, and with emphasis, because there were a lot of really questionable rotational moments that happened for the side of Get Busy that really put them in a bit of a pickle, as you're again seeing them kind of doing almost the same thing. They like to play over through the wood side, do a little bit of A to C manipulation, and then eventually when they get a good kill feed, they make their way over to B. But it's extremely risky, mostly because spawns become extremely unpredictable when you force them to go north and south rather than east to west. And you can see the old men, after they win a couple of relatively 1v1 gunfights, they're able to find themselves in an A setup.
And that's the one thing that I'm kind of worried about for Busy when it comes down to this particular mode is kind of historically when it comes down to, you know, more amateur-like teams, the big mode that they don't really have a whole lot of practice on is actually the game 3, whether it's been Control, whether it's been CTF, or whether it's been Domination. A majority of the time, pro-like rosters or players that have pro-like experience usually excel when it comes down to a game 3 or the swing mode, if you really want to kind of call it more of a broad title. And so that's kind of one emphasis I had coming into this series, was kind of in the back of my mind, was like, you know what, how good is this Get Busy team going to be in Domination? Obviously given the result that you mentioned, but also because, you know what, this roster, when it comes into the old men, a lot of guys on this team have actually been very successful kind of in those game 3s in their career, whether or kind of whatever you'd like to argue it's been. They usually play pretty well when it comes down to that. So my emphasis is to see exactly how Get Busy kind of continually make certain plays throughout the map, how they kind of value certain plays versus the other, because when it comes down to Dom, especially when it comes down to on a map like Gunrunner, your mind has to constantly be aware of what is going on and what is going on with your teammates, because if you are not consciously aware of what is taking place all throughout the map, you can run into a few fights or run into a few situations where you're doing something that you really shouldn't.
Absolutely, yes. It's one of those maps that, again, it can be a little bit more difficult to read the spawns. I think is the biggest thing, because it is, I mean, yeah, I would say that there is a favored side, quote unquote, but it's not nearly as favored as maps like Hackney Yard and St. Pedro.
Right.
This map is much more versatile, as the old men actually found a couple of moments there of full capture against this Get Busy team, and things have kind of flipped around. Again, Get Busy continue to try to work their way from A to C, C to A, back and forth, and now they find themselves on the A side of the map, still needing a second flag with a minute 45 to play, and the old men are just happy to sit there and say, all right, fine, you take A, we'll take C, but what we're going to continue to capture that you have not had yet in this game is the middle of the map. That boiler room has been convincingly blue all the way throughout this first half, and that's something that really needs to change for Get Busy if they want to try to find a way to swing this map around.
Yeah, they've been pretty much using that as a lane to, like I said, kind of instantly get from one side of the map to the other. And over here on A, that's going to be back-to-back fight now. And then it's going to be a loss from player number 3 from Parasite, but at the very least, they are going to remain in control when it comes down to A, which of course is, you know, in some ways the more preferred side. But again, you kind of get in that conversation of like, well, is it in comparison to, you kind of get the point. Regardless, they're happy to have it when it comes down to things, and they're happy to see that Fire is currently 15-4, 5 spree for him. Collectively as a team, they're all going on sprees right now, which is not good for Get Busy, especially for the later stages of this game. You don't want to allow for these ticks to continually go through without really earning all more than 1 point. but it looks as if it could actually be an opportunity for a trip cap, depending on if Fire wins one, maybe a second fight, get a little bit close to the neutral. Not going to happen, but hey, old men, you are so happy with the way that the end of this first half went. You're happy to have the advantage, and again, you are super excited to see that one of the young guns in Fire is stepping up to a 17-6 first half performance.
It's one of those things that this kid's a sponge, from what I've been told. He soaks up information upon hearing it and immediately turns it into his style. But at the same point, like that last challenge, he's on 7 in a row. He's feeling himself. The smart play, once you've been tagged up, the whole goal is to keep the C flag neutral. He just needs to play his life and make sure that he's delaying the hit from Get Busy as long as possible. But that's a small moment, a very, very small, meticulous moment that, again, there is a little bit of a difference between the amateur move and what a pro would maybe be able to do in the CDL. That's one of those things that he could still grow on. So as incredible as he is, there are still some moments where, again, you're starting to see that he is a little bit on the younger side. There is some maturity that needs to be built into his gameplay, but it doesn't take away from the simple fact that he is a special player and is definitely someone to keep your eye on as we move not just through this season, but potentially into the following, whenever our 5th Black Ops title comes out.
Yeah, and that's one thing too. I'm glad that you kind of mentioned the fact that he kind of acts like a sponge for this team, because typically a lot of the top players that you kind of see start to make it more toward those pro league stages earlier in their careers are typically the ones that are willing to listen to the veteran players around them. That was one of the biggest talking points that I had whenever I got a chance to talk with Attach for the New York Subliners. It was, hey, Mac knows what this team likes to do. He's ready to learn and he's ready to listen. The same thing was applied for someone like Illy on the Dallas Empire. He instantly told me, hey, you know what? My biggest thing that I am the most excited about is not just play my first event, but it's to learn alongside some veteran-like players. So to kind of hear that of someone like Fire, historically, it usually pans out into something that is good, kind of being, in some cases, a sponge whenever you're younger, learning different things from top veteran players, which is exactly what he has on this team. With the Parasite, a Call of Duty champion, for God's sake, Call of Duty world champion, I should say at that. You can learn a lot of things from this guy, and I think that's a positive sign forward for the young vet of Fire.
It's not one of those things he's riding along either. He's leading the squad right now. He's 21-6 with 7 captures. 7 captures. And now he's responsible for holding on to the C flag. He's got maybe a 1v1 versus Infamous up top. But again, Fire able to provide a line of sight break to get himself behind this train yard. Wow. And then takes a brilliant 1v1 engagement to take the W. That's capture number 8, 23-6. And the old men are really starting to run away with this domination.
Yeah, it's starting to kind of get a little bit out of hand. And for Get Busy, it's got to be one or the other, right? I appreciate the fact that they're continuing to push us towards C and having these big 1v1s. But at some point, you just got to say, listen, we got to go all in or we're just not going to go in at all. Because you have to try to force the issue at one or the other. You're losing 1v1 gunfights on C, that's fine. But you're entering into 3v4 and 4v5 gunfights on the other side. And that's the issue that they're running into, is just not having enough collaborative effort at once. Is unfortunately Infamous. Flying Spell runs into a trophy in an unfortunate circumstance, does get taken down, and it looks as if Get Busy Fire may start to see a little bit of progress, but again, it's just not been met with many results whatsoever. And the worrisome part, Chip, is that this is starting to get out of hand as Gunjar is pulling out some nice plays with the pistol.
Yeah, he's been a little bit bored, I feel like. He's only 9-12, but he hasn't gotten a lot of action. He's just been kind of the guy watching the long rotations while his SMGs are popping off. Exotic has put together a couple of incredible moments, life and life in the last 3 that he's had. Gunjar top side of this coal mine head. He's going to get some assistance from none other than Exotic, who's again looking to make sure this B flag stays in their favor. We're approaching the 2-minute mark, and we're more importantly approaching the point where it becomes mathematically impossible unless Get Busy can find a way to get a triple cap in the near future.
And we were talking about, certain players to kind of look out for. Pro Loot's playing well, 23-17, but you see 10-16 from Zyre. Infamous currently -3. Yeah. The big focus, Profizi and Spart, right? 11-19, 16-21. Spart thankfully actually does go on a nice little 3 spree. Not enough, right? It's really not enough at this point, and I'm glad that you've been kind of bringing it up, and it's not to necessarily focus on something major, as the triple cap actually does come in from Get Busy, but we need to see more of this, right? We need to see the streak comes through from Spark. What happens? Triple cap, right? I mean, that's the influence that this guy can have on a map, and I know that you've had the chance to commentate over him. I've had the chance to watch him a lot in Search and Destroy. Very, very talented player. It's just a matter of if he can perform up to the level that this team would like him to, they can walk away with dominations like this. But again, easier said than done. Not had the greatest series, not one that he liked to relive. And I think it's kind of showcasing, along with Profizi, obviously, currently 12-21. But you get the point.
Yeah, I absolutely do. I mean, I think you hit the point very, very nicely as well when it comes down to, yeah, this Get Busy squad is still technically learning. Again, when we saw Get Busy in the early stages, the only member that was an OG Get Busy player is Profizi.
Yeah.
Everybody else has come together in the last 3 to 4 weeks. In Spart's case, the last 2 weeks. So there's still some learning to be done. But I think the overall kind of takeaway from this series, because it's become mathematically impossible really about 30 seconds ago, is that this old men's squad has so much potential. Paul X, I can't even number how many teams he's been on this year. He has danced back and forth between UYU, Get Busy, a couple of other squads that have finished top 6, top 4, and now he's found his way onto this team that is listed as old men. And this full 5-man squad feels like the best iteration that each of these players have found themselves on, and it's looking really solid for them to get into this losers finals. As of obviously they will still have to win another map, but this was a very convincing respawn here in the Domination. And you got to remember that on the Azir K first map, 250, 154. They haven't dropped the hard point yet that I could see, at least from what we've had on stream so far.
All right, well, GG's on another map for the old men. As you pointed out, they have not taken this series yet, but it's looking very good for them, being 2-1 in their favor now. So the first thing I want to break down, though, is that there was a moment there toward the end where Get Busy were able to take all 3 points, and they held all 3 points at once. Lando, what went right for Get Busy in that moment?
I think it was just kind of a matter of seeing Spark kind of go off toward that track side. They had a few different moments, or a few specific 1v1s start to go their way, and they do walk away with the trip cap. I will say it would definitely be more influential if the scoreline would have been closer at the time. I think if that would have maybe happened maybe a few minutes earlier in the second half, we could be looking at what was probably a much more tighter, overall series scoreline, or overall map scoreline. But I think a majority of it kind of just came off to this team winning influential fights when it came down to B and when it came down to trackside, which at the time happened to be the home flag for the opposition. So, I think kind of overall collective effort, looking at this one in stride, that's what the potential of this team is, right? They have the ability to do things like that. And that was just kind of my worry coming into this domination for them, is that they are a new team, they are still working together, and they are a group of young guns, right? Whenever you look at the opposition, you look at the other side, a group of veterans, they call themselves the old men for a reason. Typically, those teams are great at the kind of, like I said, swing game modes, the game threes, the dominations, to be specific. It's not just about slang. It's not just about going off and search and destroy. It is about kind of collaborating together and working together throughout the map, which is what I think that the old men did so well throughout that.
A player I do want to talk a little more about is Paul X. Shift, I can't remember if that was you or Lando that was kind of singing his praises a little bit. I think that might have been you, and you were kind of going into his history, talking about all the teams he's been on just this year alone. And I wanted to ask you what that kind of experience brings to a lineup like this.
I mean, he's played with just about everybody in the amateur scene, whether it was last year or this year. And that speaks a lot to, again, kind of not just knowing the community as a whole, learning tendencies, getting familiar with people, so that way when you do immediately get entered into a squad like this one here with the old men, it's not going to feel like there's a learning curve to everyone needs to get to know each other, right? But it's one of those things that has just been weird, I think, mostly, to see Paul jump from team to team to team. He came out with this Western squad initially, top 3, top 6, top 3, top 4, and then 16th and 32nd, and it's been almost a different team every single week since then. It's been really strange, because I thought that he was a really special player when we saw him play Modern Warfare from the initial get-go at the Minnesota launch weekend, and he's again kind of showcasing that here once more. So maybe it was just, again, trying to find that perfect formula, which, let's be honest, the North American teams, they like to make swaps until they feel like they have met that perfect formula for a team of 5.
It's going to be a fun one. We'll see if the old men can lock this one up, or if Get Busy have the capability to force the game 5, which for those that have been kind of following us throughout this entire series, Shift, it has by no means been a solid performance from Get Busy when it comes down to the respawns. As you mentioned earlier, the Azir Cave, 250 to 154. Most recent domination, 174, 132. These have been not just victories for the old men, but solid victories at that. I think they have to be the favorites coming into this next respawn. If we can see the game 5, that'd be awesome for Get Busy. But even right now, they have to get through St. Petro.
They have made a way, though, to break through this first hard point, and they freed up one player into Zyral to get into Billiards. If he could just play his life a touch longer, maybe even find a double kill, it'd be massive, but Exotic will make sure that doesn't get too interesting, but at least he's able to provide enough space and time to allow Get Busy not just to tie this game up, but pending that Infamous can win this 1v1 versus Exotic, they will have an opportunity to take the lead. And how about this? Actually, Parasite comes to contest, but it doesn't make a difference. Infamous able to double up, and Get Busy will take a slight lead after our first still comes to a conclusion.
Will indeed. Nice rotation currently granted for Old Men at the moment. Keep in mind, player 6 toward the back lines actually has to watch all of his teammates begin to fall. Spart wondering when exactly he can this push in sequence, and he's gonna have to wait for a little bit longer. No one actually aware of his current position, which could benefit him. Perfect timing, jumps through the door, finds the first kill, and now we'll start to earn the time. Right time, right place, and we actually start to see a little bit of a flip going through. One player actually spawns, I believe that was Gujar over at Shipping, so by no means the greatest position for them. They are most likely kind of envisioning will be Hazmat, but kind of an odd play, but what was kind of more of a short play from Spart actually equals out to a pretty decent hold there at the end.
Yeah, this is about as 50-50 as you've ever seen when it comes to a St. Petro hardpoint, and that's good news for Get Busy. The only bit of bad news in their looming future here is the fact that now you've got a way to get from this cafe across the middle of the map and find a way to contest this third hardpoint, as Gunjar will tactfully fall back and instantly soak up some of this initial time. But a couple of kills over the middle of the map will allow Get Busy an avenue, make their way forward and try to, again, reach this third hardpoint. And even though, again, these kills are coming out in a little bit of a 50-50 trade fashion, it's good news for Get Busy, as now you were able to work your way over through the courtyard towards where that B&D site is. The problem is there are no trophies to help you hit this in multiple ways. It looks like the Old Men should secure the first 30. It just comes down to what happens in the back 30 seconds here.
Yeah, time to rely on the SMGs, if you will, for Get Busy, as it looks as if they will manage to actually drop in certain cases into up close. They'll still trying to hang out and stay alive. Does get taken down. Like I said, Get Busy, the main focus wasn't necessarily to try and break Hazmat. It was to try to contest some time, but more specifically, try to keep these guys in the back of the map. Try to keep the Old Men in the back of their spawn ahead of Pool. And based off what we've seen so far, a few players starting to sneak their way through. Not the best map positioning, I guess you could grant it, when it comes down to the Old Men. But like I said, they get the time that they wanted. They had the lead. They had the time to afford to make this push. Just a matter of how soon it can happen. And great slays coming through from Prolude on water side.
And again, this is not bad for the Old Men, at least not initially, as they had members that were trying to work through Billiards, members trying to work through the blue courtyard, and then, like you mentioned, trying to make their way through River as well. But the good news here for Get Busy is they dealt with all of those threats very quickly, not allowing anybody to essentially put their life or essentially pull spawns closer towards this fourth hardpoint. So, again, a 50-50 first kill, 50-50 second kill. You take 45 plus on P3, okay. We'll take 45 plus on P4. Although, that said, maybe not, as Parasite and Paul are trying to get some work done, but just before they could get a full break, it's Infamous who came off as P1 spawn. And again, we've got ourselves a dead even game here through 4.
Oh yeah, it's been incredibly back and forth, and that's indicated by the score, and it's also based off of the spawn kills that we've seen. Look at Paul, though, on the flank, actually in a great position to thwart the push that's attempting to be made by Get Busy right now, ahead of the initial inside of Restaurant. He does his job, only gets really, what, 1 or 2 kind of in stride, but at the very least, halts the push, and that's the reason why we see, what, 2 players currently inside of the hill, 4 or 5 players outside of the hill. Infamous, the first player to try and contest. These have been 20 seconds only to the Old Men up to this point. Normally, it's far more contest heavy, but you love late flanks like that coming through from someone like Paul, kind of making sure that the attempted rushes in aren't as solid as they'd like to be.
Nice moment there from Zyral. He's able to be on 5 straight, make it 6 straight. The main AR for Get Busy just locking down the L-hull. But even still, if these kills maybe a touch too long for the SMGs to get in and soak the hill time, they will walk away with the script 15 seconds or so. So again, it's a very marginal lead, but the problem here for the side of Get Busy is that you are down, obviously, but more importantly, you do not have anybody working your way over to this first hard point. So as we get over to our shipping area, this is going to be a great opportunity for the Old Men to take their 15-point lead and grow it maybe 30 or 40, pending you can win some gunfights, which you only win a single one of them. That break, way too easy to Get Busy.
8 streak right now for Zyral, 20 and 11. Spart was on at least 4, if not 5, I believe. I mean, the guys are an absolute tear at the moment. Like we said, since kind of like that restaurant fight, they managed to break on through. Zyral now up to 9 in a row. 14 nearly as a team right now, and it's only continuing to expand. Fire just trying to use the extinguisher, trying to get the guys out of dodge, these guys out of his face. Unfortunately, isn't really able to do that. 10 streak, by the way, for Zyral. It's not stopping. That was what, a combined 16 streak as a team for Get Busy for a short moment, and the old men have got to be careful. Spawns are starting to be lost. Cafe control is now granted over toward Get Busy. Zyral finally gets taken down, but at what cost, right? At what cost is it really when the entire team is lining it up like this?
And Spart's some of the easiest kills he'll find on the map as he's on 5 straight. Will eventually drop a 21 and 16 for him, and the main AR of Zyral 23 and 12, working on 24, but gets caught mid-reload when his challenge was coming through. But 40 seconds to play with here, and you can see Get Busy, they're reading 100% of the way where old men are spawning, and if Zyral cleans up some action from the backside, oh man, this has been a beautiful first and second hill from the side of Get Busy as they stretch towards the 200-point mark. Surely they will exceed it here in the next couple of seconds.
Yeah, you'd like to imagine so, and this is going to put the old men pretty much in a very big bind, right? In terms of how do we kind of continually manage what is the current disadvantage that we possess, while also trying to make sure that we're juggling in and out of the hill, making sure that not only are Get Busy not able to hop on the hill, but that they're always aware of the future one, which is easier said than done without question. Now, we head over to Hazmat. Like we said, Get Busy, gonna have to make a decent track along, and boy, do they need a full 60 on this hill. If not come at a better time, but clutch plays, up close plays from guys like Profizi, players you have to worry about, especially if you are this old men lineup. Fire up close, taken down. Really, just as soon as we hop into perspective, Get Busy are already inside of the hill and making slays happen. The old men are hardly even reacting because of how fast these kills are coming through.
But a good moment of recollection here for the old men is off of their spawns from the back. They do find a way to clear the pressure and maybe take away this back 20 seconds. And it really does feel like they absolutely need it here, as again, they're going to be on the outside of this rotation, going back over to our pool hall. Wins from Paul and Exotic to secure that scrap time, and now we turn our attention over to the rotation. Goonjar for 2. Fire and Parasite following up off of his work, and Goonjar has found a way to not only find 3 in a row, he's back to 21 and 21, and this play from him trying to break into the blue courtyard will be a pivotal spot for your main AR to get set up if you want to try to weigh your way in with your SMGs to get into this 4th hard point. Goonjar not done, 4 in a row. Exotic, excuse me, as I'm choking on my own words here, as he's on 6 straight. That'll be a clean break for the old men, now at 190 to 236.
Exotic is literally finding players through smoke. He's not even seeing them yet, taking them down. It's just the intuition of the solid Canadian player, the Canadian Slayer, as my goodness, the old men have made such a wonderful transition, a wonderful rotation from P3 now to P4. Enters in, the Parasite is ready and waiting. The Blender is firmly ready to go, but now it's all about the rotation. 236. Keep in mind, that's still the scoreline right now from Get Busy. The job is not done. It's just only been delayed. The old men, can they keep this up for the 3rd straight hill?
They're going to have numbers here, and they clean wipe the hill just as it opens. The restaurant looking like it is an essential business here, open for the old men. Exotic still finding kills at range, and Parasite's in such a great spot. He can just sit here, play his life in the L Hall, make any entrance from Busy, deal with either the hill or him, if not both at the same time. Exotic, are you kidding me? How many double kills is he going to find like that? 230, 236, Get Busy once again, kind of begin one by one for a moment, and both teams can still finish off here.
Coming down to the wire, unbelievable ending possibly for the old men. Can they keep it up? Profizi's trying to keep the momentum alive for Get Busy. The lead is starting to get away from them. The advantage that they possess is starting to get away from them. The extra shots, the extra bullets coming through, just trying to pre-fire window. Only a few seconds left. Can they break it in time? Can they try and delay? Maybe one less player to hop on in, and no, an unbelievable ending. A wonderful rotation in the last 3 hills from the old men as Parasite is dancing inside of the restaurant, and for good reason. Unbelievable work here at the end from a few of the veterans, from a few of the young guns. Fantastic, fantastic composure as the old men reign supreme.
Yep, the old men definitely stepped up. They, a little bit of a comeback. I don't know if you would call that a comeback, but Get Busy did hold a significant lead for a while there. And then, it kind of seemed like Exotic then started popping off. He went on that 7 streak and kind of the rest was history. And I know Exotic in particular is one of those players that we had specifically been looking to and saying, all right, we know what you're capable of. Now let's see it. We just haven't really seen him shine yet. So let's start with you, Shift. Were you happy with what Exotic did just there?
I mean, I think there's some other element in the universe right now. I'm kind of choking up on my own words, but maybe that wasn't nearly as bad as Get Busy choking up that lead that they had. Good grief. I mean, the thing that you take away from that is not necessarily, in my mind, the fact that Get Busy let one go, but the fact that old men did everything they needed to make that comeback happen. That is super, super impressive. And yeah, maybe a little bit of composure in the frantic moments lost to Get Busy, which allowed for a better opportunity for old men to work their way into that restaurant hill. But you can't discredit enough when it comes down to what old men were able to do. They played that absolutely flawlessly from 3 to 4 to 5, exactly what they needed to make up that huge differential that was looming in front of them.
Sure, I think I definitely have to agree with that. When you have a scoreline that is as close as 236 to 250, you're right. You can't necessarily look at Get Busy and say they did anything wrong necessarily, but instead it is kind of a matter of looking at the old men and asking what they did right. And I think you're right that the answer is everything. They did exactly everything that they really needed to do. So let's see, the next question I wanted to ask you guys is about Respawn. So S&D is kind of a different kind of a beast, isn't it? And we can look at this series and we can say, well, the old men won every single one of their respawns and they lost every single one of their S&Ds. Granted, we only played one S&D, so it's not really a big enough sample size to, I don't think, look at old men and say, okay, there's something wrong with their S&D. But kind of going back to our other argument here then. So Lando, I guess this question is for you. Is for the old men, what is going right with their respawn? Why is that so strong?
I mean, I think it's just a collection due to a few different players going off. I mean, when it came down to the Azir Cave, it was just numerous moments from different players. That combined with just pretty much rock solid rotations is the reason why they win in such a dominant fashion on Azir. Really much what a majority of the domination was just highlighting Fire and his streak. And then when it came down to the St. Petrograd, as Shift mentioned, 3, 4, and 5, those hill rotations were absolutely perfect. And there's a reason why it isn't all that common. There's a reason why we don't see that happen very consistent when we watch things like the CTDL and even other Challenger Cups. They played absolutely fantastic when it came down to the respawns. And I think a majority of that has to do with the players that exist on this team. Like I said, they have some wonderful veteran players on this roster who kind of know how to play situations like that. And they've also got the right Slayers on this team that have the ability to kind of complement what is those strategies that they are trying to implement as well. So I would say just ultimately when it comes down to the respawns for this team, they have looked absolutely fantastic. And I think it's a collection of just having great Slayers while also having the minds that know how to tell the Slayers where exactly they need to go.
Well, the old men are going to move on to the losers finals to face off against Sixth Gear. But before they do that, we are heading to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. welcome back to the Call of Duty Challengers Cup number 5, presented by PS4. My name is Jess Brohard. I'll be hosting all the action all day long. And joining me are your two casters, iHoldShift and Lando. And things are heating up. We are turning the spice level of this dish up from a 3 to a 4 as we head into the Losers Finals, featuring Sixth Gear versus the Old Men. One of these teams will go home, and one of the other team will go on to the Grand Finals to face off versus the Atlanta FaZe Academy. Lando, who do you think will be going home after this?
Oh man, you just put me on the spot. It's honestly something that I've been trying to figure out throughout the entirety of the commercial break. That's been one that is going to be kind of hard for me to predict. I was kind of looking at different sequences, maybe kind of the way that both of these teams work, and trying to generate a solid answer. You know, I think I don't know what the common answer would be, but I think I might go with the Old Men here in terms of winning this. I'll say the Sixth Gear go home. I don't know. I've just been very impressed by the kind of instant success that teams, or rather the roster of this Old Man team, have been able to do. I think they look fantastic in respawns. I don't think that Search and Destroy on our club that we saw last series is indicative of like how they're actually going to play. So I think this team really all around is a very consistent one. I think if we see, you know, certain players going off at the right times, obviously Parasite off to a wonderful start, but guys like Fire, Exotic continue to play at the level that we've seen in the last series, I think they have a great chance here.
I think that even been better for that, just to kind of help you iterate your point in your argument there, is the fact that, again, we just saw this Old Men squad smoke get busy on Azir Cave, 250, 154. That said, Sixth Gear were also able to beat Atlanta FaZe Academy on this map as well. So a couple of considerations as far as maybe this being a dead 50-50 prediction when it comes to this map in particular. And I guess just for drama's sake, I'll take the other phone here. I'll say that Sixth Gear, the more tried and true 5-man roster, they're going to be the ones to get back into the Grand Finals. But if I'm being completely candid, I'm actually kind of thinking more towards the Old Men overall. But I just want the drama to be there, just to make us kind of have a little bit of a grudge here as we go in. But 30 seconds have passed on our second hill, and the Old Men, again, still maintaining a narrow lead, 39-29, as that could quickly change. But the spawns have been flipped here, so an opportunity for the Old Men to really fight for this scrap time.
Yeah, great opportunity for them to maybe walk away with a situation that they weren't necessarily expecting to, but as the time starts to tick away, it's really all about the rotation. And as we see, maybe 3, if not 4 players drop all near the same area, it is going to be Fire, the last man alive, who does get taken down. Soccer field is up, and no one is there to enjoy and enrich themselves in what the result could be by sitting inside of the hardpoint. But it looks as if it will eventually be Sixth Gear that decides to manage to go ahead and venture on forward. But nonetheless, the Old Men trying to break their way through bridge, having a little bit of success from time to time, but definitely have to watch out from that perspective through yellow. And there's a wonderful sequence coming in from Goonjar, as he'll be able to find a few in a row, allowing for the Old Men's trek over towards Soccer Field to be a little bit easier.
Diamond Con at 12-6, by the way, leading the entire lobby in total kills. And really beyond that engagement, as he finds number 13. Goonjar finally puts him to rest, but it comes at the cost of a trade. Now Fire 1v1 versus Katani, the pre-fire good. And all of a sudden, Sixth Gear find themselves at a 75-39 total in this early stages of the Azir Cave hardpoint. Nice shots again as Parasite try to be one last contest in for the scrap time. Does not come up. The Old Men do not find single second really at all on that soccer field. So now they're essentially forced to have a good P4. And they will have the spawns on for the rotation in this game system. But the problem is they're kind of susceptible to a pinch or a potential flank, as number 9 is Fame. He's trying to work his way all the way around the back while his teammates off the proximal spawns are looking to flood in from the front to contest this 4th hill.
And I'm curious if we see any of the players from Old Men start to reference back. I can see the concern definitely is felt as Fire says, hey, I'm one of the lead slayers, or one of the first pushed up slayers. I got to go ahead and enter on in. But Fame still causing some problems toward the back lines. He might actually be overwhelmed here, as eventually we do see 3, if not 4 players start to hone in. But hey, you like that play from Sixth Gear, right? Yeah. At the very least, you managed to hold on to some time. It was kind of, Fame managed to stay alive. Hey, at least maybe have the ability to go for a future rotation. It definitely wasn't one that they had a whole lot of confidence in, but it's one at the very least that managed to generate them some time at the least. And speaking of time, this is much needed points from the Old Men that cannot allow for this game to get out of hands any more than it is already.
And again, here's pressure from the back. Big moment for Parasite as he deals with one, keeps his life, backs away. Is he going to expect TCM to be here? Well, now he knows because the stun will give away the information. But the next player up is Fame. And how about this? Parasite has done such a great job of just avoiding the gunfight in Hull. Again, Skier is stuck behind the backside of this cave system, leaving numbers for Old Men on the hill itself. You talked about really wanting the 60 seconds off this cliff path. They've done just about that. 20 seconds to fight for, as Diamondcon and Katani are really the only potential contestants for this scrap. But with only 13 seconds left, you feel like they're probably just going to concede this completely away.
Yeah, and like I said, you're happy with that if you're 6th gear, right? The ability to do what you've been able to over the last few hills, you're kind of okay with. You know, like I said, when it comes down to cliff path, we've talked about it consistently. We've talked about it constantly, how hard of a hill it is to break. And for the fact that, you know, the opposition manages to come back forward, it is what it is. But at the least, you managed to limit maybe a little bit more time than we initially expected them to. And now, if Katani can actually make his way on the flank, we could be talking about maybe a potential spawn flip. Thankfully for he wins a big gunfight. Unfortunately, not one that's all that common so far throughout the game. Nearly double negative at the moment. But hey, at the very least, we'll see if they can maybe start to flip spawns as the rest of this hill begins to partake. Based off the rotations and based off the layers that 6 gear are trying to make, it looks like they could be in a good spot. There's 1, 2, and maybe the 3rd in a row. Not going to be the case. The boys from 6 gear, they're hanging on.
But for 6 gear, the definition of hanging on is what I would say. I mean, your double ARs of Diamondcon and Fame are the only ones really getting any work done. Yeah, you've got a minute plus of hill time from Noisy, but he's 9 and 17. The SMGs are really lacking right now in this face-up matchup versus the Old Men. As you take a look across the board, again, it's Fire at 18 and 19 as he's picked up an AR this time around. Again, getting done and trying to keep pace with the ARs of 6 gear, but the SMGs are playing absolutely incredibly well for the Old Men when it comes to opening up space. We've got ourselves a dead even game, as it really does feel like whoever can maybe burst things open up front will likely start to snowball. As Paul, maybe he's done just that as he finds a handful in a row, but it won't be enough to fully break through this hill as 6 will hold on to likely what will be the majority of the back 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's been a very back and forth game to say the least, and 6 gear will manage to grab a decent advantage based off of Cave East, but it will, like I said, be based off of that rotation. We know the Old Men. We know how talented they can be at holding different hills, P3, P4, not the preferred, but if they hold their time correctly, they actually could get a majority, or rather a good majority of time. But I like this push that we're seeing right now from 6 gear, trying to collect themselves, trying to generate somewhat of a middle map push. However, members are dropping left and right. A solid idea, but one that does not generate into anything as the Old Men continue to streak heading into soccer field.
And I guess it is important as I'm kind of making sure that I was giving the right information. The Old Men are actually running 3 ARs compared to 6 gear just running 2. So you talk about what that means for tempo and speed. It's going to allow 6 gear, you feel like, to move a little bit quicker, not having to worry about holding on to key positions, just kind of run through them and open up hills by sheer force of will. But the problem with that is when you get to hills like the soccer field, when you've got 3 ARs set up, it's very difficult to find even challenges, which is where 6 gear's SMGs have absolutely struggled. So we'll see if they can find a way to maybe change that tide around, as the Old Men have done a good job here in the soccer field, not just tying the game, but potentially taking the lead, but maybe speaking a touch too soon here as Diamondcon and Noisy find 3 to win over the scrap time. Not fully, but a little bit of the scrap time for 6 gear as we head over to our 4th hill.
Yep, 4th hill inbound. Old Men with rotation. Game couldn't be closer as we're nearly about to enter into an even scoreline. Gunjar looking to hold down things with the M4 over toward those long line sights. And if you're 6 gear, the way you want to play this is try to kind of get a little bit of entry when it comes down to the hill, but also do not allow for that rotation to be lost. We saw, or rather we know how influential cliff path can be, and thankfully player number 9, Fame, make sure that those flanks are not possible up close, though. Old Men doing everything they can just to try to hold on to as much time as they possibly can, muster up. Fame dropping, Gunjar going on 5, now 6 sprees up close. Great stuff from the Old Men, but again, this is nice, but the major focus that they have is going to be the future, and you notice from 6 gear, player number 8, TCM, scattered in the back, and based off of what's going to be, 8, 7, 6 seconds left, not great map positioning for the Old Men by any means, but you'll take the time.
The Gunjar at 7 in a row, Fire 3 in a row, make it now 4. All of that coming by way of the M4. Again, you get yourself set up like this for the old men. It is very difficult to break, especially on Cave West. So now you've got to find a way on your own right, try to close this game out, because 6 here, again, even though they did not have a great 4th hill, they have the potential with this setup to not only tie, but retake the lead right back. Back and forth to go, teeter-totter fashion. Exotic has slid his way through some smoke, able to find one, but there's not enough help to influence the spawns, let alone the hill in its own right. So 6 gear looks like they should be able to hold on to this time, and they'll be knocking at the door of around 225 if they can soak up the last bit of time here. But maybe easier said than done. Again, Fire and Parasite, these little kills off of the respawns, looking solid to, again, make sure that 6 gear aren't generating a lot of time here on this 5th hill as they look to set themselves up for a spawn trap for the town center as you go to our 3rd rotation.
And I will say that kind of smoke tossed out along with the SMG presence from Exotic pretty much ever since didn't really allow for 6 gear to get as much time as I'm sure that they would have liked to. Solid performances coming in from the old men. It comes down to influential hills, and look at this. That's 2, 4, about 6 kills in a row coming in from the old men, trying to prevent 6 gear from really just getting out of their base. And if you're player 4, you're happy to hop in it. Gunjar, Exotic trying to add a few layers to what is going to be a current hold.
Here we go.
Right now from the old men, but there we have it. 4 in a row, 5 in a row. Great plays coming through from 6 gear. The break is imminent. 19 seconds left.
And again, this is winnable for now really more just 6 gear than it is for the old men, as the still contest coming through. Paul's gonna find one. Not enough time for them to win it here in 6 gear. Do you just give this up and set up? Again, Diamond Khan is on 45 kills as a main AR. He has been everywhere on the map, but nobody's watching the cave system right now. Exotic might just slide on through, but no, it's Diamond Khan from the sandbags, locks him in. So the old men, they will be at around 248, but is it gonna be enough for them to break through? They have to find a way to get the second hard point. 6 gear trying their darndest to zone, but here comes the flood from old men through the cave connection over the middle. Good kills from Diamond Khan, trying to stretch towards 50. Can he get there? There's number 4 in a row, 247, 248, and no one's gonna touch in time. Oh boy, 6 gear do just enough to stay in.
What? Okay, I love this is great. You love to see it because it's one of those matches where it just comes down to the wire. You cannot predict it. And goodness, the first thing I noticed here was, yeah, you guys highlighted Diamond Khan, but I don't know if I heard that guy's name enough. Look at this. He had, what was it, 48 and 29 at the end? 49. He had 49 and 29 at the end, and I feel as though I did not hear his name mentioned very much. I did not hear his name mentioned 49 times, that's for sure. So I have a bone to pick with both of you guys, Shift and Lando. Not, okay, I don't mean to come in that hot. I don't mean to be that extreme about it, but this man is insane. And Shift, did you think that Diamond Khan single-handedly won that map for his team?
So I'm gonna say yes and no. Yes, because he, as a main AR with another AR next to him, was still able to find nearly 50 kills. But in the middle of that map, we talked about how the SMG line for 6 gear needed to show up if they wanted to win hills. And what was it that won them that P5 into P1? It was their SMG. So yes, Diamond Khan is the thread throughout that entire essential weave of what was that map for why 6 gear were able to stay involved. But what won them the game at the end was, I think, in my mind, just the SMGs that were able to once again break open that first hard point, make sure that, again, the ARs did not have to push forward to contest that P1. Get yourself in good positions to just watch over the second hard point where they could consider themselves a pretty easy hold and setup for that eventual secure. But I mean, I'm not trying to take away too much time, but that's an absolutely insane performance. And when you're running with another AR next to you throughout the entirety of it, to almost drop 50 is absolutely massive.
Yeah. So now I do want to switch and look at the old men because, you know, I love the old men, apparently. And one thing I really want to examine with regards to this team is the fact that it has been a very, very long day. So I want to talk about things like their stamina, their energy levels, their kind of motivation and everything. Because on the one hand, it's been a very, very long day. But on the other hand, well, they're kind, you know, they're winning, they're making their way through. But on the other hand, again, well, they are in the losers bracket. And that can be a little bit demoralizing, especially when you take into account the fact that they haven't had a super easy run of it. You know, they are not making their way through with 3-0, 3-0, 3-0. It is by no means guaranteed that they will make it to the grand finals. So Lando, what do you want to see from the old men in this next map to hopefully help them take the series?
I mean, in general, I just want to see a little more consistency. Because I'm not 100% sure what the Search and Destroy map is going to be, but the last time that we got to kind of watch this roster play, it was an Arklov, and it was not a pretty sight, right? I think it was a 5-0 start for their opposition, and it kind of started to get out of hand. And that was the big question that we kind of had coming into this series, was that they look great in respawns, don't really play all that great when it came down to Search and Destroy. Again, it's one map. How much stock do you really want to put into that? Based off of what we know, not a crazy amount, but at the very least, I think you just want to see kind of a more collaborative effort. I think you want to see kind of the main, I don't know, main focal point for me, I guess, would kind of be on Parasite to see what he can kind of muster up versus what is probably going to be a very solid Search and Destroy team in 6th gear. But hey, this is the issue, right? You look great in respawns, and now you run into a situation of which you could be coming into a Search and Destroy, a mode that you're not feeling the most comfortable on, and you could find yourself down 0-2.
Katani able to find first blood here by way of grenade. It's going to do nicely for the defense, but man, I tell you, Exotic just finds ways to win gunfights that I don't know where he even gets the idea that he take it in the first place, let alone find enough of an opportunity to get the shots in to get the full kill. But regardless, it will be noisy for 2 in response, so Sixers defense will have a little bit of a numerical advantage, but again, positionally, Exotic has an opportunity to possibly just get this bomb planted. The big thing here is, do you read Noisy on the long flank? No one scouted him yet at all, and based on where Noisy got his first 2 kills, you probably don't anticipate him making this long flank, but how about this awareness call here, Lando? The old men get their picks, and they move right through the cargo containers, maybe opening up an opportunity to get over to the A site.
Yeah, and I think the main reason why that push was halted was I believe that they were under the impression that someone had to be hanging out in cargo. I think there was an initial fight that took place. I want to say it was Katani in cargo. He kind of backs up, and I'm pretty sure they were never fully aware of the fact that he pretty much had already backed up in that position. But still, very solid kind of awareness from the old men. They don't feel comfortable on that site, and for good reason. Why? Because Noisy, like you mentioned, was nearly in a position to cut them down on the flank. Now they've got B pretty much in their control. Exotic finds the first and now puts Katani in a world of pain. 28 seconds left to work with. A player, a very high priority type position over at AC. And Katani, best of luck, buddy. It's not going to be easy. 2 players of which you're not really familiar with where they're at all times. They have great visuals on the bomb, and you like to imagine that the knife is probably going to be your only destination for finding a kill. Manages to do so, but that's pretty much all he's going to find when it comes down to this.
Not enough time for the defuse, but at least you're able to get into somebody's face and let them know how you're feeling here, as you'll see Goonjar's final pick. Again, this was past the point where even if Katani wins the gunfight, which he nearly does, would not have been at the time clock available for him to get the full defuse in. So the old men, again, pushing through that cargo container, a great read in that 2v3, able to get the bomb down to the post plant strong as they kill enough time to secure their first round. So now it's going to be over to our side of 6 gear. What do you have in store for your first offense? Looks like a couple players will very aggressively, in typical SMG fashion, make their way forward through the connector. But this is actually Katani with an AR who's making the play. Interesting to see, trying to bring a close range M4 into the mix here in the middle of the map. As Noisy tries to work his way forward, he will get to the B site and will instantly try to get the bomb planted.
That's kind of a scary plant for me. He actually does manage to hop off the plant, go to the kill. It does work out, eventually gets traded. So a lot of action definitely happening right now for 6th gear. And Katani still and continually aware of that water side, which is so influential, especially when it comes down to the defense, positions that they can kind of utilize to better prepare themselves for the onslaught. But kind of a similar situation as we were in last round, where the offense kind of has some cargo control. They actually can make the rotation. It's just a matter of, do they have that read or not? Unfortunately for Fame, his life a little bit more difficult than the last round in terms of old perspectives, if you will. But 1 versus 2. Fame, time by no means in his favor, but is the old men pretty much backing up, referencing back, and you can just tell he has no awareness of where Paul X is, because if he had any idea that both these guys were over, he would have definitely made the rotation by now. caught between a rock and a hard place. I think he pretty much just shakes his head in frustration at the fact that he had no idea where they were. Time pretty much runs out, and it's going to be the old man 2 rounds out.
Yeah, the concealed flank was, I think, a lot of the pivot for success here. Again, you saw Parasite kind of ducking and dodging. If he doesn't find a good gunfight, he just backs away, knowing that he got a safety blanket behind him, and that's the 100% right call for him in a 2v2 situation like he was. So now 2-0 up, the old men, again, looking to bounce back after their 250 to 248 loss on Azir Cave. If you missed that for our first hard point. Starting things off nicely. Paul gonna look for an opening pick over through Cole over to the train yard. We'll see some information, but not get any kills. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, TCM finds first blood, but his life is traded out. And after Diamond Con is able to toss one favorable Semtex, we'll be left with all the trades now in a 3v3. Tons of time to play with as well, as we have 1 minute and 5 on the clock.
Paul X does find the nice pick on a Katani in the meantime. So like I said, rotation and bound. 3 versus 3. And Diamond Con, after an incredible first map performance, you'd like to imagine that M4 is hot. It's just a matter of can he put it in the right spot. Rhyming it unintentionally there. And there goes Diamond Con. Paul X yet again. It's going to be his second one of the round. Goonjar up close. Does get taken down there by Fame. And if you're Paul, you realize now's your chance to try to go for the engagement. However, cannot do so. And that will be 6th Gear walking away with their first round and a much needed one at that. As Fame comes through big.
Yeah, and again, the decision of Fame just to hold down the trigger there, a risky one, but let's be honest, Paul is one of those guys that's going to take that immediate second challenge more often than shrugging away from it and resetting the fight. So good decision there for Fame to allow the 6th Gear squad to get on the board here early. Again, still very, very early. We'll be taking a look to see what the old men have to offer for what is going to be their second defense. Fire's still empty at the moment at 0-3, but he's got Parasite and Paul doing a lot of work for him at the moment, and he gets aggressive, trying to make his way through the bathrooms, and Katani punishes the aggression, immediately responded to, but definitely a frustrated start here for Fire as he's 0-4, and we're left with a 4v4 situation here at minute 10 to play.
We talk about how influential the young gun of Fire can be, and how much of a difference maker he could be when it comes down to the search and destroy. That's without question, as there goes Parasite. Player starting to get picked apart. If you're on offense, you'll absolutely take this. Pretty much free reign when it comes down to the site. Obviously, player number 2 just hiding out in bathrooms, but has no real control, has no teammate support in order to make this happen. Paul, though, regardless, takes down Fame. Bomb planted in the meantime. 2 versus 3. Here comes the challenge. Paul drops instantly. And at the very least, if you're Exotic, you do have some information.
But that would have been an incredible gunfight to turn that information into action, as I believe that was probably one of the only players he didn't have a beat on. Again, you kind of see him making his way up towards the woods and nearly gets an opportunity to fight back versus TCM, but the opening shot's just too crisp, too clean. So now we essentially get ourselves knotted up at 2 rounds apiece. And as we go forward from here, I'm just wondering again about this setup from 6th Gear. They continue to put their main AR, or one of their AR players, I shouldn't say their main AR. They keep throwing one of their AR players in Katani over the middle into the boiler U connector, which is extremely strange to see when they're on offense. And I'm wondering if that's going to change at all, as he's just 3-4, and after getting a first blood, he doesn't really find much value beyond that, as this time he'll get a ceremonious opening grenade tossed by Paul X for first blood onto Noisy.
And I love what we're seeing from Paul, by the way, over at the A side. He has continually kind of played this out, trying to play bait, and obviously firing some instant shots off the, tossing some utility, of which the nade comes through, takes down Noisy off Star. But as a player who's pretty much just there to bait, you'll absolutely love it if any time at all he can find some slays for you. But speaking of slays, we're already in the midst of this round. Bomb actually down currently just next to the objective, did not fully get planted, which is not a favorable position by the old men by any means.
No.
Paul trying to get up close, trying to play that aggressive role, and he actually does learn some valuable information, but there's so much availability around the map that it's going to be hard for them to feel confident about a play at any point for the plant.
Big win for Paul. He reads the second beautifully. Fame falls. Fire picks up the bomb, goes for the plant, but TCM is able to get the pick. A massive win, as he knows the bomb is now down. He's gone away from the boiler. He's going to force Paul to make a challenge. Paul's able to find the kill. Are you kidding? You thought for a second that maybe TCM did enough. But Paul, he's able to work his way through with the dead silence.
and he just looks up to the right in time to find what is essentially a 1v3 for all intents and purposes.
Paul at the start of the round, influential in the fact that he finds a nade, tries to bait out the opponents. He's influential in the middle of the round because he constantly pushes out cargo, allows for a little bit more control on the site. And Paul at the end of the round, in which he is able to find some very influential slays. That round has Paul X signature all over it, and for good reason, as he's going to put the old men over the edge. The old men relying on the young guns. Now they're starting to catch fire, no pun intended, as that's going to be 2 in a row, make it 3 in a row. Like we said, fire by no means a start that he liked to replicate, but he started to have a little bit of a better performance since then, especially this round being a primary indicator for that. A 2 versus 4 situation now for 6th gear. You've got Katani up close. Awkward spot to be in Vince, and looks like Diamond Khan not a whole lot of interest in terms of playing aggressive by any means. I'm pretty sure he's still aware he's on Azir Cave. I think that's where he thinks he's at right now.
It's just one of those things that, again, Katani takes an AR with a Corvus barrel, to be fair, a little bit of a faster ADS time when it comes down to it, but he's taking an AR into this connector to Boiler, and at best, he's found 1 kill. And again, you see him making the challenge through the vent as Diamond Con gets a little bit of help as far as nade lands right on top of Parasite on the rock. But again, this is a 1v4 situation in which Diamond Con again would have to win some miraculous 1v1s. And this will not get the opportunity to even get close to get the bomb planted. But it's just one of those things, if you're going to put a player up in that position, front side of the Boiler on offense, why not give him an SMG? Yeah. I just don't really see the value of the AR being there, especially when you're already throwing Diamond Con through woods. If you're leaving woods open, then maybe putting an AR in that Boiler connector is fine because you need someone to watch that long angle across the map, but that's not the case. I guess I'm just not understanding it at the moment, and I really would like to see Katani switch things up.
It almost seemed like in that 2 versus 4 situation, just like, all right, I'm going to try to find a pick. It's like, okay, like we kind of have a round that we're trying to win right now. It's just kind of an awkward position where I agree. It's like you're in that position. You don't have the favorable weapon. And it just seemed kind of like the round was almost kind of out of their hands. And so they acted like it was. Odd position to be in, but we'll see what they can try to muster up as we talk about swing rounds. This is one of them. 4-2. Old men in the driver's seat as Exotic does manage to possibly get the plant down fully, tossing out the smoke and also finds the kill. That's so influential from him. A big moment up close, but does actually get taken down. Paul is there for the instant trade onto Noisy. And if you're Gunjar, you couldn't ask for a better position. If you're Paul, you probably couldn't ask for a better position either. Great line sight right now with 20 seconds left.
And it's one of those things that, again, if you're Paul, I really would have loved to have seen him just not even peek. Just play off the information from your teammates before you make that challenge happen. But again, it's a bit unconsequential. You got Fire playing a clutch spot. You've got Gunjar, who has to be dealt on this oil turbine. And with not enough time for a defusal, Fame just tries to find an ego gel to keep the gunny warm, but he will lose that at range. 5-2 to count. And again, I just want to see Katani either pick up a different weapon and hit that spot or just play a different area as we get into this next offense for 6th gear.
Yeah, something has to be adjusted for sure, right? Because you're finding yourself in the hole right now. We see pretty much, another influential SMG moment right there from Exotic, which plants down the bomb, instantly finds a frag, and that's pretty much what opens up the cargo side. The influential fights have come from the SMGs, which is to be expected. If they needed any more proof, it's happened in this game to them. So you'd like to imagine from 6th gear, something needs to happen here on the offense, and Fire already off the rip, finding a first blood is going to be nice. At the least, they do gain some cargo control, which isn't all that difficult if you are the offensive team, given the situation, but nonetheless, take what is given to them. Fame going to go for plant, obviously going to favor his teammate Katani at the moment. We'll see what weapon he has. I believe it is the M4 still, so we'll see how that can do as the later stages of this round as 6th gear just look to stay alive.
He's going to be watching the flank here and trusting that Diamond Khan will be able to find information. He gets 1 kill, but gets naded out of that turbine spot. Now, all of a sudden, again, Katani's got to really find a way to get an angle here. Exotic's just going to stick this. Katani peeks. I don't think he thought that it was diffusing. Katani, no, not like this. No way. Oh, no.
Oh, no. That's right. Oh, no. things have gone very poorly for Sixth Gear here, haven't they? It's insane to me how the first map can be that close. It was 248 to 250, and then map 2 can be that far apart. You know, we've been saying it a lot, but S&D really is kind of a swing mode where anything can happen, and especially if you look at the old men's performance on this S&D as compared to the previous series they played in. You know, a lot of conclusions can be drawn, but Lando, what is your takeaway from that S&D?
Overall, it kind of showed me what I was hoping would be the case, which is that our Arkalov search and destroy that we got to see from Old Men wasn't exactly kind of their overall style, wasn't really their future ability when it comes into search and destroy, and that kind of showcased me on that gun runner why that's exactly not really the case. They showed us why they have the ability to be consistent when it comes into search and destroy as well. Obviously, you can take a look at score lines. I think it's Paul who finishes like 13-4, has that incredible round, which kind of gives them a big advantage for the future. But I think Shift called it out very well when it came down to Sixth Gear. Just kind of a lack of I don't know, I want to say like awareness, but just with the M4 up close, just certain plays maybe weren't as polished as you'd like. Certain conversions maybe weren't what you'd like them to be. I think those Old Men just playing well, and Sixth Gear maybe not playing up to their standards, but I was happy to see the Old Men showcasing why they have maybe more than just respawns to showcase for this tournament.
Yeah, for sure. Well, it's a crazy series because just anything at all can happen. Shift, I guess my question for you is, was there anyone in particular that really did stand out? Or I guess on the flip side, was there anyone that kind of disappointed you?
So, I mean, the easy answer is I'm disappointed that Katani didn't switch anything up. But I can't just put it on Katani, because just about every single offense from Sixth Gear was the exact same rollout. It wasn't just Katani making the same play. Everybody was making the same rollout play. And for a squad that has been together for as long as the Sixth Gear squad has, that is not something that you would expect, especially considering the fact that this is a map and mode that I know they've played a pretty good amount, but there is no diversity to the offensive Sixth Gear. So when it comes to who I'm disappointed with, I'm a bit disappointed in the preparation as a whole here for a Sixth Gear when it comes to that map mode combo. I was expecting to see more for sure.
I think that's very fair to say, you know, and I think in a lot of games, for me, a big question is, well, did the winning team do something right, or did losing team do something wrong? And, you know, in this case, as talented as I do think the Old Men are, I think, you know, a Sixth Gear might have just kind of stumbled just a little bit. But we are going to head to a very quick break. When we return, we will see map 3 here in these losers bracket finals. Welcome back to the Call of Duty Challengers Cup number 5, presented by PS4. If you are just now joining us, where have you been? Why are you just now waking up? It is 7:13 p.m. You lazy jerks, get out of bed earlier because you missed an entire day filled with matches, which brings us to our current series. We are in the Losers Bracket Finals. Things are tied up 1-1 in 6th gear versus the old men. My name is Jess Brohart. I've been hosting all the action and will do so for the remainder of the day alongside your two more than capable casters. Today for you, we have iHoldShip and Lando.
And it looks like we're actually loading into the hardpoint here onto Petro, as you saw the big barrel drum of the kilo coming out for the side of 6th gear. Try to do what they can to try to find some kills off the rip and deny any entrances, or at least any healthy entrance over here to P1. Nice moment here from Katani as he's able to find 2. And that should be enough for numbers to exist for 6th gear. And beyond that, they'll also take away a pretty good portion of this opening time on our first hardpoint.
Yeah, you'll like that kind of entering play there coming through from 6th gear. You like the entries that they are able to produce at least off the rip. Kind of going through with 30 seconds uncontested as Noisy does manage to get dropped, but at the very least, good work coming through from the boys, as it looks as if now the old men, from boys to men, old men doing some good work on the retake, but it's going to be about the next rotation right over toward Cafe. How can the old men continue to be influential? And I'm interested to see exactly what Paul X can continue to do. 6-2 start for the man. Looks as if that momentum continues to carry through.
And now you're wondering, as they make their way to the end of the road, you might say, for the boys to men reference for you. It's going to be 6th gear who are in possession of this Cafe off the rip, as they're going to be able to find the first 10 seconds, 37-24 lead. And again, the zone is looking good in front of it, as Fame has found a couple of picks. He's going to zone everything in front of the billiards room, while on the opposite side, you've got a couple members trying to put their presence into the blue courtyard. But as a couple of kills turn up, it's going to be the old men trying to find their way into a break, but nobody scouts out Diamond Con as he dismantles right over the top of the wall from where Parasite had entered. And I'm sure Fire is wondering, Parasite, how did you let him through?
It's because of the inhuman reactions that Diamond Con just happens to possess. Unbelievable stuff, and up close as well. Wonderful work coming through from Diamond Con, a guy that I've heard a little bit about kind of throughout the MW season, and obviously most recently with 6th gear and the talent that this guy has. But I mean, like I said, when it came down to the Azir, and so far when it's come down to the St. Petro, he has been influential in the big moments. Obviously the main catalyst for why this team went up into 0 in the initial phase, and let's see if he can continue to be a massive player when it comes down to this current hill. As Fame doing some damage up close. The nice early engagement onto Fire, spotting out a few players over at Water's side. So 6th gear, you're happy to hop inside this hill. You're happy to kind of grant yourself the rotation. However, at the same time, you also do want to be conscious, if you are the old man, of keeping 6th gear in the back of the spawn, not push this one out too far. And it looks as if they do just exactly what they want. They don't play too aggressive, but they play dominantly enough to the point where the team that's spawning near the hill isn't getting the points.
Yeah, and a little bit of a round of applause there for production for showing us how that hit kind of came through the Riverwalk side for the team of old men. Unfortunately, even though they break initially, they don't fully hold. So another 10 seconds tilting in favor of 6th gear, and you take a look at Katani at 10-8, Diamond Con at 12-8. Fame is on 3 in a row, trying to get his way double digits, make it 4 in a row. There's number 5. He's now up to 10-8, and right as soon as you thought that the men was going to find a break, they get turned aside. And then as soon as you thought they were going to be able to zone in the middle of the map, they get turned aside again. So if 6 can find a way to clean up a couple more kills, they'll have a potential entryway paved to get into this 4th hardpoint.
Yeah, 6th gear are doing a great job, really kind of the majority of this HP by pretty much just limiting and kind of getting any time that you'd like to think the old men should most likely be holding on to. And now the opportunity reigns here at Pool Hall. This is the chance that the old men desperately need to kind of make sure that a lot of the control that they needed to possess comes through yet again. And Paul is hitting red shots through the smoke. I shouldn't say random. They are somewhat calculated, but nonetheless impressive, as we can see in terms of the way that this push looks, the way that this setup currently is rocking for the old men is not anything short than impressive. Wonderful work from them, and Fire's finding some major kills and slays through the middle of the map, which is going to allow for Restaurant to as well hopefully be in their favor. But just as I say that, he's finding some big kills, but 6 Gear, they managed to break in, 3 spawning up right next to each other. They hop in and now they've got the time.
Yeah, Gunjar, a big position for him to hold on the outside of the L hull. His teammates trying to flood from behind him, but again, there are so many members of 6 Gear still in this hill. Looks like there's also a trophy put together, but Paul, that when there's a will, there is a way. When you watch him play in these individual moments, Fire trying to follow up, he will find 1 kill, but not enough to fully influence the hill, at least not for now. Parasite trying to break in from the back door. Nice win for Diamondcon as he's forced to take an engagement up close and personal. It's Katani on any pinch from the side blue doors. He finds 2. Fame takes the other side of that pinch from the back side of the L hall. He's now on 6 in a row. Fame is popping off 19 and 13, and he may be single-handedly getting 6 Gear this lead, as there will still be a bit of contest for the scrap, but 6 Gear, as you look towards our next P1, they are in position ready to go for the shipping area.
And really, kind of despite this advantage that 6 Gear are going to have, you'd like to imagine, based off the slays that we've been seeing from guys like Fame, that this lead would actually be a lot higher. But nonetheless, I've been very impressed with what I've seen from them in terms of rotations. The ability to kind of hold off what have been big influential moments from the old men, especially P2 last time around, which we'll get ready to visit here momentarily. But I think they've done a great job at kind of limiting what have been early advantages coming in from the other side. And you also got to consider 2 players not really having the greatest of performances outside of Katani, Diamond, and Fame, who have been absolutely fantastic. Noisy, 8 and 13. TCM starting to pick the pace up a little bit, but 11 and 14, you definitely have the 3 main guys who have been putting up a major performance, and you'd like to imagine if you see a little bit more consistency, this game could be broken open here soon.
I mean, I guess the good news here again for Noisy is he's found a lot of the scrappy hill time. There have been moments, yeah, where Diamondcon has stuck with his AR on the hill and just kind of watched it angle, but Noisy's been the guy to get into the scrappy ones when he's trying to go for a break. Fame tries to take one more 1v1 in the middle of the blue square, not going to win it. So as the cafe opens up, the old men are in a good position, a great setup, as you've got number 8 into Fire, who's trying to be sneaky in the middle of the map, isn't going to be able to get rewarded with the kill. Oh, TCM almost wins the follow-up gunfight, but Katani's there for hit trade as he finds the double kill. Back to the reload, takes care of the trophy to make that safe. 1 nade will go up towards the kitchen, but it will be a scrappy contest to the old men as they're still spawning in, and the numbers will be able to funnel forward for them to keep making to that 6 Gear can't fully break this hill.
And I love that exact moment where Katani ends up getting taken down. What does he do despite squad spawning? Instantly goes toward the other side of the map, instantly tries to go ahead and be aware of that rotation. And that is what's so impressive from this 6 Gear team. In the stride, in the middle of making different efforts toward trying to hop into Cafe, they realized, and either it was a call out or just the awareness comes through from him to say, you know what, it actually would be a lot better for me to try to get on this next hill. And in the meantime of that taking place, Exotic is trying everything possible. He's trying to rip through anybody he possibly can to make sure that this hill rotation isn't as influential as it possibly should be, as he was pretty much the only player that was far pushed up as Parasite followed as well. A few close spawns, but 6 Gear in a great spot right now as they continue to lock down time and get closer to that 200-point mark.
Parasite trying to be the spearhead here to try to get in, contest back 30. You cannot allow all of this 30 seconds to go in favor of 6 Gear. Here comes the push through. Fire not able to find anything. Parasite through the smoke, tries to clear out the back closet. He's able to find 1, but the trades are good. Fame again finds 2 inside the hill. He's not in the hill often, but when he is, he's finding moments like that, as it's now going to be possibly close to 220 to 158. 6 Gear, 1 rotation away from making their way back into the grand finals.
And a rotation that the old men have to hold here when it comes down to pool. Like we said, this is their hill. This is one that you have the ability to generate a lot of time on. We saw them play it pretty decently when it came down to the last set of rotations, and it's just a matter of trying to hold off a majority of these kind of condensed pushes. There's one Noisy, great trade to come on in through. Keeping in mind, there's only 1 player inside of the hill right now. There's only 1 player inside of the HP, and Noisy is going to make him pay. That's going to be 2 in a row for him. Katani's about to find another. I just have the intuition. I know he's going to win the fights because of how solid that he's been. Wonderful plays up close. It looks as if the old men trying to siphon through, but this push in the early stages was not as good as it needed to be. It has opened the door quite literally to 6th gear for breaking into this HP and not allowing for the old men to bring this one to more of a level playing field.
And I love this push out from Noisy and Katani as they get the hill in their favor. They try to contest the spawns from the old men, and it's Diamond Con who take the long route. Make sure you know where your opponent is spawning. It can be a mystery at times, but we'll take routes like that. You pretty much secure that the old men are going to be coming from what was P2. Now Diamond Con playing from the inside of the L Hall, an opportunity to find a little bit of opening damage, but for now, it's the old men with numbers, unless Katani has something to say about it. Him and Fame trying to stay alive. Fame finds another double kill. He's on 4 in a row. The health is going to be here. The numbers are good, and it's absolutely lambs to the slaughter out front as Fame is able to almost single-handedly get 6th gear into the hill and take the win 250, 184.
Well, the old men are going home, and hopefully they're going to bed, because it's a little past their bedtime, I think. Well,
We've loved the puns with them today. It's great.
It's such a good name. It's so good. I can't not talk about them or hear about them and have a giant smile on my face. So just kudos to the old men on having a great name. Unfortunately, they did not have the winning, I don't know what you want to call it. They didn't have that to match the awesome name that they have. We did want to clear up just a small bit of confusion. You don't need to out yourself in chat if you are confused. It's okay. I get easily confused, so I was probably a little bit confused as well. But what just happened was we did skip the domination. That match, of course, had already been completed, and we wanted to move right along in order to get into the grand finals live. So that is why we skipped over broadcasting the domination and did go straight into the hardpoint. All right, well, let's talk about that. 6th gear versus the old men. So as I had mentioned before, the old men had a long day, and it was a long bracket. They were placed into the losers bracket pretty early on in the day, I recall, and things just, they were plugging along for a while. Shift, what do you think was their kind of fatal flaw during this last series?
It really did feel like they made the right moves. It's such a John Madden comment to say. They just didn't win gunfights. Boom! That's what happens. But it's one of those things that's like when Fame is doing things like he's doing the rotations. Again, he is not the OBJ SMG player. He's the guy that's running around trying to find kills, trying to find pinches. And when he's finding spree after spree after spree, there's only so much that you can say about it besides try to trade better, maybe. I mean, that really is what it comes down to, is the fact that when you've got a player that's running around with an SMG finding that much value, and you also have Diamond Con as a main AR kind of watching over the top of them, that's a deadly duo when they're fully functioning as a tandem set piece. So it's just one of those things that, again, for this old men's squad, this is still a quote-unquote recent roster to be put together. We've seen some incredible moments from them. You just have to go back and kind of take a look at some of those kind of catastrophic rotations, especially as you're going from 2 to 3 to 4, to where can we lock ourselves down in the middle of the map to make sure that players like Fame can't pop off in the future.
It still sounds like such an insult when you say this old men's squad. Like, it sounds like you're just trying to be mean to them for no reason and just call out their age. But like, again, they picked that name, you know, kind of owing to the fact that there are many veteran players such as Parasite on that team. And once again, I do have to shout out the fact that I'm pretty sure the oldest member of the old men is still younger than the youngest member of the casting team here. So I'm not gonna, you know, out anybody's name.
I actually I can disprove that. I think Parasite's 25 years old. I'm 24 years old. So
wow,
we'll call them
way
old
to
men.
disprove that.
They justify the old men title. We'll say it.
They do. Yeah, because 25 is so old. Oh my gosh, he's ready for his quarter life crisis, I would say.
Right.
And maybe this is it. But I do also want to talk about another storyline that we've touched on a little bit, which is just the fact that for many players, the Challengers Series, having trouble with my words now. The Challengers Series can be a pathway to pro. So Lando, was there anyone on 6th gear that really stood out as like a potential league pickup?
I mean, to be honest, there was a few for sure. I was very impressed with what I saw kind of from this team. And honestly, the way that they were playing certain situations as a roster was incredibly impressive. When we talked about hardpoint breaks kind of toward the end phase, that was something that was kind of impressive to me. And so I think just in general, when we talk about them as a roster together, I think they worked very well. But maybe kind of a few standouts. You talk about Fame kind of toward the end of that St. Petro. At times we saw Katani playing well. For me, kind of a major player that was consistent across all the maps that we got to see was Diamond Khan. Like I said, he put up, 49 kills in the first Azir Cave, which was insane. I think it was like 49 and 29. But it's a fantastic performance when it comes down to the St. Petro to close it out. I know necessarily, main ARs aren't necessarily the hottest commodity right now when it comes down to challenger teams, but at the least, if this guy can keep up that consistency, there will be a spot for him in the future. There will be a spot for AR players in the future, when it comes into different titles. So very impressive from a number of different guys, but I think Diamond Khan for me kind of caught my eye the most from what I got to see. And, finding a 50 bomb in the first game definitely, I think, deserves a little bit of a spotlight, it's fair to say.
I would completely agree with that. Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket for North America so we can once again kind of underscore the long journey that the old men had right before their demise. So heading into the grand finals, we will see Atlanta FaZe Academy versus 6th Gear. And yeah, if you look at the old men making their way through the losers bracket, it was a long day. It was just a lot of tough matches in there. Shift, what stands out to you about the way this North American bracket is shaken out?
Yeah, for the old men specifically, to finish your point, you beat two very good teams in Team Vengeance 3-1 and Get Busy in the loser semis 3-1. The one thing that's really kind of popping out at me, number one, Triumph goes out in losers round 1. Number 2, where's UIU? They don't finish in the top 6, the top 8 this time around, and this comes after they had only finished top 8 the week before that. This is a squad that we typically see in the losers finals, grand finals, and over the last 2 weeks now, they've kind of hit a little bit of a snafu. So that's kind of a team that I'm looking to see what exactly is going to be going on with them in the future, as again, we're looking forward to the end of the year with the final 3 home series. And like you mentioned earlier, the last chance qualifiers and the challengers finals in whole.
Yeah, well, you know what? I'm so glad you mentioned that, Shift. Thank you for making my job so easy, because we are going to move on and talk. Before we get into the grand finals, I do want to remind you guys once again of the postseason schedule here in the Challengers Series. So, of course, here we are in the Challengers Cup number 5. Next week, taking a bit of a break because it is a U.S. holiday. From there, July 10th, we move on to the New York home series. Then July 17th, the London home series. And then July 24th, the Toronto home series. And then here's what we really want to highlight and call out to you guys. Look, August 1st through 2nd, what's that? Last chance qualifiers. TBD, Challengers Finals. That's right, you have one more chance to qualify for the Challengers Finals. So let's take a look at that format and kind of see how those last chance qualifiers are going to look. Of course, all 3 regions are going to be competing online. They will be separated into their separate EU, NA, and APAC regions. These 3 regions will feature a combined prize pool of $500,000. Now, let's take a closer look at the LCQ and kind of exactly how that'll work and sort of what I mean by that. So, of course, once again, it is August 1st and August 2nd. You can sign up online to try to qualify via the last chance qualifier. And as you can see there on the screen, a certain number of teams from each region. So it's 24 for NA, 24 for EU, and 12 for APAC. Those teams will go straight to the finals events. And then there is a chance for an additional 8 teams or 4 teams if you're in APAC to qualify via the last chance qualifier. And speaking of the finals, we have one other kind of note that we want to highlight here. So we'll go ahead and move on, and you'll see this next graphic on your screen. See that second line right there? Rosters that auto-qualify for finals are based on rosters from last Challengers event, the Toronto Home Series tournament. So just to break down what that means, that if you are one of the lucky teams that has bypassed the last chance qualifier, if you had enough Challengers points to automatically outright qualify for the finals events, which again, the dates are TBD, we're not telling you yet, then you must stick with your same roster that you had for the Toronto Home Series tournament. And really that just makes sense, because if you've made it this far, if you are consistently winning or consistently placing in the top, whatever spot you need to get those points, and you have qualified via points, then you know what, you probably aren't going to want to change rosters, but you're also not allowed to. So definitely an interesting thing. I just love the idea that there is a last chance to qualify. I think that's always such an interesting element to be added to any tournament series. And Lando, how do you think this will maybe kind of change the landscape of amateur COD?
I mean, I think just in general, it's fantastic to see that the last chance qualifier is being introduced. I think it does kind of in some ways change the landscape of challenger players or just amateur players in general, because we talk about consistently roster changes. We talk about crazy results, how insane the North American side is when it comes down to results, how many top caliber teams that there are. It's hard to kind of fit all those teams, all those players into one kind of position and say, all right, you guys are the defined top, kind of top team. So I think that last chance qualifier is awesome. I think for that amount of money, $500,000 across all regions when it comes to the future is fantastic. And I think kind of allowing teams, players, kind of this last chance opportunity not only makes it intense for us as fans, but makes it kind of more fair and a fantastic opportunity for young players to kind of get what could be a great opportunity to win some more money and to get their name more known out there.
I think you're absolutely right. And of course, before we head on to the postseason, we're going to finish up this season. But before we finish up this season and this event, we're going to head to a quick commercial. Don't go anywhere. When we return, we will see the grand finals for North America here in the Call of Duty Challengers Cup number 5, presented by PS4. It's going to be Atlanta FaZe versus 6th Gear. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Call of Duty Challengers Cup number 5, presented by PS4. I'm your host, Jess Brohard, and I am so excited because you know what? We are here at everybody's favorite time of day. I'm not just talking about 7:30, 7 p.m. because that's kind of random. That's nobody's favorite time of day. I am talking about the grand finals for the North American bracket here on the Call of Duty Challengers Cup number 5, once again presented by PS4. It has been a long day of matches. Let's take a look at that bracket to see just how long of a journey some of these teams have had. Now, FaZe Academy, they have been sitting back, having just a little bit of a rest while the losers bracket matches play out, and this is all culminated in 6th gear coming up to face the Atlanta FaZe Academy. Now, FaZe Academy are the reigning champs. They've won 3 out of the last 4 events. They won Seattle, they won Minnesota, they came in 2nd place in the Challengers Cup number 4, and then they won the Paris Legion home series. So the first question I gotta ask our casters, we've got Shift and Lando here for you, by the way. Shift, what are the odds that Atlanta FaZe Academy don't win the grand finals?
Don't win the grand finals? I would say the odds are low. I think that's very high percentage chance that they win another grand final. And the easy answer is because they're coming out of the winners bracket, and you have the 2 best of 5s if you're 6th gear. And as we kind of got maps through, it's a pretty favorable map set for Atlanta FaZe Academy. The first one's going to be the Azir Cave, of which they only lost by 6 points first time around in the winners finals. And again, that was a winners finals where they were able to win 3-1. So if you're out there considering the odds and the percentages, I would think it's very favorable to see if Atlanta FaZe Academy find a way to be able to take this, go back to back, and that would mean that, again, out of the last 5, they would have won 4. So the confidence that I heard from Tom Graham last night talking to him seems to be echoed pretty nicely here throughout their Sunday so far.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Pretty low chances that FaZe Academy do not take this because of course, even when I say the 6th gear came through the losers bracket, and really what I mean is that they came through the winners bracket and then they were placed into the losers bracket for 1 round, and they were placed there by FaZe Academy in a 3-1. So in some ways, sure, this is 6th gear's chance to redeem themselves and to come back, but they would be facing a major uphill battle. And 2 weeks ago at the previous Challengers Cup, we did see 2 bracket resets, and we've seen none of them so far. So, Lando, we've heard from Shift. We know he's super confident. He does think that FaZe Academy are going to take it. I gotta side with him. I agree with that. But Lando, I'd say, let me ask you this. Do you think there is a chance that we will see a bracket reset before we see FaZe Academy win the whole thing?
There is the argument that could be made that is possible. But I am going to side with you guys in the fact that I think that Atlanta FaZe Academy definitely are, kind of expected to walk away with this. Is there potential for a bracket reset? There is, but I think much like we saw the first time the 6th gear faced off against Atlanta FaZe Academy, it needs to come from an initial hardpoint victory, and we also need to see the search and destroys probably go in their hands as well. It's not going to be an easy thing by any means. I've really enjoyed that, despite the lack of airtime, just because Atlanta FaZe Academy have been kind of hanging out, if you will, maybe in the bathtub, as we had a few of those references earlier. But no, nonetheless, I really enjoyed from what I've got to see from this team. They look very well collected, and they look very consistent across all modes, which is not going to be easy. So I would say I kind of favor them, even if the bracket was to be reset. I think they have a really good chance of being third, or rather when it comes to their recent placements, I think they have the ability to walk away with what would be their 5th grand final in a row. And I think that they have a very good chance of walking through what would be the rematch from the winners finals versus 6th gear.
And you did bring up a very good point of we haven't seen a lot of Atlanta FaZe Academy playing today, and it's just because they're winning so much. We skipped over their matches where they had already won. So Shift, now that we're really looking at FaZe Academy, I think this is the first time we'll see them playing games here today. What are you really looking to see?
Yeah, I want to see them continue their select prowess when it comes to the respawn modes. They've been very good there throughout. Everyone's been participating. But the thing beyond that is another, what wins a championship here is the search and destroy. And maybe beyond that, again, we just saw 6th gear have a very tough time on the gunrunner search. So those are things that are going to really have kind of adjust to quickly if you are 6th gear. Obviously, in a 3-1 tally from the winners finals, and we know they won the first map, means they also lost the search and destroy in that winners final. So for me, one of those things that that you have to, if you're 6th gear, get onto some favorable maps when it comes to that search and find a way to not just take one of the hard points, but you're probably also going to have to win domination, which is, again, a very tall ask when it comes to playing up against this well-experienced and very, very solid respawn team in the FaZe Academy.
So momentum is something that can be very important in either, within a match itself or within a bracket. And so, I mean, if you look at the bracket, like, again, the 6th gear have been plugging along and they've been winning their matches, obviously, or they would be gone home by now. But do you think that, I guess, Lando, what do you think this momentum is going to do heading into the grand finals? Like, are we going to see 6th gear come in and at least hopefully pick up a few maps, get some exciting competition? Or on the other hand, like, are they tired? Have they played enough Call of Duty today?
Like I said, these guys are grinders, right? They've been involved in this tournament before. I don't necessarily believe that when it comes down to things like stamina, I don't think that's going to be too much of a factor. Again, these guys have just had to wait a little bit since their last match. I think they are going to be warm. So I think that in terms of momentum, you could kind of argue that, hey, they are going to have somewhat of an advantage because of the fact that they have recently played the Atlanta FaZe Academy, have not. Is that going to equal out to a victory? I don't really know, but at the very least, I think that if they want to kind of cherish or kind of carry on what was a recent victory versus the Old Men, which was a very solid roster, by the way, I think it has to come through in the initial hardpoint. Much as Shift mentioned, the S&D, they've lost their last 2. They need to do better when it comes down to that. And the problem that they could run into is that, hey, you know what? You lose the first hardpoint. Now you enter yourself in a situation of which you're currently 0-2 in your last S&Ds. If that goes the way of Atlanta FaZe Academy, then you're down 0-2 heading into a domination, of which we saw Atlanta FaZe look great on that mode previously. So, like I said, I would say the chips are definitely stacked against them. The 6th gear have the ability to do this, yes, but I think a lot of that momentum that we're talking about has to come through in the early stages. Anytime that we talk about kind of a David versus Goliath situation, you have to come out hot, you have to play well in the early stages, kind of bring things to more of a level playing field. And I think that this Azir Cave is going to be incredibly influential if we want to see this series last more than just one series.
And Shift, I guess another question this brings up for me is that even if 6th gear end up falling, like, it's very hard to go up against a team like Atlanta FaZe Academy, but what do you think the 6th gear will be able to learn from this competition?
I think they're learning a lot, mostly due to the fact that, again, when I was talking to Fame, they are off of 2 weeks of not having really any practice at all. They had 1 scrim on Friday, the best they were able to do because Katani had a couple of issues when it came down to his PS4 or his internet or something or other. But regardless, they've been in a position to where they have not gotten the practice that they want. And as they go further forward into this tournament, they should be getting more rehearsal, more reps, more familiarity with where they were strongest previous to that little 2-week hiatus. So that's kind of what I'm looking at first and foremost is, can you get back to where you were before? Can you get to a position to where you are playing on some extremely comfortable maps and find a way to maybe get a map series set that looks favorable to you in total? As I'm looking at this rundown right now, based on what we've seen already, we have a repeat of Azir Cave Hardpoint. We have a repeat of Government Hardpoint. Neither of those things really build a lot of confidence for me in this 6th gear roster when it comes down to what the vetoes have looked like in this first best of 5.
Well, to get ahead of ourselves just a little bit, of course, we do still have this grand finals to play, but let's take a look at what happens after this grand finals, after this day, and after the next few events. It's going to be the post-season schedule. We're pulling up for you right there. As you can see, here we are in the Challengers Cup number 5. Next week, we are going to have a little bit of a break, give you guys some freedom as we celebrate the United States Independence Day. We're going to then resume the Call of Duty Challengers schedule on July 10th with the New York home series. Then right after that, well, not right after that, but a week after that, we've got on July 17th, the London home series. Following 1 week later, we have on July 24th, the Toronto home series. And then once again, the last chance qualifiers, August 1st and 2nd, all culminating, all leading up to the Challengers Finals. Let's look at the format for the finals and the last chance qualifiers. So this is brand new that we have the last chance qualifiers event and the finals event. The season does not just stop as right after the Toronto home series. It will continue, which is very, very exciting. And as we are still in the midst of a global pandemic, all competitions will take place online. They will be playing within their own region, once again, North America, Europe, and APAC, which is Asia Pacific. And they're playing for a combined prize pool of $500,000. That is an insane amount of money for a quote-unquote amateur series of events. So let's take a closer look at the last chance qualifiers and break that down a little bit more for you. So the last chance qualifiers will take place August 1st and August 2nd, and you can go online and sign up to participate to try to qualify, because a certain number of teams are going to be auto-qualifying for the finals, which once again, we have not yet announced those dates. A certain number of teams, which is going to be 24 from NA, 24 from EU, and 12 from APAC. Those teams that have the most challengers points will automatically qualify. They go straight to the finals events. They get to completely bypass the last chance qualifier. If you are not one of those lucky 60, is that 24 plus 24 plus 12? If you're not one of those lucky 60 teams and you do have to go through the last chance qualifiers, I can kind of pat myself on the back, by the way. That was some fast math. Thank you. Anyway, if you are going to the last chance qualifiers to try to make your way in, we're going to take 8 teams from NA, 8 from EU, and 4 from APAC. Got one more graphic to show you, because once again, just as a reminder, the dates for that final event are TBD. We're not announcing them for you yet. We're just teasing you a little bit. We are piquing your interest. We are wetting your whistle. But they will take place, of course, sometime after August 1st and 2nd. Now, that second line that you see on your screen right here, that is the part that I especially want to highlight. Rosters that auto-qualify for finals are based on rosters from last Challengers event, which is the Toronto Home Series tournament. Now, what I mean by that is that there is a roster lock. If you have qualified based on points, if you were lucky enough to be one of those 60 teams that does go straight to the finals, rather than qualifying via the last chance qualifiers, you must do so. You must go to the finals with that same roster that you had at the Toronto Home Series, which just makes sense. You know, not only are you forced to do that, like, it just makes sense. If you're already playing that well and you're finishing those top whatever placings and you're getting those points, you clearly have a pretty solid roster. So I don't know why you would want to switch, but you are also not allowed to switch. So, but, you know, again, I just think it's so cool that we do have this last chance qualifiers and this finals event. So let's talk a little bit about that $500,000 prize pool. Shift, that is a lot of money, isn't it?
That is more than a lot of money. I mean, the thing about it, and I've been out there, and I'll say it once more, take these next 2 weeks, pick your 5 players, and stick with them for the rest of the year. A top 24 entry qualifier for, I think, a lot of the teams that continue to find themselves in the top 32, top 16, and especially the top 8 should be pretty easy to achieve. But if you're somebody out there that's had a hard time kind of breaking into the top 32, breaking into the top 16, find your core group of 4 that you think will give you the best chance and start practicing now. Because again, you have a chance at getting an instant qualification. Top 24 is a pretty wide margin. It's very generous to allow that many teams just off challengers points alone. Plus the fact that it's double elimination, you've got a lot of life to play with. So pick your roster, stick with it, get yourself your best chance possible to win the majority of that $500,000. It's a lot of cash for our first year of official challengers competition. It's super, super exciting.
But, you know, again, if you don't accrue enough points, if you're not one of those lucky 60 teams, well, not lucky, I say lucky. Let me rephrase. If you are not one of those talented 60 teams and you do have to go through the last chance qualifier, I mean, everybody loves a Cinderella story. Everybody loves an underdog story. So, Lando, let's talk a little bit about the mentality of, like, what would that do to you as a team? If you go through the last chance qualifier, you make it to the finals, how are you going to be playing?
I mean, I would be nervous out of my mind, but also incredibly excited the fact that I made it there. So I mean, like I said, you have $500,000 available, which is absolutely incredible, especially for the first season of Challengers. I think if you were a team that, you know, had the opportunity to make it the last chance qualifier and you managed to make it to the finals, it would definitely be one heck of a story. And the major focus for a lot of these teams kind of throughout the Challengers is that path to pro, right? Your goal obviously is to make a massive impact when it comes to the Challengers. But hey, all these guys are here because they want to play pro. They want to play at the highest level. So not only would that give you the opportunity to make some fantastic amount of money. It would also give you the perfect spotlight necessary, in order to possibly give you that pro spot, or rather to kind of give you that final journey that you want into getting a pro position, which I know a lot of teams have already experimented. A lot of teams have already attempted at the idea of getting a lot of these amateur players, and it is so exciting because it's worked. It's not just been about, we'll add a few of these guys to the team, we'll see what happens. No, they have been impactful players, and it's fantastic to see, and I hope that we see more only as time goes on.
I hope so too, but for now it is time to get into the grand finals of today. We have Sixth Gear for you. We have Atlanta FaZe Academy for you. Moment of truth, what everybody has been waiting for. Shift, are you ready?
Oh, I'm ready there, girlfriend. We've got ourselves one heck of a rematch, and it starts on a rematch of a map mode combination as well. Again, last time we were here, it was Sixth Gear taking away a 250 to 244, doing just enough to extend the map to a third rotation and a second hill, where their setup was good enough for them to take the win right underneath the nose of the Atlanta FaZe Academy squad. So we'll see if AF Academy can find a way to adjust and build themselves a lead here early, as they do have the favored side going from 1 to 2.
And a major reason why we saw Sixth Gear take that initial hardpoint here on Azir here shift was because of the play that we saw from TCM. He was absolutely fantastic. He was making some incredible plays kind of toward the back lines and allowed for some great rotations to kind of piggyback off of one another. And that's one player that I'm definitely looking out for when it comes down to Sixth Gear. You think of an SMG on Azir, maybe not 100% going to see a success rate, but hey, he was a major reason why they were able to do it in the first place, and I'm excited to see if he can continue that pace up. Speaking of pace, Sixth Gear, despite being on what would be the non-preferred side when it comes into P2, are making a great journey there, as that is going to be 11, 12, 13 kills in a row from this team. A majority of them haven't even died recently when it comes down to it, and I love the play from Jimbo, trying to play this one carefully, ends up getting taken down. A collapse off the start from Atlanta FaZe Academy. Sixth Gear, they are on new form at the moment. Another 14 spree from this team combined. Absolute insanity here, Shift.
And Diamond Con, who again nearly dropped 50 the last time we watched these guys play in the losers finals, came in the back end of TCM, who also had a massive winners finals on this map. So when you've got this much favor in the roster of Sixth Gear, they are showing absolutely no signs of allowing this AF Academy squad a chance to even break through. 64 to 9 the current score, and again, it's incredible simply because Sixth Gear have found a way to break this P2 setup extremely quickly. How about TCM? He's able to find another double right in front of the hill. That'll secure this wrap time, as Atlanta FaZe Academy now desperately need a solid hold for our hard point number 3.
I mean, just now that when she talked about how the momentum coming in from what was a losers final now into the grand final, how much would that start to factor in? I think at least based off the start, we kind of have somewhat of an idea for how this is going to go. Again, if you're the Atlanta FaZe Academy, it's about, hey, trying to get those guns fresh again, trying to get those weapons hot, because realize the fact that this Sixth team is here to play. You've already faced off against one another. They took you on this map, and they have all the confidence in the world in doing so yet again. But hey, like I said, Soccer Field has had to kind of put it into what has been a wonderful sequence off the start from Sixth Gear. We saw multiple streaks coming in from a number of different players. Fame, TCM, already in the 13 kill range after what has been 3 hills. Now we're just kind of closing it out at. Fantastic work from them. But again, Atlanta FaZe Academy continue kind of dive at this, continue to kind of slowly but surely mediate what has been a very solid start from Sixth Gear.
We swapped off of Sib's perspective right when he takes that fight on top of the cliff path and that little rock wall, and he wins a massive gunfight. A good start here for Sib at 11-7. Again, what was just kind of a run and gun style SMG player, now kind of taking up more of a flex mantle for the squad of AF Academy. He's number 10. He's found his way into the yellow build. He could be the one person to really kind of turn this hill around here for AF Academy, as he was trying to play through the cave system. He eventually gets figured out by Denoisy, but again, with him pushing that far forward, he's dragged Sixth Gear spawns all the way back towards P2. So a lot of decent time here for AF Academy on this 4th hard point. Still 25 seconds worth of fighting for this scrap time, as it looks like Sib will kind of make his way through this tunnel by the well, and it will be kind of a 50-50 back and forth. Not really a win or a loss for either team here on this 4th point at the moment.
Yeah, I actually do like a few of the plays that we saw from Sixth Gear, kind of continually adding scouts, continually adding stragglers, kind of throughout that hill and the majority of it, just to make sure that there were no extra pieces coming in from Atlanta FaZe to try and make a little bit of a pinch. But in the meantime, Atlanta FaZe, they do themselves, trying to send out a few players kind of toward that cliff path area, and unfortunately, they are limited in doing so as Sixth Gear make the perfect rotation. We saw them control P2, rather take P2 in a dominant way, and then now set up wonderful rotations for P5 here on cliff path. This has all the makings of a 140 to 75 first half. It's just a matter of Atlanta FaZe. Can they start to break in? And DiamondCon, the AR on the flank. It wasn't known for a moment. Thankfully, does get cut down if you're an Atlanta FaZe Academy fan. But this team, they seem to be hitting new strides. And if they can keep up the same level of rotations, this could be a solid first game for them yet again.
You got your trophy AR pinching away from a hill. I mean, it's just the confidence that DiamondCon has is absolutely astronomical since he last played here, again, in that losers finals. Competent in their own right, though, as Tom Gravity is able to find two, not enough to fight for the back end of the scrap time. But as Sid picks up the AR in the mid-cut here, he's able to get a couple of kills off this exit rotation. A nice bit of spawn trap. Sid not quite able to get the reload off in time for a fourth kill. But again, the effort, much appreciated by the rest of their squad. As again, you see the little bit of a zoning pressure here from Venom in yellow, while the rest of his teammates are just soaking up time on the hill behind him. This should surely be the 100-point mark hit, and it comes for the Atlanta FaZe Academy squad as the Gravity and Jimbo turn up in the kill feed. A good opening 30 seconds here for AF Academy.
Yeah, I kind of like what I'm seeing on both portions of the map. When it came down to bridge side and when it came down to this initial hardpoint as well, you saw players kind of winning fights, and it's kind of the reverse effect, the reverb effect rather, from Atlanta FaZe. When they're winning fights on bridge, it ends up limiting Sixth Gear's aggressiveness when it comes down to this first hardpoint here as well, because they don't want to play so aggressive to the point where they're allowing for players to flank, or they don't want to play so aggressive to the point where they're sending too many players on the flank to try and not mediate enough toward the front. So I kind of like what we're seeing overall from this team, but it's going to need to be replicated, as like we talked about. This could be the third money hill in a row for Sixth Gear if they can lock down a majority of the time on it. And so far, it looks as if Atlanta FaZe Academy, they're starting to build up the push.
Yeah, this is looking solid. The numbers are decent for them to hit this in kind of a multifaceted way through this little mid-paved connector, but it's Katani. He finds himself a double. It's been a pretty slow game for him here. 16 and 21, only 4 seconds of hill time. Again, trying to exist on the pinches as much as possible with this SMG. He's had a little bit of a rough run, but this hill has been good for him so far, as Venom's trying to exist over by Concrete. Takes another solid win as Katani comes forward to take the challenge. Venom wins another. 3 in a row, tries to make the push through the smoke, but his trophy was a touch too short to deal with the Semtex, and it looks like with that, the numbers for Sixth Gear will regain on the hill. Jordy trying to make one last play, and he's actually opened up an opportunity for teammates to funnel in behind him. So a good bit of contest there for Atlanta FaZe Academy as they look down the barrel of a 50-point differential going over to the soccer field.
Yeah, I think it's somewhat kind of, you know, granted for both. They'll both kind of take that, if you will. If you're Sixth Gear, you'd like a little bit more time, but at the very least, if you're Atlanta FaZe, it's definitely more of a net positive for you, as now they do have that next rotation ready to go over at soccer field, which, like we discussed, granted, kind of given the result, it would be great if they could lock down some time. But like I said, it's impressive for me that they are so close in this game, or rather one kind of hard point away from being matched up, despite being 0 for 3 in terms of just an initial advantage when it comes down to Money Hills, or at least overall control when it comes into Money Hills, if you want to put it that way. But still, we'll see if they can continue to muster up what is not the greatest of situations, but we're looking at, you know, kind of top players that are currently playing well. Gravity, 23 and 17, on a 4 spree right now. He talked to you consistently about his kind of confidence around this team, and I think they would have a lot of confidence if they were able to take the rematch of this Azir Cave off versus what has been a very difficult Sixth Gear team to deal with so far.
Essentially a tie game going into our fourth hardpoint of the Western Caves. It's going to be an initial setup for the Atlanta FaZe Academy, but they're kind of stacked on top of one another. Not a lot of pressure over towards the workbench. It might not make a difference, as Venom, I would say, is probably the least talked about player on this roster. He fills an extremely important role as one of those OBJ SMG players, and he's able to find a double up, but it's not going to be enough for the Atlanta FaZe Academy squad to hold on to this hill. Sixth Gear work their way around, get in from the back, give themselves the hen house spawns, and with the back 30 coming up, it looks like they should be in a position to take a good majority of this time.
Although, again, the big struggle is how do you rotate from that head house spot all the way over to P5? You've got Diamond Con who's sitting right outside the bridge. And with TTM cutting through yellow, this would be a great opportunity for them to kind of double up and try to make some spawn pressure occur on the backside of our 5th hardpoint.
Yeah, that's kind of the big focus as for right now. It looks as if DiamondCon was kind of waiting maybe for some more teammate support. You would have liked to have him push up a little bit farther, but just kind of given the situation, given the circumstances, and the overall lack of just awareness when it comes down to the map, as we had the ability to see exactly where all the arrows are, it's not always going to be the most confident push by any means. But hey, great situation for Atlanta FaZe Academy regardless. They managed to fade back off of P4 and now have position for clip path, and they're all starting to run right into the line set of Tom Gravity. Fame and TCM doing everything they can to try to make his team push a possible nades utility being tossed out consistently. 6th Gear just trying to push their way through despite having so many different things being thrown at them, not including the AR shots from someone like Sib as well. Finally, the hill will be broken, but for how much longer? Journey wins a fight up close, which is going to net them the last few seconds here, and the rotation is going to be in back for P1, but you like the rotation for Atlanta FaZe. They get exactly what they were looking to out of this hill.
I don't know about you, Landon, but I'm getting a little bit of deja vu. It's 6th Gear who've got themselves a nice setup for a potential spawn trap, the Atlanta FaZe Academy, but Gravity wins a key 1v1. It opens up a path through this cave system, but the kills turn up convincingly for 6th Gear. Venom is forced to take a long route all the way around just to make sure they don't continue to be spawn trapped. And if he finds even a couple of kills, he very well could actually pull all the spawns for the Atlanta FaZe Academy team with him, but he does not win a gunfight. 224, 233, 6th Gear in a good position. They're locking down the pitches, they're locking down the flanks. All it comes down to is clearing the front of the hill. Deja vu very well may be coming to realism here, as it's 233 to 233. Both teams can still win it here.
And if you are Atlanta FaZe, it's just a matter of trying to dip your toe inside the hill for at least just a short amount of time. Try to delay this one about 3 or 4 seconds, but they're not able to right now. Journey trying to push his way forward. Here comes the last possible push. Sib ends up getting taken down. There goes Jimbo as well, and they will not be able to break back in. Deja vu indeed, as 6th Gear back on P1 managed to lock this one up for the 2nd time on Azir Cave. The rematch comes through. They win it again here on map 1, and that's all that they could have asked for, granted, based off the recent circumstances. 43 and 29 from Fame. Have yourself a map, my good sir.
Yeah, a little bit of deja vu, like you mentioned. So, Shift, what are your immediate takeaways from that first map?
I mean, okay, I don't know 100% what Atlanta FaZe Academy's vetoes are. I don't know if they were the ones to choose to play this. I figured this was not their pick simply because they did spawn on the favorite side from the get-go, but there was not enough of a correction from the Atlanta FaZe Academy from when they played it in the winners final to when they get this rematch again against the same team on the same map mode for map number 1 here in the grand final. You should have had enough time to go back and even rewatch the stream to talk about a couple of moments. And once again, too much of an opportunity to allow 6th Gear to spawn trap you behind P5. They've done that very well in the winners finals. They did it again here in the grand finals. And again, it is a small comeback, if you want to call it that, for the side of 6th Gear, but they do it in the exact same way. Good control all the way through for 6th Gear to make sure that even as Gravity was making the push to the cave system, he wasn't able to touch. But for the opposite side, for APAC Academy, not enough of an adjustment here to merit them really a replay on this same map mode.
Well, I don't want to say I'm necessarily surprised, but you know, it was a little bit of a closer storyline than I would have expected. I think I was expecting Atlanta FaZe Academy to come out on top and to do so with a decently strong lead. So I guess, Lando, are you surprised at all?
I wouldn't say that I'm like shocked. I mean, you could use some level of surprisement. I just thought that we would kind of see Atlanta FaZe kind of improve from those moments. But I will say I was surprised by the immediate kind of answer and the momentum, I guess, if you want to call it that, from 6th Gear off the start. Like I said, these guys were looking absolutely unreal off the break. They had, what was it, like nearly 14 in a row. They had a massive advantage after the first 2 hills that really started to kind of go through. And for me, that's the ultimate difference maker when it comes down to this particular map. Because when you look at the difference, or rather when you look at the score lines throughout a majority of it, a lot of it kind of comes down to that time. So if Atlanta FaZe Academy were kind of had, if you will, put themselves in a better position off the start, the hills start to go back and forth, that P5 is probably where they close it out, not where they have to rotate to then is that P1. So I think for me, the start that we saw from 6th Gear was absolutely fantastic. To say I was surprised, I wouldn't say I was surprised, but I was very much impressed, especially by the start, which is the reason why I think that the 6th Gear win this map and the rematch, and in very similar fashion as Shifted mentioned.
And of course, one thing I also do want to point out is that we are just talking up Atlanta FaZe Academy so much, giving them so many props, because after all, like we said, they have made it to, I think, 5 grand finals in a row now, and they've won like 3 out, oh no, it's 4. They've made it to the, no, yeah, this is their 5th grand finals that they made it to, and they've won 4. They've won 3 out of these past 5 so far. They're trying to make it a 4th here today, but one other, I guess, kind of angle to consider is, you know, they have been sitting down on a little bit of a break. Maybe they're just kind of feeling things out, and maybe this is their, what's the word I'm looking for? Maybe it's the map where they were kind of finding their footing, and maybe they will adjust after this. Shift, what do you think?
I mean, I know that it's really easy for us to go back and say it's been X amount of hours since the Atlanta FaZe Academy team has played, but at this level, everyone's shooting straight. Everyone knows how to stay warm. I just simply think they got outplayed. I mean, the first time around, it was CM who had a massive map with DiamondCon kind of in support. Now it's Fame who has a massive map with DiamondCon in support. This 6th Gear squad are no slouches. I think the only big consideration when it comes to, you know, maybe the lack of rehearsal or preparation was before the weekend started in favor of 6th Gear. Again, it's been about 2 weeks since they've had actual good rehearsal scrimmage time leading up to a Challengers event. So the fact that they're able to find their way not just into the top 8 again, which again is not easy to do in North America considering how many good teams there are out there, but to get into a grand final where you're beating the Atlanta FaZe Academy team, that's going to be feeling very positive for them. So I think if anything, it's extra energy kind of tilted in favor of 6th Gear more than necessarily Atlanta FaZe coming out slow.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't disagree with that. Lando, what do you think? You know, because Shift brings up a point of 6th Gear didn't really have like scrims or rehearsal for a little bit, but then look at today. They've been playing nonstop. You know, they've had 12 hours nearly of, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but they've had back-to-back matches, and you know, obviously they haven't been losing too many times in a row, or they would be eliminated and they wouldn't be here in the grand finals. And I know we were speculating a ton before this series about, you know, momentum and stamina and energy and all that stuff. So Lando, do you think that that's all this is? We just saw some momentum out of 6th Gear to take off that first map, or are they going to continue this momentum for the rest of the series?
I mean, I would say that they definitely did have some momentum. Again, it's kind of hard to quantify exactly like what that means or anything, but I think just in general, they got a map that they really wanted to play on. Again, we got to watch them on a Zero Cave against this very team earlier. They've been looking good on this map. They've been looking good on this mode just in general. So I think you have to give them some props for that. I think this is a team that, you know, their shots were a little bit hot. As Shift had mentioned, this isn't a team that has a whole lot of practice, which is mind-blowing to me, unfortunately, but I guarantee the teams are going to start scrimmaging them now, especially after this performance, the way they've been looking. But again, I think that, you know, just in general, I would say that momentum, you know, definitely does kind of carry through. But again, it is kind of frustrating now that I kind of think of it, because it is, you know, a matter of, hey, you know, this team's been sitting in the grand finals and, you know, they've been kind of waiting. It's like, why would your shot not be warm? Like, you know, granted, I can understand a few different situations here and there, but just in general, you need to be warm. You need to be prepared against a team that has already beaten you on this exact map, which has to be a factor. But I will say one thing that is very important about this entire series, in my opinion, is because of the recent kind of lack of success, if you will, for 6th Gear in S&D, as they've lost their last 2. I think them getting that first hardpoint is incredibly important, because there very well could be a 1-1 scoreline once this Arc Glove does end up kind of coming through. Not saying anything too early, not saying that Atlanta FaZe by any means are walking away with this one easy, but based off the recent search and destroys, it would kind of indicate that this probably is a more comfortable mode for Atlanta FaZe versus a team like 6th Gear.
I do like, Lando, what you said about how Atlanta FaZe Academy saw this exact scenario go down in, what was it, the winners finals, that, you know, of course this was the only map that they lost to 6 Gear. So in some ways I do think you're right that maybe they should have been a little bit more prepared. Maybe, you know, after that matchup, they could have taken some time and kind of sat down and said, well, we're not playing for a little bit, so let's reevaluate, let's maybe make some adjustments, and let's make sure that that doesn't happen again. And then especially with having some veteran talent, having, you know, Journey and Tom Gravity on that lineup, really, to me, adds to that theory of, well, maybe they should have been a little bit more prepared. Maybe they should have been expecting this. But, you know, if we kind of zoom out a little bit and we look at the rest of the series as a whole, you could also make the argument that, well, Atlanta FaZe Academy are in such a good position that I'm not saying that they gave up. I'm not saying that they didn't try, because they obviously tried very hard, but also just from a mentality standpoint, Shift, how much do you think this one map loss is really going to affect FaZe Academy?
Little to none at all, in my opinion. You know, going back and when the Atlanta FaZe Academy team started to put this run together, when they got their first championship online during the CDL home series, one of the bigger concerns was their search and destroy good enough? That was kind of the big thing, kind of watching some personal streams, was they were really kind of lacking in getting coordinated on search and destroy. That changed quickly when they won again in Minnesota and found their way again to a grand final in the 50K number 4, or the Challengers Cup number 4. And then beyond that, why they were able to win again at the Paris home series. They've been very complete, very calm, very collected. And I don't think this is going to really impact them too much. Although, again, maybe you start to second guess that if you do get reset, you have to go to a second best of 5. Maybe we leave Azir Cave out of the math mix next time around if we have to. That's about the only thing I think we'll kind of take away as far as a consideration.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point you make, is that maybe we reevaluate what our strengths and what our weaknesses are, instead of spending a lot of time, you know, trying stuff that doesn't work. Maybe we just kind of focus on what we are good at. So another point, another topic that this does bring up is that NA is different to the EU and the APAC regions, in that in the North American region, there was just so much competition, you know? So that's why, to me, it really, really stands out that amidst all this competition, Atlanta FaZe Academy has secured themselves this really nice position where they are almost the unequivocal champions that nobody can touch. But then, you know, here we are, and I'm not going to call 6 Gear a complete unknown team, but they are definitely the underdog here, and they're coming in trying to go up against this powerhouse. It really says a lot about 6 Gear that there's so much competition, and they are able to rise to the occasion and not just let themselves go out like that. But it looks like we are ready to head into the second map of Atlanta FaZe Academy versus 6 Gear here in the North American Grand Finals of the Call of Duty Challengers Cup number 5, presented by PS4. If you are just joining us, as an FYI, 6 Gear is up 1-0 versus FaZe Academy. Shift, predictions for map 2.
I did not like what I saw at a 6 Gear Search and Destroy the Gunrunner. Obviously, this is a very different map, but I just think, simply put, the mode has not been a strong suit for 6 Gear, and that's been kind of evident not only in the winners final, but also in their losers finals. So I'm tilting this a little bit in favor of the Atlanta FaZe Academy team, who've been able now to find first blood on the Diamond Con. And as soon as they were starting to put some pressure over to B, they've kept Sib here the entire time by A. And I was wondering for a second who would pick up the scope, if anybody, for 6 Gear. Apparently, it's going to be Fame, and he's able to take down his counterpart in Sib to make it a 4v4.
More players starting to fall, and it looks as if Gravity, bomb in hand, also manages to drop as well. And Journey probably would be relied upon as the player to find the pick. Finally does so, and also can nearly find another. Venom just a little bit too far behind for the possible trade, but Journey says no big deal. I can do it on my own. The nade was cooked, but unfortunately his head was exposed, and now Venom left in a 1 versus 2, time starting to tick away, has the ability to utilize the bomb site for cover, but he doesn't have the bomb. The one thing that you need to walk away with this round happens to be that bad boy objective, and Venom is going to play this 50-50. He thinks he's on one side, when in reality, he's on the other, and TCM just got gifted a free kill.
Yeah, really good hold here for 6 Gear overall. It starts with James' pick, right? But then beyond that, for them to get the full read that, hey, this is indeed an A hit. Let's make sure we get the rotation over completely. And then it does come down to the final 1v1, like you mentioned, where Venom thinks he knows. Little does he know, he does not know where exactly TCM is positioned. So as we move forward on this one, again, it's one of those things that for me, again, at this level specifically, it's a different ball game when you see it at the pro level, but at the top level, the amateur scene, very often this turns into a battle of whose defense is better and who can maybe secure that first offense. So not a bad attempt, though, for Atlanta FaZe Academy to at least get the bomb planted. Obviously seeing some signs of success thus far here on their attack. Just not enough to fully clean things for the first round. So now it's going to be on to 6th gear. What can they find here on their first attack?
That's going to be the big question, really. And a lot of that relies on the initial picks. Of course, Sniper's common when it comes to Arklov, and we'll see if those continue to reign influential as Venom already off the start, taking down TCM. The last player alive from the first round happens to be the first player dead in this round. Despite that, though, objective quickly grabbed from Noisy. Katani pretty much hangs out toward Rock on Riverbed. You hear those sniper shots coming out. Now the focus begins to surge forward. Venom, Civ taking down 2, and the push from 6th gear is now put in an awkward position as one of the players, DiamondCon, over at B, does find a pick, but the problem remains is that you have the sniper rifle. The bomb is not in the greatest of positions. And Atlanta FaZe Academy, it's pretty much just a matter of when we're going to see this guy peek his head out.
Yeah, DiamondCon has to make a major play here. And again, little does he know that Journey is literally slid past him back over to B, but that might be okay. There's a player on top of the mound. Diamond will find him. There's the pick. And this is the right play. Back up a little bit. See if you can catch somebody rotating away from the hostile house or from the B bomb site. The bomb will be picked up by Fame. He's trying to make his way forward. Does Jimbo get the read on this, though? He sure does, but DiamondCon is able to actually find a pick. The bomb will be planted. Journey in a 1v1 now, and he will clean things up. Good timing for the trade into DiamondCon initially, and just enough space to get the kill into Fame before he can get away from the bomb site.
Yeah, good effort there from DiamondCon toward the end, kind of trying to pick up what was a very difficult round off the start. You talked about how he needed to make a play on the flank. Does everything he can, but Journey able to walk away with the 1 versus 1. And now, like we said, when it comes down to it, it really is all about who can walk away with offenses early on. And like we said, with Journey coming through with the defense, we'll now get to watch his team back in the driver's seat, back in the objective, if you will. And shout out to the observers, doing a wonderful job, giving us some lovely blimp shots. I'm loving this one. I could stare at this all day. Some good old Arklov peek, never did anybody anything wrong. Lovely map, fun to watch. Trophies are out, and Journey 4-1 start. We'll see if he can make it 5-1.
Nice big double hit coming through. Noisy's going to be forced to respond to it, and he can't even get the first, let alone needed to get the second. Does he even get to read that 2 players are here? He got melted off the face of the earth. And how about that play from Venom? Finds a second, trying to peek over the top of the wall. He would have an opportunity at Fame for a third, but very wisely, Atlanta FaZe Academy don't overextend. They play their numbers safely. They're going to get the bomb planted and just work this 5v3 as a unit of team. This is looking really, really nice so far.
And if you're from early 6th gear in this situation, you can't allow for that aggression to just continually work that same way. Sniper shot tries to come out, but it's not going to be successful enough. Like, so that was Atlanta FaZe pretty much just roaming throughout the riverbed, having success, and instantly challenging on players who weren't expecting it. And if you are the team of 6th gear, you have to be ready for all kinds of different pushes, all kinds of different scenarios that Atlanta FaZe Academy are going to try to throw at you. You got to be ready for all the different types of plays that they're going to put on the cards. Clearly, that was one that they weren't really all that prepared for.
Yeah. Really good stuff there. Again, it's one of those things that you do these set strategies where you try to hit dead silence aggressive pushes, but that time it's actually concealed by the fact that they don't actually use a smoke to get there. It's risky, right? I mean, typically you think that, okay, we're gonna push, let's push through smoke, dead silence, hit it, let's just get through the trench. But that wasn't really the main objective for the Atlanta FaZe Academy team. The whole idea was, let's take away the position on top of the defensive mound on the other side of this broken building. So it's a really good strategy. It's a really good hit. And fortunately, Venom doesn't just find 1, he finds 2. But then again, I'm most impressed by the reservation for them to not fully push further forward, use their numbers correctly. And now all of a sudden, his first blood once again falls into the lap of DiamondCon. Fame gets taken down. Gravity up top will throw 1 Semtex directly below him as he realizes there's some good pressure here at the B-bomb site.
Yeah, bomb down. Definitely kind of catching the Atlanta FaZe Academy roster somewhat off guard. Maybe not off guard based off the pick, but maybe by how fast the bomb was planted. Clear toward the back end is Noisy. Some influential kills already starting to come through from either end. Atlanta trying to go ahead and jump on through this site. One more player remaining. That's going to be Katani. And where does he remain? Takes down Sid for the first 1 versus 2 player on the plan. Actually does get taken down through the wall. Katani shutting one down. Wonderful perspective, wonderful awareness. And Gravity, I got a challenge, but where is this guy at? I don't even see where he's located. He's not over here, and now he's not going to have time for the defuse. Katani is going to walk away with this round.
It's one of those things that, you know, maybe bless RNG, you get the shots through the wall, but still the level to which Katani just played this was near immaculate. Considering the circumstances, he uses the bomb into his favor. What is essentially makes it almost 2v3, right? Like, you got to play the objective and you have to play me. Let me just make sure that the objective lives longer than I do for a time there in the beginning, and he gets that fortunate double kill to kind of, again, give himself some time and, more importantly, some space to play with. And now we go tied up 2 rounds apiece. And that's got to feel pretty frustrating for the Atlanta FaZe Academy team, where you thought for sure you were going to get a pretty easy retake on a 3v1. It just doesn't come to be here. So now, again, Katani is able to, again, work this into where 6 Gear have matched the aggressive offensive pressure from AF Academy. And now it just comes down to making sure you hold on your next defense.
We've seen the aggression when it comes through Riverbed already. And 6 Gear are prepared for it. They get the early stun. Diamond Khan's aware of it, and Gravity's not really able to add a whole lot extra to it. As there goes Journey. Gravity falls as well. Jimbo and Sib instantly now left in a 2 versus 3. Fellow stun tossed out. Bomb by no means in a great position. If anything, it's closer to 6 Gear than it is Atlanta FaZe. Jimbo up close. He'll be taken down, and that's kind of what 6 Gear learning from prior mistakes, learning from aggression that was shown from Atlanta FaZe, and maybe a little bit of frustration from Atlanta FaZe by just saying, hey, let's try to do what exactly worked for us last time. Let's try to rush on through, and it does not work out this time. 6 Gear learning, like I said, from prior offensive rounds from the opposition.
And I don't know for sure if a trophy got placed down that time, but the difference in the setup was Noisy with an SMG was the one playing forward towards that A broken building. It wasn't an AR sitting on top of that very common mound spot just between the broken building and the trench over there on the left side, respectively, from the attacking point of view. But again, small adjustments here or there. Plus, of course, you get the first blood this time, which has not been the case in most of our rounds previous, where, again, Atlanta FaZe Academy, just like this, typically find themselves the opening first blood. It's Gravity down low this time, guarding over the B site. He's able to find the first plus a second, and in that double up, one of those was the bomb carrier. So again, 6 Gear on their offensive attempt, looking at a 3v5, make it now a 2v5 as Gravity is looking at a potential ace.
And to put it lightly, Gravity has taken over this round so much so that was pretty much 6 Gear's main strategy, was to toss out those smokes, try to limit the vision, if you will, of Atlanta FaZe. However, they aren't aware of the fact that Tom Gravity just happens to be sitting on the bomb, taking you down stride by stride, totally throwing a wrench into the setup for 6 Gear, which now they have to reset. We're really going to need some major heroics from this roster if they want to try to get to that 4-2 score line. 25 seconds remain. Gravity
so
hoping for what could be the ace. 15 seconds left. Katani, you're gonna have to sprint, buddy. I don't think he's gonna have time to plant anywhere. Maybe that's not even his goal anymore. It may just be to see what exactly was this setup from Atlanta FaZe. What can we learn from for the future? But like I said, a round of which Tom Gravity has his name written all over it.
Yeah, that was an obstacle course, more difficult than most American Ninja Warrior courses. And I'll tell you, I watch a lot of American Ninja Warrior. I've seen some things, but that was a very difficult 1v3 to navigate through. So 3-3 we go here into round number 7, where again, it just kind of feels like whoever takes the next offense is going to have a major advantage to try to close this map out. We'll see if Atlanta FaZe Academy can find success as they roll out. And again, the top leaders of Journey at 7-3, Gravity 7-5, and Venom at 6-4, looking to get something done. And is it going to be Sid with a sniper rifle again? Is he still holding on to that AX-50? That's the big question, because we talked about how Paul X in previous rounds, maybe he didn't find as much value, especially on offense with the weapon that you would hope for. And that might be something that might need to change depending on how things go with Sib, as he's number 5. He's playing from the backside of the trench, and it looks like he's going to have a couple of ARs in front of him trying to clear the path to try to get over to this A site.
Just a matter of collection. Player actually just toward the right, up close. Jimbo not able to walk away with it at the same time. Fame with the sniper shuts down Sib. If you're Journey, you just want to pick this one up. Can't even do that. TCM, such a nuisance up close, causing so many problems. Does get traded, but the value of his life does not go to waste. His teammates will thank him for that. Still some time for the offense to make something happen, but if you're Venom, it's really just a matter of what can you do. I like the idea with the nade. Is it going to land? At least earn some hit markers. They know where Fame is at. They got to take him down or he is going to be a problem.
Oh, beyond that, again, take a look at number 7. It's Katani. He's on the pinch. He's starting to come right back through just as soon as the bomb's about to get planted. Is he going to peek it, though? He doesn't fully peek. Katani misses a huge opportunity, and now he's lost his teammate to where Atlanta FaZe Academy are going to quickly realize no one's over towards Hopple. There's only one place he could be. That timing. The communication must not have been there, and again, just kind of framing up what we had led this round into. Who's going to take the next offense will likely find themselves a massive advantage. Well, Atlanta FaZe Academy able to find a way to win that 2v2, and now they find themselves up 4-3.
Yeah, that's a massive moment for Atlanta FaZe Academy, especially when we talk about this current series as a whole, not even just the map, but the series as a whole. The fact that they lose the first Azir, Cave Hardpoint, massive moment for 6th Gear to win a search and destroy, or rather put themselves in a better position to win a search and destroy off of what has been a current, or rather what has been a current last 2 losses in the mode.
Yeah.
We'll see if they can hopefully rebound. Like we said, offense is by no means extraordinarily common, but at this level, you never know. Sometimes players can just start to take over. Katani with the first blood, Katani with the second.
Wow.
Sib doing work with the sniper, but the presence has been felt. And Noisy, looks like they're going to go in for a rotation over at B. I love this play, and it looks as the one man who happens to be here happens to be good old Tom Gravity.
And again, I love this rotation because of the loadouts that 6th Gear are running. They've got SMGs below. How about this spot? He guesses correctly and stops the plane from coming through, gets the reload. Tom, absolutely insane plays to stop this offense in its tracks. But now it's just down to Jimbo, a 1v2. I think he knows that Fame is going to be coming from the A site, and he should have the information that DiamondCon got the pick from the backside of the snow trail. So Jimbo in a weird spot as he's got to look left and right before crossing the road before he checks over towards the bottom side of the B bomb site. He sees the bomb down. In this position, it's cheeky, but it's going to reward him with maybe an opportunity. He doesn't find the full kill. He's got to go for a chow, but who's watching over the top? It's Fame who's made his way in. And all of the work that Gravity thought you might have seen secure this round in dire straits for Atlanta FaZe defense is not going to come through. The 6th Gear able to recollect themselves and win the 2v1.
Oh, big bad Tom Gravity. I thought he done it. I thought he had done it. It was getting scary there. A lovely perspective. Definitely helps put his team in a better position there at the end, but nonetheless, it will be a 4-4 scoreline. Offense, now the key to victory here for Atlanta FaZe. We'll see what they actually do have cooked up here when it comes down to this round. We've seen some consistency when it comes down to sites after they've had a lot of success on defense, at least when it comes down to B.
Yeah.
Nice presence being felt and exactly where you'd probably like DiamondCon to be with that AR. Open range. Venom, however, all the more superior, wins the first engagement. And we have seen Atlanta FaZe at times find picks, instantly go on rotation based off players' movement. It may seem as if they're trying to elect themselves to maybe reference back toward A. Gravity, the last one, pretty much hear the call out as he'll happily join alongside his squad mates, but it looks as if that will be the case. And in the meantime, that does actually kind of bait out 6th Gear to putting on 2 players on the opposite side.
But look at Noisy. He is hugging this bomb site right now and has Fame on support from the trench. If he can find a pick, it would be massive, and he does. That's him who is coming across the trench side. So now for Gravity with the bomb. He's got to make a way through. How about this challenge from Noisy? Goodness gracious, the fast stones on this kid as he just runs right forward. Katani and TCM from behind, and 6th Gear able to take another round, and now they're on map point to potentially go up 2-0 in the series.
Fantastic stuff coming through from 6th Gear. It looked a little bit worrying for a moment. We were talking about the rotation. It looked as if it was going to be kind of more of a positive for Atlanta FaZe. The up close and personal engagements, phenomenal work coming through from 6th Gear, as now they are 1 round away from going up 2-0 We discussed how Search and Destroy by no means has been their strong suit. But could it be the key to success here? Gravity 13-7, Jimbo 1-7. Consistency across the board from 6th gear as Venom. Speaking of consistency, that's another first blood for him, as that's desperately going to help out their chances of hopefully going to OT.
Yeah, Venom is like Mr. Search and Destroy for this squad. When you need someone to step up big, it's usually Venom who's doing it. As Fame is able to respond to first blood with the kill of his own, Diamond Con another. Well, we mentioned Venom, he's still alive. It's a 3v4 for FaZe Academy. Number 1 in Journey, trying to rotate back over to B as he realizes there's some pressure lurking through that snow path, the north side of the minimap. It's Diamond Con up top, and not a common spot, and just as he takes the peak, Journey can't respond in time. Big numbers now for 6th gear, plus you've got a flank that could be developing pretty quickly. It's the hit over to A. Diamond Con, who's been good throughout this series, will not win another gunfight. Jimbo and Venom in a 2v4 situation, now a 2v3, bomb planted. They're going to try to work this together. Actually, no, they're not. They're split up. It's going to be Venom coming from the middle of the map, and it's going to be Jimbo trying to set up a nade for the A site.
Then it gets tossed down. Unfortunately, Venom drops. Jimbo, last man alive. Not much time to work with, but everybody on the opposite side knows exactly where he is. It's not looking good. It's not looking great. Jimbo up close, not much of an answer, and you see how well collaborated 6th gear look toward the end of this Search and Destroy. They lose 2 in a row, but they win 1. You could argue that matters the most, the one here in the grand finals, trying to reset the bracket, and have looked so good, at least through the first 2. Fantastic stuff coming through from this team.
Wow. Lando, you said 6th gear are trying to reset the bracket. I mean, they're 1 map away from doing so.
Yeah.
This is absolutely insane. What is going on with Atlanta FaZe Academy?
It's one of those things that this is another instance of Arklov peak here on the North American side of things that we've seen Sniper Rifle not bring a lot of value. And for Sib, it's kind of difficult because the times that you did bring that AX-50, it was Fame who was counter-sniping you, and he wasn't missing apparently. It's just one of those things that it just felt like every time that Fame brought out a Sniper Rifle, Sib also brought out his. So there was never a moment where either one went kind of uncontested. That's something that I think at this level you see a lot more of when it comes down to the value on sniper rifles. There don't seem to be many set strategies for hitting the A site when you don't have a sniper rifle, especially at this level, compared to like how like maybe the Florida Mutineers would play this map on offense. But that's another instance that's kind of lingering in the back of my mind. Is the fact that Sim didn't find value one of the key reasons why the Atlanta FaZe Academy team wasn't able to find a way to get over to that round 11, win a couple of those mid-map rounds that they really thought they could have? But on the opposite side, I think more as I'm thinking about it kind of introspectively, it just comes down to how many moments where the good setups for Atlanta FaZe Academy that a special occasion happened for the side of 6th gear where they are able to find 1v2 clutch ups, things like that. It just like the map just barely didn't go their way. But it's just one of those things that seems strange to not see a convincing attacking sniper rifle performance yet from a team like Atlanta FaZe Academy.
A special occasion for 6th gear. I hope they all wore little bow ties, and I hope they dressed for that special occasion. But this is absolutely wild to see 6th gear going up 2-0 versus Atlanta FaZe Academy here in the grand finals. Just to kind of recap for you, or to remind you rather, 6th gear did come from the losers bracket, so they are looking to reset these grand finals. And hey, it would not be the first time we saw that happen. We saw that happen twice during the last Challengers Cup, so it would not be an insane thing to happen. Now, I also want to look at some of the kill numbers that we're seeing. So Gravity was stepping up on the side of Atlanta FaZe Academy, but Jimbo was lagging behind a little bit. So Lander, like, how much did the fact that Jimbo kind of had to be carried by the rest of the team, like how much did that come into play in FaZe's loss here?
I mean, definitely, when you look at different modes, you can kind of take a look at and say, oh, well, this was the player that didn't really step up. Jimbo did definitely have a few moments where he was kind of entering in at different times, but hey, like I said, you see that 1-8 scoreline. The lowest amount of kills, I believe, on the other team was 5. So it definitely does come in at different moments, and that could be the major reason why we saw Atlanta FaZe Academy having such big clutch moments toward the end. We saw a lot of different scenarios where guys like Gravity were trying to go off. So I think it definitely does hurt. It's not super common for someone like Jimbo to seem to have a slow performance, especially in Search and Destroy. So I'm interested to see if he can start to rebound, but to say it wasn't a factor, honestly, just wouldn't be the truth. Just because of 1-8 scoreline, you go down the way this was, how close this one was, you expect to see if he maybe wins a few more gunfights, a few more situations go their way, and we could have had what was a now 1-1 scoreline for Atlanta FaZe.
Well, 6th Gear only need to take one more map to be able to reset the bracket, so their dream is well and alive. But before we get into that match point map, we are headed to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. When we return, we will see the exciting conclusion, maybe, to this series. See you in a sec. Welcome back to the Call of Duty Challengers Cup number 5, presented by PS4. I am your host, Jess Brohard, and I am so excited to have been here all day long presenting the matches for you. It has been an exciting day across 3 regions. If you are just now tuning in, like, that's okay. I guess you probably had a busy day or whatever, but to bring you up to speed, we are right here in the grand finals for the North American region, and we've had a crazy go of things so far. So as it shakes down, we have 6th Gear playing versus the Atlanta FaZe Academy, and here's the kicker. 6th Gear came down from the lower bracket. Now they have taken the series 2-0 up against Atlanta FaZe Academy, which frankly just flies in the face of all of our predictions. And I'm not going to say it makes no sense because we have seen crazier things and we have seen bracket resets. And Sixth Gear are clearly a phenomenally talented team, but you know, we've been sitting here in some ways kind of picking apart every little piece of the puzzle and trying to figure out either what is going right for Sixth Gear or what is going so wrong for the Atlanta FaZe Academy. And as we talked about, that last map, Jimbo had a 1-8 KD. So that is just terribly upsetting to see. And Lando, do you think that this was just a fluke, or what's going on with Jimbo?
I mean, from what I've got to see, Jimbo's a very solid player, right? Obviously, he wouldn't be on Atlanta FaZe Academy if he was not a great player. So, like I said, these maps for him are few and far between. Obviously, you know, that was impactful when it came down to the Arklov, but I'm really going to be looking at him, I think, when it comes down to the Dom, to kind of be a difference maker, to be one of those consistent pieces for this roster. So, like 1-8, it never helps by any means, but I'm interested to see exactly what he can provide when it comes down to this domination. I think he needs to be a prime factor to at least be playing around consistent, maybe around even, you know, for Atlanta FaZe Academy to start to rebound. Like I said, Jimbo, talented player. I think that's just kind of one that he looks at in the rearview mirror and says, darn it. Well, let's see if we can maybe perform a little bit better when it comes down to the next mode.
Yeah, and for Sixth Gear, you're in a great spot here, up 2-0. But on the opposite side, the back three maps are actually pretty darn good for Atlanta FaZe Academy. They are absolutely credible at Petro Domination. I'm actually surprised this one got through. And then map 4 is actually going to be a repeat of what we saw in the winners final, the Gunrunner for the Hardpoint. And then on the opposite, for map number 5, it's a Gunrunner Search and Destroy, where we saw Sixth Gear look completely lost for a moment, kind of running out with the same offensive setup. So these back three maps, very, very good when it comes to trying to set up a reverse sweep for Atlanta FaZe Academy, but it still is a reverse sweep against a hot and rolling Sixth Gear squad, as they will be starting from the C side here, and not a B-hold yet. This is a dead even game. 10-10 will be the score, as no one has convincingly taken this B flag yet.
Yeah, still somewhat resolute as of right now. Jimbo, of course, trying to be one of the first players to hop on this one, make somewhat of a difference. But like you mentioned, the big storyline kind of for me as well is, you know what, can Sixth Gear close this one out in the Dom? Can they make sure that they don't see that Game 5 Search and Destroy, which would be pretty worrying, I think, if we did get to that point. But nonetheless, it really is on Atlanta FaZe Academy to make sure that we can't get there in the first place, as they are the ones that are in the fortunate position, at least for now. And we say unfortunate position, but it's all relative because they only have to win one series, and Sixth Gear actually have to win 2, to be honest with you. So nonetheless, Atlanta FaZe doing some great work through mid-map, as they will take control back and continue to reign through.
Journey's having himself a great game so far, 4 in a row, 7-3, and a main reason why this B flag has been flipped. I love the discipline for TCM. His team was actually spawned out by Hotel. He doesn't make a play for A. He wants to help his team in the middle of the map, which I believe is actually the right call. But now as his teammates are falling right in front of that line where the C flag is drawn, things are not looking great. And as Sixth Gear continues to spawn out, they're going to sacrifice what is that desired C side just to make sure they still hold a flag. So it's going to be Diamond Con converting onto that A flag capture. But the most important thing for Atlanta FaZe Academy, they have taken exactly what they wanted, a CV setup here early in the first half.
And that's all that you really want, right? That was kind of the major focus, and Journey has been one of the contributing players that allowed for that to take place. It's just a matter of continuing to make sure that you can mitigate the damage, continuing to make sure that you are aware of where the opposition is coming from, and Venom is very well aware of where the opponent is. Fantastic work, like a shark in the water. Wonderful, wonderful damage done up close, and this is not looking much better for Sixth Gear, as we see Katani spawn out kind of toward more of the bottom side. He instantly drops. Thankfully, they're getting back on A, but nonetheless, this is great spawn control and great spawn awareness coming in from Atlanta FaZe, and the slang is only continuing to help it out.
Yeah, I mean, again, just like there are so many small moments that are going on in the minimap where as soon as Atlanta FaZe Academy call out their spawns, the rotation goes to where exactly Sixth Gear should be spawning. Sib is one of those players now converting off of that opportunity as he finds 2 right in front of the A flag, and
Oh, this has got to be so frustrating for sixth gear. This is the definition of spawn die. You're finding yourself in this cafe, spawning up every single time, right into the waiting arms of Jimbo and the rest of the Atlanta FaZe Academy squad, sitting right in the middle of this blue courtyard. 64-41, a minute 20 to play, and no signs of this CB hold getting broken anytime soon for AF Academy.
Wonderful, wonderful ADS tag coming through from Civ. Just, I mean, instant awareness in terms of where those players are coming from. Fantastic stuff. And Venom up top, just really pick them up, knock them down. Sixth gear are having problems. And like I said, it is literally spawn die, no real major advancements made on the map. And clearly, based off the recent ticks that we've seen, it is not going to get much better. Smoke tossed out. Jimbo, the main player that we talked about, is being a problem on A up close. Finally gets taken down, but at least manages to get somewhat of the decap. Civ here for one. Civ here for two. My goodness, Atlanta FaZe, the Academy roster, looking absolutely electric as Civ having some shows already. This has been pretty much a highlight reel for the last 3 minutes here, Shift.
Oh my goodness. I mean, I really do feel for sixth gear right now. We talk about how they're essentially in the spawn die cycle. Once they finally get past blue square, they're thinking, all right, let's make a play for B. Then Jimbo puts himself on A to neutralize. You go, God, what do we have to do to get out of our spawn? As this half is going to end with a pretty convincing total. It's going to be 98-57. An incredible first half from the Atlanta FaZe Academy.
Oh man, incredible to put it lightly, that's for sure. Like I said, these guys were just going on streaks, and one guy who kind of really did a lot of work off start was in fact Journey. He was one of the major factors that kind of led what would later be the slaying frenzy toward the end, kind of a pioneer, if you want to call it that, in terms of that first half here on St. Petro. But oh boy, well, sixth gear, I know we were all in favor of talking about how this is hopefully going to be your ticket to a 3-0, a grand final reset, but it is not going to be easy coming into this second half. Obviously spawning A now, which if you look at it, and Kitani throws an unfortunate nade. It's going to be an uphill battle, one that I'm hoping they're prepared for, but nonetheless, we'll see if they are primed and ready to hopefully make somewhat of a splash. And speaking of splashes, Noisy, a great position here to maybe ruin the initial phases. No pun intended, but Tom Gravity is there for what is his 12th engagement.
I mean, hey, man, this is literally shades of Caesar skies. It's just hold angles, let your SMGs run amok, and that's been 100% the case. Even Journey giving him some window assistance right over to the other side. And again, even if the B flag stays neutral, this is all fine for the Atlanta FaZe Academy squad. All you have to do is just kill time at this point. Now that you've got a favorable kill feed, they try to stack. Unfortunately, the trophy doesn't get down in time. So maybe an opportunity started to brew here for sixth gear. They win a couple of fights mid-map. You're able to free Kitani to try to make a play towards C. Unfortunately, he gets cut down. Good discipline for Atlanta FaZe Academy to stay home off their respawn, win a couple of engagements, and then turn your attention right back to the middle of the map, in which Jimbo, again, running amok, top side of the restaurant is Diamond Khan doing his best Freddy impersonation, running around the corner like a horror film. Is able to get the knife through, but again, it's going to have to be a very special last 3.5 minutes here for sixth gear to come back to this game.
On TCM trying to go for the neutral, a solid attempt, really kind of in the midst of what has been a very chaotic second half already, but we're going to have to see advancements like that, and we need to see advancements like that actually equal out to something, because you know what, you can find kills, you can try to get near decaps, but you have to not just get decaps, you have to get actual captures in order to really make a solid dent at this advantage that we're currently witnessing right now. Jimbo up close does get dropped, so somewhat of a nice collaborative effort from sixth gear, as they will finally be able to get B in their control, but it would be an understatement to say that, oh yeah, they're good for the future, they're good for the remainder of this game. It only needs to continue if they want to bring this one to more of a level score line.
Yeah, about a 40-point differential right now, so they will need a neutral, if not a couple of months of triple cap, you feel like, if they want to really get back into this game. And, oh man, again, I know Venom doesn't get that second kill, but you can just feel the snap right now on these SMG players for FaZe Academy. Journey and Jimbo kind of reiterizing that as they find a couple of kills right after Sid fallen. And the B flag, once again, near being neutral. One more player really just needs to step on it for a moment. Jimbo's going to find a pick and then immediately try to make a play to get there. And, well, Katani, he would have needed a double up. He's not going to get there. And now all of a sudden it's FaZe Academy. 2 minutes on the clock and a very convincing lead here to where, again, it's going to have to be triple capture pretty much here on out for 6th Gear.
That continuous uphill battle, we continue to bring up 6th Gear. Maybe shades of what we saw in the first half, possibly only going to see more of the same, as Atlanta FaZe definitely not interested in going out 3-0. It's obviously that they would have the opportunity to come back in the second grand final, but nonetheless, not interested in going down. Jimbo trying to pull out the blade, but nothing gets accomplished. And like we said, this one is pretty much done for already. 6th Gear would need to pull off something absolutely miraculous if they want to come away with this win. And I don't see anything like that happening anytime soon here, Shift.
And a couple players have left the building. So as we get through this, again, it's one of those things that when I looked at this map set, I was like, all right, you know, again, the Azir came Hardpoint up first. All right, you played him close the first time APAC Academy. If you've learned anything, okay, maybe not as much as you're hoping for. But then the Arklov peak, again, we know that the 6th Gear squad, maybe not the strongest search and destroy team in America at the moment, of course, coming off of 2 weeks of not having the best practice in the world because of hardware issues. But then you've got the Petro Dom, where APAC Academy have been incredible, really throughout this last 5 weeks as they've gone on this rampage to the North American region. And then Double Gun Runner, where they looked good the first time in Map 4 in the Winners Finals. And we know that 6th Gear have not looked necessarily great when it came to their play on the search and destroy. So for a reverse sweep, this is probably the best 3 map mode combinations that you could ask for if you're APAC Academy.
You know, and it is so jarring, Shift, to hear you talk about a reverse sweep in the context of Atlanta FaZe needing to get the reverse sweep. And I know a lot of people hate that term, reverse sweep, out there, but, you know, I think it's a very good kind of all-encompassing. It's easy. You know what it means. You know exactly what I'm talking about when I say reverse sweep. But anyway, that is the FaZe Academy that I was, I think, a little bit more expecting to see. So, Lando, what do you think is the mentality of 6th Gear after a defeat like that in the map?
I mean, I think it's a little bit of frustration, but at the same time, it's also like, hey, let's just get this out of our minds, right? I've talked to a few different amateur players over the years, and for those that remember my good old buddy Easy G Paranoia, he had brought up previously to me, I think this is like back in Black Ops 3, he was like, you know what, the major thing that a lot of amateurs need to work on, and again, this was like a few years ago, was this ideology that the last map doesn't exist. It is short-term memory in terms of the way that a loss kind of comes about you, and so I think that that's what they kind of need to implement here, is the idea of short-term memory. Don't focus on that last loss. It may be a little bit of frustration, but I think at the very least, their focus just needs to be on the next hard point. It needs to be on hoping, rather, it needs to be kind of on focusing that they don't get to that game 5, because like Chip has mentioned, it was not really all that great the last time we saw them on Gunrunner. It's definitely a map they want to avoid. I think this is, I don't know if I would say do or die, but this is definitely a situation, if you are 6th Gear and it's saying, hey, we really, really need to lock this one up, because if not, it gets very, very scary.
That's true. It already is an uphill battle in a lot of ways for 6th Gear, but you know, they have taken the first steps up that hill. They are on their way. So it is kind of a tough spot no matter how you look at it. Shift, what did you see out of FaZe Academy in that map that you liked?
I think it might be faster for me to tell you what I didn't like, because
that
is a total of 0 things. They played that map absolutely beautifully. It's just so harassing. And you're 6th Gear, you're spawning in the backside of the hotel, you're spawning behind the trash alley, and you walk out and there are 3 SMGs looking at you. And then you got Tom Gravity, I'm sure at some point put his controller down and was enjoying the scene in the backside near that C flag, because he didn't have anything to do. When your SMGs are playing at that high of a level where they're not just finding 1, but 2, 3, 4 kills in a row, they're able to get themselves right in your face, try to make a play for that A neutral. It's just such a tough spot to work your way out of, considering the dynamic of what the map looks like from the A side of this map mode combo. It's so difficult. So many things have to go right. And again, like I mentioned, there wasn't a lot that went wrong with APAC Academy on that first half.
That's true. It all kind of came together in this sort of beautiful cohesion. So, Lando, if you're AF Academy, what do you do from here heading into the second hard point?
Well, this one's going to be on Gunrunner, right? Like I said, the focus has to be here. When it came down to the first hardpoint on Azir Cave, it really was just kind of a matter of 6gear playing rotations correctly. It was them kind of maximizing the money hills that they had the opportunity to get. And the big focus that I had was really just kind of on the basis of the way that first P2 hill on Cave East went for them. They started off so well. They were going on major streaks, and I believe that's really kind of what carried the win over in terms of points to go in their favor. So I think if you're Atlanta FaZe Academy, it's really just kind of playing consistently, making sure rotations are on lock, and just making sure those dastardly SMGs of 6gear just don't get in your face, or rather don't really see all the same results that they did based on the first map.
How about this, though? You've already got Journey, who's snuck through the middle of the map and has put himself on the Hardpoint. Jimbo's getting a little frisky, playing pretty far forward near the coal mine in the part of your mini-map. But again, just as a brief history lesson for you, last time these two teams played on this map, it was the Finals for game number 4, and it was Atlanta FaZe Academy taking the 250 to 174 win. And like you were mentioning, it was a lot of the back end of just some great SMG gameplay, of which we're seeing a lot of early. Sib, 3-in-1. There have been times in the not too recent past where he's dropped a total of 50+ kills on this map. So we'll see if you can set that pace early here for APAC Academy.
Yeah, so you know Sib too well, Shift. I think it's fair to say
well at this point.
when it comes down to his ability, what he has the capability to do, and already, what is that, 6-1? That is 7 team streak off the start from Atlanta FaZe Academy. Definitely having some wonderful performances here off the rip, and that's now going to set them up phenomenally when it comes down to P2. 6gear already putting in somewhat of an interesting situation, not really having a whole lot of map progress be made. You see that player number 3, Jimbo, on one side of the map as well, which can shut down any excess push. TCM trying to have a few highlight moments, but it's really all for naught, as Atlanta FaZe Academy doing a wonderful job at holding off a lot of this damage. Keeping in mind, Noisy is the one, though, that does manage to find the ending trade kill, and now that is going to allow for 6gear to enter on in.
That's a great take there for 6gear. You keep a couple players lingering towards the train yard. You hit the front door late while everybody else wraps around the back. I think that would have been good enough, but again, DiamondCon has already bailed. He's already looking to make the rotation happen to the third hardpoint. There is still 25 seconds worth of fighting to go on for this scrap time here on our second hardpoint. So for 6gear, you should have been feeling great about the break, but you don't actually end up holding after you take the site at all. So it's going to be 58 to 18, and what really should have been about an even game. You really should have thought you would be looking at a 30 to 30 hardpoint total at the moment. So now 6gear are essentially forced to hold on to this mine entrance for a third hardpoint.
It's definitely kind of odd, right? The early rotation that doesn't really make, not that doesn't make tons of sense to go for the early rotation, but maybe it was just maybe a lack of awareness in terms of what could be players making the early OE, but nonetheless, kind of an odd situation. We'll see if it works out, and based off of the early kills, you'd like to imagine that it isn't. Unfortunately, for 6gear, great damage done off the rip already, as Journey, one of the many players taken down off the start. The smoke is out, and they're hoping to master their position, as Venom doing some work up close. That is the ARs, the M4s coming through from Atlanta FaZe, as Cole we go, and Cole dominated by Atlanta. Continuous pressure being felt from the M4s across the map.
It's one of those things that every time I get a chance to broadcast over the Atlanta FaZe Academy team, there's always a moment in this series where I'm like, man, I haven't talked about Venom lately. And then as soon as I recognize that, he starts to pop off. He has an incredible surge or an incredible dom, and he turns it into another following great map. He's 14-6. Again, really doing a lot of legwork for his squad, as he's also generated 42 seconds worth of kill time already. As we go from what is P3 over to P4, how about this play as the 6gear again take their advantage right through the woods, as the only player holding on to hill time right now is DiamondCon, and they're trying really badly to flip these spawns for what eventually will be P5. And as you see the squad spawn happen right in the back of this warehouse, you thought it would be good, but how about Jimbo and Venom? 7 in a row between them, as Atlanta FaZe Academy have not only put a stop to the spawn flip, but they're also generating a lot of hill time, now up 112 to 61.
Jimbo and Venom just handled 6gear. They had constant squad spawns, and what, 2 if not only 3 players managed to shut them down in what was 2 to 3 waves. Absolutely impressive for what I thought was actually going to be a very nice moment for 6gear, an opportunity for them to get some wonderful time on shipping warehouse, but what seems to be a very difficult first half, I think will be even more indicated based off the score. after this hill has concluded. But here comes the push from 6th Gear. They're trying to diminish what could be a very solid lead at the end of P5. Big moment from Fink trying to perform the bait and switch. Actually ends up becoming the player for the bait. Or rather his teammate ends up dropping. He comes forward and does a little bit of damage, but it's just so many Atlanta FaZe Academy players here. They can't really do all that much.
Yeah, this will be one more maybe 50-50, 1v1 or 1v2 here to try to secure the script time. Atlanta FaZe Academy able to get the pick. And man, this is not good for 6th Gear at all. Nobody on that side of the scoreboard is even close to positive right now. Everybody around -5, -6 at the moment. And as we get into the second rotation of hills, we'll be looking at a 170-62 tally. Sib again continuing to keep the pressure on as he puts himself in the back. And look how many players for 6th Gear are aware of this. There are 3 members that were paying attention to him, and Sib will still find one. And as soon as 6th Gear says, all right, we've cleared the back, guess what? Now it's Venom. He passes the baton right over as he's going to try to play for Noisy. There's an easy kill. And take a look, the blue arrows once again to turn around to try to sniff this player out in the back.
And I love the freedom as well that Atlanta FaZe Academy are having right now. Like I said, Venom, oh my goodness, comes away with another. That's going to be 5 in a row, 6 in a row, 26 and 8. Can he make it 7? Unfortunately not. But the ability and lead they have allowed them to have the freedom to make plays like that, which is so difficult and worrying if you are 6th Gear, because not only do you have to have pressure consistently on the hill, but you have to be wary of what are kind of these heroic plays that Atlanta FaZe Academy absolutely have the right to make, given the massive advantage that they have. A scary spot to be in, but one that 6th Gear hopes will start to at least be somewhat alleviated, but we're seeing 4 or 5 streaks come in a row. Katani falls as well. Sib going crazy up close, as that is going to be 3 in a row. 6th Gear can get no free time at all right now, Shift.
Stop it! They're already dead! 202-74 the score, and Atlanta FaZe Academy are really packing a punch right now in this this grand finals. Again, searching for a reverse sweep, but oh man, you want to talk about demoralizing. This hardpoint has been absolutely that. 15 seconds to play for, and Sib is really feeling himself. He's going to try to make 1v2 play for the scrap happen. There's the first. Here comes likely the slide in for hopefully the second. He does get met by Fame, but yeah, this is not looking good. Journey's watching the back. He knows there's a player nearby. The rotation is 1 for Atlanta FaZe Academy. And really, again, the only silver linings here is the fact that 6th Gear is not in the Hunt Point Club. But that's a shade of silver that even Bob Ross isn't going to try to paint on any crappy clouds.
Oh boy, 6th Gear, not by any means a situation that they are happy with. The situation that seems like a nightmare, as this map just looks to be the way of Atlanta FaZe, all the way up, all the way down. Venom, lovely work up close. Katani, he drops as well. Atlanta FaZe are on their way to a map 5, and Jimbo is having some fun up close. A guy that didn't have the greatest performance in the search and destroy, but has cleaned it up in the back-to-back respawns. 26 and 18 right now. Venom, by the way, 33 and 13. Make it 34 and 13 for good measure. The shots are hot. Atlanta FaZe, they make this one a dominant victory.
We'll see one more hill, but
we will.
We'll politely broadcast it, as again, I don't anticipate this is going to last for much longer, as again, Journey and Jimbo find a couple of picks. TCM doing whatever he can to stay alive, but Jimbo on the pinch. It's just so beautiful. It's perfect. It's so beautiful.
It is. Wow. I gotta say, this might be a little bit more of the Atlanta FaZe Academy that I was expecting. Feels like they are waking up a little bit. I don't know, maybe those couple matches that they had off, they decided to take a little bit of a nap, but now they are saying, or hey, you know what, maybe they were just playing with their food, because now they're saying, all right, you guys, we are not gonna let this bracket reset. We want this win. They didn't necessarily care about doing it in a 3-0 fashion, but you know, hey, you could make the argument maybe they were just experimenting. They were just trying out a few things during the first 2 maps, and then they realized, let's go ahead and get serious, and it's almost like they flipped a switch. Shift, what do you think exactly is going on?
I mean, again, it's what is not going on. It's an easier question to answer because Venom, it's one of those things, man, I'm telling you, it's like a weird universe where every time I notice, like, man, Venom really isn't doing that well, or man, I haven't really talked about Venom lately. All of a sudden, he forces you to talk about him. He goes, what, 33 plus kills in that one for nearly a 3.0 KD, and right behind him, Sim's trying to catch up. He's at 30 plus kills as well, right behind him in the kill count, saying that, hey, anything you can do, I'm right behind you and could potentially do better. And it's one of those things that when Atlanta FaZe Academy plays at this level, they are terrifying. But it comes down to the point of, what is it going to take for them to play at this level all the time? Because we know that there are teams globally that are playing at a high level consistently, map in, map out, especially teams like Team War right now out of Europe. And when it comes to trying to rank these teams, like in your mind, is EU COD and the amateur scene better than NA COD? Well, I think consistency is one of those things that you look at and say, if Atlanta FaZe Academy can play at this level all the time, I think they are the best team currently in the amateur scene, but it comes down to, can they play at this level all the time?
Well, and we've seen them play at this level a lot of the time, to be fair, quite a lot. And like we were talking about, this is their 5th grand finals in a row, and they've won 3 out of the last 4 grand finals that they did take part in. And now moving forward, of course, they will have to take kind of 3 maps right in a row if they want to take this series. But at the same time, you got to look at it from the perspective of there is very little pressure on them, because even if they don't take these 3 maps in a row, let's say we load into this next map here and they don't win it, like, hey, okay, so bracket resets, 6th gear is gonna try again, and 6th gear is still the team that has the uphill battle, I think. So really low pressure situation for Atlanta FaZe Academy, so I cannot wait to see what happens in the next map. But before we get into that, we are heading to a quick break. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back. welcome back to the Call of Duty Challengers Cup number 5, presented by PlayStation 4. It has been an exciting day of matches, and if you're just joining us, the broadcast has reached its apex. We are here at the very end of the day, nearly, probably, I don't know. A lot can still happen. To bring you up to speed, what's going on is that we are now in the grand finals of the North American bracket. So this is 6 Gear versus the Atlanta FaZe Academy. 6 Gear have come from the losers bracket to face off against the Atlanta FaZe Academy, and the scoreline is tied at 2 maps apiece as we head into this 5th map. So if 6 Gear wins this final map of the series, they will reset the bracket and play an entirely new best of 5. And the way things have been going so far, honestly, like, anything can happen, you know? I mean, not literally anything, with one of 2 things can happen. They reset the bracket or they don't. But when I say anything can happen, I mean, you know, they have 6 Gear has a very real chance of resetting this bracket, which is kind of something we've been bouncing around and talking about all day long. So Lando, as we head into the final map of or possibly the final map of the grand finals, like, what do you think is going to happen?
Oh man, it's going to be kind of hard to predict, as you mentioned. Like I said, we've had kind of an interesting go of things when it comes down to the North American side. We've seen some, you know, top caliber rosters be eliminated and losers round 1, losers round 2. So I mean, the expectations of what would happen, I think there's a lot that could be said of what will happen. There's no real way to kind of encapsulate. There's no way to exactly say what I believe will take place. But just in general, you know, I am kind of leaning the way of Atlanta FaZe Academy when it comes down to this. You know, I wasn't the biggest fan of the way that we saw boys on 6 Gear play this map previously. So like I said, I think a lot could definitely happen when it comes down to this map. I'm excited to see exactly how it forms. And right now, if I'm 6 Gear, I'm a little bit worried, right? You start off going up 2-0, a big situation of which we didn't think that they would be in. They get there, and now we're looking at a game 5 situation. There's a lot on the line for these guys.
Yeah, well, and I've been saying that for the past couple maps, really, is that the pressure is all on 6 Gear right now. Atlanta FaZe Academy know what they're capable of. Like, we know what they're capable of as well, and it has just been an uphill battle for 6 Gear, because once again, even if they even know this in their minds, which has got to be, it's a mental game, Call of Duty is, and even if they win this last map, they know that they still have to take 3 more maps, and it's going to be tough for them. So here we go, loading into the 5th and potentially the final map. It's definitely the final map of this series, but it could also be the final map of the day. So let's see what happens. 6 Gear, Atlanta FaZe Academy. Lando, predictions?
I'm sitting with Atlanta FaZe Academy on this one. I think that they managed to take this. I think the reverse sweep is imminent. The respawns have looked fantastic, and I think that has the ability to carry over. We were just on Gunrunner previously, but Shift, your thoughts on this one as well?
I'm just wondering if there's going to be a different rollout for 6 Gear's offense. This has been the same setup every single time. Diamond Con goes out towards Woods, he picks up an AR and hits through Boiler, and then usually he's got a little bit of support. A little bit of a different play here, though, as TCM is actually going to try to sniff out some action over towards the A site. But while this is happening, Noisy has found a way onto B, and the bomb will be planted. And as the kills turn up in favor of 6 Gear, it's Gravity left in a 1v3. And well, he's in a position where maybe he gets a isolated 1v1 versus Katani. But beyond that, he's going to have to find a way to likely get a very special 1v2, as you see Diamond Con and Noise are playing very close to one another.
Gravity trying to find the angle. Katani not willing to give it to him all that often, but Gravity decides to make the rush forward. 15 seconds left, and if you're one of the players from 6 Gear, it's a matter of challenge or get out of dodge. A very interesting kind of start to their offense in terms of what kind of was the in from TCM. Like I said, kind of a standard setup, but just in general, they kind of made a lot of noise on multiple portions of the map, just really trying to catch Atlanta FaZe Academy off guard. It works out well. They find the early picks. That's ultimately the reason why they find themselves up after the first round.
Yeah, I think for all of you watching at home, I challenge you whenever the D6 gear on this offense to try to pick apart what's different every single run for them, because again, they have been kind of creatures of habit when it comes to their rollout. It's usually 4 players stacked up between Green Alley and the Woods, and then you have Katani who's playing in the middle of Boilers. So we'll see how often that setup looks to come through for 6 gears. Now it's going to be Atlanta FaZe Academy's turn for their first offense. You've got Journey with an SMG with a challenge immediately into Noisy, who was tagged up by what I imagine was probably an 8 initially. Katani's able to find the bomb carrier though of Sid. So as we get a 4v3, TCM able to find one more pick over the middle of the map. That's going to do well as he pushes even further forward to clean up the bathrooms. And now all of a sudden, it's actually going to be a 2v2 with under 60 seconds to play.
Bomb down, TCM. No means slowing down either. Manages to find a pick, and that's another one found from Team 6th Gear. Impressive stuff kind of toward the later stages. We talked about how Atlanta FaZe looked great on the start of the round. 6th Gear quickly starts to respond back, and a lot has to do with their aggression that they've played, both with on offense and defense. TCM being a major impact player so far throughout this game. We talked about his presence at times can be absolutely infectious, and oftentimes will lead his team to victories. Comes into TCM off the start, currently finds himself up at 5-1. We'll see if that can continue.
And it's Katani, middle of the map. 3 members over towards Green Alley, and Katani does find 1 pick. But the difference here is that Atlanta FaZe Academy are playing so passively with their member over towards A. There's not enough numbers to really go for any trades to the front side of the B side. So fortunate here that Gravity does find a kill onto TCM by way of Semtex, but the numbers are not great for AF Academy, and even beyond that, the objective also not in their favor as the bomb gets planted. Jimbo's going to have to find a kill mid-map, and that solo challenge will not turn up into his favor. So now it's down to Gravity for a technical 1v4. He's been hit up pretty badly, and he's going to be getting pitched by Fade from behind if he's not too careful. He slides out, able to maybe get one more 1v1, but does not win it. So the setup hasn't changed much, but 6th Gear, they're finding a little bit of counterplay here just based off the natural setup that Atlanta FaZe Academy have put out defensively so far.
Yeah, they're doing a great job. The opportunities that they're given, reactions are primed and ready to go as well. They just seem to be playing at a speed that just Atlanta FaZe aren't prepared for, or just haven't really tried to engage with. A lot of these rounds, at least when it comes down to the influential moments, have come pretty quickly, and no real trades on the side of Atlanta FaZe either. You have 4 players at 1 and 3 for them in desperate need, really, of a round at this point. Now back on offense, Nate is tossed out. That actually lands pretty well. That's going to give them more confidence to push up here. Few players still hanging out in pipes. TCM yet again, first blood, 6-1. Diamond Con right around the corner. Second one found, and TCM is not interested, like we said, in slowing down. Hopper on the flank, goes through green, takes down another. Atlanta FaZe Academy are getting picked apart.
One of the things I will say, again, credit to Katani, who is playing a lot wiser in the middle of the map right now offensively. He's getting an opening pick, and then he's immediately backing away if he does not find a favorable second gunfight. But overall, you're seeing a lot more just overarching confidence from 6th Gear. As soon as they get numbers, they're pushing their advantage. They're taking away the map from Atlanta FaZe Academy. And some of that is because it's being gifted to them. Again, that time for the rollout for AF Academy, nobody went middle map. Nobody went through mine carts or anything like that. They just kind of full stacked over towards B. And as soon as you get those kills, you're able to take away positions like the Rock. You're taking away the Boiler Room. You're taking away their green window. They're doing a much better job reading the map when they've got numbers. And that's a big net positive from what we saw the last time when they were playing up against the old men in the losers finals before this.
Yeah, definitely the tides have turned. Sib rocking out that sniper rifle, manages to drop Fame for what is definitely slowed down for this round, but just instantly as I say that, Noisy, Dimecon, the M4s toward that forest side being absolutely infectious, and Katani up close nearly finds the second. Wonderful damage. Journey and Venom trying to turn around what has been a very lopsided search and destroy. Venom actually decides to engage solo, and maybe not exactly where he thought the enemy would be aggressing from, and Journey, a situation of which he's trying to find out exactly where the opposition remains to be. And a 2 versus 2, which obviously it was, I think, a 2 versus 3, 2 versus 4 before that, but regardless, an opportunity for Atlanta FaZe Academy to clutch up, and they do not. 5 rounds straight from Team 6th Gear.
This is wild. I meant to bring it up the last time we saw 6gear play this map. Isn't it a little strange we have not seen a lot of smoke in the middle of the map yet?
Yeah.
It's been a lot of the smoke towards either on top of the bomb site at B or towards the cargo containers to block off line of sight there. The middle of the map has been relatively open for line of sight, as we'll see Civ scoping over towards the middle. We'll get an angle, but a peek too slow to fully get the kill, as this time Atlanta FaZe Academy are throwing all of their chips into the hit A basket. And so far, things are looking pretty good for them as they come out in favor of a 3-for-1 trade. Civ able to find an SMG and turn that into a kill. And now it's just down to him getting the bomb down and seeing if Katani can mitigate this 1v4 situation. His position's been figured out, and there's the trade. Atlanta FaZe Academy's gamble towards A pans out this time around.
And really, at that point, you have to do something different, right? You're down 5-0. It's a matter of, hey, let's just try something new. Let's just try something different. It works out. It's just kind of a matter of, I would have liked to see this a little bit earlier, I think, when it comes to offenses.
Yes,
you go down
absolutely.
the way that you have, and maybe now isn't, not that now isn't the time to change things up, but you'd like to argue that maybe earlier on in the game, there could have been time for it. Regardless, if you are 6gear, you've got to be confident, you've got to be prepared. Again, now back on offense. As Katana continues to hang out on this angle, trades come through. Of course, it's TCM who's involved in one of the early engagements. As Atlanta FaZe Academy still trying to hold valiantly. Player number 9, Jimbo, instantly on the rotation, now has some control mid-map, entering an engagement and taken down 1 versus 2 for Gravity.
At least Jimbo was able to take down Noisy before he could get the bomb planted, so it definitely gives Gravity a chance. But again, he's rocking the trophy system, so he's gonna have to be very wise as far as the speed at which he plays this potential retake. He's gonna make his way through water, avoids the pitter-patter of the water ramp itself for the most part. He's got an idea where Diamond Khan likes to hang out. He's guessing correctly, of course we know that. TCM top of the bomb site, gives away his position. Again, this is such a tough take, as Gravity, of course, is not 100% sure that Diamond Khan is sitting over by the oil turbine, and that will be his end. And well, again, you know, we got into this map number 5. There was no such thing as bad ending, because either we get the reverse sweep or we see a second best of 5. It will be the latter here, as 6gear do not get reverse swept this time around. They will send this to a bracket reset.
You love to see it. I mean, unless you're tired and hungry, in which case you maybe don't love to see it, or in the case that you are Atlanta FaZe Academy, you're probably just tolerating it. You're probably not loving it. But we have a bracket reset on our hands. I'm not entirely surprised that this happened, because it is just does make for such good entertainment, I think. And, you know, I was so jazzed to see those 2 bracket resets that we saw in the 4th Challengers Cup. So it's really, really cool. And especially when it's a just powerhouse like Atlanta FaZe Academy that are, you know, potentially in danger of not winning this event. So I guess my first question for you, let's start with you, Shift. What is your mentality if you're one of the FaZe Academy players right now?
Again, I don't think they're going to be all that concerned. You know, again, you know, talking with Gravity, he was extremely confident in his squad, knowing that they've been extremely well versed in the respawn. And of course, when they're playing well kept on the search and destroy, he pretty much said that he doesn't see a way that they're going to lose tonight. Now, is there going to be some consideration for changing up the map pool? I think absolutely yes. I'm interested to see if Azir Cave is going to be allowed to get through again for Atlanta FaZe, and I'm now wondering if they're going to allow Gunrunner to come through, as, again, I was a bit worried about 6gear in this map mode combination initially, but again, there were a couple of subtle adjustments that did showcase that, yeah, okay, I get why 6gear likes to play on this map now, that we've got to see him get that 6-1 against AF Academy for that map 5.
So honestly, I'm still a little bit sticking with my theory that since FaZe Academy had so much wiggle room, that they're just trying stuff now. You know, this is their time to experiment. I think they still have an entire best of 5 at their disposal, and they kind of knew that going into this first matchup. They said, well, we can beat them here, but wouldn't it be fun if? And we're kind of seeing the fruits of that what if question now. But Lando, what do you think of my theory?
I think that, you know what, they're just trying to give 6gear some more practice, right? That was the big storyline coming into this, was that they need some practice. Well, hey, now you got it, right, at the very least. But no, I think, you know, Atlanta FaZe Academy, they're looking at this series, and it's a matter of, you know what, coulda, woulda, shoulda. You know, map pool maybe wasn't as great as we would have liked. A few situations where we could have clutched up in, but didn't. But hey, now we're at a fresh starting point. We now have a new series ahead of us, and I'm excited to see what kind of Atlanta FaZe Academy that we see, especially in the early stages of the first Hardpoint and Game 2 as.
Yeah, I am also excited to see kind of where things go, what happens, but to know where you are going, you have to take a look at where you have come from. So let's look at the bracket and see where these teams have gone, where they have come, where are they going, Cotton Eye Joe. So once again, to paint a picture for you, or if anybody at home is just watching just now, tuning in, we did see our very first best of 5 in the grand finals here in the North American bracket. And Sixth Gear, coming through the losers bracket, managed to reset that bracket because, of course, this is double elimination. You do need to lose twice in order to be eliminated. So FaZe Academy here have only been eliminated once. So it's kind of anyone's game. Shift, where's your head at right now?
It's so hard, I think, over the last couple of weeks to get a full bearing as far as what does it look like as far as a quote-unquote power rankings in North America. The expectations in APAC are obviously it's going to be Renegades, it's going to be Sports Clubs. In Europe, it's going to be Team War, and then some combination of Train Hard, maybe BDS if they're having a good week, and especially teams like Singularity, and then whatever the team name is going to be for players like BB Connor and Disarray and that trio of players. But in North America, you're not seeing teams like UIU, you're not seeing teams like Carnage, both of which who obviously have had a chance to get to the top 8 and beyond many times before. It's a gauntlet. It's very difficult to predict North America because there are so many teams here that can be competing for grand finals week in and week out. And of course, with a couple of squads that do make a couple of routine swaps, let's sub out this fifth for that fifth. There could be a couple of, again, kind of strange pickups that surprise people based on whatever the rosters look like. It's very difficult to predict the kind of intensity and integrity of North America, with the only exception being the fact that Atlanta FaZe Academy over the last 4 weeks has been dominant in this region. But it doesn't come without a couple of shakeups. This is obviously another instance of that.
That's absolutely true. It does not come without a couple of shakeups. And but for now, let's go ahead and let's actually look at what is going to happen after all of these Challengers Cups are wrapped up. Here is the postseason schedule. So as you see right here, we are in the 5th Challengers Cup, taking a bit of a break next week for the American Independence Day, 4th of July. And then we're resuming on July 10th with the New York home series, followed by the London home series, and then the Toronto home series. And then here is the new part that we want to highlight. August 1st and 2nd, last chance qualifiers, and then TBD, my favorite day, is the Challengers Finals. But let's see the format for the finals event. So like we said, this is a new thing, the last chance qualifiers and the finals. Now we are still going to keep everything separated by region. So we've got NA, EU, and APAC, and of course they will still all be played online. And these 3 regions will feature a combined prize pool of $500,000. But let's look a little more closely at the last chance qualifier and kind of what all that envisions. Like we said, that will take place August 1st and August 2nd. You can go ahead and go online to sign up. And basically, the deal is it is another chance to qualify for the finals events. A certain number of teams, which is 60, not 60 lucky, I keep all day, I've been saying 60 lucky teams, 60 talented, hardworking teams who earned their spot will automatically qualify for the finals event based on the number of challengers points that they've accrued all the way through the season. And an additional 20 teams total across the 3 regions will go to the finals event via the last chance qualifier. But one additional note about the finals. So first of all, dates are to be determined. Like I said, we're not going to tell you mum's the word. And here's the really important thing that I want to draw to your attention, which is this second bullet point here. Rosters that auto-qualify for finals are based on rosters from the last Challengers event, which is the Toronto Home Series Tournament. So what that means is that if you have accrued enough points to go ahead and already qualify for the finals without having to go through the last chance qualifier, you are locked into your roster, the same roster that you used at the Toronto Home Series, which makes a lot of sense. If you're doing so well with this roster, why would you want to change anything? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. But that's enough about the last chance qualifiers and the finals. We're headed to a quick break, but don't go anywhere. When we return, we will see the exciting conclusion of the day. We are heading into the second best of 5 between Sixth Gear and the Atlanta FaZe Academy right after this. welcome back to the Call of Duty Challengers Cup number 5, presented by PS4. I'm your host, Jess Brohard, and I have been here all day long for the very long day of matches. We have seen a lot of action, a lot of excitement, some upsets, including we find ourselves ready. So if you're just tuning in, we are in the North American Grand Finals here in the Challengers Cup number 5. And what has just gone down is that 6th Gear came through the losers bracket. Well, not really through, they came from the losers bracket into this grand final. They only spent one round there. They didn't spend a lot of time there. So they came into this grand finals versus FaZe Academy, and then they ended up taking the series. I think it was 3-2 versus FaZe Academy to reset the bracket. So we have for you here with my two casters that you'll see it down below. We've got iHole, Shift, and Lando are going to take us through the second best of 5. But first, I have to ask both of you just thoughts on everything that's happened so far today, especially this bracket reset. Lando, we'll start with you.
Yeah, it was definitely interesting, right? I mean, when it came down to this particular series, I think we all kind of had Atlanta FaZe Academy, and we get to watch the first 2 maps, and 6th Gear looked absolutely fantastic. They clutched up in the right moments. They won the Search and Destroy, which we were kind of surprised about. And not only did they win the Game 2 Search and Destroy, they also won the Game 5 Search and Destroy on a map that they really didn't look all that great on in the prior series in the Losers Finals versus the Dealman on Gunrunner. We talked about their maybe kind of inconsistencies on offense, and they looked absolutely different when it came down to the next Search and Destroy here shift. Like they looked absolutely fantastic. Their entire kind of game plan started to change, and they made quick work of Atlanta FaZe Academy when it came down to that Game 5.
So as we head into the second best of 5, then, I mean, you know, can we take a page from history and use that moving forward to kind of predict what's going to happen? You know, we've seen, first off, this isn't even the first time that we're seeing 6th Gear and FaZe face off today. We saw it in the winners finals, and so this is what now, I guess, the third best of 5 that these two have been facing. So Shift, based on past performances and past matchups for these teams, what can we predict for the second grand finals?
I'm glad you asked about history. I was a history major. I love history. The thing about it is history is not going to repeat itself here. We've got essentially a brand new first 3 maps, at least as far as we've seen on broadcast so far between these two squads. We've got a Petro Hardpoint, a Ramaza Search, and a half-yard Dom for our first 3. And then if we need the 4 and the 5, we'll get a repeat. Double dose of Gunrunner to finish things off here. So a little bit of a different playground for these two teams to kind of duke it out against one another. Again, if we saw the Azir Cave, we've seen the Gunrunner for Hardpoint. We have yet to see a Petra between these two squads when it comes to this very coveted map number 1. And again, I'm just kind of wondering at this point here, Lando, is this Atlanta FaZe Academy squad going to be as dominant on the Petro Hardpoint as they are on the Petro for the Dom? Again, Diamond Con, it's going to be 100 rounds of fury, my friends. The Kilo, just hold down the trigger. It's got a quick reload. He's going to be watching every single cross as 6th Gear start things off nicely with the first hardpoint in their favor.
They have indeed. It's going to be an interesting one too, and I think when it kind of comes down to it for 6th Gear, a majority of their success that we talked about kind of came from that early respawn victory. The question remains, can they do it here? I will say, kind of taking a look at this map set kind of from more of an outward perspective, outside of the Gunrunner S&D, I kind of like this one for Atlanta FaZe. You know, for me, it's kind of like 2 for the price of 1, if you will. Sure, do they lose the St. Petro Dom, but they get to replay the Hardpoint on Gunrunner, and if they want to, they can also replay that one on Search and Destroy Gunrunner as well. Plus, they also get the unique opportunity to not play Azir. They get the opportunity to now play on St. Petro, and they get a different Search and Destroy. So I feel like in terms of just comfortability, you can argue which team is kind of preferred, but I feel like at the very least, you kind of get a good mixture for Atlanta FaZe in terms of maps they're comfortable with, mixed in with the fact they also get to play on maps that they probably would like to in comparison to the way that the Game 1 and the Game 2 went last time.
And again, even though we didn't see the winners finals or the first best of 5 of the grand finals be played on this map, we have seen 6th Gear on this map. They played it in the lose finals. They won it 250 to 184 versus the old men. So maybe some consideration there as far as maybe whose map pick this is, or more importantly, how at least one of these two teams fares on this map. A good opening start here for 6th Gear, finding 56 total points, but right as soon as they needed to find a way to hold on to the Cafe second hard point, they do get broken. One more attempt to try to break in for potentially some of the scrap time fight. And actually, as Atlanta FaZe Academy have already opted to go for a rotation, it's going to be 6gear again spawning old, giving them the opportunity to full flood back in for numbers to secure the scrap time here.
I feel like overall this is kind of a, a net positive for Atlanta FaZe Academy. At around 35 seconds, you instantly saw Gravity kind of hightail it over toward Hazmat, which is definitely kind of the better situation, if you will. And I think Atlanta FaZe also got some great spawns kind of along the way. They had a few different opportunities to re-challenge. You could argue whether or not they should have gotten a little bit kind of more time toward the end, but I think just in general, this is kind of what Atlanta FaZe would have wanted in this situation. And I think it's kind of on them to bring this kind of scoreline kind of back to kind of more of their play field, if you will. And one player that can absolutely help along with that Hazmat control, someone who can help kind of in the middle of the map, is someone like Journey, someone that we saw be influential on St. Petro, but it was the domination in the last series. He's already up in the engagements along with Jimbo at 11-8, or rather 11-8 for both of them right now. So, like I said, a number of different SMGs to look out for, and Atlanta FaZe a good rotation here to Hazmat.
And a good hold here as well as 6gear. Really only had one good look at this hard point, and that has come and gone. So what will essentially be a near full 60 completely for the Atlanta FaZe Academy squad. We'll also see them retake the lead. It'll put them right around the 77 point mark, just to the 69 of 6gear. But again, for a team in blue, again, you look at the middle of the minimap, 4 players just kind of zoning, looking for exits, while Noisy number 1 will just kind of passively sit on top of the billiards hill to soak the early time up. Again, your main AR and DiamondCon sitting in this great position top blue is going to be in a spot where he can not only watch over the front and side doors, but he's also got a good look as far as what's going to be coming at the top side of billiard, which is exactly what happens. DiamondCon for 3, 6gear, a good rotation here to P number 4.
Yeah, DiamondCon doing some fantastic work. Finally does get cut down by Tom Gravity, but nonetheless, the push starting to ensue. Sibilance ends up dropping. There goes Jimbo, there goes Journey, and then pretty much a difficult effort in terms of trying to break into Pool. A wonderful hold coming through from 6gear. And from Hazmat to Pool, you'd like to imagine they have a hold like this, but there have been multiple times today where we've seen teams actually nail that rotation from P3 to P4.
Yeah.
But much like it is typically, it will be 6gear dominating on this particular rotation as we now relocate to Restaurant.
And for FaZe Academy, you've given up the conceded time here on the scrap, so you're hoping that you can win these opening gunfights with your setup for the Restaurant early to start generating some score, and that's indeed the case. 4 kills in a row here for Atlanta FaZe Academy. Gravity, mind you, he had a slow start. He was just 2-4, something like that. He's now on 6 in a row at 9-6. As he's the one inside the hill. Probably not exactly where he wants to be, but at least he has an SMG to pick up and play with if he needs to. And it looks like that's going to be indeed the case. Wow. Journey here for some help, but Gravity finds another 2 before he falls. Jimbo able to help out with Journey, as this has been a very solid hold for Atlanta FaZe Academy on their 5th hard point.
And shout out to the observers for showing us that angle. That kind of
Super
perfectly
cool angle.
Exemplifies the way that they wanted to play that kind of front door position where you've got 3 players who are all kind of intertwining, all kind of separately challenging in different moments. Like I said, it was Tom Gravity giving up his life for Journey, Journey giving up his life for Jimbo. Just wonderful, wonderful plays kind of in that type position for Atlanta FaZe. And I was glad we were able to capture it there. A lot of strategy and a lot of little moments that, we don't always get the chance to watch when it comes down to that first person point of view. Obviously, I'm not the biggest fan of third person by any means when it comes to COD, but hey, I like my free cam from time to time, and the observers are always locking it up as normal.
And how as we go over from 5 to 1, it's actually going to be again Jimbo, Venom, Gravity getting involved as they're trying to win this rotation and take the majority of this first hardpoint time. DiamondCon feels the pressure, has to come through. He's got a couple of teammates here for support, but are the kills going to be there to convincingly take the win? Sure is. DiamondCon has been extremely impressive throughout the day as the main AR player for 6gear, getting involved when he needs to and finding gunfight wins that you don't normally expect a main AR to be able to take against SMG players. He's on 4 straight, is feeling like he needs to push forward. He finds a 5th in his life before he eventually drops the Jimbo from the top side of the pool hall. And while Jimbo turns that into a 2nd kill as he win the scrap time here on our first hard point, 152-131, and Atlanta FaZe in current possession of what should be the early time here of our cafe.
And current control, but I'll tell you what, DiamondCon is making it so difficult to have even just a few moments to breathe Very impressed by this guy today. That's without question. He kind of reminds me of almost a Skies type, where it's a matter of an AR player that almost kind of looks like a flex based on the way that they played the AR. It's a matter of a guy who's going to have it out a majority of the time, but can be so good, especially in those up close positions. But speaking of players that are kind of out of position, the S&G from range. Okay, Venom, a nice few in a row, making 6gear's life in terms of trying to get to the hill that much more difficult, as it will be kind of roles reversed when it comes in a cafe this time around. Phenomenal work, and just a number of different players starting to hit their stride. Then being one of those who I believe had big kind of moments in the comeback in terms of the respawns in the last series.
Now you take a look as Sib will finish the scrap time off. He's the only one really streaking right now for Atlanta FaZe Academy, who are just short of 180 points. 6gear able to get their way onto this rotation for the hazmat building, but again, the SMGs of Atlanta FaZe Academy have 100% shown up on this map so far, and they have already made their way across the middle of the map. Venom stays alive, gets some good help as Noisy gets down mid-map. Now there's numbers for FaZe Academy. This is going to be your best chance to break this hill early, but as soon as they get positioned to get set up, it's going to be the SMG presence of 6gear coming to life, as they will once again make sure that they don't fully break here early, putting Atlanta FaZe Academy now in a really weird spot. 25 seconds, you don't really want to give that up, but at the same point, if you put too many numbers to try to commit for the scrap time, you very well could just lose the rotation over to P4. So 4 members are going to make their play for hazmat. They do break for some scrap time, but again, DC, DiamondCon, he's already in P4. This has gone from bad to worse for APAC Academy, as 6gear are able to take the scrap time, and they have a position to contest this early time on our 4th hard point.
DiamondCon continues to be a factor. Just before that one engagement, he actually managed to pass 2 players before that particular engagement took place. It was a few players from Atlanta FaZe who were trying to kind of late hit, maybe catch a few stragglers off of rotation. And what does DiamondCon do? He makes his way kind of behind enemy lines. He doesn't necessarily equal out with a ton of current damage at the moment, but at the very least, you were happy to see the flexibility and just the constant aggression that 6gear are showing. However, that is quickly starting to be met by Atlanta FaZe. Gravity up close, finds 1, finds 2. That's 4 in a row, 8 as a team, catching a few players in cafe as they can't even begin to try and explain what just took place. Lovely work from good old Tom Gravity, one of the greatest in-game leaders that we have in the AM scene, and leading by example in that position there.
And 6gear off their squad inside this blue curtain are going to have a lot of numbers to immediately get to this restaurant. They're controlling the back door. It just comes down to, can you get DiamondCon set up over by the Lion statue to help watch the front? Noisy, Fave, they find 2 pits. TCM, he's in a position where he can actually push a little bit further forward, and DiamondCon is able to find 4 in a row from the backside of the Lion statue. 226 to 216 the score. It's going to get about 230. 1 more hit for Atlanta FaZe Academy. Otherwise, it'll be 6gear again taking map number 1 away.
A great position for them to do this. Again, 10 more seconds needed in Atlanta FaZe. You've got to break in now. Push. The group of players are all very scattered, and this is only looking good for 6gear. Can anybody even hop in the hill in time? It's not looking likely. It's not looking good contesting with just 1 second left, and the player actually backs up on the stairs, and that will give tick to 6gear. 250 to 216. Another game 1 hardpoint victory. Impressive stuff. An impressive performance from guys like DiamondCon, who were constantly having influential plays, and especially toward the stretch there.
Shift and Lando, do you guys remember my theory about how Atlanta FaZe Academy is just playing with their food? Because I'm still sticking with it, all right? They are, you know what they're doing? Hear me out. They are putting on a show because they know that they can take this at any time. All they need is 3 maps, all right? There's 4 maps left. You do the math. 4 minus 3 is 1. They got 1 extra map. They're going to try to take it a 4-1, I think. I know that doesn't even make any sense, but that's what they're going to try to do just for the theatrics of it. No, honestly, I think it would be pretty exciting, though, if we saw Atlanta FaZe just kind of hold out and take a reverse sweep on the series. But, I mean, past that, I can't even fathom what's going on. Like, Shift, what are your theories?
I mean, I don't know. You've got a future career writing scripts in Hollywood, though, based on how much you've romanticized this Atlanta FaZe Academy team and what they're looking to kind of pull the drama of the series. It's one of those things that every single time we think that this Atlanta FaZe Academy squad is starting to roll, players like Diamondcon and Fame are shutting it down in the instant that they start to feel the pressure starting to kind of amount. Again, Diamondcon, as the main AR, is not afraid to be the route man, which is not something you commonly see, whether that's a pro or a con, but still yet to be determined. But he's fulfilling the role that his team needs in the moment, depending on what's in front of him. If he spawns up last and he trusts that his teammates are holding some scrap time, he's going to be the guy to go make that rotation. We saw it a couple of different times just in that particular map. So the fact that he's got the maturity to make those plays and say that maybe this role that I'm running isn't the best to fulfill this play, I'm still going to make sure I need to do it because someone on the squad has to. And those were the big moments that allowed this 6-gear squad to take away the reins that Atlanta FaZe Academy were starting to show in that first rotation of Hills.
And Lando, can you talk to me about Fame? Feels like he was stepping up a little bit as well. What was his impact here?
I mean, Fame's impact was absolutely felt, and we've kind of seen that a few times throughout the day today, really, when it comes down to this lineup. I mean, like I said, there's been a few moments in particular where we've got to watch 6th gear. We've kind of even mentioned where, hey, Fame needs to kind of step up, and he's been there in a number of different situations, and he's absolutely one of the main reasons why they are where they are. As much love as we give Diamondcon, you also have to give a lot of the love to guys like Fame. Even guys like TCM, Katani at times have all been kind of lining it up at different moments, but it is definitely a team effort when it comes down to this group. And something that kind of worries me for the remainder of this series for Atlanta FaZe Academy is that this team has the ability to go off like that in different moments. We saw that happen just most recently there, kind of toward the later stages, and we even saw that across different game modes, specifically in the Search and Destroy. The way that this team turns up, and based off of the consistent players that they have on this roster, when they are at their peak, when they're playing like that, I don't even think Atlanta FaZe Academy can handle it, especially on a consistent basis. So if you're Atlanta FaZe Academy, it's pretty much just trying to keep them contained, if you will. You do that, and you'll be in a good spot, but a lot easier said than done because of guys like Fame roaming around the map.
Well, as we've established, there is quite a lot of kind of shifting around. There's a lot of moving parts in the North, really in all of the regions, but particularly in North America. We have seen some consistency lately in the form of the Atlanta FaZe Academy winning multiple events back to back and winning, like we've been saying, 3 out of the last 4 events. But now we see a team like 6th gear come in, and I'm not ashamed to admit it, I guess I'm a little surprised that 6th gear are doing so well, but it's cool, it's refreshing to see a team that I previously didn't know a ton about, and now I've seen so much out of them, and I really have high hopes for where they're going. But Shift, let me ask you this question then. What can other teams potentially learn from 6th gear?
Stick together. I mean, there have only really been 3 teams in North America that have had the same roster since the beginning of the online series for challengers. Atlanta FaZe Academy, Triumph, and for the most part, the 6th gear squad. They come together mostly at the second 50K Cup or the second Challengers Cup, but those have been the only 3, and results have mostly spoken for themselves. Obviously, for Atlanta FaZe Academy, this is their 5th Grand Finals appearance in a row. They've won 3 of the last 4, looking to make it 4 of the last 5. For the 6th gear squad, they've had 2nd place finishes, they've had 3rd place finishes, they've only missed finishing in the top 8 twice, and now they're in a position to where they very well could be a new champion in North America. And the same kind of boats for Triumph. They were another squad that in the middle of this online series for the Challengers department, they won back-to-back at one point in time. They also finished 2nd last week. I've been saying it since day number 1. The teams that stick together and put in the hours to get better as a full squad will turn up the better for it by the end of the year. And that so far has been showcased by teams like Atlanta FaZe Academy, like 6th gear, and like we mentioned in Triumph from before.
Yeah, definitely. And at the end of the day, even though we see just so much like roster changes and stuff going on, it's all kind of about developing a new, maybe not necessarily a new play style, but kind of developing your play style and figuring out how you fit in. And Lando, how would you, other than obviously sticking together and team cohesion and all that stuff, how would you characterize the play style of 6th gear?
I mean, they're a crafty group, that's for sure. Like I said, these guys kind of in multiple game modes have really impressed me. I think just kind of in terms of the way that they play, not only have they stuck together as a team, but they also make some great team pushes together. And I think that's kind of been a main catalyst for why this team is seeing so much success. I think they have some crafty ARs. I think the SMGs at times can be explosive. We have the ability on both the AR side and the SMG side to really put up some numbers. That's where you're really starting to see a lot of long-term success, right? When you have consistency across the team in regards to multiple positions, it is very, very scary for a lot of rosters to have to face off against. And like I said, when it comes into search and destroy, I know granted the team was kind of 0-2 coming into that Game 5 S&D versus Atlanta phase, but they started to flip a coin, and I'm curious to see if they can continue to do that when it comes to this map as well. A map like Armada, definitely different, but hey, you never know. The SMGs of TCM and Katani, they can be lethal, much like they are currently in this round here, Shift.
They're going to have to be lethal as well, because for the Atlanta FaZe Academy teams, they're not going to give up the bottom cafe pressure. They're going to keep hitting over and over and over again. TCM, though, able to find himself 2 kills this round, has gotten the figured out on where gravity is. He's going to get some help, wait for it to come through, and 6 here. After winning those opening SMG gunfights, bottom side of the cafe, take the numbers with them, and the Katani closes things up as he reads gravity in the side stairs. But expect there to be a lot of opening action in that bottom cafe. No matter if you're on offense or on defense, these SMG players are not going to give that up without a fight.
Oh yeah, it's definitely going to be a battle of the SMGs, at least to in terms of the break-off, which often kind of decides and indicates the future of these rounds. But like I said, SMGs are absolutely going to be a factor, and the main reason why we saw 6th Gear look so good was because of TCM taking over. I want to say it was like around 11-4, 12-4 performance he has in that Game 5. Absolutely electric, but we'll see what FaZe has on the cards for their first offensive opportunity, as it looks as if they are gazing upon the A bomb site. Construction definitely does need to be worked on, and keeping in mind, we talked about fast players, TCM already in the bottom of the base, if you really would call it that, just because of the amount of players that are here for FaZe right now. Absolutely can play spoiler and catches off gravity for his 3rd in a row.
That's a massive play for TCM to get second challenge. Goodness, that looked like he was slipping through a slip and slide right there. Journey came through fast and furiously. Now Noisy up top has a role to fulfill as he needs to hold on for as long as possible while Katani picks up a kill mid-map. He's got a pinch from what looks to be down low in the rug shop, and unfortunately Noisy gets caught looking the wrong way. And Katani on the flank also dealt with. So now a 2v1 in favor of FaZe Academy. Fame with an AR, and Dead Silence expiring is going to peek push the door, and I don't know if it was heard or just seen, but coming immediately after the plant came through, Atlanta FaZe Academy deal with them swiftly, and they tied things up 1 apiece.
And I think they kind of deal with it well, really just based off the fact that they don't have to worry about TCM, right? Once they kind of push through the doorway, they manage to kind of lock him down, gives them the overall man count advantage coming into construction. They try it out effectively, they get the bomb down, and really from there, it's never going to be an easy situation in a 1 versus 2. Granted, I actually like the doorway that he decides to peek through. It's just a matter of having two other M4s that happen to be staring down their barrel at your noggin. Unfortunate situation, but again, offense now here for 6th Gear. You always got to be worried about those early nades, and unfortunately for Venom, he'll instantly have to wait for round 4 to make a return. Sib stunned out, players going to challenge in 4th, and great SMG teamwork yet again coming in from 6th Gear. Back-to-back picks.
Yeah, I'm loving what I'm seeing out of that duo on offense here for 6th Gear. Different look those. Gravity's actually got an SMG this round. Here comes a late double hit for FaZe Academy as they try to work their way back through the ladder doorway. Fame able to not just win 1, but win 2. We saw it from the perspective of one of his fallen comrades, but the gunfire looks good, and we'll get another look at it here from the outside. Little Batman jump off the top rope and then finds the second as Katani flushed him out from bottom cafe.
And that's just a great spread, really, from 6th Gear at that moment. The ability to instantly kind of hit on what was a great opportunity for a retake, a great opportunity for a re-challenge from Atlanta FaZe Academy. I'll be honest, I was looking down at my notes for just a brief moment, saw the Atlanta FaZe were making a smart play, and I was like, okay, cool, this is going to be great. And then instantly it's foiled. So that just goes to show right place, right time for 6th Gear. And despite having what has kind of been a great start, Diamond got Noisy combining for 0-4 off the start. Like we said, it has been all SMGs so far. TCM not slowing down. Katani not slowing down. Actually, a few SMGs are starting to realize the opportunity that they have as they start to make their way through, but the trades not working all that well, as Venom now left in a 1 versus 2, heading toward that top side. Instantly changing up his perspective. Noisy just at the bottom, and DiamondCon has to get this information. Tags up 1, and I love that play to back up. Allows for his teammates to get the later peek. And 6th Gear, it really is the impact from the SMGs off the start here, Shift, that are kind of, I think it's fair to say, catching Atlanta FaZe Academy off guard.
And beyond that, a couple of moments in there that if you were to really be watching closely, that kind of showcase that maybe there's some miscommunication or misunderstandings for Atlanta FaZe Academy. Gravity is hard scoping from the top of that Godheady to the top side of B, thinking that maybe his staircase should be safe by a member who's made his way to Top Cafe. That wasn't the case. Noisy was just staring at him. That's one of those things that you saw a couple members from Atlanta FaZe Academy that were in the middle of the map, but they weren't up top of the cafe. They didn't clear his L stairs, and it's kind of a missed opportunity as Gravity gets caught looking a direction that wasn't fully covered, and now it's going to be a hit for his TCM. He's able to see the tailcoat of Sib on the bomb truck. The smoke will embellish the entirety of the site, and he gets a second chance for the gunfight, and there's no one even throwing shots over to the side door. This is so strange to see, and it's going to be on Journey to hold off for as long as possible while the rotation comes from the A site.
Yeah, the biggest thing for me was that there was no trade. Granted, Sib is not in the greatest perspective to trade in that moment, but you're kind of allowing for Journey when he backs up. He's going to be met by two different weapons in that situation. Again, maybe some miscommunication from Atlanta FaZe, but again, they are getting met with some fast-paced rounds as now DiamondCon left in an awkward spot, bombed down in a position where it's not going to be easy to grab, and at the very least, Atlanta FaZe Academy can walk away with this second one. Nonetheless, a few situations go slightly differently. I think there was a few fights kind of toward the end that Atlanta FaZe Academy won that maybe you could argue were 50-50 fights, and we're looking at a different situation. Still, nonetheless, a very impressive beginning from Skier. And I almost kind of, I don't want to say their search and destroy is by any means their strong suit, but I've just been so impressed ever since that Game 5 on Gunrunner. Obviously, we're at a 3-2 scoreline now. The game is early, but I've just been very impressed with the way that they have won these rounds so far on Raza.
Yeah, it's one of those things that we were left with obviously a little bit of a salty taste in our mouth after watching the opening. As you saw from the overhead perspective, a number of grenades tossed over the top of the cafe. Jimbo will be rewarded with 2 off the frag, but there was also a Semtex that did a considerable amount of damage. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely been cleaner than the first exhibit that we got out of 6th gear overall, although this round might not be necessarily a case for that, as this will be a pretty easy take of the inside. But again, this is another nice coordinated play, as you've also got Sib trying to keep his life for as long as possible in the mid cafe to make sure that no rotation is made easy for 6th gear. But a 2v5 made a touch more manageable, as it's now a 2v4.
We'll see how Fam and Katani can kind of in to retake this, so that's the best way to do it. Early pick onto Journey, tossing out the smoke. And smokes can be so influential when it comes to retakes, especially on this side, especially up close. Takes down one, actually by the other, and he does! Katani, making it look simple, actually wants to look at his AR for a little bit longer. And in the midst of doing so, unfortunately does get taken down, but he has set up Fame for a 1 versus 1. The unfortunate thing, though, is time is starting to tick away, and despite finding this kill, it will be a round toward Atlanta FaZe Academy, and you got to give them props for doing that. But you also got to give realization to what we just saw Katani do there on that stairway.
I don't know if it was Fame's stun that connected. I looked down at the minimap for a second and I heard the concussion pop right in that Z staircase. It definitely helped, but that's one hell of a play from Katani to give themselves a chance. That was a 2v5. That technically they got the kills. They just missed out on about 2 seconds worth of game clock to allow them a chance for the defuse. But 10 and 4 for Katani, who has been a mammoth in Search and Destroy, not just here, but he was also a major influence on Gunrunner from map 5 of our previous best of 5. And that's what you really want from 6th gear, everyone getting involved, and you're still actually kind of lingering wanting that because Noisy and DiamondCon are still trying to get themselves some positive footing here in this search, as DiamondCon will find first blood this time onto Sib, but a 4v4 we go, and now 6th gear want to swing this bomb over to A as they've read a number of defensive members topside of the gun shop at the B site.
Smoke toss down from Katani. Already obviously feeling the pressure of that, given the call-outs. In the meantime, it's going to be Jimbo as well, giving word to his teammates saying, hey, the push is imminent, the push is here. And the push is now. Bomb's surely going to be going down here momentarily, and just as I say that, Noisy actually decides to hop off of it, sees Gravity actually in the doorway, and if you're Gravity, you're happy to try and delay this for as long as you can, but unfortunately gets taken down from the above perspective. And now an awkward spot for Venom. 1 versus 3. Actually spots the boots coming in from the opponents, and a lot of tags, a lot of shots put in, but Unfortunately, it's not a round that will go FaZe Academy's way. And to be honest with you, Shift, a little bit of a slower pace for 6th Gear in this one. They kind of played the positions a little bit, I guess you could say, kind of more evenly, but kind of more at a normal pace of Ramanza, and it works out as well here for them.
And I think a lot of it is they're starting to realize that they're finding a lot of value off of their tactical entries with things like smoke, stuns, and flashes. They've been getting a lot of information on where some of the defensive positions have been, which has led to a number of these very successful attacks towards both the B and the A site. So again, it also helps when Katani is killing everything in front of him. He's still 11-4, mind you, and Sib is having a little bit of a tough go, as this is a different look for AF Academy as they use some smoke cover to get right through the mid-brick wall. And they're going to immediately turn this into a dirt push bottom bridge and then get behind the defenders at A. A big play here, though, as for Journey and Venom, they need to find probably 2 kills. And you're hoping that you can set up a pinch with your homeboy Gravity on the opposite side. Sib again down mid-map, but this is looking good for Atlanta FaZe Academy as they've got clearance of the 2nd floor. Journey is working on the 3rd, and I believe Venom is starting to work his way into the bottom side of the bomb site as well.
Objective down. It's now about the retake for 6th Gear. How do they want to go about this? It'd actually be very helpful if Fame were here with them. I know he's kind of aware of what could be a straggler on the outside, but the damage is being felt on the inside. Gravity has some indicators of where Fame is, manages to find at least one, but that is not the only that he's going to have to find. A lot more work that has to be put on, and then surely this defuse is going to come through. I don't think Gravity's going to get here in time. Breaks through the door, and breaks through the door just to see 2 players on his own bomb site. As that is going to be 6th Gear taking a 5-3 advantage, continually seeing success over here at Construction, despite what looked like a great situation for Atlanta FaZe Academy.
Yeah,
it is again 6th Gear seeing success.
I mean, losing that player early top rug on that initial attempt, though, I think the whole idea, and I would have to go back and rewatch it to be 100% sure, but for Atlanta FaZe Academy, the whole idea was to free up space, get a couple of members behind the backside of the A site, and then pinch with 2 more members top side of the rug shop to make sure that you were able to very convincingly take the A site quickly and from multiple levels. But unfortunately, that first blood didn't really turn up in their favor, so the numbers kind of led to a little bit of a weird situation where you're forcing your backside players on the flank to essentially find multiple kills. They're not quite able to realize it, so 5-3 we go here. And really, again, I'm kind of looking to see if Sib could get involved in a positive way, as 1-8 is not a total that you really want to be holding on to. Kind of signs of Jimbo from that first search and destroy in our first best of 5 where he was 1-8 on the total. So you need to change that and turn that around when 6th Gear playing at a full 5-man level like they currently are. Famed for first blood. It's on to none other than Sib. There will be at least 1 kill in response, but again, 6th Gear find favorable trades as they go 3 for 1 of kill feed, and it just comes down to feeling comfortable enough to get this bomb planted. Not even a need to. 6th Gear, 6-3 to tally. They go up again, 2 maps to nil here in our second best of 5.
Okay, Katani, we see you. Diamond Khan might have been falling asleep a little bit more than we've seen him do so previously, but Katani is making sure that he is waking up. And first of all, Shift, can you talk us through that? I think it was round 6 is what I have in my notes, that Katani had that excellent, was it a 2v5?
Yeah. It's one of those things
insane.
that I need to go back to this, where that concussion came from, because it looked like it landed right in the front of both of those Atlanta FaZe Academy members. But again, it's still a special moment for him to clear that space by himself. Again, a tough situation. You're right, you're 2v5, and if there was a couple extra seconds, maybe they convert that round. But even still, the fact that they're getting the opportunity to turn these very bad odd man situations into some favorable positions to where they could really work with it is showcasing that maybe it was kind of an anomaly that we had a bad look at what the 6th Gear team was supposed to offer in their first time that they played Search against Atlanta FaZe Academy, where again they lost that one, but then we also saw them on broadcast in that losers finals where they also did not look very good in Search and Destroy. So maybe a bit of an off-brand as far as what we saw in that gun run the first time around, because since then I've been relatively impressed from what I've been able to see here from the side of 6th Gear.
And then Lando, I think it was you that called out the slower pace that 6th Gear was playing at, and that was something right around, I think, round 7 is when you called that out. You mentioned that they had slowed down their pacing, slowed down their play style. So can you explain sort of what impact that had or why they might do that?
I mean, just in general, when it comes down to what Sixth Gear were able to do on their offenses, a majority of the success that we saw at the beginning from them was kind of their aggression, and that kind of even kind of combines off of what we saw in the game, and then the Game 5 gun runner that we saw in the first series. Like I said, that aggression from them makes them so lethal, and I think the ability to kind of control what is one of your major strong suits, make sure that the enemy can't continue to foil that, is something that I was very impressed with. I thought they did a great job when it came down to playing aggressive. They were great at kind of constantly getting effective trades, and whenever they needed to, they were willing to kind of control that aggression, which we talk about when it comes down to the CDL. We talk about some of the top pro players. The major characteristic that you have to give a lot of positives to them for is that whenever you have a fast player that knows when to slow it down, that's whenever they can kind of be at their best, if you will, knowing when to kind of slow the pace down and knowing when to use that aggression. I think that we saw Sixth Gear do that very well as a team, kind of progressively, and that's the reason why we see them walk away with the search and destroy here.
Well, after that search and destroy, I don't know if you guys did the math, I did, but Atlanta FaZe Academy still has a chance to pull off that reverse sweep. They can still take this. The dream is alive. How exciting would that be? I still think they're here for the theatrics and the showmanship, but I don't know. We're gonna head to a quick break. When we return, we're gonna find out if my theory is correct or not. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the the Call of Duty Challengers Cup number 5, presented by PlayStation 4. I'm your host, Jess Brohard, and it has been a long day of really exciting Call of Duty action, the best that the amateur scene has to offer. So if you are just joining us, or if you took a nap at any point during the broadcast and maybe need just a little bit of a memory refresher, we are here in the North American Grand Finals, where we've been seeing 6th Gear and Atlanta FaZe Academy battling it out. Now, 6th Gear did come from the losers bracket in the previous round, which makes this the 3rd time that they have matched up against Atlanta FaZe Academy, as they did reset the bracket during the first best of 5. Here we are in a second best of 5, and I gotta say, 6th Gear are gearing up, pun completely intended, to potentially take a 3-0. Now, that's absolute madness, and I do love to see a bracket reset, but I don't know. Lando, what do you think? Is this all going to be over after this next map?
It's very possible. I mean, you kind of mentioned that maybe a few fans out there have possibly fallen asleep. I feel like in the first early stages of these back-to-back Grand Final series that Atlanta FaZe themselves have fallen asleep. And I feel like they desperately need to wake up when it comes down to this Game 3 domination to kind of keep up with their streak. Now, for those that have kind of watched the Atlanta FaZe Academy roster and the Grand Finals that they have been in, something that's actually very important to bring up is the fact that this is actually their 5th time in a row of not only being in the Grand Finals, but their 5th time in a row of also being in a resetted Grand Final, whether they came from winners or losers. So they're very familiar with this territory, and a majority of the time they come through in that second best of 5, and they usually win at 3-0 or 3-1. Now they find themselves in a situation of which they are down 2-0 for the 2nd time in a row, and relying on what will now be a different domination in order to hopefully distance this series. So I'll be honest, I'm a little bit worried. I'm a little bit interested to see what takes place, but I would not be surprised whatsoever if we just see 6th Gear hit their 7th and just manage to walk away with this domination.
It's a good way of putting it. And beyond that, again, brief history. Winners semifinal, 6th Gear versus Team Vengeance. 6th Gear lost this map mode convo, but it was only by a combination of 6 points. The other bit of history we can't go without mentioning was the simple fact that in the first best of 5, 6th Gear left the game with about 1:20 left to play because it became mathematically impossible. Showcasing this Atlanta FaZe Academy squad is a pretty dominant force on domination. No pun intended, but we'll play with it. As TCM and Katani are able to find the first 2 kills from, again, the favorite spawn by the A flag. They will get a pretty quick capture on B, but just as quick as they capture it, it almost gets more quickly turned back aside as Atlanta FaZe Academy win the warehouse and retake the B flag.
And a few interesting spawn outs, I believe, as well.
Yeah.
Player 5, player 4, being TCM and Katani, kind of find themselves as well as Fame on the opposite side, which is by no means the favorable of the 2. And if you're currently DiamondCon, it's just a matter of trying to stay alive, which at the very least, he plays his life very well. And thankfully, if you are 6th Gear, you get out of a very awkward situation. But just as I say that, they actually have a few more players continually spawning back here. I think that has to be because of the office presence. But
yeah,
nonetheless, it's definitely kind of interesting to see 6th Gear spawning all the way on the opposite side. Yet at the same time, they're still managing to hold over at A. Impressive, but it's definitely the reason why they haven't gone for B as of yet.
It's one of those things that every time that I cast with people and they try to explain spawns, I'm just like, yeah, that sounds good. I'll go with that. Because sometimes it is a bit of a mystery, but 6th Gear, again, like you had mentioned so well, it's one of those things that you find a good work to get back to the OE, get into the A flag, and then convincingly win the kill feed out, so that way you're actually spawning behind that A flag. And how about one-upping themselves here as TCM finds himself a double. He's on 3 straight, but again, a clean kill feed leads to a very good flip of the B flag and the warehouse in total. Now turning his attention to the OE is Katani. A big funny pop coming through though from Journey as he finds one. He's worked his way into the back, but help is here in the form of Noisy as he finds it full to make sure the A flag stays safe.
And it's a solid engagement coming through from 6th Gear, but also at the same time, it can be somewhat risky whenever you are trying to engage kind of from that office side. Another player spawning over at C. This time it's going to be TCM. A perfect opportunity here for a pinch. There's no way Atlanta FaZe Academy are going to expect this, and that is going to be the freest double kill that TCM is going to find all game long. That is now back in the hands of 6th Gear, and it looks as if player number 4, I kind of like this play at the moment from Katani, making his way a little bit more aggressive aggressive through Office. He now gets the squad spawn as they do cut down what was going to be an attempt at a flip from Gravity. They're just playing very well kind of throughout the kind of different portions of the map, constantly being aware of Atlanta FaZe Academy and making the right callouts as well.
12-4 for T, 12-5 for Katani, as they are having a field day so far. Sitting here saying that, all right, St. Petro was a fluke. We're better at domination than what we showcased there, and well, so far, it hasn't been a perfect first half considering that they did spawn on the first side, or the favored side, but they've done a nice job of, again, putting some convincing control over the middle of the map. Interesting situation here, though, as DiamondCon will spawn out. Good pressure over the entirety of the map from the Atlanta FaZe Academy squad, but again, dealing with it is 6gear. The big question is what happens in these next 90 seconds, because an AB hold will net them, what, about a 30-point lead maybe at most, if they can hold for the full time, and that's not bad, but it's also not great. So we'll see if 6gear can find a way first and foremost to take the B flag back, and beyond that, can they try to make a play for maybe a late triple capture coming through?
Yeah, that's a good point to reference. Like I said, we've been kind of highlighting 6gear a lot, but in terms of the overall score, it hasn't equaled out to much that you would like. Granted, like I said, having that preferred side is definitely going to help, but based off the scoreline, 16-5 from TCM, 14-8 from Katani. Noisy, DiamondCon Fame, obviously not having bad beginnings by any means, but definitely not having the comparable when it comes down to their teammates. As a nice entry comes through, Sib and Venom actually combined for a double, but in the meantime, it's actually player number 5, TCM, being all too sneaky, going for the decap over at C right now.
Yeah, he spawned behind the OE hit for Atlanta FaZe Academy, and he trusted that his teammates could hold on to the A flag. That trust well merited and correct, at least for a time, as Gravity finds 2. Fame, all of a sudden, he's got to make a play for this B flag right now. Isn't able to win the follow-up gunfight versus Sid, so the A flag will be neutralized and flipped. But again, the more important thing here for the Atlanta FaZe Academy team is the fact that while they made this play, they never lost control of the B flag. So essentially, it's just an exchange of home flags here in the late stages. And what was, again, a very impressive start based on a couple of kills and a couple of positions that we saw 6gear take advantage of. They're going to go into the second half with, it's going to be a tie? It's going to be a dead even tie, I believe, here, if I'm not mistaken. And that's not good, considering that you just started on the A flag side. So even though it's going to read as a draw, I consider that a win for Atlanta FaZe Academy in the first half.
Oh, absolutely. I think, you know, what, in terms of a second half performance, if you hold, what, when it comes down to a tire shop a majority of the time, I mean, I think you'd feel good around like 20, 25. I think you're sitting pretty well at. So just in general, I don't know, man, definitely kind of odd. I feel like a few of the spawn outs weren't really all that helpful, but at the same time weren't really all that impactful either for 6gear. I think they could have maybe utilized those a little bit more efficiently, but nonetheless, Atlanta FaZe Academy definitely given a major opportunity when it comes down to this second half, now on the preferred side, to really do some damage as they're hopping into B primely and off the start, having some good mid control as well. And then just as I say that, Sib ends up getting taken down. Journey kind of toward the back lines as here comes the entry from 6gear.
Jimbo puts a little spin on as he's able to find 2. The B flag nearly neutral, confirmed now by DiamondCon. Good read, good call outs on the player coming from the bottom side of the L mall. And as 6gear will spawn behind the green office, they'll start to make a streaking play over to A. A very risky gunfight as for Katani, as he's the only player to get to this A flag, and if he loses that entire spawn off by the office is terrible for the side of 6gear, who now are forcing, they have to play for A, because as you see, number 8 is Gravity. He's already slipped his way past yellow over to the C flag. Big double kill for Katani, 3 in a row. He's gonna get one teammate to spawn with him. It's Fame, but Fame can't make his way out, so again Katani has to go massive. He's 20-12, going for a neutral, gets the reload off, but Jimbo wins the gunfight. But at least again, salvaged enough time for reinforcements to come, and it looks like 6gear will flip this A flag final.
And that's big, considering the fact that Atlanta FaZe Academy at one point pretty much had a full spread throughout the map, given the spawns that they possessed. And that was just great awareness from 6gear, pretty much in that office position to use a majority of their numbers to kind of take on those 3v2 gunfights and allow for the flip. Granted, you don't have B, and they didn't really play the best when it came down to their first half performance and having this flag, but at the least you have the preferred side, right? You need to be able to utilize this positioning to your advantage. And speaking of positioning, it's Atlanta FaZe who does walk away with a few in the meantime, keeping in mind spawn outs actually do occur for 6 here as well. It is going to be TCM who instantly does flip over at C. And so just as we're talking positives for 6 here, it is back to the drawing board and kind of back to where they started at the beginning of the second half.
The weird thing about this second half is that the big problem for 6 here has been the warehouse. They've gotten, what, 1 neutral on the B flag so far, but they have not convincingly held the warehouse or really held the B flag for an extended period of time. So, yeah, we can credit them for being able to move through the OE from C to A, flip the spawns out, you know, good kill there, good kills there, but it means nothing if you don't get that second flag when you're looking down the barrel of a 28-point differential here. As we get into our 4th quarter, as we have 2:24 to play here in the Dom. And again, 6 gear are scrambling to make sure they're at least able to keep their C flag safe. Now making some move over the middle of the map. Best opportunity for them to maybe start to influence over to the warehouse, but as soon as they get an opportunity, it's gravity in this AR to shut them down. Venom down low on the bottom side of L, and Atlanta FaZe Academy looking pretty comfortable right now with 2 minutes to play.
Yeah, kind of pretty much a 2-minute warning, and the warning is only being issued towards 6 gear because they go 4 down, and this lead is starting to get out of hand. They're going to have to make a push here very, very soon. It's really going to need to be a flip off of more than anything. It's really going to need to be a trip cap, to be honest with you, which is not really looking all that likely. Atlanta FaZe Academy definitely capitalizing on what has been preferred side on the second half. And I feel like that's kind of the major conversation right now, because if we saw 6 gear have what should have been their advantage, this would be probably a 10-point game, and we're making this one a lot more intense. But because of the lack of really presence they have in the first half, because of the spawns that they have, they don't really make a whole lot come out of it. And because of that reason, I believe that's kind of why the scoreline is starting to get away more than we probably would expect it to.
I mean, the other stuff we haven't talked about it, but Sib is casual 31 and 21. So I mean, that helps when you've got a player like that who's flipping off. And beyond that, Jimbo's a positive KD. He's got 7 captures, but take a look at Journey. He's captured 10 flags, brother. I mean, that's not all that common. So, I mean, it's just a simple fact that Atlanta FaZe Academy, what that means, again, you look left to right, top to bottom of the KDs, it looks like it's pretty even. But then you take a look at the overall captures, Atlanta FaZe Academy has just done a better job manipulating the map. And again, most of that has been because they've controlled the warehouse and these mid crates that you're seeing right underneath Faze's aim here, to where they've been able to turn that into, okay, we're going to get the A side, we get a C spawn, let's make sure we get the C flag while we're still holding on to B. It's just been never an opportunity, really up until these last 45 seconds, that 6 gear in this second half have had a chance to really lock down 2 flags.
Yeah, it really kind of has been a lack of B presence. I almost feel like they're kind of looking in B and being like, oh yeah, we haven't been here all that often before. Rather unfortunate, if you will, but hey, another opportunity for Atlanta FaZe Academy as just brought up the showmanship, if you will, from these guys to say, you know what, we're just going to make this one as interesting as we possibly can. We're going to drive it as far as we possibly can, and who knows, based off the results that we've seen, Atlanta FaZe Academy win yet again another domination, and this one, again, in dominant fashion.
I haven't been proven wrong yet. There is still time. Atlanta FaZe Academy are doing it. That is all I'm saying. They've taken, it only takes them 3 steps. All right, they only have to take 3 steps, and they've taken that first step. They've won the 3rd map. So let's talk about a couple of things. First, I do want to spend a little bit of time and talk about Sibilance, because he is a player that 2 weeks ago during the Call of Duty Challengers Cup number 4, we really spent some time kind of highlighting him and just talking about him. And I feel like we haven't talked about him too much. We've seen him popping off here and there, but you know, he's one of those young guns. He's just 18 years old, and he has been talked about quite a lot for, you know, potentially getting a league spot. So Shift, what do you think?
The thing about it, and I look at him and Spark kind of side by side. Both went through the Atlanta FaZe Academy team when we were still doing local events, specifically at the Atlanta home series, where AF Academy were able to take down UYU out of the losers bracket, mind you, in 2 best-of-5s. That was the moment where everyone looked and said, man, this Spark kid's pretty nasty. Hey, so is Sib, by the way, but Spark was them to get picked up. What we quickly noticed, though, was that kind of just, I'm going to run at you and just win gunfights mentality wasn't going to be working for too much longer, especially on the pro level, which is something that Spark really quickly realized. The thing that's different between both of those players, though, is that Sib has realized that, and he has matured incredibly to the point where he'll pick up that 3rd AR if you need to. He'll sit down and just play the hill if he needs to. he'll do whatever he has to do to make sure that his role is fulfilled and it gives his team the best chance to win. The fact that he's no longer just running around and gunning people is actually impressive to me. The fact that he's not being talked about nearly as much because of his individual performance is good for me, because I want him to be a team player. I want his team awareness to go higher, because that's going to make his value when it comes to potentially being picked up that much higher. Props to the Atlanta FaZe Academy team for not just finding him, but also locking him into a signed contract to play for this Challengers team this year, because he's learned a lot watching underneath not just Journey and Gravity, the subs for Atlanta FaZe, but you have to know that Easy Mac, Crowder, they're probably lending some insight here and there. There's a lot of takeaways you can find around that FaZe organization, and Sid has absolutely exemplified that.
So if you're 6th gear and you're sitting here thinking, all right, we took the first best of 5 and then we took the first 2 maps on the second best of 5, like, we are on our way. We are potentially going to do this. What is their mindset, do you think? Like, are they worried that this whole thing is going to be for nothing? Are they worried that FaZe Academy might be making a comeback and a reverse sweep? Lando, what do you think?
I mean, if you're 6th gear, you need to be confident more than anything. I don't think they can really allow for the nerves to kind of impact them here. I think they're aware of kind of what went wrong when we're kind of looking at this game 4 Gunrunner Hardpoint up next, because when we saw this play last time, it was all out dominance from the Atlanta FaZe Academy. I want to say it was like, what, 250 to 114 is what I have written down.
Yeah.
They need to refocus, right? Like we said, the game 5 Gunrunner S&D, you're not even really thinking about that right now. You are strictly focused on this hardpoint. You are focused on what kind of went wrong. So I think for them, the nerves definitely can't be impactful. The nerves definitely don't need to be involved, because if they are, then we are going to see another game 5, and we're going to see a game 5 of which is going to be very difficult to predict. So I think if you are this roster, it's really a matter of trying to refocus. If you are a few of the kind of veterans or maybe even voices on this team, you're saying, you know what, guys, we haven't really been all that great at domination pretty much throughout the entirety of the day. Let's just kind of focus on this next hardpoint, a mode that, at least in terms of the game 1s, they've looked phenomenal. The game 4s, not exactly the case. But hey, I think they have the ability to do it, and I think that they know that they have the ability to do it as well.
Well, there is I would say, a tremendous amount of pressure on probably both teams, realistically speaking, when you just think about how many things are going on and how much is on the line for both teams. But at the same time, sometimes teams and players do perform better under pressure. Sometimes that can really help. Just the knowledge that it's do or die, make or break can actually help. So I think really for both teams, it's just a tricky position to be in, and it's not really ideal, because if you're FaZe Academy, you're sitting here and, you know, I as much as I joke about the theatrics and the showmanship of them coming and making a reverse sweep, realistically, I don't think that's actually what they're going for. I think that they probably would have preferred to close this series out much sooner than they actually did. So, you know, they're in a terrible position. They know that they have to clutch up, that they have no choice. They have to win the next map, and then they have to win the next map after that. And if they don't, they simply do not win. There is no other option in their minds. So again, that just leaves them in a very tricky spot. But then again, if you are on the side of 6th gear, you are seeing what looked to be a tremendous bracket reset comeback possibly falling all apart at the 11th hour. So yeah. It really, there are so many things that can happen, but it looks like we are going to head into, again, we are at match point. Could be anybody's game at this point. We've got 6th gear versus Atlanta FaZe Academy. 6th gear up 2-1 in this second best of 5.
Oh, it's going to be a fun one. It's going to be an exciting one, to say the least here, Ship. This may be, and I feel like we've said this, what, probably like 8 or 9 times now. This has the ability to be the last map of the day. Will it? To be honest, it's very likely it will not. It's also very likely that it could be. But hey, I'm trying to make sure that I don't jinx anything, because I'm trying to make sure that we're all on a level playing field here. But like I said, we get to revisit Gunrunner again. And I got to say, at least for my perspective, I'm going to hear your thoughts on this one as well. 2 players that I'm looking out for 6th gear are absolutely Katani and TCM, because I feel like if they start to light it up, especially on a map like Gunrunner, given different situations around the map, they have the ability to take over and close this one out. Like I said, those are kind of 2 players that I'm personally looking at. Is there anyone from kind of your perspective from either team that you kind of have your eye on here for the rematch of game 4?
I'm actually interested. I agree with you. Those, I think, are two players that need to be big here for Sixer to find a way to take this map for the first time in what will be 3 attempts versus Atlanta FaZe Academy on the day. Journey, goodness gracious, what is that as he finds 3 in a row? But the player that I have not seen pop off in a respawn yet is Noisy. He's had a couple of aggressive challenges that have turned out in his favor in Search and Destroy, but for the most part, his hardpoints have been a little bit quiet. So I'm wondering, as the main OBJ SMG player, to see if he could find a way to start tilting some of these gunfights in his squad's favor. It's definitely not going to help him when he's getting team-nated, and Fame is going to sit there and say, that looked like fun, I'll do it to Katani. And with that, Atlanta FaZe Academy will secure the first 30 seconds of this second hard point, up now 44-1.
Definitely kind of the handshake meme probably going through right now from Atlanta FaZe Academy in 6 years, saying appreciate it. We'll go ahead and take P2, some unscathed, most likely due to your opposition's help, but nonetheless, only a point after the first 2 hills. Definitely something that you'd like to replicate, as we are on rotation now. And if you are 6th here, you have to be careful, because you do not want to allow for a 3rd hill to kind of continue to snowball. And for what I remember last time we got to watch both these teams play, it was Atlanta FaZe Academy that kind of walked through this particular hill of Cole. So I think they're really going to need to be careful of this position and make sure that they are constantly locking down what are consistent and constant flanks. But it looks as if for right now, a few players trying to make their way up through Cole's side. Journey, of course, being one of the main entries for that. Having a great game up to this point, but the ARs of guys like DiamondCon and Co need to be solid. As here comes Jimbo, no awareness, no real presence in terms of that particular moment, as the initial frag is there. However, it's not really setting up a whole lot of space. Curious to see if we start to see maybe even like a smoke screen or something like that start to kind of mac what could be a late push coming in for the last 20 seconds.
You're absolutely right, by the way. This was a hill that Atlanta FaZe Academy were able to break and hold for an extended period of time, but the reason why was because the middle of the map was a free playground for them to set up little mini pinches, to work their way back through boxes, or to find a way to work into the boiler room when needed. That was taken away for the first 45 seconds by Sixgear, because they continually kept somebody in that boiler room, but it only comes with a small consolation. 43-83 the current score. Journey was on 4 straight before he finally got shut down, but again, it was enough time for Atlanta FaZe Academy to get everybody out of the old hill and now make a play for that 4th hard point into the cargo containers, in which they've done a nice job of getting some early time, as we already surpassed 25 seconds on the hill.
And if you're Atlanta FaZe Academy, right, it's just a matter of just trying to hop in cargo, right? Get some time at the very least, try to kind of distance this lead as much as you can ahead of P5, which you want to have a solid presence in, but it's just going to be the less likely of the two that you walk with the majority of that time. As Gravity, a few of the ARs really kind of already starting to stand out. DiamondCon with a decent amount of engagements up to this point. Obviously, we kind of highlighted Gravity from time to time as well, but nonetheless, it is kind of free seconds right now for Atlanta FaZe at the moment, as it's pretty much just been Jimbo hanging out and getting a majority of his seconds on this hill specifically. And a solo challenge actually comes through from Venom. Kind of an odd play in that sequence, just because I thought they could have had a little bit more collection at that time, but nonetheless, 6th gear, it's time for their hill, and we'll see if they can start to bring it back.
TCM was just a victim of a very unfortunate spot, as he popped up right in front of 3 Atlanta FaZe Academy members that were pushing through this Cole side, which they're coming from once again. Noisy, oh boy, he's able to get a lot of damage into 1 and then immediately transfer to a 2nd. Here comes the pitch, Noisy. Oh, he almost had an opportunity to clean everything up, but Katani, who was trying to help, really ended up hindering his squad, as he only gets 2 team kills. And now all of a sudden, what should have been a likely full hold here for 6gear has now all of a sudden turned into numbers for Atlanta FaZe Academy, trying to work their way in. Noisy has to have a big moment, as he's going to essentially self-smoke himself to do what he can to hold his life for as long as possible, but he gets figured out. Too many numbers in red, and with that, Atlanta FaZe Academy will come to the end of our first rotation of hills, looking at a 132-86 lead.
And I will say kind of a negative definitely at the end is, you know, 6gear don't really get all the preferred spots when it comes down to P5, but at the least when we do see Atlanta FaZe Academy break, they also do get so many squad spawns that it actually allows for 6gear to get a really nice spread across the map, which now means they're kind of set up for a future P2. So if you're kind of taking away, you know, a few positives from what was ultimately more of a negative situation, you can rely on the fact that they actually now have pretty good map positioning. The question remains, though, if they can actually get some decent time when it comes to P1 and really kind of start to piggyback these two off of one another. But Tom Gravity, we know what he can do. We know the plays that he likes to make and the craftiness that this Atlanta FaZe Academy roster likes to have from time to time. You allow them to have a few strides here and there, and they can cause some issues. But Sixth Gear not having a whole lot of really success when it comes to mid-map. They start to fade back, and again, another hill, which can bring them back in the game.
Not a bad first hard point there, though, for Sixth Gear. The problem now is Journey, as he's gotten to read where Katani's position. He's going to get some help, and now a 5-man kill feed. The last player left alive is TCM. Journey very diligently checking all of his corners. TCM only able to take down one, and good help coming through as Venom's able to find 2 more beyond that. Both players coming into the side door. Fame will fortunately take down one, but again, the numbers aren't here for him to fully break this unless he can find a way to find one more kill inside the hill. Nearly able to do it, but it's Noisy who comes in, swooping like in the cavalry right on through. That'll be another retake as Sixth Gear still have 30 seconds to try to even this game up a touch.
I'm just curious, who's going to be the first team to actually start to think about the rotation? It looks as if it's going to be DiamondCon, who does get the favorable spawn. Got to worry about a few more players, but still some influential fights still happening right now when it comes to P2. And a big 1v1, that one is going to go the way of Katani, which will net some late seconds over toward Sixth Gear. Like we said, rotation inbound. DiamondCon's been here pretty much since the start, and he's trying to lock this one down, trying to stay alive for as long as possible to help out a few of his teammates. But Venom, great work up close, receiving a number of different shots in his stomach, decides to go ahead and stay alive and mediate a lot of the work that was done from the opponents. Atlanta FaZe Academy, a situation of which they now hold control. We'll see what Sixth Gear can do now, pushing through Cole.
Yeah, you don't want to allow them to take too much free time away, but again, look at Atlanta FaZe Academy. Now that they have the hill, watch number 4, it's Venom. He's playing the long con through the water ramp, just making sure that the reinforcements are contested. Even if he doesn't win a gunfight, he's still delaying the reinforcements from getting there, while Atlanta FaZe Academy is reinforced quickly with the favorable spawns on the backside of this 5th warehouse. So really good play there again, even though it doesn't come away with the kills. The job that he fulfilled was absolutely immense for the side of AF Academy. Good gunfight win here for Fame, and no.
Jess, did you
Surely
write
not.
this? Did you write this? Jess, was this play?
This is, you know what? It's the theatrics. This is what I was talking about, all right? Are we not all entertained? I saw it. I saw the stream come back to all of us. We're all sat here, like, looking down at our monitors, like, you know?
Boy.
The unexpected happens. Of course it does. All right, well, before this unfortunate interruption, what was the theme of this map so far? Lando, we'll start with you. Sorry, that was my bad.
No, you're fine. Yeah, I mean, the theme, I guess, kind of was the solid beginning, I guess, from the Atlanta FaZe Academy team. I thought they were kind of playing it out decently well, not necessarily matching the same scoreline by any means that we saw in the first grand final, if you will, on this map, but I thought they were kind of having some great aggression. I really thought it was kind of a decent showing from both teams. I think it was just at different moments, Atlanta FaZe Academy kind of holding well at certain hills that were generating them more time. But definitely kind of an interesting moment for us to go down in that moment. And I'm kind of interested to see exactly what happens now. But, you know, if we were to replay that map or kind of whatever happens, it was definitely going to come down to the wire at some point. Or if we were to replay it, I kind of like the way that we saw Sixth Gear playing that. I think they've definitely looked like they've improved when it comes down to Gunrunner Hardpoint in comparison to what we saw, maybe like an hour ago at this point.
Yeah, Shift, anything to add on or to respond to that?
The thing about it, this Atlanta FaZe Academy squad is playing this map full 5. Everyone's fulfilling an incredible amount of individual roles, but beyond that, the way they're playing the map together is at a level above where Sixth Gear currently is. It really does feel like right now, if Sixth Gear wants to close this series out in this map 4, it's going to have to be an incredible individual performance. Someone's going to have to carry the weight to get them over this hump, which has been Atlanta FaZe Academy on this Gunrunner Hardpoint, because so far, it's looking like the team cohesion is just a little bit more polished right now for Atlanta FaZe Academy on a lot of these rotations.
Well, grand finals, always exciting, maybe not exciting in the exact way that we predicted, but hey, the unexpected can happen. None of us was expecting this. So we are gonna head to a quick break while we try to resolve this issue. When we return, we will get back to the grand finals for the second time, Sixth Gear versus Atlanta FaZe Academy. welcome back to Call of Duty Challengers Cup number 5, presented by PlayStation 4. I'm your host, Jess Brohard, bringing you all the action all day long. So welcome back after a little bit of a hiccup. Just to give you an update, that disconnect was basically on the observer side. So the match did play out as it was supposed to, and it was completely unaffected. Now that scoreline ended up being 250 to 168 in favor of the Atlanta FaZe Academy. So Lando, Shift, I gotta say, FaZe are still in this. They've got 2 out of the 3 maps that they need for this dramatic theatrical reverse sweep concept that I have been hyping up. Shift, what do you think?
I mean, he said again, small hiccups there, but it really wasn't a hiccup at all for the Atlanta FaZe Academy team, as they had both Journey and Jimbo, as we saw final scoreboards at least, pop off for 40 kills each. 80 in total kills between just 2 players. Absolutely insane, and both of them finding right around a minute worth of hill time each. So again, as we'd seen in 2 other instances, the third one would stay the same. Atlanta FaZe Academy on Gunrunner Hardpoint is definitely not a squad to be messed with. But the big question mark again is we've got that Game 5 Gunrunner again, where the Surge and Destroy the first time around did not go all that well for FaZe Academy. They barely put up a fight. It was a 6-1 to 6 gear the last time around. So again, they need to find a way to kind of correct themselves and make adjustments based on what 6 gear is throwing at them, because FaZe Academy didn't stand much of a chance in that Game 5 from our first best of 5.
And then Lando, was there anything surprising about the way, even though we didn't get to see it, just based on the way things were happening before we kind of lost our connection, is there anything that surprises you then about that 250-168 scoreline?
I mean, I wouldn't say necessarily anything that kind of surprised me. It was just kind of overall what impressed me, which was, you know, the consistency coming in from this Atlanta FaZe Academy roster when it comes down to the respawns, and when it comes specifically, you know, in that particular mode. They've just been so good at it. And what would really impress me, though, is if we could see Atlanta FaZe Academy instantly turn the tide and in really just, what, an hour and a half, instantly flip what was previously a 6-1 loss in some way to be a victory in their hands. But again, it's not going to be easy, and already off the start, it is Atlanta FaZe Academy already dropping 3 players off the rip, and what is going to be their defensive side. Jimbo trying to finesse a little bit, but unfortunately get taken down as well, and it's instantly Venom left in a situation of which is not the most favorable.
But again, he does take care of the bomb carrier, so there's potential for him to milk a little bit of clock here. It just really comes down to, has Atlanta FaZe Academy realized that Noisy is the go-to bomb planner for this squad? Venom also has earned himself dead silence, but it will expire as he makes his way through the vent. It's a great angle for him to be, and he's found an AR to help him with the cross. There's Fame, but just a little bit wide when it comes to the shots in total, so doesn't get the full kill, but his presence has been known. And again, he's zoning off this bomb site. TCM tries to make a progressive play through the bathrooms, and I believe it's Fame on the backside of the bomb site to secure the kill, but goodness, did Venom ever give himself a chance.
Oh yeah, and that was probably the best chance he had at trying to get a peek, and an unfortunate spot to be in, just granted after the shot starts to go through and once you've already made yourself known. But again, it will be 6 gear off to a good start, obviously that first round, and that's kind of a big thing for them just in general, right? We talk about what was kind of that ending. We didn't get really a major chance to watch it, but as you alluded to it, what, 80 kills between 2 players.
Yeah,
insane stuff. Journey and Jimbo together, double J's, love to see that. But nonetheless, already kind of trying to set the tone as Sib comes through with the early snipe. It was kind of something that we didn't really see all that much of last time we got to watch Atlanta FaZe Academy play. It really wasn't the major presence from Sib. It really wasn't the overall presence from that sniper. See that impact early could be a good thing for Atlanta FaZe Academy as this game does progress.
Here's the tough part, though. Sib also has the bomb. So yeah, he finds the opening snipe, but now you're essentially forfeiting a main weapon so that way he can get to the bomb site to plant. Katani able to find 1 kill. Fame over the top, looking for an exit from the site itself. He's able to catch Venom, and there's Journey down low. Katani cleans up Sib, and it's just one of those things, like, I'm fine seeing the sniper rifle come out, but there have been a multitude of times where I've seen Sib pick up the sniper rifle. He still picks up the bomb. Ooh. And when you do that, fortunately, for Atlanta FaZe Academy, you get the clutch 1v1, but you don't have that sniper to watch you from top Crim 6 on the backside of that warehouse on that little awning that's back there. Yeah. Because he's got to find a way to plant the bomb. That's something I've seen Atlanta FaZe Academy do it a number of times, and It's something that I really wish would change. Fortunately, though, they're able to work their way out of a tough situation as the 1v1 does come through.
It does indeed, but it definitely makes you think in terms of, you know, what has to happen for the future. If you intend on getting that bomb down, especially on offense in a map like Gunrunner, which would probably be the more typical, having that sniper up close by no means is going to allow you to be flexible. That's for sure. But regardless, hopping into this next one, Katani was a major focal point. We got to watch him last time around in this exact spot, M4. Bomb planted, and surprisingly, no one yet has fallen. And that is about to change. At FaZe Academy beginning to showcase that aggressiveness, and 3 up and 3 down. Jimbo trying to pop out of pipes, and unfortunately he gets made into quick work, and there goes Gravity out of the bathrooms as well. A very solid position from 6 here in which they get a free bomb plant. No one goes down. They're able to fade back and pretty much allow for, what, a few seconds to tick off to the point where FaZe is like, all right, we gotta kind of rush in. And by the time that's the case, you've got, what, 5 players who are all in a very good position watching their every move.
It's one of those things that, again, Katani in that position, it's not just weird because he's allowed to get to that position, but it's also weird because he has not really ever been naded out, and there has not ever been really kind of a smoke counter to make sure he's not finding value in the position. Yeah. It's just been a really strange affair watching this Katani on the 6th gear squad continue to find value in that same spot, as this time there will be a nice smoke place to maybe block off the top of the AC as Atlanta FaZe Academy are trying for a push through to A, and as Journey takes down Noisy as he was trying to pitch things up, it's looking like this should lead to a relatively safe bomb line here at A.
Oh, but look at that line sight from Katani. Doesn't want to really reveal his position, but at the very least gets the good timing in terms of not allowing for that objective to be planted. Boy. And in the meantime, TCM takes down Journey. TCM is just so annoying to have to deal with if you are this Atlanta roster, just constantly having a player that can hide around and be a nuisance is never going to be fun. Katani, last one alive as a player up close. Not a whole lot of ammo. Picks up the MP5, tosses out the smoke to hopefully try to get out and dodge, and shuts down the end. Unreal stuff coming through from Katani. It did not look good by any means, and the smoke, I'm pretty sure, indicated that he thought somebody was pretty much on his flank, when in reality, they're right in front of him. But who am I to say that he didn't know, when in reality the reactions were absolutely fantastic. Lovely, lovely stuff coming through from this man.
And again, even if he thinks someone's on the flank, what the smoke does is make sure all he has to do is focus on one direction. The smoke's going to give you enough cover from behind just in case someone does push from behind you. So Katani using his kit to the fullest extent. 6 and 3, and again, it's just so strange to continue to see him with an AR play in the middle of the map. We were critical about it the first time around, but I think it may be a bit overcritical, as he has been a major influence for not just this best of 5 here in the game 5, but also in the first, when it was again that 6-1. Fame finds 2 on the flank, but doesn't get the better of the third. But Katani and Diamond Kong have essentially entrapped Jimbo inside of Boiler. Nice pre-fire shots, but just not enough HP for Katani to survive the gunfight. So now a 2v3 where Atlanta FaZe Academy hold the numbers. But Noisy with the bomb has also got 10 sounds to play with this, to look for this isolated pick. At least there's the trade and a snap onto the head of Sim for 2. Now a 1v3 turned into another 1v1.
That ADS transfer was something serious. If you're Tom Gravity, you have to know the perspective. Just decide to go ahead and back around. 25 seconds left. And Gravity is going to go ahead and Vin for the rotation. Wants to play this one carefully. And Noisy has to realize it's a little bit too quiet. Hasn't had any peaks yet. Most likely does have the free plant. But what exactly does that really mean? A huge situation for either of these rosters to get this round in hand, especially if you're 6th gear. But here comes Gravity toward the door. He has somewhat of information inbound. He has somewhat of a target locked in. It's just a matter of being able to find it. Coming around the corner, whose reaction will be quicker? Whose reaction is going to be faster? It's actually going to be Noisy. The perfect position, and Gravity pretty much had locked in exactly where he was, but it's just a matter of getting there. And just very well played. Noisy not really living up to his name, actually being extremely quiet in that back position. And my word, that is a major round for them to find, as that is now going to be 4-1.
I mean, he might be quiet in nature mechanically when it comes to that play, but he is causing a ruckus when it comes down to the 1v3 technical play coming out for 2 rounds in a row. Atlanta FaZe coming up empty on rounds that they absolutely need to be winning. Fame from the backside of the water tower plays a different angle, saying, I've got a funny feeling that Atlanta FaZe Academy is going to make a play back over to the A site. And he finds 2, but more importantly, he allows space for Noisy to move forward, plus TCM on the flank, but dealing with it was a combination of Sib and Gravity. But now it's Sib's turn for 1v2 situation, as he's still got the bomb in hand and is currently pretty safe in the middle of the map as he's looking to stretch back over to B.
He's going to have the free plant, but again, we talk about this could possibly be the tournament here. Needing the clutch. Going down 5-1 is pretty much a death wish. Sib, the pressure is on. Focus is here. Early engagement. He manages to find the first, but Katani is there for the trade. Having 2 players ready in that moment is massive for them, as that 2v1 will work out in their favor, as Team 6th Gear will find themselves up 5 rounds to 1. The definition of an uphill battle for Atlanta FaZe. We talked about storylines, we talked about maybe showmanship. They're gonna have to put on one heck of a performance if they expect for this game to be anywhere near close.
I mean, this should be a 3-3 right now. I mean, if Atlanta FaZe dropped this map, those last 2 rounds previous to this one, was that round 4 and round 5, are absolutely going to be the thorn in their side until they get a chance to play again in one of these tournaments. A lot of work to be done here. And again, you're in a position where everyone's been participating. Yeah, Jim goes 9-5, but everybody else is right behind here. Katani, he continues to just survive. There's no smoke, there's no nades. Granted, he's got a trophy this time. There are no SMG challenges. Atlanta FaZe is just allowing Katani to exist, and he's been taking full value of the situation. He's now 9-4, 60 seconds to play for a 6th Gear attack, and they've got a 5-on-4 situation.
It's almost as if they've just realized that it's like, hey, you know what? That position, we just can't do anything about it. And it's continually going to hurt them until they address it. A player without question in a power position, as bomb does get planted. Noisy, can he get out of dodge? It looks as if he will, at least for now. TCM having full awareness of that player that's going to be pushing in from bathrooms, gets the initial damage done. Noisy in the meantime, take down Journey. What is now a 2 versus 4 Venom and Jimbo. Work to be done for what is and what could be the tournament.
But they do find 2, trying to make their way forward, but Katani and Diamond Khan lock things down. Bracket reset, it goes 5 both times, and 6th Gear for the first time will be your North American champions here at the Challengers Cup.
Rip the hopes and dreams of the showmanship. I wasn't really expecting it to happen. It was kind of a joke, but at the same time, like, hey, that would have been incredibly entertaining, honestly, if FaZe kept. It would have been frustrating, don't get me wrong, because then I would look at it and say, well, why did you take 10 maps to do something that you maybe could have accomplished in less than 10 maps, we'll say. But Shift, what is your major takeaway from not just that last map, but that whole, both of those best of 5s?
My overwhelming feeling right now is that I'm just really proud of this 6th Gear squad. These 5 guys, like you mentioned, have been playing together since the Chicago home series, which was our 3rd Challengers event since it kind of came back to us here in the online world. They're able to come through. They finished 2nd once, they finished 3rd once, they get a couple of top 6 finishes. They were top 8 last week, but finally on top. Could not be happier for these guys. Every single one of them had incredible moments throughout. You got to give credit again to the entire squad for putting in the work over the course of the last handful of weeks, months. I won't say years, that would be a little bit too over embellishing it, but regardless, it's just so impressive to see these guys rise to the challenge every single week and never say die when it comes down to this 5-man roster. They believe in each other, and it showcased some absolutely incredible results for them in the last handful of weeks. Very, very proud of this 5-man squad.
Yeah, just like the Goonies, they never say die. Lando, what are your final thoughts on that map, that series before it, etc.?
I mean, just to kind of echo what we heard, Shift kind of bring up, very, very impressed by this team. Like I said, this has been a roster that's gotten to kind of the later stages a few different times, but this is going to be their first victory, and it's well deserved. I think we saw them make some major improvements when it came down to the later stages, versing a very difficult Atlanta FaZe Academy team that has not only been in the grand finals multiple times, but as well has also been in the second stage in the second series of a grand final multiple times and actually clutched up as well. Very, very impressed by this team. I think we saw some major kind of highlight players and even some players kind of step up in situations where I was not really expecting to see kind of this amount of talent and this amount of consistency, kind of in different situations. So just overwhelmingly very impressed by Sixth Gear. Again, if you're Atlanta FaZe Academy, at the very least, it's another grand final. You can kind of take a look at that consistency and take it for what it's worth. But it just happened to be that Sixth Gear were the best team today, and they're fantastic in a number of different situations.
Congratulations to Sixth Gear on the win, and very, very well deserved. Let's go ahead and take a look at what happens next. The postseason schedule. As you can see, we have wrapped up the Challengers Cup number 5, and it's technically still June 28th for 45 more minutes here on the East Coast. So the very next thing we have coming up is congratulations, happy freedom. We're taking a week off for the American Independence Day. And then following right after that, we will have the New York home series, London home series, Toronto home series, and then what's this? It is a new thing entirely, the Last Chance qualifiers and the Challengers Finals. So let's look at the format for all of that. So like we said, this is brand new. Now all competitions will still take place within their own region online, NA, EU, and APAC or Asia Pacific. And these finals are going to have a combined prize pool of $500,000, which is absolutely an insane amount of money. So let's talk a little bit about that Last Chance qualifier and how to approach that, what that means. So first off, it's going to be played August 1st and August 2nd, and you can sign up online to be in the Last Chance qualifier. Basically, it's exactly what it sounds. It is a last chance to qualify for the finals. So certain teams are going to qualify outright based on the number of challengers points they have accrued, such as Sixth Gear. I can imagine they've probably got quite a few new challengers points to show off for themselves. And then we are giving teams an additional chance to qualify. So 8 teams from NA, 8 teams from EU, and 4 teams from APAC will head to the finals via the Last Chance qualifiers. So in talking about the finals, however, there is one very important thing to make note of. So first off, this isn't the super important part, but dates are coming. They are TBD, to be determined. We might know what they are, but we're not going to let you know exactly what they are yet. But here's the important part. Rosters that auto-qualify for finals are based on rosters from last Challengers event, which is the Toronto Home Series tournament. And what that means is rosters that auto-qualify, that means that teams that have made it directly to the finals via Challengers points and are bypassing the Last Chance qualifier must head to the finals with the exact same roster that they had going into the Toronto Home Series tournament, which again, I've been saying it all day, that just makes sense. If you have a team that you're winning with, and clearly you're winning because you're getting those Challengers points, then why would you want to change it anyway? But that is all about the Last Chance qualifiers, the finals, and that just about wraps it up here for the Call of Duty Challengers Cup number 5. Lando, final thoughts?
It was a blast to be a part of, that's for sure. As I was involved in the very first Challengers Cup a few months ago, and happy to be a part of the last one. For sure, it's been great to kind of watch how this has progressed and to kind of see exactly how the amateurs have continued to evolve and utilize this Challengers Cup to only continue to elevate their gameplay and to only rather continue to elevate themselves as well. When we kind of take a look at the regions, when it comes down to APAC and EU, it's much of the same, right? Renegades, Team War, but in North America, the fight still lives on to see who can be the most consistent. And like I said, when it comes to power rankings, who really is that number 1 team? A lot of different rosters that you can kind of throw in there. And it just happened to be that another very talented young roster in Sixth Gear also decided to throw their hat in the ring here as well. So just overall, incredibly excited to be a part of the broadcast today. It was a pleasure working alongside you guys and the entire production team. It was a marathon to say the least, but I had a blast every single moment of it.
And Shift, final thoughts from you?
Yeah, I mean, I've said this before, and I'm going to say it on the air. I've wanted to cast with Lando since I got into the Call of Duty scene at the beginning of the Black Ops 4 year. I'm so glad that we got ourselves about 10 plus hours worth of that action. Jess, also of course, to work with you again. This was a fun time, but I will say this, and Kevin Pichardo, get your clipper ready. Team War is currently the best team in the amateur scene right now in Challengers, without question, after what we saw this last weekend. I feel confident in that. I will fight that to the death until someone beats Team War. I'll stand by that statement.
All right, well, that just about does it. What a day, but it has drawn to a close. Thank you so much for watching. Congratulations to Renegades, Team War, and 6 Gear on being the winners of the Call of Duty Challengers Cup number 5, presented by PS4. Thank you for watching. Thank you so much, Lando and Shift, for carrying the broadcast. Do not miss the next events coming up. We'll see you then.